inexplicably transported to the world of Dopa. The weight of decades of havoc wrought by the Soul Emperor loomed heavily over Xiao Feng, filling his mind with a tumult of cultivation-related thoughts that, an unintentional act of affection towards Xiao Xun'er marked a turning point. Even the most stoic of men could be softened by the gentle charm of a young girl. Yet, the transformations did not cease there. The world that was once merely a tale began to unfold before him. Chapter 1. Arrival in Dopa. From the conflict among the three clans in Wutan City, to the Soul Palace causing chaos, and then to the Soul Emperor's bloodbath upon the realm, it has scarcely been 50 years. If I do not exert myself, I shall meet a most tragic end. I had wished in my previous life to be a languid fish in the sea, yet instead I find myself toiling even harder. Alas! In an old courtyard, a child of 2 or 3 years murmured softly, scribbling in the dirt with a twig, envisioning his future. Perched on the stone steps, Xiao Feng gazed skyward. The juxtaposition of his youthful visage with such solemnity was somewhat absurd, yet his eyes held a depth of melancholy. Reserved for adults. Rest enough. Continue. The child swept away the marks on the ground with his foot, then assumed a stance with hands on his waist, legs spread, and knees bent, remaining still in this position. Soon, beads of sweat cascaded from his brow. His cherubic face flushed crimson, yet he clenched his teeth and persevered, despite his trembling legs. Young Master Xiao Feng, it is time for your meal. As the gate swung open, a servant entered with a food container, and upon witnessing the scene, rushed over, unable to complete his sentence. He set down the food box, scooped up the child, and said, "Young Master Xiao Feng, the patriarch has declared that at your tender age of 2, your constitution is too frail for exertion. Why do you insist on?" The servant wore an expression of conflict. He wished to scold Xiao Feng, but their disparity in status rendered such words inappropriate. Unfazed by the servant's concern, Xiao Feng wriggled free from his grasp and dashed to the food box, lifting the lid. Ah, how delightful! The servant could only manage a wry smile as he watched Xiao Feng eat, silently departing with the food container. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Feng's uncle, Xiao Zhan, arrived at Feng. "I heard from Atai that you have resumed your standing practice." Xiao Zhan's face bore a serious expression. He felt a sense of responsibility towards his child, at least until the age of 16. "Uncle Xiao Zhan, you have come." Xiao Feng greeted the middle-aged man with utmost respect. Observing the child's obedient demeanor, Xiao Zhan's eyes softened with a hint of regret, and his tone became gentler. "Feng, do you remember what I told you?" "Yes. Uncle has informed me that I should not begin my martial training until the age of 4. The innocent voice brimmed with sincerity. "Then why do you not heed my words? When Xiao Feng was but a year old, his parents perished in an ambush while transporting medicinal herbs. Xiao Zhan had received the news, but arrived too late, only to helplessly witness their demise after promising to care for Xiao Feng. From that moment on, he became Xiao Feng's guardian." Hearing this, Xiao Zhan felt a jolt, finding it difficult to meet the child's gaze. The young child gazed up at him with a defiant tilt of the head, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "They say they miss the wind, and the wind misses them too, but the wind is so useless, unable to avenge them. Uncle Xiao Zhan, what should the wind do?" As she spoke, tears began to roll down her cheeks. Xiao Zhan's eyes also glistened with moisture, as he recalled the heart-wrenching sight of Xiao Feng's parents pleading with him to care for their child amidst a pool of blood. Hearing the tender plea now, how could he possibly harden his heart to refuse? "Feng, you are still too young. Cultivating energy at your age can lead to complications. If you are determined, then you might as well move to my place," he said thoughtfully after a moment of consideration. In his view, training at such a young age could be detrimental to her health, and allowing Xiao Feng to flounder alone would not serve her well. It was far better to have her close, under his careful guidance. "All right." Xiao Feng wiped away her tears, a slight smile gracing her lips. It was not that she was inherently cold-hearted, rather, she had no true memory of her biological parents. While she felt a semblance of emotion, it was not profound enough to bring her to tears. Moreover, the memories of the past 2 years paled in comparison to her previous 20-plus years of life. There was no need for Xiao Feng to worry about moving, as she had little to carry. That very evening, she settled into Xiao Zhan's courtyard. One could not help but note the grandeur of the abode, far surpassing her previous living conditions, with several individual courtyards within. "This is Xiao Feng. You are all to treat him kindly," Xiao Zhan declared with solemnity at the dining table, introducing her to the other 3 children. "These are your 2 elder brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, and this one, younger by just a few days, is your little brother, Xiao Yan." The family of 4 was complete, albeit missing a matriarch. It had been mentioned that the clan leader's wife had fallen ill, seemingly unable to escape the fate that awaited her. Observing the harmonious interaction among the four, Xiao Zhan finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Xiao Feng might feel alienated and be bullied. After dinner, Xiao Zhan led Xiao Feng into a private courtyard. "This is now your home," he stated. Xiao Feng nodded, her eyes wide with curiosity as she took in her surroundings, but soon fell silent once more. Xiao Zhan found her reaction amusing. Realizing that her thoughts were consumed by the concept of cultivating energy, he promptly spoke. "In our Xiao family, all children enter the Qi Refinement Hall to register for training at the age of 4. Teaching you privately today is a breach of clan rules, so you must not disclose this to anyone, nor reveal your abilities before turning 4. Understood?" "Thank you, Uncle Xiao Zhan," Xiao Feng replied, bowing once more. This was not mere flattery, he was genuinely grateful, for he recognized the wisdom in his instruction. Under Xiao Zhan's guidance, Xiao Feng formed hand seals and silently attuned herself to the energy that permeated the universe, vibrant, dynamic, and ferocious. Compared to the inner strength she had cultivated in her past life, this energy felt like a wild beast unleashed. The moment she sensed the energy, such thoughts surged into her mind. Pain. As the energy coursed in her body, waves of agony washed over her. The wild energy surged roughly through her tender meridians, and the only recourse was to grit her teeth and endure the torment. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, his facial features contorting in that moment. He finally comprehended why Xiao Zhan had consistently opposed his premature attempt at Qi training. Suddenly, a laugh escaped his lips, for it was merely a fleeting pain. In comparison to the discomfort, Xiao Feng was far more apprehensive about the prospect of perishing inexplicably due to inadequate strength. After all, it had only been a little over 30 years since Xiao Yan had emerged, and the Soul Heaven Emperor had brought about the world's end. Even though an additional decade had passed, what difference could it possibly make? Time was of the essence. As the first wisp of Do Qi was absorbed into his dantian, Xiao Feng opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. He had finally taken that crucial first step. Gazing at the hand seals he had formed, a look of bewilderment clouded his eyes. He had previously attempted to draw Do Qi into his body through cultivating internal energy, but had suffered a backlash, needing over a month to recover. The method instructed by Xiao Zhan was far coarser than his previous visualization technique. Could such a simple seal truly allow him to cultivate Qi safely? "How is it?" Xiao Zhan interjected, a hint of concern etched on his face, interrupting Xiao Feng's thoughts. Xiao Feng leaped off the bed and once again bowed to Xiao Zhan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Xiao Zhan, for your guidance." Hearing this, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh of relief. "It's quite late today. They'll have the servants prepare hot water. Wash up and then rest." He ruffled Xiao Feng's hair affectionately. "If you encounter any uncertainties during your practice, do not hesitate to ask me. Avoid straying into erroneous paths through reckless training." With that, he turned and departed. Xiao Feng, feeling slightly vexed at being patted on the head, found it mildly bothersome. The next day, before dawn, Xiao Feng rose as usual to practice his stances. Half an hour later, a faint light appeared in the eastern sky, and the neighboring courtyards began to stir. Another half hour passed, and it seemed as though a brawl had broken out in the adjacent courtyards. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Feng tiptoed over. "Brother Feng, up so early?" The sounds of fighting ceased abruptly as Xiao Ding and Xiao Li greeted him. "Yes, Brother Ding, Brother Li, good morning. I was just curious if it's inconvenient." "Nonsense. There's no inconvenience. If you wish to watch, then do so." Xiao Li waved dismissively, his expression indifferent. Xiao Ding chuckled. "You're far more diligent than our third brother. That fellow is likely still in bed." The two exchanged a knowing smile before resuming their sparring. The fighting in this world was rather jarring to the eyes. Before breakfast was served, Xiao Feng practiced a set of boxing techniques. Compared to his previous life, his physical form in this world was notably more resilient. His skeletal and muscular strength at the age of 2 or 3 rivaled that of a 6 or 7-year-old. Nonetheless, Xiao Feng was cautious, concerned that he was still too young and not fully developed, so he limited himself to some gentle Tai Chi to stretch his limbs. When breakfast was finally laid out, Xiao Yan was dragged in. "Morning," he mumbled, appearing as dazed as a sleepy fish. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances with Xiao Feng, sharing a knowing smile indeed. Younger siblings could not be compared. After the meal, Xiao Yan wandered off aimlessly. The toddler, just learning to walk, seemed oblivious to his surroundings. However, no one was particularly worried mischief was to be expected in their household. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li engaged in their training, while Xiao Zhan attended to family matters, each member of the family preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving Xiao Feng in a state of leisure. Returning to his courtyard, he began to ponder a question earnestly. Following the path of Xiao Yan, does it lead Xiao Yan to a dead end? Or or should one forge a new path of their own design? In terms of safety, it is undoubtedly more secure to see Xiao Yan's fruits. One merely needs to arrive at the right place at the right time for fortune to naturally bestow its blessings. Yet, there's one thing that weighs heavily on Xiao Feng's mind. In the stories of memory, there is no presence of Xiao Feng, that if Xiao Feng were to replace Xiao Yan, what role would Xiao Yan assume? Once the variables emerge, can the Xiao Feng who has supplanted Xiao Yan still ascend to the rank of Do Di? After much contemplation, he finally opened his palm, feeling the omnipresent Do Qi, affirming his intent. If one could cultivate inner strength in that desolate realm of his past life, why should he cower here? Having come to this realization, Xiao Feng felt a surge of determination. As martial artists, we must row against the current. At that moment, a head suddenly peeked through the courtyard gate. Brother Feng, what were you just saying? There was a hint of excitement in the tone. Come, Brother Feng has a set of ancestral skills to teach you. Xiao Feng could no longer tolerate the laziness of this idle fish. Xiao Yan was completely taken aback, and after a considerable pause, he asked, "Are you referring to skills?" Seeing Xiao Yan's hesitant expression, Xiao Feng found it amusing, but chose not to explain his situation of crossing over. After all, this individual regarded his biological father with cold indifference. "Haha, I was just teasing you earlier," Xiao Feng said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "In truth, it's not ancestral. I found it in my own little courtyard." Xiao Feng pulled out a martial arts manual he had prepared a year ago, impeccable in both the clarity of the writing and its aged appearance. Xiao Yan's expression brightened as he hurried over to take it and began to peruse its contents. Half an hour later, raise your hands, straighten your waist, and lower your legs. Xiao Feng, with his hands behind his back, pointed out the areas where Xiao Yan was lacking. Having been in a horse stance for a month, he was certain it posed no harm to the body and could enhance physical strength, so it was no issue for the future Yan Emperor to practice I am not practicing anymore. Xiao Yan plopped down onto the ground. Panting heavily, how could such a lofty endeavor as martial arts be reduced to merely standing in a horse stance? Xiao Feng was indifferent, merely responding with an "oh" and choosing not to comment further. After all, Xiao Yan had advanced through a path of extraordinary prowess and medicinal aid. Whether he practiced the horse stance or not was of little consequence. May I borrow this manual to peruse?" Xiao Yan still hesitated to relinquish it. "You may take it a copy. Just return it once you're done." Xiao Feng graciously tossed it over. It consisted of fragments, and while claiming usefulness, it indeed held some merit. Chapter 2. The arrival of Xiao Xun'er 2 years later. Nearly 100 children stood before the Qi refining hall, each registering their presence. Xiao Yan stood silently behind Xiao Feng, adorned with the fateful ring. Neither spoke, but followed the line into the grand hall with a quiet resolve. Were it not for the day's peculiar significance, Xiao Yan would have been reluctant to accompany Xiao Feng. Over the past 2 years, he had often sought Xiao Feng's company, subtly probing to ascertain whether he too was a transmigrator. However, Xiao Feng remained tight-lipped, not only evading his inquiries but also dragging him into countless stances of horse riding. Consequently, every time he encountered Xiao Feng, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine, fearing he might hear that dreaded command, "Hua hua, come, strike a horse stance." Pausing at the registration desk, Xiao Feng soon realized that not every child present was 4 years old. Some were 5 or 6. Xiao Feng, 4 years old. Next, Xiao Yan, 4 years old. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's name, the registrar cast a discerning glance at him, softening his tone. "Good, you may enter." And just like that, it was over. How unreliable this process seems. Xiao Feng silently criticized in his mind. The nearly 100 children promptly complied, and the instructor continued. "Familiarize yourselves with this imprint technique. Class is dismissed for now. Return tomorrow." "Is that all?" On the way back, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. "Feng Ge, did you sense the fighting spirit?" Not at all." Xiao Feng's expression remained tranquil, yet turmoil churned within, based on what the teacher had instructed. He could not possibly sense any fighting spirit. Could merely going through the motions allow one to perceive it? Truly terrifying. I haven't either." Xiao Yan scratched his head, thinking it was perhaps his own lack of intelligence. Xiao Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief and remarked, "Cultivating fighting spirit requires a gradual approach." The teacher's limited instruction likely reflects this consideration. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded, though his thoughts diverged. His 2 older brothers had taken 3 or 4 days to sense fighting spirit, indicating that his own talent was quite commendable. Contemplating this, his gaze towards others subtly shifted. Time flowed like water. Swiftly a year passed. One day, Xiao Feng dragged a damaged iron spear into the courtyard, bound with numerous iron rods, arranged both horizontally and vertically. Xiao Yan, observing from diagonally across, couldn't help but feel intrigued, rushing over with the wind. He recognized it instantly. This was evidently a wooden dummy. "Feng Ge, what are you up to?" Xiao Yan gazed at Xiao Feng erecting the wooden dummy in the center of the courtyard, nearly blurting out the term transmigrator. Oh, today I heard from Dingge that this bloodstained weapon can ward off evil. I thought erecting one would be quite beneficial. Xiao Feng spoke nonsensically. Hua hua. Since you're here, let us practice horse stance for half an hour. Xiao Yan's scalp tingled. It's almost lunchtime. I think I hear Big Brother calling me. Xiao Feng smirked. Just how great a blow had that engagement cancellation dealt him? It had evidently spurred this once lazy fish to flip itself over. Just as he pondered, a voice from outside indeed called out to them. The two looked out to see Xiao Ding approaching. He greeted Xiao Yan. Third brother, come here. I'm coming. Xiao Yan walked over. At that moment, Xiao Ding glanced at Xiao Feng, a hint of hesitation clouding his expression, unsure of how to initiate the conversation. Observing Xiao Ding's demeanor, Xiao Feng preemptively spoke. Brother Ding, if you have matters to attend to, please do not feel obliged to consider me. I can manage the meal on my own. Earlier on the road, he had overheard someone mention that distinguished guests had arrived at the family estate, with a banquet prepared. Attendance reserved solely for the family head and elders. Xiao Ding seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with a trace of apology. All right. After 2 years of companionship, in contrast to the indolent Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li undeniably held a greater fondness for Xiao Feng. However, the bonds of kinship were delineated. Xiao Feng's status would not permit him a seat among the esteemed guests. Although the specifics of the situation eluded him, Xiao Feng remained acutely aware of his own place. He had long ceased to call Xiao Zhan father, believing in the fairness of equality. Through 3 years of rigorous training, Xiao Feng's physique had made remarkable strides. Perhaps in this world, the limits of physical potential were exceptionally high, for he was now capable of effortlessly breaking bricks with a single finger. Notably, these were not ordinary red bricks, but rather bluestone bricks. As Xiao Feng retracted his fist and exhaled, a cacophony erupted outside. Before he could reach the courtyard door, someone had already pushed it open. Come here, Fenger. This is Xun'er, a year younger than you. Henceforth, do not bully her. Xiao Zhan stood at the entrance, surrounded by a group of children. Xiao Feng turned to see a petite figure in a purple dress, her delicate and youthful visage adorned with a pair of lustrous black eyes, a small and pristine nose, and rosy, supple lips. The little girl exuded an air of calm and grace, akin to a lotus blossom in its first bloom, despite her tender age. She already possessed an extraordinary allure, making one ponder how enchanting she would become in adulthood. Without needing Xiao Zhan to point her out, Xiao Feng instinctively recognized her. Like a jade pearl amidst the mud, she was strikingly radiant, almost blinding. No wonder Xiao Huahua had sought her out in the dead of night. Hello, Brother Feng, she greeted, their meeting a mere formality to establish familiarity. Xiao Zhan patted Xiao Feng's shoulder, saying nothing further, as he led Xiao Xun'er away. Xiao Feng clenched his fists, feeling the dense energy swirling within, yet he knew it was far from sufficient. As night fell, Xiao Xun'er sat on her bed, neither training nor sleeping. She could not comprehend why her father had sent her here. Was it due to her lack of obedience? The cool, detached expression she wore during the day had vanished, replaced by an air of melancholy. At that moment, a shadow twisted in the dim corner of the room, and a figure emerged. Ling Ying. Miss, while surveying the vicinity, I encountered an intriguing individual. Perhaps you might consider engaging with them. Xiao Xun'er, enveloped in her vexation, could hardly absorb the words, lamenting, have I angered father, leading him to cast me aside? Ling Ying sighed inwardly. Despite his young mistress's exceptional intellect, she remained merely a 4-year-old child. He quickly reassured her, Miss, you are mistaken. The clan leader has not forsaken you. He is simply overwhelmed with responsibilities and lacks the time to attend to you. Given the undercurrents within the family, he does not wish for you to become embroiled in them. His decision to send you here was made with your best interests at heart, for your own good. Although Ling Ying's voice was gentle, it pierced Xiao Xun'er's ears like a sharp blade. Hugging her knees, Xiao Xun'er felt gloomy, and after a considerable pause, she finally inquired, what do you mean by an interesting person? Do you remember the Xiao Feng we encountered during the day? He seemed quite ordinary. Indeed. I thought so too at the time. Little did I expect this young fellow to conceal so much depth, Ling Ying remarked wistfully. It is said that rare creatures hide in the fields, yet without witnessing it firsthand, no one would believe it. Xiao Xun'er tilted her head, gazing at Ling Ying, awaiting his explanation. And now? She asked, a hint of confusion in her voice as she stepped outside. Upon exiting her room, she could faintly hear the sound of breaking air from a distance, which became more pronounced as she stood at the entrance of her small courtyard. The sound emanated from Xiao Feng's yard. She approached quietly, halting before the entrance of Xiao Feng's small courtyard, a trace of hesitation flickering across her face. Creak. Just as Xiao Xun'er prepared to raise her hand to knock, Xiao Feng, sensing her presence, opened the door first. Sister Sunu? On the other side. Xiao Yan was somewhat exhilarated. After a year of arduous training, He had just reached a pivotal point where the energy coiled within his dantian could finally be unleashed into his palms. Despite his physical exhaustion, his emotions were too heightened for him to find rest. Even with his eyes tightly shut, a multitude of thoughts danced through his mind. Having witnessed Xiao Feng's prowess in martial arts and the wooden dummy training, and reflecting on his own fighting spirit, Xiao Yan could not help but entertain various musings. Is this perhaps another term for internal strength? I recall that internal energy nurtures the body, if only I could harness it. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his heart began to race. What youth does not harbor dreams of becoming a hero? If this truly is internal energy, I must extract some martial arts manuals from Xiao Feng when the time is right. Finally, he donned his clothes and pushed open the door, groping his way toward a particular direction. His two elder brothers had already cultivated their fighting energy, but as for Xiao Feng, perhaps it was best to leave him be. That girl Xun'er is quite likable. I shall give her a try. Ah, brother Xiao Feng, may I come in? Xiao Xun'er asked, slightly taken aback, unsure how he had sensed her presence. The young girl inquired while scrutinizing Xiao Feng. The boy, who appeared rather ordinary during the day, now possessed eyes that shone brightly, undimmed even by the night. Yes, come in, Xiao Feng replied, not wishing to keep Xiao Xun'er outside. This girl has a significant background, and establishing a good rapport could only be advantageous. Conversing with her would not be a loss. However, as Xiao Feng glanced past Xiao Xun'er and held his breath to sense his surroundings, he could not detect Ling Ying's presence. It was uncertain whether Ling Ying's concealment skills were too advanced or if he simply refrained from interfering in the private affairs of the ancient clan's young lady. As the courtyard door began to close, Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment. If he was not mistaken, he had just seen a certain little rascal poised to launch a nighttime ambush on the innocent young girl. It seemed he had inadvertently altered the course of fate. No, the alteration of fate must have already occurred the moment he appeared, right? Suddenly, Xiao Feng broke into a grin, thinking to himself, everyone in Dopa expects you to confront the Soul Emperor head-on. You can't neglect your training and still wish to indulge in the game of nurturing a little girl. Get a grip. Suppressing those chaotic thoughts, Xiao Feng turned around to find Xiao Xun'er lost in thought in the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, her distraction stemmed from Ling Ying's sudden telepathic message, urging her to be cautious as he would be departing momentarily. He assumed her attention was captivated by the exquisitely artistic wooden training dummy in the yard. Ahem. Dear Sister Xun'er, please come inside. Without waiting to see if the young girl followed, Xiao Feng stepped into the main hall, gracefully performing the tasks of warming the teapot, rinsing the cups, brewing the tea, skimming the foam, and pouring the tea with fluid precision. This was the only indulgence that brought him solace at present. Please, have a seat. Amidst his flurry of activity, Xiao Feng managed to gesture for her to sit. Xiao Xun'er perched beside him, biting her lip to suppress laughter. A blush already gracing her cheeks before the tea was even fully poured. Feel free to laugh. There's no need to hold back. Xiao Feng extended the teacup toward Xiao Xun'er, who intended to take it, but upon raising her hand, she burst into giggles. Uncertain of the reason behind her merriment, Xiao Feng chose to ignore it and savored his tea. It was not until he had consumed nearly half a cup that her laughter finally subsided. I apologize. Your earlier demeanor was rather mature. Indeed, far too mature for one so young, behaving like my father. I couldn't help it. Please don't be upset. Brother Xiao Feng. After this bout of laughter, the little girl seemed to reveal her true nature, her eyes sparkling like black jewels, perhaps intentionally trying to appear endearing. If I recall correctly, you are a year younger than I, aren't you? Xiao Feng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Xun'er as he sipped his tea. The young girl smiled again and delicately raised her cup for a sip. Oh, by the way, tea can be invigorating, but too much may lead to insomnia. Perhaps you should refrain from drinking it. Dear Sister Xun'er, Xiao Feng advised. Xiao Xun'er, with a slight smile, set her cup down. I heard you practicing your martial arts outside just now, Brother Xiao Feng. Ah, I must have been negligent, Xiao Feng replied, realizing he had disturbed her peace. I'm truly sorry. Huh. Xiao Xun'er blinked in surprise and quickly waved her hand. Not at all. I'm just a bit unaccustomed to my new surroundings. You weren't a bother. Xiao Feng observed the young girl and felt a twinge of sorrow for her. He had promised her a beautiful childhood, yet here she was, living like an orphan. It was remarkable she could even sleep at all. Chapter 3. Risking life to save a fair maiden, mistakenly plucking the heart of the exquisite. The loss of one's biological parents in this life is a burden enough, but the inability to reunite with friends and family from a past life only deepens the melancholy. After softly reciting a verse, tears nearly fell from his eyes. Observing Xiao Xun'er's expression, Xiao Feng realized he had erred and quickly spoke. Sister Xun'er, this is something you may keep to yourself. There's no need to mention it to others. Should Xiao Yan discover that he too was a traveler from another realm, who knows what envy might drive him to do? Perhaps he wouldn't act on it, but Xiao Feng preferred not to take such chances or invite unnecessary complications. Xiao Xun'er kept her head bowed for a while before lifting it again, her face adorned with a serene smile. Brother Xiao Feng, Xun'er will remember this. Seeing the little girl feign strength, Xiao Feng gently smiled. If you wish to cry, then do so, do not suppress your feelings. As the smile gradually faded, Xiao Feng gazed at the sky and murmured, in leaving my homeland, I find myself utterly alone, lost, and without kin. In this moment of despair, a throng of strangers suddenly appears. Though their intentions may be benevolent, their presence is far from comforting. No matter how gentle their smiles, they can never replace what the wanderer truly seeks. The anguish of wanting to depart yet being unable to retrace one's steps is a burden that one can only bear in silence. As these words fell from his lips, he noticed that Xiao Xun'er was already shedding tears. She longed to reveal her origins, to inquire why she had been cast into this unfamiliar place. An overwhelming sense of injustice found its outlet, and the young girl could no longer hold back her tears. Let it flow. Crying might ease the heart, Xiao Feng thought, wary of her pride, avoiding the sight of her weeping. Yet, the tender tone in his voice only served to deepen her sorrow. Xiao Feng sat quietly, the only sound in the small courtyard being the soft sobs of Xiao Xun'er. Yet both felt an unexpected sense of comfort in each other's company. Go ahead and cry. Let my share of sorrow flow out with yours. All my comrades from the monster hunt are gone. After 3 cups of tea, Xiao Xun'er finally quieted, her eyes swollen and red. Casting a glance at Xiao Feng that held a hint of shyness. Have some water, he offered, pouring her a glass while noting the dampness of her sleeves. Marveling at the depth of her tears, she accepted without hesitation, drinking cup after cup as she lingered, leaving Xiao Feng at a loss for words. Surely, he could not regale her with tales of a little rabbit. After sipping tea a few times, he inquired, isn't it rather late for you to still be awake? Sister Xun'er? Realizing the hour was late, Xiao Xun'er nodded and rose to leave. However, as she stepped into the courtyard, she suddenly halted. Brother Xiao Feng, what is this? She asked, pointing to the simplified wooden dummy he had crafted. It's used to ward off evil, he fabricated an answer. As she approached, examining the peculiar apparatus, she noticed overlapping footprints nearby and large sweat stains on the iron rod. She began to step into the prints, mimicking Xiao Feng's movements, laughing. This hardly seems like a method of warding off evil. Xiao Feng shook his head with a wry smile, wondering if the original Xiao Xun'er possessed such cleverness. These are merely some small devices I've devised for body training, he replied, ceasing his playful banter. Body training? Xiao Xun'er looked at him anew. Realizing that this young boy seemed to possess a physical presence even more imposing than Xiao Ding or Xiao Li. It must be quite painful if one were to be struck by this form, she mused. Brother Xiao Feng, I suddenly feel a desire to spar. Would you accompany me in a demonstration? After a moment's thought, he did not decline. For much of the tale, Xiao Xun'er had stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation's strength. A match with her would surely provide insight into his own abilities. Finding a more spacious area, they exchanged polite bows. As the elder brother, I should allow her to strike first, Xiao Feng considered. My martial arts are superior. To strike first would be unfair. Xiao Xun'er countered. Thus, they stood there for a while in silence. Seemingly aware of the awkwardness, Xiao Feng cleared his throat. Sister Xun'er, I will count down from 3. And then we shall strike together. She smiled brightly. All right. 3, 2, 1. One moves with the ferocity of thunder, as wild and fierce as a waterfall. The other glides like a gentle breeze caressing the leaves, as delicate as a butterfly. In an instant, the two figures intertwine. The once bold and assertive Xiao Feng transforms into a being of tender grace, while the seemingly gentle Xiao Xun'er becomes a force of rapid and formidable strength. Each strike from Xiao Xun'er carries the weight of 1,000 pounds, accompanied by a symphony of rushing winds, while Xiao Feng's punches, though seemingly soft and lacking in force, deftly deflect his opponent's attacks with an elegance that belies their power. Brother Xiao Feng, Xun'er still has strength to spare, she remarks, sensing a worthy adversary and gradually wishing to unleash her full potential. There is no need for restraint, Xiao Feng replies calmly, his thoughts brimming with excitement at the challenge presented before him. He secretly hopes that she will unleash her full power. With a crackling brilliance, golden lightning envelopes Xiao Xun'er, infusing her movements with a newfound ferocity. Xiao Feng, fully aware of the danger, cannot afford to be complacent. The aura surrounding her bears the mark of the Golden Emperor's inferno, rendering his own energy insufficient to counteract it. He must rely solely on his physical prowess. Truly remarkable. A divine bloodline. I suspect there are hidden depths to her abilities, he muses, acknowledging the formidable lineage while recognizing that he can no longer hold back. In close quarters, if it comes to ferocity, he knows she is unparalleled. As Xiao Xun'er raises her hand to strike, Xiao Feng accelerates, bending his arm to deflect her palm while simultaneously positioning his elbow toward her heart. An elbow strike to the chest, just as it seems destined to connect. He hastily withdraws his force. A friendly sparring match is one thing, but if he were to injure her, he would surely incur the wrath of countless combat saints. Xiao Xun'er, seemingly caught off guard, raises her left hand to shield her chest. Upon realizing that Xiao Feng has pulled back, she exhales in relief. Had that strike landed, the consequences would have been dire. Thank you, brother Xiao Feng, for your mercy, she expresses, a hint of apprehension in her tone. Xiao Feng shakes his head. Devoid of any pride, he knows she still possesses hidden strengths. Moreover, this skirmish is merely a prelude. In the later stages of their training, even the supporting characters would boast the might of combat saints, and to confront her with an elbow strike would be folly. He realizes he is still far too weak. Perhaps, brother Xiao Feng, you should rest early, she suggests. By the way, there is something I wish to inquire. Go ahead, he responds. Have you heard of the saying that men and women should maintain a certain distance? What does that mean? Seeing the confusion etched on the young girl's delicate face, Xiao Feng begins to understand the source of her inquiry. This archaic world, devoid of proper education on such matters, has carelessly thrown her into a confusing situation. Essentially, it implies that there are distinctions between the genders, and both parties should uphold a degree of distance. Xiao Xun'er's eyes widen slightly as she gazes at Xiao Feng multiple times before murmuring, I understand now, brother Xiao Feng. You should get some rest. With that, she turns and departs. Observing her demeanor shift from joy to contemplation, Xiao Feng slaps his forehead, realizing he may have misplaced his guidance. Should I clarify that man refers specifically to Xiaoyan? He muses, a hint of mischief in his thoughts. Then, shaking his head, he chastises himself for allowing his immersion in their world to cloud his judgment. The priority remains clear, the enhancement of his own strength. Miss, is that little one unappreciative? Am I truly so disagreeable? Xiao Xun'er felt a twinge of sorrow. To be able to recite such poignant verses in a daze must mean her heart was even lonelier than her own. Yet, despite that profound solitude, she seemed averse to my proximity. Could it be that I was simply too detestable? Otherwise, why would her father have cast her aside? A lady is undeniably the most enchanting being in the world. How could she possibly be loathsome? Perhaps that young man had uttered some nonsense? I shall bring him forth to bow and apologize. Xiao Xun'er shook her head. Xiao Feng was indeed extraordinary. In our previous encounter, without resorting to secret techniques, I found myself no match for him. After all, the lady was still young. Her innate talent required time to manifest as strength. Ling offered consolation, noting that he hadn't even employed his fighting spirit. Xiao Xun'er sighed, shedding her shoes and outer garments, drifting into a troubled slumber, and incidentally dealt with that fellow quite harshly. Upon awakening the next day, her spirits were remarkably elevated. After breakfast, Xiao Yin turned to Xiao Xun'er, Sister Xun'er. As you are new to this place and unfamiliar with your surroundings, allow me to take you for a stroll. How industrious of him, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li mused. A martial arts enthusiast, Xiao Yin muttered. Xiao Xun'er furrowed her brow as she gazed at his retreating figure, inwardly remarking on his aloofness. Following the meal, the group dispersed. Xiao Xun'er secured the courtyard gate and summoned Ling Ying, inquiring, Old Ling, have you heard of body refinement? Body refinement? As long as one's fighting spirit is sufficiently potent, the physique will naturally grow stronger. Why pursue body refinement? It is a futile endeavor that misplaces priorities and yields no rewards. Misplaced priorities, indeed? Xiao Xun'er's gaze flickered thoughtfully. Yet, I was defeated by someone who practiced body refinement. My lady, there is no need for you to dwell on this matter. Xiao Xun'er was not preoccupied with the concept itself. Rather, it was the individual who occupied her thoughts. Despite their brief acquaintance, he evoked a distinct sensation within her. She had once been surrounded by throngs, basking in adoration, love, envy, and admiration, all of which weighed heavily upon her. Yet his gaze was clear and bright, offering her a sense of comfort. Alas, the distance between them grew incrementally wider. Lonely souls tend to attract one another. Xiao Xun'er's gaze would often inadvertently drift towards Xiao Feng. However, every time she recalled his assertion that there were distinctions between men and women, she consciously maintained her distance. Until one fateful night a year later, when circumstances took a turn. Just as Xiao Feng lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. There was an aura of malevolence. It is difficult to articulate how he sensed it. There was no odor, no sound, merely an inexplicable atmosphere that made him uneasy. He realized that the intruder was formidable. Only the Soul Clan would dare to stir trouble atop the ancient clan's territory. He could not afford to neglect Xiao Xun'er. After all, she would be a significant asset in the future struggle against the Soul Clan. Grabbing the dagger he had acquired from Xiao Zhan, Xiao Feng nearly dashed into Xiao Xun'er's courtyard. The moment he stepped inside, the scent of blood and the chill of murderous intent assailed him, causing his heart to race. This was dire. The area had been sealed off. There was no time to ponder. The scene before him was too perilous. Ling Ying had vanished without a trace, while Xiao Xun'er's forehead glimmered with a sheen, her eyes ablaze with golden flames. Drenched in blood, she was desperately evading an assailant clad in black robes, who wielded a blade with no semblance of mercy. "Get away!" A thunderous shout drew the black-robed figure's attention, as Xiao Feng charged forward recklessly. "Then allow me to send you on your way." Initially startled, the black-robed man quickly dismissed his concern upon realizing that the individual before him was hardly a formidable fighter, and his voice turned menacing. "Brother Xiao Feng." Xiao Xun'er stared at the reckless figure rushing towards her, momentarily frozen in disbelief. He bore a profound loneliness that resonated deeper than her own, persistently distancing himself. Yet at her most perilous moment, he had thrown caution to the wind to come to her aid. Had he truly been watching over her all along? Yet she had never perceived it. The black-robed man raised his blade, preparing to strike Xiao Feng down. "Brother Xiao Feng, be careful." Xiao Feng dared not divert his attention. Sensing the formidable aura of his opponent, he suspected that the man was at least a grand fighter, making it exceedingly difficult for him to contend with such a level of power. Yet, Xiao Xun'er could not perish. Otherwise, the ancient clan would surely descend into madness, potentially leading them to recklessly invade the Soul Realm. Although that group of ancient schemers was recuperating, did the wounds inflicted during the battle a millennium ago truly care for the passage of 30 or 40 years? The ancient clan was likely to become the second Xiao clan, plunging the entire world into chaos. "Get away!" Xiao Feng roared, twisting his body to evade the descending blade, simultaneously using the momentum to unleash a whip-like kick aimed at the black-robed man's head. "Child's play." The black-robed man scoffed, disregarding the incoming leg and advancing instead. His body shimmered with the manifestation of battle armor, effortlessly absorbing the blow while retaliating with a powerful punch. In close combat, it was evident that he was far superior to Xiao Feng, who evaded and dodged, yet struggled to land a decisive hit. However, in terms of the intensity of battle energy, Xiao Feng was no match for the black-robed man. After several exchanges, the black-robed figure, seeing no success in his aggressive attempts, condensed his battle energy, summoning a colossal tiger that leapt forth from his body, vividly alive, with a faint roar resonating as it charged toward Xiao Feng. Before Xiao Feng could react, the gigantic tiger was upon him in an instant. A tremendous force propelled Xiao Feng backward several meters, the battle energy-infused tiger passing through him, dissipating into shimmering specks behind him. Xiao Feng stood frozen, gazing at Xiao Xun'er, as if he wished to utter something. However, as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood gushed forth. His eyes widened in shock, his body teetering on the brink of collapse, yet filled with an unyielding spirit. "Huh, a naive little brat." The black-robed man mocked as he turned towards Xiao Xun'er, raising his long blade high, poised to thrust downward. Xiao Xun'er struggled to move her injured body. But how could she possibly evade this lethal strike? She could only watch helplessly as the blade descended. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past. In a moment of despair, the young girl was pulled back from the abyss of death, while that shadow was impaled to the ground by the long blade. "Xiao Feng, brother." Xiao Xun'er could hardly believe her eyes, for such a proud figure had met such a fate. She stood there, her eyes filled with the shadow of Xiao Feng. "Brother Xiao Feng, do you know how much Xun'er longs to befriend you? Brother Xiao Feng, do you know how many times I have lingered at your door, yet dare not enter? Brother Xiao Feng, you clearly refuse to utter even a single word to me, yet why do you choose to appear here? Hurry and leave." Her fragmented voice echoed, and in an instant, as the blade fell, Xiao Feng narrowly evaded a fatal blow. Yet, how could his youthful body withstand such excruciating pain? He could only utter 2 words before succumbing to unconsciousness. Thus, he lost the chance to express the remainder of his thoughts. "Hurry, if he pursues you, I will be saved." "Brother Xiao Feng." Tears streamed down Xiao Xun'er's face, glistening as they fell. Through her blurred vision, blood flowed from that fragile form, staining the courtyard crimson. The scent of death began to permeate the air. Nothing is more sorrowful than the demise of loved ones. The once golden gleam in her eyes faded, casting a pall over the world, as darkness surged and enveloped her, plunging her heart into an abyss darker than despair. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xun'er, the golden spark in her eyes flickered to life, shining even brighter. In that fleeting moment, the divine fire of the Golden Emperor within her fused with her being. A fierce surge of energy radiated golden brilliance, lifting Xiao Xun'er partially into the air, resembling a resplendent sun. All her injuries vanished, and her body transformed. Most notably, her long hair cascaded nearly to the ground. Her golden eyes reflected no emotion, and her voice, calm yet chilling, resonated like the decree of a celestial deity. "You shall perish." The figure in black, drawing forth a long blade, staggered back. Disbelief etched across his face. "It's you." From the ancient clan. As he spoke, the sound of clanking iron chains echoed ominously from behind him. A gust of wind arose, and the figure dissipated like smoke, vanishing into the breeze. Exhausted, she felt as though she might collapse at any moment. Yet she summoned her strength, step by step, to Xiao Feng's side, gently cradling him in her arms, their heads resting against one another. "Brother Xiao Feng." You once said that men and women should not be close, but I no longer care. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, when Linging arrived. Having traversed the skies, he intended to announce that the matter was resolved, but was struck dumb by the scene before him. Without needing to inquire, a glance around sufficed to grasp the situation. Although he knew the young lady was unharmed, a cold sweat broke out upon him. If anything had befallen her, no amount of atonement could save him. Suppressing his anxious heart, Linging approached the dazed Xiao Xun'er. Oh, he died. For years later, observing Xiao Yan, once cast out from her room and now surrounded by a throng, akin to an emperor of mortals, Xiao Xun'er could only sigh. She turned her gaze to another figure in the corner, inconspicuous like dust, emanating an aura of solitude. In terms of appearance, Xiao Feng surpassed Xiao Yan slightly. Yet regarding talent, he was leagues ahead. At least, this was the prevailing belief within the Xiao clan. Only one person stands out, Xiao Xun'er. Since that fateful night, Xiao Feng has grown increasingly aloof, limiting his exchanges with Xiao Xun'er to mere greetings, let alone engaging in any sparring. Yet, Xiao Xun'er is acutely aware that Xiao Feng's prowess has become even more formidable. Strangely, she has never witnessed him unleash his strength, even when faced with bullying. He merely bows his head and refrains from retaliating. Sometimes, Xiao Yan comes to his aid, or she herself supports him. But all she receives in return is a calm and placid expression of gratitude, nothing more. His politeness borders on coldness, almost devoid of warmth. Suddenly, Xiao Xun'er chuckled, finding solace in this arrangement, as it ensured she would not be turned away when visiting his small courtyard. Occasionally, when entangled by others, she would think of retreating to Xiao Feng's abode, watching him practice his martial arts, or pouring herself a cup of tea, and her restless heart would inexplicably find tranquility. Xiao Xun'er, shall we head to the square for assembly? Xiao Yan called out with a warm smile upon seeing her. His handsome visage garnered envious glances from countless girls. Brother Xiao Yan, you go ahead, Xiao Xun'er gently declined, her gaze fixed on the distant figure of Xiao Feng. Xiao Yan did not press further, responding with an understanding nod, and then he was swept away by a throng of admirers. It was only after the crowd had begun to disperse that Xiao Feng approached. Observing his vacant expression, Xiao Xun'er felt a surge of concern that he might trip over a stone in his path. Yet, she also harbored an inexplicable anticipation. To her slight disappointment, he seemed aware of his surroundings. Otherwise, she might have offered him a steadying hand. Brother Xiao Feng, she ventured forth, walking alongside him. Before they could reach the square, they heard a tester's commanding shout, followed by a tremor beneath their feet. Brother Xiao Yan is the best. Truly a once-in-a-century genius. With Brother Xiao Yan here, the Xiao clan will surely dominate Wutan City in due time. Voices of praise and blessing echoed around them. A cacophony of admiration directed solely at Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's vacant eyes flickered with clarity as he murmured, time is running short. However, his gaze quickly clouded once more. Xiao Xun'er had grown accustomed to this. She often heard Xiao Feng utter this phrase, but had never gleaned its meaning from him. Xiao Xun'er, the tester continued to read from the list. Please wait for me, Xiao Xun'er softly urged. Adorned in a verdant dress that resembled a graceful lotus swaying in a tranquil pool, pure and innocent, exuding serenity and grace. The murmurs resumed. Though not as loud as before, yet still filled with intrigue. Xiao Feng, clearing a path through the crowd, Xiao Feng stepped forward quietly. The murmurs grew louder, now laced with mockery and derision. Xiao Feng remained unfazed, even indifferent to the jibes from Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei. That evening, Xiao Xun'er arrived at Xiao Feng's courtyard as usual, only to be surprised by his absence. Brother Xiao Yan, have you seen Brother Xiao Feng? She inquired. Oh, I think I saw him heading to the back mountain, came the response. The back mountain? Xiao Xun'er repeated to herself before dashing out. The back mountain of the Xiao estate was vast and typically deserted, enveloped in tranquility. Seated at the edge of a cliff, Xiao Feng felt an unparalleled sense of ease. A problem that had troubled him for 8 long years was finally resolved. Initially, Xiao Feng regarded his fighting energy as a form of internal power, only to discover that many of his meridians were far too fragile to withstand the volatile energy, forcing him to circulate it solely through the sturdier portions of the 8 meridians. This implied that all the techniques he had practiced in his past life were rendered useless. The martial arts of this world seemed rather rudimentary in comparison. Xiao Feng lamented this state of affairs and, undeterred by superstition, attempted to forcibly guide the fighting energy through various fragile meridians. Lacking the corresponding hand seals to direct it, the outcome was predictably disastrous. After languishing for 7 days, Xiao Feng remained undaunted and turned his attention to the seals. Though they were utterly incomprehensible, he inadvertently stumbled upon his own path. The acupoints of the human body are numerous, each exceedingly delicate yet possessing significant importance. In his previous life, they served as junctions for blood and energy. In this life, they concealed even more secrets. Through years of arduous training, The strength of Xiao Feng's soul had reached an almost terrifying level, allowing him to stretch his fighting energy into fine threads with remarkable ease. He had previously attempted to control this energy to strike at the acupoints. Though he collapsed in a pool of blood, he was astonished to discover that, after his injuries healed, his physique had grown even stronger. By channeling energy through the acupoints and connecting them with the meridians, he eagerly anticipated the day when all his meridians would be opened. Today, his spirits soared for no particular reason. He extended his right hand, fingers together, and a fierce surge of fighting energy shot forth from the Zhongchong acupoint at the tip of his middle finger, piercing through several trees like a blade, dissipating after flying over 10 meters. The 6 meridians divine sword, perhaps? Xiao Feng chuckled as he caught a leaf that floated down before him, bringing it to his lips and playing a melody. All his previous agitation evaporated, leaving his heart in a state of tranquility, and his brow finally unfurled. The sound of the leaf flute soared and resonated in all directions. Initially troubled, Xiao Xun'er felt her mood inexplicably uplifted upon hearing the sound. Her steps became lighter as she moved toward its source. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, also searching for Xiao Feng, found himself in a rather precarious situation. Accidentally intruding upon a certain cousin's bathing sanctuary, he held his breath as he witnessed her preparing to disrobe. Suddenly, a melodic sound broke the silence. From the nearby underbrush, a familiar tune echoed, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yu quickly donned her clothes, her face flushed with anger, her brows furrowed high, her entire countenance reddened with fury. Enraged, she unsheathed her sword and recklessly began slashing toward the thicket. Damn it, you crazy woman, you could kill someone. Xiao Yan was taken aback by Xiao Yu's ferocity, knowing her strikes were lethal. Then don't blame me for being rude. Equally incensed, Xiao Yan swiftly evaded the long sword, maneuvering behind Xiao Yu. And with a mischievous flourish, one hand touched her leg while the other patted her behind. Xiao Yan even felt the jiggle of her pert posterior. Time seemed to freeze as the sword-wielding Xiao Yu froze in place. But the next moment, a deafening scream shattered the tranquility of the mountains. Ah, you bastard. Scoundrel. Little brat. Just watch me as I don't chop you to pieces today. Xiao Xun'er found Xiao Feng sitting alone at the edge of a cliff, playing his tune. Silently, she approached and sat beside him. She said nothing, while he continued to play. One person played passionately, while another listened intently. It was not until a scream powerful enough to shatter the heavens erupted that Xiao Feng ceased his performance. I have never witnessed Brother Xiao Feng play a melody using leaves before, Xiao Xun'er remarked, cupping her face in wonder. It is merely a pastime, he replied, discarding the leaf from his hand, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. If it were someone else, they might scold him for being the ultimate sycophant, but in his case, the sentiment felt entirely different. This is called being infatuated, is it not? Really? A radiant smile blossomed on the girl's face, bathing her in the golden glow of the sunset, illuminating her beauty. At that moment, a voice cried out, Sister Xun'er, help! Just as Xiao Xun'er prepared to rise, Xiao Feng suddenly grasped her hand. Her cheeks flushed, and she hesitated, contemplating whether to pull away, but he had already released her grip, leaving her feeling a touch of disappointment. She remained seated, her gaze towards Xiao Feng filled with lingering sorrow and confusion. Brother Xiao Feng? He could clearly see the source of her ire. He could not fathom what he had done to provoke such anger in a girl. If he intervened further, it would only exacerbate the situation. Xiao Xun'er recalled the lecherous figure from midnight that had attempted to invade her personal space, and suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Nodding and smiling, she exclaimed, For 5 years, Brother Xiao Feng has spoken so much to me for the first time. Xiao Feng gazed into Xiao Xun'er's eyes, pondering. Is it true that those with greater talents are more inclined to seek romantic relationships? With Xiao Huahua before, and now Xiao Xun'er, they all seemed like idle fish, waiting for the Soul Emperor to harvest them. Noticing Xiao Feng's furrowed brow once more, Xiao Xun'er became cautious, as if she had committed a grave misstep. Sister Xun'er, these past few years have been consumed by cultivation. I have not had the chance to teach you. What progress have you made? Xiao Feng inquired. He no longer met her gaze, his attention drawn to the abyss beneath them. Are you unwilling to speak the truth? Xiao Xun'er appeared flustered, her hands fidgeting together as she nervously said, Brother Xiao Feng, I wish to ask you something. He nodded. The girl, glancing at the radiant youth beside her, avoided his eyes, remaining silent for nearly 20 seconds before summoning her courage. Brother Xiao Feng, do you feel that I am unworthy of you? What? Xiao Feng was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. The scenario seemed too absurd. Were it not for his feet being firmly planted, he might have leapt in shock. Upon witnessing Xiao Feng's flustered demeanor, Xiao Xun'er felt her spirits lift. He did not believe her to be unworthy. What did you just say? Xiao Feng coughed a few times and asked again. However, at that moment, Xiao Xun'er's face was flushed crimson, her head bowed, and despite Xiao Feng's persistent inquiries, she refused to utter a word. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Feng mused that the girl's springtime had arrived far too early. Chapter 5. The Tears of Longing. Brother Xiao Feng, why have you remained so restrained? Xiao Xun'er inquired, delicately sipping from her teacup, lifting her pristine chin, her snowy neck moving gracefully as she swallowed. Since that evening, Xiao Xun'er had been coming over to spend a few hours each day. But they have bullied you so. As Xiao Xun'er reminisced about those moments, she felt even more aggrieved than Xiao Feng, her brows furrowing in distress. What? How could they bully me? Xiao Feng asked, puzzled. They called you a fool and even ostracized you, Xiao Xun'er retorted, shaking her fist in dissatisfaction. I could easily defeat them with just a flick of my finger. Yet you did nothing. Oh, so you are aware of that, he replied. What? The fact that I could easily defeat them is precisely why I worry. What if I misjudge my strength and seriously injure someone? But Xiao Xun'er was led into a corner by Xiao Feng, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate a rebuttal. But they should be punished for speaking ill of me, shouldn't they? Yes, indeed. I wouldn't suffer any loss. On the contrary, I learned that Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Xiao Hu are not the types to add insult to injury. Xiao Yu, though cold in demeanor, has a warm heart. And Xiao Mei is not opportunistic. She merely lacks resolve. Moreover, I felt the meticulous care from Uncle Xiao Zhan. The deeper one stands in the valley, the more one can discern the goodness in the malice of others. Xiao Xun'er, somewhat understanding, replied, Brother Xiao Feng, I think you have a point, but... Hearing the turmoil in Xiao Xun'er's voice, Xiao Feng chuckled inwardly. As long as you succeed, any reasoning can be applied to you. That is the terrifying nature of toxic wisdom. An hour later, Xiao Feng stood up, stretching his body slightly, having not broken a single sweat. The benefits of his stance training had become negligible. Observing the smiling girl seated at the table, he raised an eyebrow. Why have you stopped practicing again? Xiao Xun'er pouted. Appearing discontent, I just finished training. Oh, did you advance? Xiao Feng poured himself a cup of tea. Xiao Xun'er flopped onto the table, pushing her cup toward him and protesting in a near-whining tone. Brother Xiao Feng, advancing is not that simple. Her silky black hair cascaded down her petite back, and in her dark eyes, there was a hint of grievance. Her face, slightly flushed, showcased her puffed cheeks and pouting lips, making her a truly enchanting sight. Xiao Feng shook his head. While she was indeed lovely, at her core, she was still a lazy fish. The world of Dopa was not vast. There was nowhere to hide, and the timeline was not long, less than 50 years. To contend with an ancient being that had lived for thousands of years was a monumental task. One must not relax. Xiao Feng had no desire to be buried before reaching 50. At that moment, a knock resonated at the gate. Xiao Feng glanced at Xiao Xun'er. It should be for you. Brother Xiao Feng, you know I am not here, Xiao Xun'er replied without lifting her gaze. Xiao Feng sighed internally, rising to open the door. He was somewhat surprised by the visitor. Uncle Xiao Zhan. Such a considerate and diligent child. Yet this world is never fair. Innate talent often outweighs hard work. How could this be? Uncle Xiao Zhan, please come in and have a seat. Xiao Feng ushered Xiao Zhan into the main hall. Xiao Xun'er, who had just been lounging, had now stood up obediently, greeting Xiao Zhan. Hello, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Zhan paused, his gaze shifting between the two with a hint of confusion. In his eyes, the disparity between the two individuals seemed as vast as the gulf between clouds and mud, leaving him perplexed as to how they could share such intimacy. Xun'er was present as well. I intended to discuss a matter with Fenger. Observing the departing silhouette of the young maiden, Xiao Zhan let out a deep sigh. Xun'er was indeed a good child, yet Sister Xun'er possessed remarkable talent, but I could only regard her as a friend. Xiao Feng completed Xiao Zhan's thoughts and poured 2 cups of tea. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly at Xiao Feng. This child remained as obedient as in their youth. Being friends with her was indeed a blessing. Following Xiao Feng's words, Xiao Zhan softly murmured, then shifted the topic, inquiring if he had been honing his body in recent years. Xiao Feng's complexion was somewhat dark, bearing a hint of bronze, a testament to the toll of long-term physical exertion. Indeed, he replied, there have been others who traversed such a path in this world, but ultimately, it cannot lead to longevity, and the harm it inflicts on the body is considerable, I believe. Xiao Feng chuckled softly. Uncle Xiao Zhan. I was already preparing to relinquish it. Oh, is that so? That is quite good. Xiao Zhan exhaled in relief, though a shadow of pain crossed his features. He continued. The primary reason I sought you today pertains to another matter. Uncle Xiao Zhan, please, speak freely. Your years within the clan have not been particularly pleasant. I find it inappropriate to meddle in the affairs among the younger generations, so I thought it best to suggest you move out to reside in a shop outside, where your monthly resources will be regularly provided. No one there will trouble you, and it will also allow for better planning for your future. Xiao Feng took a sip of tea and smiled. Uncle Xiao Zhan, who said anyone is bullying me? Everyone in the family is exceptionally talented and amiable. I truly enjoy being here. Xiao Zhan fell into silence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. I can comprehend your sentiments. I will ensure Xun'er looks after you more closely. Unless there is something urgent, it would be best if you refrain from leaving this courtyard." As Xiao Zhan departed, Xiao Feng reflected on the fact that it was commendable for his uncle to have reached this stage. "Hey, Brother Feng." At that moment, Xiao Yan walked with a buoyancy reminiscent of spring's triumph, exclaiming, "One day, I will behold all the blossoms of Chang'an. Could it be that Xiao Mei has confessed to you?" Xiao Feng teased. To his surprise, Xiao Yan truly became flustered. "Hey, Brother Feng, you mustn't speak carelessly. The one I like is none other than Sister Xun'er." Xiao Feng smirked, thinking to himself, "Xiao Xinyu, jump as you wish, in a couple of years. You shall find your own tribulations." That night, Xiao Feng sat cross-legged in meditation. Since Xiao Zhan had instructed him in the art of cultivation, he had not missed a single night of training. At present, the cyclone of fighting energy within him had become exceedingly dense by the standards of this world. He should be at the 9th star of a fighter. Xiao Feng maintained a serene demeanor, for there was little to boast about, as this cyclone had existed for 8 years. Thus, it meant that shortly after learning to cultivate, he had already become a fighter. A stagnant individual for 8 years had little cause for pride. Gazing at the cyclone within, Xiao Feng steadied his mind and once more guided his fighting energy through his right hand's acupoint using his spiritual power, relentlessly washing away the stagnant energy that obstructed it, fortifying its resilience, and gradually storing the fighting energy within. As nearly half of his energy was expended, Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, reversed the flow of his fighting energy, and with a resonant sound from his abdomen, the cyclone erupted. This is yet another discovery by Xiao Feng. Perhaps it is due to the extreme refinement of his physique during his youth. Even when the cyclone shatters, it can reassemble, albeit requiring some time. Each explosion resulting from the cyclone's fragmentation enhances the strength of his dantian, a unique acupoint that can only be tempered in such a special manner. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Feng half-crouched on the ground, persistently coughing. Was this not more powerful than the great front gate? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he struggled to sit upright, knowing that the effects of cultivation were best at this moment. The surrounding fighting energy continually converged towards the small courtyard, even stirring the winds. Why has the wind been rising so frequently lately? Xiao Yan lifted the quilt, enveloping himself within it. Xiao Feng's brother possesses so many secrets. Xiao Xun'er gazed dreamily at the courtyard opposite, unconsciously revealing a faint smile. 2 hours later, Xiao Feng rose to his feet. Observing the cyclone, which had reformed yet appeared significantly thinner, he did not pause to contemplate and collapsed directly in the courtyard, soon succumbing to the sound of snoring. The next day, when Xiao Feng awoke, he found himself lying in bed. As he sat up, a light and melodious voice emanated from the main hall. "Brother Xiao Feng, you have finally awakened." At the same time, footsteps approached, and a young girl in a light azure dress, her slender waist gently accentuated, entered with a smile. "Sister Xun'er?" Xiao Feng scratched his head, squinting at the glaring light outside. "What time is it?" It was already noon. Xiao Xun'er pouted, remarking that it was the first time she had seen her brother Xiao Feng indulge in bed. Suddenly, a waft of delicious aromas filled the air, causing Xiao Feng's stomach to rumble. Ignoring Xun'er's teasing, he swiftly rose from bed, washed up, and hurried to the main hall to feast. Xiao Xun'er sat opposite him, propping her chin on her hand, observing the handsome youth before her. She noted that she found it rather strange to discover him sleeping in the courtyard that morning. Logically, with his physique, he should not have been so weary. Out of concern, Xun'er had rashly checked on her brother Xiao Feng's condition. The girl, with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, was eager to witness his reaction. "You misunderstood," Xiao Feng replied without looking up, swallowing his food before picking up another bite with his chopsticks. To keep this secret for her brother, Xun'er had even intercepted Uncle Xiao. Otherwise, the entire Xiao family would know there was a 10-year-old fighter among them. Xun'er rolled her eyes, slightly dissatisfied with Xiao Feng's response. Cough, 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 cough. Xiao Feng swallowed the metallic taste in his mouth, extending a hand to Xun'er. "You truly misjudged the situation. If you don't believe me, just look." A gentle breeze arose around Xiao Feng, and fighting energy dispersed. Upon sensing what he had done, Xun'er instantly turned pale. "Brother Xiao Feng, you." The girl pressed her lips tightly together, her lustrous black eyes clouding with moisture. As she blinked, tears quickly formed and cascaded down her long, neat lashes. Xiao Feng was taken aback by the sight of her distress. "Don't cry, please don't cry." When he had kept silent, all seemed well. But as soon as he spoke, her tears flowed like a broken string of pearls, unstoppable. Her voice brimmed with grievance, and the emotions she had suppressed for a year erupted in an instant. "What have I done wrong? Why does brother Xiao Feng dislike me so?" Previously, disregarding Xun'er was one thing, but why now engage in such foolishness, merely to bring her sorrow? Indeed, Xiao Feng's temperament had matured, yet his ability to console a young lady was rather lacking. Upon realizing his words of comfort bore no fruit, he simply resumed eating the meal before him. Xiao Feng dined slowly, finishing with several pots of tea, while Xun'er eventually stifled her tears. She appeared as if her very soul had been drained, her demeanor lacking vitality, and her eyes devoid of luster. Lowering her head to gaze at her toes, she spoke softly, "Brother Xiao Feng, please endure a few more days. In a few days, someone will bring the elixirs. I do not dare to wish for anything more. I only hope you will not disdain them. Once you consume them, I shall depart, and you will no longer have to see me." No sooner had she uttered these words than tears welled anew in Xun'er's eyes. She covered her face, unwilling to let Xiao Feng witness her sorrow, and hurriedly ran outside. "Where are you running off to?" Xiao Feng suddenly inquired. Xun'er halted, wiped her tears, yet did not turn around, her voice calm as she replied, "If Brother Xiao Feng does not wish to see me, what else can I do?" While he pondered daily on how to lead the team in battle, his two foolish companions were preoccupied with romance. The cross-server conversations were exhausting. Chapter 6, The Fighter of One Star. To claim that Xiao Feng harbored no affection for Xun'er would be a falsehood. However, the pressure brought by the Soul Emperor was immense. In a world where a Do Saint could live for thousands of years, a mere 40 years felt exceedingly brief. To engage in romance and indulge in over 30 years of a languid existence, only to be refined into nourishment by the Soul Emperor? It was a terrifying thought. Xiao Feng gently ruffled the hair of the young girl before him. It was soft and pleasant to the touch, yet his mind wrestled with how to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, it was Xun'er who mustered the courage to shatter the silence. "Brother Xiao Feng, might you share your true thoughts with me?" His hand paused in mid-motion, and with a sigh, he asked, "By the way, why do you like me?" Engaging in romance only serves to waste time. Xun'er lifted her gaze to meet his, her face flushed with shyness, yet her eyes unwavering. Her tone was resolute. "When I first arrived, during my most sorrowful moments, it was you who stood by me. Brother Xiao Feng, when I faced danger, you risked your life to save me. Without you, I would have lost my life. Why should I not cherish my feelings for you? Am I too foolish, unworthy of you?" There was a hint of melancholy in her voice. The first beauty of the Dopa world, unworthy? Such a notion was inconceivable to Xiao Feng, who instinctively shook his head. "Is it that Brother Xiao Feng favors another girl?" she asked. "No. Is it that you are so engrossed in your cultivation that you do not wish to indulge in matters of the heart?" Xun'er pressed further. "Yes, and yet, not entirely." Xiao Feng contemplated before posing a question of his own. "If you were faced with the certainty of death unless you became stronger, what would you do?" A grave expression crossed Xun'er's face. "Is there something wrong with your health, Brother Xiao Feng?" Xiao Feng's lips twitched. How could he possibly have any ailment? "No. I am quite healthy, do not overthink it." What could the reason be? "Perhaps I could be of assistance." He hurriedly said, "All you need is to diligently cultivate." "My dear Xun'er." Confused, Xiao Xun'er pondered on the words of Xiao Feng, who often urged her to practice diligently. However, how did that relate to what he had just said? "All right, just don't be sad. There's no animosity from my side. If you ask whether I like you, I can certainly say I do. But the priority is not romance. It is cultivation and strength." Xiao Feng, observing Xiao Xun'er's dazed expression, raised his voice. "Xun'er, are you listening? Do you hear me? If you ask whether I like you, I can tell you, I do. I like you. Do you hear me? Hey, Xun'er?" "Yes. Brother Xiao Feng, I hear you." Xiao Xun'er's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Her head nodded slightly, her voice barely a whisper, her gaze averted, unable to meet Xiao Feng's eyes. Seeing the girl's demeanor, Xiao Feng smacked his forehead, his mind echoing with four words. "Oh no, disaster." Perhaps the embarrassment intensified. As Xiao Xun'er's ears turned even redder, she lowered her head and dashed outside, hesitant to face Xiao Feng. Coincidentally, Xiao Yin, passing by, witnessed Xiao Xun'er's flustered state. Momentarily bewildered, the cabbage next door has been uprooted by the pig from the opposite yard. In the evening, Xiao Feng knocked on Xiao Xun'er's door. Creak. As the door opened, Xiao Xun'er, as if jolted by electricity, released her grip and hurried into the room, leaving only her silhouette behind. "Xun'er, Brother Xiao Feng, did you come specifically to ask about this? What else could it be? Do you not want me, Xun'er?" Her voice lowered even further. "Who is it that said I possess a divine bloodline and am precocious? Step forward. To what extent have you advanced in your precociousness? Xun'er, do you know how old you are this year? I am 9 years old. And do you realize that dating a little girl is against the law? What little girl? How about this? When you turn 14, we shall have a duel. If you can defeat me, I shall take you as my wife." Xiao Feng decided to bait the tiger. Without some enticement, this girl might become a mere bystander. Yet the tale of the neighboring bystander had yet to unfold. Let it remain trivial, but you must not follow suit. "What nonsense are you spouting, Brother Xiao Feng?" Upon hearing the term wife, Xiao Xun'er fidgeted with her small hands. Her eyes fixated on her toes and instinctively swayed her hips, her long black hair following suit. Thus, for the sake of our bright future, Xun'er must strive to cultivate diligently. Xiao Feng continued to entice her. Suddenly recalling something, Xiao Xun'er lifted her head. Brother Xiao Feng, ISNT your cyclone already? Shall we test who is stronger now? If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge you as my fiancé. All right. Xiao Xun'er did not perceive this as a malicious move, but rather as an opportunity. Let us head to the back mountain. Xiao Feng, wishing to avoid alerting others, quietly departed with Xiao Xun'er towards the back mountain. Xiao Xun'er appeared disheartened. Clearly, her fighting spirit was stronger. Her martial skills were superior. But why? Oh, why was she losing? The two engaged in combat thrice, each time dominating Xiao Feng, yet victory and defeat transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for remedy. What manner of sword-like energy did Xiao Feng employ? There was scarcely any discernible fluctuation of fighting spirit, yet its potency was astounding. When did the Xiao clan acquire such profound martial techniques? Enough of these futile thoughts. One must diligently cultivate. With your exceptional talent, I shall inevitably be outmatched by you one day, Xiao Feng reassured with a smile. Indeed, Xiao Xun'er nodded confidently. For the sake of her brother, Xiao Feng, she would strive earnestly in her training. From that day forth, Xiao Xun'er's visits to Xiao Feng diminished significantly. Aside from meals and sleep, her time was consumed by cultivation. Has the young lady been affected by some stimulus? Ling Ying, who was not always present, observed her mistress's transformation and momentarily wondered if she had taken some ill-advised medicine. Time flew swiftly, and a year passed. Xiaoyan, fighter, 1 star. The entire square erupted in fervor. They had witnessed the emergence of the youngest fighter in a century. Xiao Feng. The crowd parted, revealing Xiao Feng standing at the back. Despite sharing a residence and referring to each other as brothers, the disparity in their talents rendered them a laughingstock within the Xiao clan. Unfazed by the derision in the eyes of the onlookers and the scornful whispers, Xiao Feng calmly ascended the stage and then quietly descended. Truly impressive. 7 consecutive years of first place. One wonders what misdeeds were committed to warrant such a fate. How disappointing. I had hoped for some change, yet it remains the same. Listening to these taunts and observing the mocking faces, Xiao Xun'er pondered. What expressions would you wear if you ever beheld the true nature of my brother, Xiao Feng? Yet, he has never been concerned about such matters. Xiaoyan approached Xiao Xun'er through the gap in the crowd. Xun'er, it is your turn. Oh, thank you, brother Xiaoyan. Noticing her momentary distraction, Xiao Xun'er smiled apologetically as she gracefully descended onto the stage. Xiao Feng smiled, acknowledging that Xiao Huahua was indeed a person of integrity. Even after securing 7 consecutive championships, he still called him Brother Feng. It was perplexing how those from other families seemed so superficial. As his words concluded, the figure of the young girl appeared before them. Xiao Xun'er smiled, and upon witnessing her expression, those nearby were momentarily entranced, their eyes ignited with jealousy. Such a rare smile adorned Xiao Xun'er. She often wore a serene countenance, akin to a blue lotus at the center of a tranquil pond, gazing from afar. Why would such a beautiful person bestow her smile upon a fool like Xiao Feng? He is unworthy. Of course, no one dared voice such thoughts, for the youngest fighter in a century overshadowed it all. Are we not going out to celebrate today? Xiao Feng queried, puzzled. In previous years, after each assessment, Xiao Yin would gather a group to revel, yet today, having achieved the rank of fighter, he was alone, which felt quite peculiar. Not an issue, Xiao Feng nodded. Xiao Xun'er felt an overwhelming urge to pinch him. It was always about training, and more training. How exasperating. Were it not for her inability to best him, she would surely pin him down and tease him. Xun'er is here to accompany brother Xiao Feng. The young girl's eyes sparkled with brightness, and before Xiao Feng could utter a word, she eagerly grasped his hand and led him toward the combat hall. Xiaoyan thought to himself, am I being inundated with dog food? How could brother Xiao Feng have any inclination to visit the combat hall? A gentle smile adorned the girl's face as she walked with a lively step. As long as she was with Xiao Feng, she felt an abundance of joy, even without mentioning training. Curiosity? Previously, she had been engrossed in her cultivation, merely hearing of combat techniques. Today, however, a sudden whim seized her to witness them firsthand. Xiao Xun'er wore an expression of skepticism. Since meeting Xiao Feng, he had always been the epitome of maturity and composure. Could he truly have such whimsical impulses? As for her claim of merely hearing of combat techniques, that was surely a fib. After all, there were indeed formidable combat techniques. Chapter 7. Sending invitations. A scroll casually picked up was unfurled to reveal several large yellow characters on the back. Yellow rank intermediate, shattering stone palm. How intriguing, Xiao Feng mused with a smile. Brother Xiao Feng, look here. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that the girl was also displaying a scroll, with a line inscribed on the back. Yellow rank advanced, cloud summoning hand. Without uttering a word, Xiao Feng accepted it with a smile and casually took a few more, cradling them as he proceeded. Upon reaching the administrator's desk, a minor incident unfolded during the registration process. Initially, the administrator was amiable, but upon learning that the borrower was Xiao Feng, His demeanor shifted abruptly, refusing to grant permission no matter the persuasion. Xiao Feng pleaded earnestly, nearly exhausting his eloquence, yet to no avail. He, brother Xiao Feng. Why not write Xun'er's name instead? Xiao Xun'er chuckled lightly. The administrator frowned slightly, cautioning that if the scroll were lost or damaged, the person whose name was written would be held liable for compensation. Thank you for the reminder, but I trust brother Xiao Feng. Let us write Xun'er's name. She replied, nonchalantly disregarding the concern as she took up the pen to inscribe her name, then pulled Xiao Feng to exit. Brother Xiao Feng. It has been ages since you last accompanied Xun'er for a stroll. With a sense of gratitude, she recalled how she had just rendered him considerable assistance. Please hold this for me, Xiao Feng said, extending the scrolls toward her. All right. Although slightly perplexed, the girl accepted the hefty bundle of scrolls with both hands. Just as she transferred the scrolls, Xiao Feng playfully pinched her delicate face, gently swaying it side to side. Sister Xun'er, you're quite mischievous, aren't you? Woo woo woo. With her mouth pinched shut, Xiao Xun'er could hardly articulate a response, her hands too occupied to retaliate, leaving her with wide, pleading eyes. Shopping. Xiao Xun'er's eyes lit up. This seemed to be a first invitation of sorts. Fenger, do you have something to discuss? Uncle Xiao Zhan inquired. Xiao Feng hesitated momentarily. Having just promised Xiao Xun'er a break from their usual routine, Xiao Xun'er was considerate, asking, is there something Uncle Xiao needs? Noticing the quickening bond between the two, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow but refrained from immediate comment, intending to take a moment to discuss Xiao Xun'er's background with Xiao Feng, and simply stated, there is a matter I would like Fenger to assist with. Uncle Xiao Zhan need not stand on ceremony with his nephew. I am free and at your service. So please speak freely about any matters at hand, Xiao Feng inquired. Xiao Zhan responded, regarding Xun'er's breakthrough to the fighter level. I initially thought a simple family gathering would suffice. However, several elders suggested inviting other families, viewing it as an opportunity to elevate the prestige of the Xiao family. Their intentions are well-meaning, yet the task of sending out invitations has left me somewhat uncertain. Dinger is not present in the family, Lier is currently in seclusion, and Xun'er, with his passionate temperament, is prone to attracting trouble. The entire Wutan city is aware of our uncle-nephew relationship, and by nature, you, Feng, are the most suitable to handle this. Still, I worry that the biting remarks may cause you undue distress. Xiao Feng chuckled, questioning why there was any need for such concern. Allow me to handle this matter. Those disparaging remarks hold little significance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan did not feel relieved. Instead, his worry for Xiao Feng's disposition deepened. I will arrange for Captain Uzi to accompany you. Do not force yourself, and should you feel wronged, simply leave the matter to Captain Uzi. Uncle Xiao, let Xun'er accompany brother Xiao Feng. Xiao Xun'er interjected suddenly. Xiao Zhan was taken aback, but acquiesced, letting out a sigh of complex emotions as he resolved to prepare the invitations. Initially, he was apprehensive that other family factions might bully Xiao Feng. Now, he was genuinely concerned that they would. These two youngsters are truly a handful. The invitations soon arrived, and Xiao Feng perused them, noting the presence of the Yuba family, the Jelly family, the Middle Auction House, and the City Lord's Mansion. He understood that the actual list of invitees extended far beyond this, including numerous affluent merchants. Yet it was unnecessary for him to make the rounds personally. You seem quite pleased, Xiao Feng remarked, glancing at the ever-smiling Xiao Xun'er. Of course, I am delighted to go out with brother Xiao Feng. Xiao Xun'er replied candidly, though she added, however, our relationship with the Jelly family has always been strained. We have yet to reach the point of open conflict. It is merely an invitation, and nothing significant will arise from it. Xiao Feng dismissed her concern. Let us proceed. All right. Xiao Xun'er eagerly linked her arm with Xiao Feng's. Captain Uzi was already waiting at the entrance of the Xiao family estate, flanked by 4 individuals standing at attention. Quite commendable, Xiao Feng thought to himself, satisfied not only with their abilities but also with their impressive demeanor. He smiled at Captain Uzi, saying, thank you for your assistance. Uzi, with his typically stoic expression, replied, it is my duty to serve the family. The group of 6 then set out. The Yuba family proved to be quite accommodating, with their patriarch, Uba Pa, personally greeting them and assuring them of his cooperation. Quite adept at navigating social currents, Xiao Xun'er whispered, you are indeed astute. Yet, why are you so perplexed when it comes to matters of the heart? Xiao Feng teased. Someone as exceptional as brother Xiao Feng is truly a once-in-a-millennium encounter. Now that I have met him, I cannot let the opportunity slip by, Xiao Xun'er replied, her cheeks flushed as she seized the moment to express her feelings. Tilting his head slightly, Xiao Feng observed the girl who was half a head shorter than him. An odd thought crossed his mind. Why did it feel as though he was the one being pursued? Gently squeezing the girl's hand, Xiao Feng spoke in a voice only discernible to the two of them. 40 years is but a fleeting moment. Do strive diligently in your cultivation. Xiao Xun'er pouted, as the mere mention of those 2 words made her feel uneasy all over. Young Master Xiao Feng, ahead lies the Gale family. Uzi suddenly interjected. In recent years, the relationship between our two families has deteriorated significantly. Perhaps we should, Captain Uzi, we've come this far. Allow me to take the lead. If we falter, it could put Uncle Xiao Zhan in a difficult position. Xiao Feng shook his head, displaying no concern. Very well then. Uzi refrained from further protest and stepped forward to inform the guards of their purpose. Oh, so that's the illustrious Xiao Feng. The guard exclaimed with a mocking glance before turning to announce their arrival. The emergence of a fighter from the Xiao family was indeed a matter of significance. Though he jested, he dared not harbor ill intentions regarding this affair. Uzi seethed with anger. Although it hadn't escalated to the point of disgrace, the animosity between the two families was palpable. To insult Xiao Feng was tantamount to insulting the entire Xiao family. How could he possibly swallow this affront? Captain Uzi, Xiao Feng called out. Silence enveloped both parties as they awaited the proceedings. Xiao Feng offered a noncommittal hum. Gale had approached the entrance, his gaze lingering on Xiao Xun'er for some time before shifting to Xiao Feng, his disdain unmistakable. Is this the so-called genius of the renowned Xiao family? Xiao Feng maintained an expression of calm indifference, nodding slightly. Indeed, he was a genius, one capable of keeping Xiao Xun'er beneath him. Few among the young generation of Dopa could rival that. TSK, your audacity truly astounds me. Galeo's smile vanished, replaced by a cold tone. What brings such a notorious individual to deliver an invitation? Has the Xiao family fallen so low that they must send forth someone like you? A gentle breeze stirred, causing the corners of garments to flutter. Tension surged through everyone present. Was the Gale family prepared to take action against the Xiao family? For a moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. Uzi's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his eyes wide with fury, just as Xiao Feng's voice pierced the silence once more. Captain Uzi, please step back. Xiao Feng spoke with an air of tranquility, devoid of any trace of anger. Yet Uzi was reluctant. He understood that Xiao Feng was timid, having endured years of ridicule without retort. If he were to retreat today, the Xiao family might find it difficult to lift their heads in Wutan City. Today, Uzi would rather die than step back. Brother Uzi, trust in brother Xiao Feng. He will not let Uncle Xiao down. Xiao Xun'er's voice resonated, pulling Uzi backward. As they retreated, the girl cast a lingering glance at Gale, unnoticed by others. As a flicker of golden fire flashed in her eyes, Uzi, unwilling to yield, found himself unable to control his body, nearly being dragged away by Xiao Xun'er. In that moment, his emotions surged. Throughout their journey, he had discerned Xiao Xun'er's deep admiration for Xiao Feng, leading him to ponder. Miss Xun'er is truly remarkable. How extraordinary must be the young master Xiao Feng, whom she idolizes. At this juncture, Xiao Feng stepped forward. Today, I represent the Xiao family to present an invitation to the Gale family. Do you dare accept it? He wore an expression of indifference. Yet his voice resonated with a striking vigor. It was one thing for his own child to ignore him. But what audacity did you possess to leap about as an outsider? Who granted you such courage? To accept or not to accept? Acceptance would imply a concession of inferiority. Refusal? He, Gale, could not presume to represent the Gale family in making such a decision. Yet, this dilemma was one he must confront alone. Galeo's countenance darkened as he realized that the rumored waste was not as simple as he had presumed. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, a cruel smile emerged on his lips. The Gale family has always allied with the strong, since you represent the Xiao family in delivering an invitation. Whether it reaches my hands will depend on your capabilities. Master Xiao Feng, Uzi suddenly interjected, just as Xiao Feng was about to signal him to refrain from interference. Uzi's next words caught him off guard. Master Xiao Feng, go for it. Regaining his composure, Xiao Feng turned his gaze back to Gale, challenging him to test his prowess. What did it signify for you to hide behind the Gale family's insignia? Galeo's fury ignited. What stature did he possess that a mere waste like Xiao Feng could provoke him? Despite his seething anger, he maintained his composure and coldly retorted. What need have I to engage in combat with someone of your ilk? With that, he pointed at a nearby guard. You there? Go and experience the prowess of this so-called genius, Master Xiao. Yes. The guard complied, advancing toward Xiao Feng. Uzi's expression darkened. How could a mere guard dare to engage Master Xiao Feng? Were they not meant to be mere spectators? Just as he prepared to intervene, Xiao Feng had already begun to move. In a swift motion, he stepped forward, deflecting the guard's attack, and followed it up with a powerful Iron Mountain strike. Bang! The guard crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. Gale, if you continue to hide there, the Gale family need not extend an invitation. Chapter 8, The Eager Dog. Since you are so eager for your demise, I have nothing further to say. Gale descended with a stoic demeanor. In the brief span of a few steps, a thought struck him, one related to Xiao Feng, before he had earned the title of waste. Back then, the entire city of Wutan was aware of the Xiao family's prodigy, who could split bricks with his bare hands at the age of 4 and shatter boulders. Damn! How careless. As this thought crossed his mind, Gale grew increasingly vigilant. The guard was not significantly weaker than him, yet had fallen so easily. This Xiao Feng, who had never revealed his strength, suddenly appeared profound and inscrutable. If he could split bricks at 4, he must be 11 now, right? Surely he couldn't have stagnated. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became. Channeling all his fighting spirit, he unleashed his full power. Low-level mystic technique, Azure Wind Fist. A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air as his fist generated immense wind pressure, stirring up dust around him, aimed directly at Xiao Feng. Clad in flowing robes that billowed, Xiao Feng stood resolutely like a flagpole, unyielding as a mountain. Die? Seeing Xiao Feng remain motionless, Gale assumed he was stunned by the spectacle of such a technique and sought to seize the opportunity to strike. In that fleeting moment, he had already concocted a rationale. Xiao Feng had provoked the dignity of the Gale family and assaulted the gatekeeper, deserving of his fate. Just as the fist was about to make contact with Xiao Feng's chest, he sprang into action. He staggered his feet and twisted his body. The fist barely grazing his chest, the fierce wind generated tearing his garments to shreds, resonating through the air with an explosive sound. Alas, it missed. The instant Gale realized this, a sharp pain surged through his chest, accompanied by the ominous crack of bones. Before he could utter a cry, darkness enveloped him. Elbowing with precision, with his outstretched arm retracted, Xiao Feng cast a glance at his chest and sighed inwardly, acknowledging his carelessness in underestimating his opponent. He retrieved the invitation from the Gale family and nonchalantly tossed it onto the prostrate Gale. Addressing the other astonished gatekeeper, the invitation has been delivered. We shall take our leave now. Who dares to harm another at the gates of the Gale family? Gale Bai? Xiao Feng turned to face Gale Bai, squinting. Are you intending to detain me for a meal? Presumptuous. Gale Bai seethed with rage, casually flicking his wrist, conjuring a crescent blade of wind that soared toward Xiao Feng with a howl. The blade, over a meter wide, was upon him in an instant. Xiao Feng's expression darkened. The might of this wind blade was formidable, and even a fighter would not emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. Gale Bai harbored murderous intent. As Xiao Feng braced himself to withstand the impending attack, and as Xiao Xun'er prepared to intervene, a lion's roar echoed. And a shadow appeared beside Xiao Feng like a flash of lightning. The wind blade neared, but the once fearsome attack dissipated abruptly before that figure. Uncle Xiaozhan. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Xiaozhan nodded slightly, stepping forward with a tone laced with mockery. Gale, old man. How disgraceful to personally engage a junior at your own doorstep. Xiaozhan. Gale Bai's countenance darkened. A flicker of resentment in his gaze as he pointed at the fallen Gale. Your Xiao family has committed violence at the gates of the Gale family. Should there not be an explanation? Explanation? Have you lost your wits? Xiaozhan scoffed. In 2 days, my Xiao family shall open its doors to all. If you seek an explanation, you may come then. With that, Xiaozhan took Xiao Feng by the arm and departed, Xiao Xun'er hastening to follow, with the others trailing closely behind. As they left, he looked at Xiao Feng, after delivering the invitation, come find me. Observing Xiao Feng's sullen expression, Xiao Xun'er couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. What are you smiling at? Xiao Feng lightly tapped the smooth forehead of the girl. Xiao Xun'er shielded her head, murmuring, brother Xiao Feng always bullies me. Xiao Feng cleared his throat, feigning ignorance. Had it not been for Captain Uzi's guidance, they surely would have lost their way in Wutan City today. On the return journey, a wry smile crept across Xiao Feng's face as he realized this was his inaugural venture beyond the gates of the Xiao family. Young Master Xiao Feng, you jest. Uzi remarked, his tone growing warmer after witnessing Xiao Feng's prowess. This continent ultimately reveres martial strength. After our recent affront to the Gale family, it is indeed perilous. If you truly wish to explore further, let us embark together. Captain Uzi's expression was one of deep concern. Uncle Xiaozhan. In the alley, Xiao Feng released Xiao Xun'er's hand and exhaled slowly. Honestly, they were clearly a lighting group. How could they resemble mere light bulbs? Xiao Xun'er appeared particularly cautious, tilting her head slightly to glance outside, confirming that Uzi and the others had not caught up. Her complexion bore a hint of unease, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Brother Xiao Feng, is it really appropriate to do this? Xiao Feng playfully pinched Xiao Xun'er's nose, knowing it might be inappropriate, yet she still smiled so brightly. Before Xiao Xun'er could protest, Xiao Feng stepped forward. Let us go. I intend to visit several places today. A smile blossomed on Xiao Xun'er's face, akin to a newly bloomed blue lotus, as she followed closely behind. Xun'er, yes? Jalio's bones are broken in several places. Let him be. Xiao Feng's words left Xiao Xun'er somewhat perplexed. Do not feign ignorance. You must not sneak out at midnight to meddle, understand? When one is joyful, it is best to refrain from mentioning unhappy matters. Brother Xiao Feng, do you know the person in charge of the Maitel auction house? Are you referring to Yafei? I do not know her. Xiao Feng's gaze wandered among the shops lining the street, and he uttered the words almost without thought. Huh. Xiao Feng chuckled lightly, turning back to approach Xiao Xun'er, taking her hand to continue forward. You truly are a jealous one. Xiao Xun'er allowed him to hold her hand. Yet her expression remained unchanged, though her cheeks puffed up a tad more. She was indeed upset. She required soothing. Xun'er, Xiao Feng suddenly spoke. Yes. Her response was neither warm nor cold, indicating she was listening, inviting him to share whatever he wished. If my presence has disrupted the fate you had established, would you resent me? Xiao Feng's tone was calm, as if recounting another's tale. Were this world devoid of me, you would still thrive there. A person you cherish would appear, and that individual would likewise adore you, leading to a perfect conclusion. Xiao Xun'er was momentarily taken aback, exhaling sharply as she suppressed her inner turmoil. Brother Xiao Feng, I do not comprehend your meaning. Xiao Feng halted, letting out a sigh, walking through the darkness. A bright path lay beside him, tempting yet entirely beyond his control. The more one strives to draw near, the more one tends to drift away. One may not even discern whether what lies ahead is a road, thorns, or an abyss. Xiao Xun'er had never encountered this side of Xiao Feng. He was typically composed and brimming with confidence, as if the world were at his fingertips. Yet now, despite maintaining his usual nonchalance, an unprecedented unease lingered about him. This realization only heightened Xiao Xun'er's anxiety. She gently leaned against Xiao Feng, wrapping her arms around him from behind, her cheek pressed against his sturdy back. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Brother Xiao Feng, though I do not know what has transpired with you, all you have said are mere hypotheticals. I cannot ascertain what would happen without you. I only know that it is Brother Xiao Feng who shields me from danger. I seek not the what-ifs, but only you. Brother Xiao Feng. Regardless of the darkness that Brother Xiao Feng speaks of, Xun'er merely wishes for him to know that she will always stand by his side, even if that place is shrouded in shadows or fraught with death. Xiao Feng shuddered, feeling a warm current emanating from the gentle figure behind him, flowing into his heart like a soothing stream. In that fleeting moment, his spirit soared, akin to a city dweller beholding the boundless ocean for the first time. Filled with unbridled ambition, at that instant, he sincerely thanked the original author, for he had come to understand the essence of Xiao Xun'er, which gave him the courage to express such sentiments. He then realized that there existed a devoted maiden, willing to accompany him through the passage of time, even unto eternity. The first ardent admirer in Dopa, Xiao Xun'er, you have triumphed. The icy demeanor has been softened by your affection. Xiao Xun'er remained still in his embrace, her voice as gentle as the spring breeze caressing the willows. Brother Xiao Feng, it is Xun'er who ought to express her gratitude. The young girl felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Brother Xiao Feng, I am truly grateful for your words and for choosing me. Suddenly, a cough echoed nearby, startling Xiao Xun'er as if struck by lightning. She stiffened momentarily before struggling to escape from Xiao Feng's arms, her head bowed, cheeks flushed crimson, her small hands twisting nervously. Her voice barely audible. Uncle Xiao Feng, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor that of a seasoned man, his composure as solid as a fortress. Discovering the truth of a youthful romance. There was no embarrassment here. It was a moment to hold his head high, for he had a beloved. Chapter 9, An Old Map. With the appearance of Xiao Feng's leisurely shopping plans were utterly shattered, leaving him standing in the main hall, under the scrutiny of onlookers. Father, did you just say Brother Feng defeated Gale? Xiaoyan asked incredulously, and it was determined in an instant. What nonsense is this? Shouldn't I be the protagonist? Xiao Zhan paid no heed to Xiaoyan, or perhaps he was simply oblivious to his words, for all his attention was captivated by Xiao Feng. Fenger, how deep do your talents run? Xiao Zhan inquired with a smile. Indeed, in such a small Xiao family. How fortunate to have nurtured two prodigies like you in the Dragon and Phoenix. Xiao Feng could only smile wryly. Uncle Xiao Zhan, you are mistaken. I merely spent more time honing my body. My physical strength is somewhat superior to my peers. Moreover, as you know, such disparities will gradually diminish with the enhancement of one's cultivation. Xiao Zhan seemed doused with cold water, his brows knitting together involuntarily. Is that so? Xiaoyan, however, was filled with skepticism. No, Brother Feng, you must be deceiving us. Xiao Feng blinked, feigning confusion. Uncle Xiao Zhan treats me as his own son. How could I possibly deceive him? Besides, having grown up alongside you, do you not know what I have done daily? With a sigh, Xiao Feng continued, Brother, let us not dwell on my lack of talent. Before Xiao Yin could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Zhan. Yes, Uncle Xiao Zhan, you should rest early. Understood, Father. The two departed together. Fire, do you think Uncle Xiao Zhan feels lonely at night? Xiao Feng suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yin was initially taken aback, then fell into a daze. Indeed, this matter requires a gradual approach. Observing the collapse of Xiao Yan's worldview, Xiao Feng felt an instant surge of satisfaction. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Xiao Feng promptly sat cross-legged to cultivate. In this life, besides striving to defeat the sole heavenly emperor and survive, He now had another person worth risking his life to protect. That night, Xiao Feng practiced until dawn. Although those who cultivate fighting energy have significantly lower sleep requirements. He was not yet a fighter, so he was still half asleep during breakfast. Brother Xiao Feng, are you all right? Shortly after finishing their meal, Xiao Xun'er approached him. Her delicate face filled with concern. His beloved was worried about him. Thinking this, Xiao Feng forced his eyes open and revealed a gentle smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just stayed up all night practicing and feel a bit tired. Xiao Yan was quite displeased. The girl he secretly admired was running off with another man, flaunting their affection in front of him, which was hard to swallow. Xun'er, I'm sorry. We had planned to go shopping today, he lamented, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Shopping can wait, Brother Xiao Feng. You should rest. Your health is paramount, Xiao Xun'er replied, holding his hand with a faint smile. All right, Xiao Feng, not one to be overly sentimental, savored the warmth of her hand while gradually drifting into a similarly warm dream. Ha ha ha, Xiao Feng, are you truly strong? You can't even protect your own woman. A shadowy figure loomed in the distance, gripping the girl's delicate neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly. The voice was cold, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. Look, the ancient clan has fallen, yet she stands to defend you. This foolish girl, she dies because of you. The girl gazed back, her exquisite face radiating warmth and smiles. Her lips moved silently, yet her meaning was clear. Brother Xiao Feng, Xun'er is so happy in this life. Before she could finish, an endless surge of fighting energy erupted from the shadow, rushing toward the girl with overwhelming force. Don't. He wished to cry out. But no sound escaped his lips. He wished to save her, yet could not move. Xiao Feng could only watch helplessly as the girl transformed into a rain of blood, dissipating into specks of light alongside the Golden Emperor's flames. A heart-wrenching cry escaped Xiao Feng's lips. The dream had faded, yet the sorrow lingered in his heart, an ache so deep that each breath was filled with anguish. Brother Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Soon after, Xiao Xun'er appeared before him, her face etched with worry. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan approached. Brother Feng, are you all right? Xiao Feng's eyes still held a trace of confusion and fear. However, that confusion and fear quickly transformed into determination. Ignoring Xiao Yan's gaze, he pulled the girl into his embrace, feeling the tangible warmth of her hair, whispering, Xun'er, I will never let you go again. Xiao Yan's concern dissipated in an instant, his expression darkening, but out of respect for Xiao Feng's emotional turmoil. He chose to remain silent and left. In the courtyard, only the embrace of the young boy and girl remained. Brother Xiao Feng, Xun'er will never leave you. The girl spoke softly, though a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. After a considerable pause, Xiao Feng's emotions settled, yet the lingering sensation of heartache remained. He glanced outside and asked, Xun'er, what time is it now? Rubbing his stomach, he felt a pang of hunger. Gently pushing the girl aside, he leapt from the bed, exclaiming, how about we go shopping? Brother Xiao Feng, if anything arises that you cannot resolve on your own, you must tell Xun'er, she urged, her concern deepening due to the stark contrast in his demeanor. He playfully pinched her cheek, smiling, do not worry, the world is vast, and there is nowhere I cannot go. Observing Xiao Feng's exuberant spirit, Xun'er smiled in return, though a subtle unease lingered within her. Did her brother know something she did not? Wutan City was not a large city, or so Xiao Feng had always believed, a notion that persisted until today. How could it be this vast? He thought despondently. A city rivaling the towns of his past life. How many people and how much time would it take to construct such towering walls? Fortunately, the lively areas were confined to a few markets, which offered Xiao Feng a glimmer of hope amidst his despair. Xun'er chuckled. It seems Brother Xiao Feng has little concept of Wutan City. Ignoring her objections, Xiao Feng tousled her hair. I rarely venture out from the Xiao residence. How could I possibly understand Wutan City? Xun'er replied with a melodic tone. Currently, Wutan City boasts 3 major markets and over a dozen commercial streets. Near the middle auction house, a small market has also emerged. During off hours, many stall owners, reluctant to pay protection fees, set up there, as disruptions are seldom tolerated in that vicinity. Additionally, numerous scattered trading posts are overseen by the city authorities. She inquired with a teasing smile. I wonder where Brother Xiao Feng plans to explore today? Xiao Feng rubbed his stomach and decided, first, let us find something to eat. However, Xun'er displayed a hint of distress. What's wrong? He asked. Does Brother Xiao Feng not realize? In such a precious place, who would dare run a restaurant? Xiao Feng was taken aback. Who knew that the people of Wutan cooked for themselves? Well, perhaps they may not be full, but they certainly won't go hungry, he chuckled, enjoying the warmth of the pastries still radiating from his hands. The market nearest to the Xiao residence was naturally under their control. As they arrived, a respectful figure approached them, introducing himself as Pain, the captain of the guard. Young Master Xiao Feng, Miss Xun'er, if you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Our people are everywhere in the market. Seeing Pain's earnest demeanor and respectful attitude, Xiao Feng nodded with a smile, reflecting, Uncle Xiaozhan is thoughtful. The market streets were bustling, filled with shops and stalls, an overwhelming array of weapons, armor, and healing potions, with the occasional magical core and combat techniques attracting spectators. Though few inquired about prices. How simple it is, Xiao Feng mused, no food to be found, and not even anything to play with. No wonder Xiao Huahua is always teasing others. It seems that in this world, only women can truly play. What is so simple? Xiao Xun'er, unable to comprehend Xiao Feng's meaning, cast a puzzled glance in his direction. You will understand in due time, Xiao Feng replied with a subtle smile. Once he had subdued the Soul Heaven Emperor, even if he were to proclaim himself the successor, no one would dare to rise and contest his claim. There's also someone selling maps. Noticing a distinct stall, Xiao Feng approached it. Sir, how much for this map? 100 gold coins. The vendor replied without even lifting his eyelids. Although Xiao Feng had never purchased anything before, he received an allowance each month and had a fair understanding of the prices in this world. The cost of this map was indeed exorbitant. Observing the vendor's apparent reluctance to explain the steep price, curiosity piqued. Xiao Feng picked up a copy to inspect what was peculiar about it. If you can't afford it, don't touch it, the vendor added dismissively. Xiao Feng clicked his tongue, unfurling the map for a glance. This map appears utterly ordinary. How could it possibly be worth 100 gold coins? Tear it and see, the vendor retorted, still indifferent to the two. But there was an unmistakable hint of pride in his tone. A map made from the hide of high-level magical beasts? Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, gripping the center of the map and applying slight pressure. With a rip, the map tore apart. At last, the vendor opened his eyes, affirming 100 gold coins. Chapter 10. The Vibrant Attributes. Suna, let go? I swear I will slay him. Xiao Feng exclaimed, clutching a long knife snatched from a neighboring stall. His face contorted with rage. Brother Xiao Feng, he has already admitted his mistake. Please don't be angry, Xiao Xun'er implored, recognizing the sincerity in Xiao Feng's expression. She dared not release her hold. Should she truly harm him, Uncle Xiaozhan would surely scold her, as this was their family's market. Meanwhile, the elderly map vendor cowered behind the guards of the Xiao family, trembling with fear. Had he known it was the young master of the Xiao family, he would never have set such a price. Old Nick, I have warned you countless times that this is unwise. You never listen. Now, I cannot save you, Pain lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Lord Pain, please speak on my behalf. I have already given the map to young Master Xiao Feng. Why won't he spare me? Old Nick pleaded pathetically. Let me give him a sword strike. Xiao Feng fumed further. Is this about the map? He is insulting my intelligence. He is mocking me. Uncle Pain, please take that vendor away. I can manage here. Xiao Xun'er felt her grip slipping. Oh, very well. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Xun'er. Before Xiao Xun'er spoke, Pain dared not release Old Nick, but now that she had intervened, Old Nick slipped away on his own accord. After this incident, Xiao Feng completely lost his desire to continue shopping. He raised his right hand, a look of surprise crossing his face. I forgot to return this knife. Xiao Xun'er smiled. Brother Xiao Feng, I have already paid for it. Xiao Feng nodded, understanding her character. Inquiring about the price at this moment would only upset her, so he chose not to dwell on the matter. Xun'er, do you think I am too foolish? Reflecting upon the previous events, Xiao Feng remained engulfed in resentment, having lost faith in the notion of fortuitous encounters, deeming them all deceitful. He. Xiao Xun'er hurriedly covered her mouth, stifling her laughter as she replied. Not at all. At that time, Brother Xiao Feng was rather endearing. Xiao Feng's heart felt ashen. Even when his wife sought to comfort him, she laughed so heartily. Truly, there was no hope for him. Fortunately, the matter did not spread, and everything came to a halt there. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiao Feng placed down his long blade, suddenly noticing the combat techniques he had previously borrowed, carelessly piled to one side, seemingly forgotten. Yet, the vividness of his dreams left him restless and deeply anxious, extinguishing any desire to peruse the techniques. Only through cultivation could he regain a semblance of tranquility. Just as he was about to gather his thoughts, a sudden notion flashed through his mind. An alchemist. Long ago, Xiao Feng had contemplated the idea of becoming an alchemist. However, his youth and the lack of feasible methods had led him to suppress that aspiration. Now, the urgency for strength rekindled the thought within him. In this world, alchemists existed as a common entity, capable of creating potions in life and serving as remedies in death. Xiao Feng sighed, still uncertain of his own attributes, realizing that further contemplation was necessary. However, I could first ascertain my attributes. With that thought, his eagerness reignited. Since he could not calm his mind, he might as well verify it. He wondered if Xun'er had any testing crystals. With that in mind, Xiao Feng knocked on Xiao Xun'er's courtyard door. Brother Xiao Feng? Upon opening the door, Xiao Xun'er was taken aback, her eyes widening with a mix of joy and confusion. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Xiao Feng inquired. No. No. Brother Xiao Feng, please come in and sit, she urged. Xiao Feng refrained from entering, adhering to the decorum of propriety. No need, it's just a simple inquiry. Xiao Xun'er became even more puzzled. Xiao Feng rarely sought her out, especially at this hour, which made her voice take on a serious tone. What is the question? Noticing her change in demeanor, Xiao Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, waving his hand. No need to be so tense. I merely came to ask if you have a testing crystal. A testing crystal? Xiao Xun'er exhaled in relief. I just happen to have one. But I'm curious about what Brother Xiao Feng needs it for. As she spoke, the young girl flipped her hand, revealing a translucent crystal orb that she casually held in her palm, seemingly indifferent to its significance. You really have one. Xiao Feng chuckled. I wish to ascertain my attributes, but I don't want to alarm the family, so I sought your assistance. Xiao Xun'er still struggled to comprehend her brother's intentions. Demonstrating greater talent would lead the family to allocate more resources, creating a beneficial cycle. She gazed at Xiao Feng, but he appeared to reject that notion. Indeed. Then many girls would surround me, calling me Brother Xiao Feng. He laughed. Xiao Xun'er wrinkled her nose at him, then earnestly stated, even if that were the case, I wouldn't mind. Xiao Feng felt a warmth in his heart, shaking his head. As of now, I do not require that many resources for cultivation. May I borrow the testing crystal? Asked Xiao Xun'er, gazing intently at Xiao Feng. Brother Xiao Feng, you must possess at least the strength of a fighter to invoke a reaction from the testing crystal. A fighter, you say? Xiao Feng mused, suddenly grasping Xiao Xun'er's hand. Come, let us find another place. Xiao Xun'er was taken aback, putting away the testing crystal as she inquired, where are we going? Follow me, Xiao Feng replied cryptically. They hurried along, guided by Xiao Feng until they arrived at the back mountain of the Xiao family. Brother Xiao Feng? Confusion deepened in Xiao Xun'er's eyes. There shouldn't be anyone here, but just to be cautious and to fend off any beasts, please keep watch for me. After speaking, Xiao Feng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. As the tranquil night progressed, a stirring began to emerge. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind began to rise, encircling Xiao Feng within a 10-foot radius, lifting dust and dry leaves that danced around him. The fighting energy in the air swirled like water escaping from an overflowing basin, coiling incessantly. Its richness rendered the invisible fighting energy slightly colorful, resembling a funnel, with the infinite sky above and Xiao Feng below. Xiao Xun'er, her lips slightly parted and eyes wide with astonishment, had never seen or heard of such a method of cultivating fighting energy. It was far beyond her comprehension. A mode of existence she could scarcely dare to imagine. Unmoving in the wind, Xiao Feng remained tranquil, his eyes closed yet his aura steadily ascending. After 20 minutes, he opened his eyes, which shone brightly, a glimmer flashing as he re-emerged as a 9-star fighter. Xiao Feng waved a hand before Xiao Xun'er, who seemed utterly astonished by the extraordinary spectacle. Xiao Feng gazed at the girl in disbelief. Has your reflexes truly become this extraordinary? All right, where's the crystal? Xiao Feng extended his hand once more. Oh, Xiao Xun'er hastily retrieved the testing crystal, suddenly recalling something. With a serious tone, she asked, Brother Xiao Feng, have you shared your talent with anyone else? Xiao Feng shook his head. Sighing in relief, Xiao Xun'er said earnestly, if you lack cultivation resources, I can provide them. But this matter must not reach a third party. A hint of fear crossed the girl's brow. She wished she had remained oblivious to today's events. If she ever let slip a word, it could bring untold danger to Brother Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng stepped closer, playfully pinching Xiao Xun'er's delicate cheek. Silly girl, do you think I am that foolish? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xun'er finally handed over the testing crystal. By the way, what is your attribute? Xiao Feng suddenly inquired. It seemed she had concealed her true strength. Xiao Feng nodded. What is your real level now? Xiao Xun'er pouted, her tone tinged with resentment, as if her divine bloodline were a mere illusion. After all, how could she compare to Brother Xiao Feng? What more was there to say? Xiao Feng ceased his questioning, cradling the testing crystal as he gently infused it with fighting energy, seeking to probe its depths. Then, Brother Xiao Feng, yes? Have you infused your fighting energy into it? Indeed, I have. Is that bad? Xiao Xun'er took the testing crystal, cautiously infusing a strand of into it, and instantly, a radiant red light erupted. Brother Xiao Feng, why don't you give it another try? Xiao Feng summoned more to merge within. The testing crystal remained motionless. Unwilling to accept defeat, he channeled an even denser, enveloping the entire crystal. Yet, it still showed no response. Sunu? Brother Xiao Feng, I am here. Do you think I am a worthless being without attributes? Without attributes, one cannot cultivate techniques. Without techniques, the future is shrouded in darkness. Brother Xiao Feng, you mustn't say such things. Perhaps your attribute is simply too unique for the testing crystal to recognize, Xiao Xun'er speculated, her brow furrowed. What attributes can this crystal currently identify? Xiao Feng inquired softly, his tone tinged with an inappropriate glimmer of hope. It can reportedly discern most attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, darkness, rock, and sand. It seems Brother Xiao Feng's attribute is indeed remarkable, Xiao Xun'er replied, her eyes filled with concern. Yet she did not forget to comfort him. After a brief silence, Xiao Xun'er suddenly recalled something. Oh, Brother Xiao Feng, can you perceive the color of the? Perceive? Let me give it a try. Xiao Feng closed his eyes, calming his mind to observe the color of the. When his heart was as tranquil as water. He saw it. It seems to be red. No, it's yellow. Now it looks green, or is it blue? Why has it turned black again? Xiao Feng opened his eyes, wearing a peculiar expression, his tone betraying a mixture of joy and sorrow. I saw it. You saw it. Xiao Xun'er exclaimed in delight. What color is it? I saw a rainbow color. Xiao Feng said with a wry smile. Rainbow color? Xiao Xun'er looked perplexed. It should be described as a kaleidoscopic black and a vibrant, resplendent white. Chapter 11. A path always taken yet never considered. As they parted, Xiao Xun'er cautioned Xiao Feng. Brother Xiao Feng, please do not mention this to anyone. Good night, Brother Xiao Feng. After watching him enter the small courtyard, she closed the gate with a solemn expression. Entering her bedroom, she softly called, Old Ling? In the darkness, a figure emerged. Miss, I am here. You saw what happened tonight, didn't you? Xiao Xun'er's gaze flickered with golden flames. This matter was too crucial, making her doubt even her own trust. Linging sighed silently and replied, Miss, I can only assure you that no fourth person will learn of this. As the golden light in her eyes faded, Xiao Xun'er nodded, her voice tinged with remorse. I am sorry, Old Ling. It is not that I do not trust you, but if this matter were to leak, Brother Xiao Feng would suffer greatly. Linging nodded. Since that night, his mistress's heart had been entirely tethered to that young man. If anything were to befall him, it would surely grieve her deeply. Contemplating this, he let out a sigh and murmured, Let us hope that lad is truly extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the depths of the mistress's devotion. Xiao Feng found himself unable to sleep any longer. His thoughts drifting back to the scenes from the back mountain, feeling as if he were in a dream. In order to verify the true essence of Xiao Feng's fighting spirit, Xiao Xun'er produced several scrolls of profound techniques, varying in levels and attributes. One could not help but marvel at her wealth of resources. Practitioners of fire attributes would find their fighting spirit transformed into a crimson hue, while those who ventured into water techniques would not only fail to manifest any color, but might also risk succumbing to madness due to conflicting attributes. This was a predicament without remedy. Though it was Xiao Feng's first encounter with such techniques, his learning speed was astonishingly rapid. After a brief moment of contemplation regarding the flow of his energy, he succeeded in a little under a minute. The red fighting spirit manifested. Xiao Xun'er smiled, realizing that her brother Xiao Feng possessed a fire attribute as well. However, he set aside the fire technique scroll and picked up the water attribute scroll, suppressing Xiao Xun'er's attempts to deter him, and closed his eyes once more. A minute later, he opened his eyes, extending his left hand as azure energy surged forth. Xiao Xun'er covered her mouth in disbelief. While dual attributes might be rare, they should not have elicited such astonishment. She had encountered elements like fire and wood, or wind and thunder before, but the coexistence of water and fire, attributes so diametrically opposed, within the same individual was utterly confounding for her. Xiao Feng did not halt his endeavors. He spent several more minutes mastering the remaining techniques. As a result, his fingertips now danced with red, blue, green, cyan, and silver energies. Xiao Xun'er's eyes nearly bulged from her astonishment, leaving her momentarily dazed. With a flick of her wrist, only the red and blue energies remained, rapidly diminishing as they were on the verge of vanishing. Xiao Feng, pointing at the astonished Xiao Xun'er, proclaimed, Behold, water attack. The dual energies struck the young girl's smooth forehead, inciting her ire. Xiao Feng, are you still fooling around? She pouted, her nostrils slightly flaring. Oh, come now. It's not a bad thing, so why worry? Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. How can one not worry? This is unprecedented. If others find out, do you comprehend the consequences? Xiao Xun'er exclaimed, urgency in her tone, her eyes misty. Xiao Feng's indifference only fueled her anxiety and frustration. He gently tapped her. I began cultivating at the age of 2 and became a fighter in less than half a month. Who would know about such matters? Rest assured, I shall keep this a secret. No one will find out. Half a month to become a fighter? Xiao Xun'er glanced at Xiao Feng, no longer shocked. Such occurrences seemed almost natural for him. With a soft pop, accompanied by a faint explosion, the two energies dissipated. How intriguing, Xiao Feng chuckled. Why is it that I, a fellow traveler, experience such anomalies? Is it due to the techniques I cultivated in my previous life? If fighting spirit is so captivating, what marvels might await in the realms of soul, arts, and formations? Xiao Feng felt a deep yearning, contemplating the sealing techniques innate to certain beast tribes, and the various formations and restrictions. These were aspects scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, yet they had evidently endured in a world where fighting spirit reigned supreme, suggesting they were anything but simple. With a grotesque smile hanging on his face, Xiao Feng gradually sank into slumber. The following day, the Xiao family was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, with each member radiating vitality. Even those not in the spotlight shared in the glory. Xun'er, accompany me outside to greet our guests. Early in the morning, Xiao Zhan commenced his bustling preparations. All right, Uncle Xiao Zhan. Xiao Feng soon stepped out from the courtyard. Meanwhile, Xiao Huahua appeared after a considerable delay, his eyes still heavy with sleep, embodying the look of someone just awakening. Father, why so early? Xiao Yan expressed his annoyance, questioning the need for such grandiosity over promotions, wealth, or marriage. Xiao Zhan shot a disdainful glance at his son, remarking, if only you could muster half the diligence of Feng. There must be someone in this courtyard who is the laziest. Why can't that person be me? Xiao Yan retorted, his voice suddenly fading to a whisper. Once Xiao Yan had freshened up, the three of them proceeded to the entrance of the Xiao family home. Despite the early hour, guests had already begun to arrive. A prominent arms dealer engaged Xiao Zhan in amiable conversation for a while before being escorted inside by a servant. Father, are you just going to leave us standing here? Xiao Yan expressed his discontent. Huahua, do you not comprehend Uncle Xiao Zhan's good intentions? Before Xiao Zhan could speak, Xiao Feng interjected, it's merely a matter of making acquaintances. Familiar faces are easier to negotiate with in the future. Xiao Yan, not lacking in intelligence, understood the rationale behind such social maneuvers. However, he believed that as long as his strength was sufficient, he need not concern himself with familiarity. Xiao Zhan sighed, replying, Yinner, your perspective is not without merit, but one cannot remain strong indefinitely. You must learn to engage with individuals from all walks of life. Pride is commendable, yet humility must not be forgotten. With my talent, it won't be long before the Xiao family reaches the level of the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan laughed, asserting that no one would dare to bully them then. Xiao Zhan shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The banquet was scheduled for noon, and by the time the sun reached its zenith, the Xiao family's entrance was overflowing with guests. Among the three prominent families of Wutan City, the Xiao and Gale families were particularly formidable, and in recent years, the Xiao family had seemingly gained even more momentum, prompting many to seize this opportunity to curry favor and forge connections. You must be the esteemed young masters, Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng, truly impressive in demeanor and presence. A corpulent middle-aged man beamed with flattery. Xiao Zhan reciprocated the smile while introducing the two behind him, saying, this is Mr. Danny, who controls a third of the arms pricing in Wutan City. You ought to greet him. The middle-aged man, beaming with self-importance, dismissed the introduction as trivial, his arrogance nearly spilling over. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yan forced strained smiles, uttering, hello, Uncle Danny. The two had endured this insincere display for 2 hours. Finally, as noon approached, it came to an end. This is even more exhausting than a day of training. Xiao Yan stretched, his tone laced with sarcasm, noting the Gale family's reluctance to show up. Just as he finished speaking, Galbai appeared around the corner, leading a throng of people. Oh, the old scoundrel from the Gale family has truly come? Xiao Yan blinked in surprise. Upon reflection, Galbai initially harbored no intention of attending. However, upon witnessing the myriad factions flocking to Wutan City, he could no longer afford to maintain his pride and reluctantly made his way there. The prospect of the Xiao family orchestrating schemes against the Galbai clan in his absence was a thought that filled him with regret. His resentment towards Xiao Zhan festered, and under such circumstances, his expression and gaze spoke volumes. Yet, even in this state, he managed to force a smile. Master Xiao, I trust you are well, Galbai said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word with precision. Xiao Yan, observing from behind, could not help but admire the resilience of this old rogue, Galbai. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, refraining from interjecting. As the host of the banquet, Xiao Zhan had no intention of provoking a conflict with Galbai. Thus, the two exchanged sardonic smiles as they entered the hall. Amidst the gathering, the chorus of voices proclaiming their desire to marry him rose and fell, devoid of the modesty one might expect from young ladies, presenting a spectacle more vivid than a flea market. Coupled with Xiao Zhan's approving glance towards a particular young lady, Xiao Yan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. How does it feel, Huahua? Xiao Feng inquired with a grin. You ought to experience this sensation firsthand. Xiao Yan's voice diminished significantly. Xiao Feng, with a twinkle in his eye, reassured him, fear not, before long, you shall long for this feeling. Xiao Yan cast a quizzical glance at Xiao Feng, who offered no further explanation, prompting Xiao Yan to drop the matter and begin his meal. After the feast, adults conversed on their topics while the youth engaged in their own affairs. A group of similarly aged boys and girls approached Xiao Yan. Observing this, Xiao Feng playfully nudged Xiao Yan in their direction, saying, enjoy yourself. The banquet continued until dusk, Yet such happenings bore no significance to Xiao Feng. As an overlooked figure, he concocted a plausible excuse to slip away early. Now, lying on his bed with a relaxed demeanor, Xiao Feng exhaled deeply, finding social obligations most burdensome. A plight from which even his transmigration could not liberate him. Gazing at the swirling energy in his palm, akin to a sprightly sprite, Xiao Feng's gaze deepened with introspection. After nearly a decade of effort, he had only managed to open a portion of his meridians, yet time was not on his side. The plans he once conceived required urgent attention. Whispering to himself, a flicker of flame danced in his eyes. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and a graceful figure slipped inside. "Brother Xiao Feng, I heard from Uncle Xiao that you are unwell." Xiao Xun'er regarded him with a countenance devoid of concern. Only a playful smile gracing her lips. Had she perhaps learned mischief from Brother Xiaoyan? Now, she dared to deceive Uncle Xiao. Xiao Feng flipped over and sprang from his bed, exclaiming, "Where is the lie? I am indeed suffering from a terrible headache." He picked up 2 teacups and filled them with tea, his expression somewhat conflicted. "Xun'er, with so many dual attributes, which do you think is the strongest?" He lacked the resources and energy to cultivate each attribute, and time was of the essence. Thus, he intended to select only a few for his focus. Xiao Xun'er comprehended Xiao Feng's intentions, her slender fingers, as white as spring onions, incessantly drumming against the table, producing a rhythmic sound. While her other hand propped up her chin, her brow furrowed in an expression of profound conflict. The element of water and fire must certainly be excluded. It was far too alarming. Fire and wood could indeed pave the way for a career as an alchemist, which would be immensely beneficial in the future. Yet in terms of offensive capabilities, they paled in comparison to wind, thunder, and metal, while their defensive qualities were inferior to earth and rock. This was indeed quite vexing. Ceasing her drumming, Xiao Xun'er lifted her gaze and proposed, "Brother Xiao Feng, why not choose fire and wood? The advantages of being an alchemist are unparalleled." Xiao Feng shook his head, replying, "I will have a younger brother who is an alchemist. Hence, this matter is not of great significance." "An alchemist brother?" Xiao Xun'er inquired. Her delicate face etched with confusion. "Who is he?" "You will find out in due time." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiao Feng's mind like a bolt of lightning, shattering all other contemplations and casting them into darkness. He promptly rose to his feet, unfurling the borrowed combat scrolls. As each scroll was opened and laid down, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. "I understand now." Chapter 12, Trials. "Are you planning to go out and train?" At the dining table, for pairs of eyes fell upon Xiao Feng simultaneously. "Indeed," Xiao Feng replied, setting down his utensils and nodding affirmatively. Xiaoyan looked on in astonishment, a sense of bewilderment washing over him as he regarded Xiao Feng. In that moment, he felt his once familiar companion had suddenly become a stranger. The recently emerged Xiao Li remained silent, merely observing Xiao Feng. Xiao Xun'er appeared anxious, filled with countless questions, not least of which was why her brother Xiao Feng had not consulted her beforehand. At this juncture, Xiao Zhan turned his gaze to Xiao Feng. Yet all of this was predicated on the assumption that the trainee possessed a certain level of self-defense capability. "Feng'er, you are still quite young, and..." Xiao Zhan's words trailed off, yet everyone grasped his meaning. Rising, Xiao Feng bowed deeply to Xiao Zhan, and then spoke, "Uncle Xiao Zhan, I have concealed certain matters, and before revealing them today, I humbly seek your forgiveness." Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Feng had grown under his watchful eye, yet his thoughts were deeply buried. This sudden revelation prompted a flicker of speculation within him. "Feng'er, whether or not you are forgiven, do share your thoughts." Xiao Feng remained silent, instead gazing at Xiao Xun'er, knowing that leveraging another's words would facilitate acceptance. Xiao Xun'er asked, "Speak of what can be said." Xiao Feng's lips twitched. Indeed, his matters could not be carelessly divulged. "Very well," Xiao Xun'er nodded. "Brother Xiao Feng is already a fighter." Xiao Yan's eyelids twitched, his face a mixture of surprise and relief. Xiao Li grinned. "I have long told Big Brother that this lad is no ordinary character. He may very well be a cunning little rogue." Xiao Zhan seemed to have anticipated this, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Xiao Feng and Xiao Xun'er, appearing to say, "Please, continue. I am all ears." Xiao Xun'er glanced at Xiao Feng, took a breath, and continued, "When Brother Xiao Feng battled against Gale, what he exhibited was merely the tip of the iceberg. As for Brother Xiao Feng's true capabilities, Xun'er is also uncertain." The girl displayed a sense of defeat upon her face, yet her eyes sparkled with profound joy and pride, as if proclaiming, "The one I have chosen is more exceptional than anyone else." Xiao Yin was choked by the dog food, coughing a few times before incredulously stating, "Brother Feng, it is only natural for you to become a fighter after such diligent training, but to say you are extraordinary is a bit of an exaggeration. I assent it." Xiao Zhan stood up, asserting that one would know the truth only through experience. "Feng'er, be cautious." With that, he leaped over the dining table and struck at Xiao Feng. His fist, imbued with a fierce crimson fighting spirit, roared like a raging lion, the sound of its growl resonating before the fist even reached him. Xiao Feng remained steadfast, crossing his arms over his chest to meet the blow. Fighting energy coalesced there, and a semi-transparent small round shield materialized before him. Bang! The shield shattered. Yet Xiao Feng stood his ground, sliding backward until he reached the threshold before coming to a halt. He coughed lightly, blood surging within him. But he ultimately withstood the impact. Regardless of how much force Xiao Zhan had exerted, Xiao Feng had absorbed the blow as a fighter facing a great master. After retracting his hand, Xiao Zhan turned slightly, avoiding eye contact with Xiao Feng, and said calmly, "You may leave." "Thank you, Uncle Xiao Zhan." Xiao Feng bowed again before departing. "Brother Xiao Feng." Xiao Xun'er immediately pursued him. Xiao Yan glanced around anxiously, thinking, "Father, he is only 11 years old. How can you allow this?" Xiao Zhan slowly sat down, reflecting, "If we do not let him go now, it will be difficult to part with him later. However, Wutan City is too small. Feng'er should explore the world." Yet Xiao Yan's face was filled with concern. Xiao Li patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and stepped out first. Inside, Xiao Zhan continued to counsel Xiao Yan. "Yen'er, Feng'er has always known his limits. Since he has made this request, he must have considered everything. Forcing him to stay would not be in his best interest. Go and see him off." Xiao Zhan's expression was a mixture of pride and reluctance. Xiao Yan hesitated, then nodded, turning to run outside. In the small courtyard, Xiao Xun'er gazed at Xiao Feng with misty eyes. Xiao Feng scratched his head before enveloping the young girl in his embrace. "Xun'er, I didn't tell you earlier because I feared you would try to dissuade me." He kissed her soft hair, his voice growing gentler. "You know, if you had truly tried to convince me, I might not have wanted to leave." Xiao Xun'er pouted her rosy lips, her small face full of sadness and reluctance, biting her lip and burying her head deep into his chest. "Hey, you're about to leave, and yet you're still showing off your affection," Xiao Yan remarked with a somewhat displeased expression at the sight of the two embracing. Naturally, Xiao Xun'er heard his voice, her ears turning red, yet she remained unwilling to leave Xiao Feng's embrace. Her cheeks flushed even more. She nodded slightly and, with a quivering voice, said, "Be safe." She then tossed him a small cloth pouch and turned to depart. Xiao Feng received the pouch and set it aside, calling out to Xiao Yan, Fire. I have a piece of advice for you." "What?" Xiao Yan turned around, looking at Xiao Feng with a puzzled expression. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty," Xiao Feng replied earnestly. "Huh." Xiao Yan was even more confused, but Xiao Feng disregarded him, muttering, "Such a mystery. Let me see what Brother Xiao Yan has given you." Xiao Xun'er curiously opened the small pouch, revealing a neat assortment of coins. Approximately 20 in number, along with 2 blood ginseng roots. "This fellow must have rummaged through his entire savings," she mused. Xiao Feng chuckled, feeling a wave of emotion swell within him. Xiao Xun'er also smiled, leaving a brief remark that she would be right back before dashing out. Xiao Feng had little to gather, just a few changes of clothes, a tattered map, and a long knife that had come his way. The items from the combat trials needed to be returned, and things like the teapot were impractical to carry. There was little else to consider. Xiao Feng Gij. "Please keep this safe," Xiao Xun'er said, presenting a pitch-black ring. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but the longer one gazed at it, the more one could sense its ancient and grand aura, exuding a subtle charm of understated elegance. "A storage ring?" Xiao Feng was taken aback, quickly deducing the name of the object. Xiao Xun'er appeared surprised. "Xiao Feng Gij, you know about storage rings? Then you must know how to use it, right?" Xiao Feng shook his head. "I do not wish to take it." Xiao Xun'er grew anxious. "Xiao Feng Gij, why not? I don't need to carry anything. But you have many items that would be inconvenient to leave in your room, don't you?" Xiao Feng gently ruffled the girl's hair. Xiao Xun'er beamed. "Is that what you're worried about, Xiao Feng Gij? I have another one." With that, she extended her other hand, revealing an equally exquisite storage ring, albeit more refined. In a corner, Ling Ying silently fumed. "That's mine. My storage ring." By the brook, Xiao Feng skewered a fish, igniting a fire to roast it for sustenance. As he savored the salt-sprinkled fish, he reflected on how his beloved wife truly cared for him. After receiving the storage ring, Xiao Xun'er tugged Xiao Feng out of the Xiao residence to begin their shopping, determined to fill the ring to capacity. Regardless of whether Xiao Feng had thought of it or not, if Xiao Xun'er spotted something she deemed potentially useful, it would be purchased. As dusk fell, they erected a tent, scattered a circle of insect-repelling powder, set up bell ropes, hung an oil lamp, and prepared the bedding, even bringing along more than 2 sets of blankets and pillows. Don't ask where it came from. It was a token of his wife's affection. What was intended as training had unexpectedly turned into a delightful outing, even more comfortable than life at the Xiao residence. Glancing across the river, he noted that beyond lay the territory of the Beast Mountain Range. "Tonight, I shall rest well," and tomorrow, we shall venture forth. The real training begins. Not in a hurry to lie down, Xiao Feng sat cross-legged, channeling his fighting spirit to invigorate his limbs and bones until only half of it remained before he ceased. Outside, he dared not unleash his energy recklessly. Thus he waited until his energy was fully restored before succumbing to slumber. At the Xiao residence, a graceful figure stood atop the roof, gazing towards the direction of the Beast Mountain range, her eyes filled with concern. Ling Lao, Miss, I am here. Do you think Xiao Feng Gij has finished his dinner? Miss, do you think Xiao Feng Gij will be ambushed by wild beasts while he sleeps tonight? Miss, do you miss? It's already quite late. You really should rest. Ling Lao, would you go protect Xiao Feng Gij? Ling Ying silently turned and vanished into the darkness. The Beast Mountains evoke both fear and admiration. They serve as a sanctuary for mercenaries while simultaneously being a hellish realm for some. Here, individuals have amassed fortunes that would elude most for several lifetimes. Yet others have lost their invaluable lives, deemed worthless in this treacherous landscape. As dawn broke, the bell tied to Xiao Feng jingled softly. Hello, is anyone there? A woman's voice resonated, gentle and unhurried, exuding warmth. Possessing a soul more potent than Xiao Yan's, Xiao Feng had already sensed someone approaching, but having encountered similar visitors before, he assumed this person was merely passing through. However, with someone knocking at his door, he felt compelled to respond. Yes, there is someone here. What can I do for you? Xiao Feng emerged from his tent. As he marveled at the woman's beauty, she too was surprised by his youth. My apologies. Xiao Feng noted his rudeness and quickly lowered his gaze. The young woman, appearing around 15 or 16, was strikingly delicate. Yet a prominent scar marred the left side of her face, a hideous patch of red flesh resembling a large handprint. No, I should be the one apologizing. She quickly turned her face away. I hope I didn't frighten you. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. What brings you to me? After a moment's hesitation, she responded. I thought you were a mercenary about to venture into the Beast Mountains. I sincerely apologize for the interruption. Xiao Feng found her statement peculiar. Into the Beast Mountains? He could ascertain that the woman possessed no fighting spirit. What business would such a frail creature have with mercenaries preparing to enter that perilous domain? Was she intending to accompany them? Oh, I am an herbalist, she smiled, a shadow of sadness crossing her features before quickly enveloping her face. Actually, I am an ostracized herbalist. Herbalist? Xiao Feng mused, struggling to recall such a profession. The woman, assuming his youth, explained with a smile, herbs come in myriad forms. Some are harvested for their flowers, others for their leaves or roots, and some resemble mere weeds. Mercenaries often cannot distinguish between them, thus the role of an herbalist is indispensable. Having finished her explanation, she waved her hand apologetically. I truly regret disturbing your rest. I must attend to other matters now. Wait, Xiao Feng called after her. What do you need a mercenary for? Little brother, perhaps we can converse again another time. I really do have urgent matters to attend to. I am a mercenary. Xiao Feng interjected. Chapter 13. Xiao Xun'er, despite her initial disbelief in Xiao Feng's claim as a mercenary, after witnessing his prowess, the woman resolved to team up with him. Hello, my name is Xiao Xun'er, she said, her smile illuminating her beauty and gentleness from the side. Xiao Feng nodded. I am Xiao Feng. Together, they traversed the river, making their way to the location she had mentioned. According to Xiao Xun'er, there was a mature herb that, if unearthed, could fetch over 1,000 gold coins. She promised to share 500 coins with Xiao Feng as his hiring fee. What is the strength of the beasts guarding it? Xiao Feng inquired. Xiao Xun'er shook her head, for she only knew that a venomous scorpion guarded that place, possessing the ability to spit venom. Yet its true strength remained unclear. Previously, she had sought the companionship of 3 fighters, but they had still been unable to prevail. The potency of the scorpion's venom was formidable. A mere drop had transformed her into her current state. There was a hint of despondency in her tone. Xiao Feng fell silent, unable to comfort her, for Xiao Xun'er maintained a resilient spirit and required no solace from him. He sighed heavily, his heart stirred with emotions. Pondering the suffering this young girl must have endured. Given such peril, why had she come? Xiao Feng inquired. After walking for approximately 2 hours, they finally reached their destination. Perhaps due to their position on the outskirts, they encountered no magical beasts along the way, and their journey was smooth and uninterrupted. I didn't expect you to walk so far in one go. Xiao Feng expressed his admiration for Xiao Xun'er, wiping the sweat from her brow. Xiao Xun'er flashed a confident smile, her beautiful right cheek lifting in delight. Of course, I am a herbalist. Many mercenaries believe we lack the strength to traverse mountain paths. But that's not true. Xiao Feng chuckled awkwardly, as he had harbored the same thoughts. Look, in that valley, the venomous scorpion usually hides in the soil, launching surprise attacks when someone or an animal approaches its herbs. Xiao Xun'er dashed toward the valley's mouth and pointed in a direction. Wonderful. There are no others here to pick them. Xiao Feng followed her finger to a stunted tree, resembling a bonsai, standing less than a meter tall, with a walnut-sized fruit hanging above, glistening red. That is the blood sun fruit. I hear it is sought after by alchemists, Xiao Xun'er said, beaming with joy. Are you not concerned that mercenaries might distract the magical beasts, then take the fruit for themselves? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of worry for this naive girl. Hee, Xiao Feng, thank you. However, we herbalists have our own regulations. Though I am ostracized, mercenaries would never resort to such actions. If an herbalist and a mercenary entered the monster mountain together and only the mercenary returned, he would be blacklisted. The troubles that would ensue could not be compensated with a mere 1,000 gold coins. Xiao Xun'er was immensely pleased, her eyes nearly squinting with joy at Xiao Feng's one word of concern. By the way, wrap this around your mouth and nose. I prepared it specifically to provide some protection against the venom. All right, then you should step back. I will test the waters first. Xiao Feng said as he wrapped the scarf Xiao Xun'er had handed him, then proceeded toward the valley. Be careful, Xiao Xun'er called, taking a few steps back. Xiao Feng focused his mind. This was his first encounter with a magical beast, and he understood that caution was paramount. As he approached the fruit tree, he repeatedly scanned the soil with his spirit for any signs of the scorpion. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Oh no! Xiao Feng thought he had fallen prey to the scorpion's ambush and hurriedly retreated, but the dizziness did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Strangely, Xiao Xun'er appeared unfazed, even wearing a look of joy. Xiao Zi, the food is ready. Hurry and eat. The scorpion seemed to comprehend Xiao Xun'er's words. Swiftly turning toward the unconscious Xiao Feng lying in the valley, the individual merely lay in a state of unconsciousness, hastened to pierce him to death. Xiao Xun'er pointed at Xiao Feng. Whoosh! The stinger sliced through the air, stirring a gust towards Xiao Feng's chest. At that moment, a flash of light erupted, accompanied by a muffled sound. Sizzle! Like the sharpness of a sword, the energy pierced through the scorpion, causing it to tremble slightly. The descending stinger grew feeble, collapsing limply to the ground. Xiao Feng, who should have remained unconscious, unexpectedly opened his eyes. With his right hand, he pointed towards the direction of the scorpion, from which the piercing energy had emanated. The faint scent of the drug on the scarf could not elude Xiao Feng's senses. Yet, what perplexed him was that during their previous encounters, he had gazed into the woman's eyes, which were clear and bright, devoid of deceit. What kind of past could catalyze such contrasting personalities? He looked at Xiao Xun'er, his eyes filled with regret. I once harbored doubts about you, yet chose to believe. But you have disappointed me profoundly. Can you enlighten me as to why? Xiao Xun'er, somewhat incredulous, could hardly believe her eyes. How could a two-tiered magical beast be slain so easily? She collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming in a tone of exasperation, if you wish to kill or maim me, then do so without pitying me with those eyes. The earlier gentleness and innocence had vanished entirely. Xiao Feng brushed aside the remnants of the scarf obscuring his face and approached Xiao Ling. I lament for the Xiao Xun'er that could have existed. If such a person truly existed, she would surely despise the present state of affairs. Enough of this feigned sympathy. Have you not realized that I have conspired against you? Why not in my life? Do it. Xiao Xun'er shouted angrily at Xiao Feng, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Feng was bewildered. The victim had yet to express rage. Yet the assailant was the one in tears. After a while, Xiao Xun'er wiped her tears, her voice calming. If you intend to kill me, then do it. If not, I shall take my leave. Is it truly that simple? Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, regardless of what transpired before. The present circumstance dictates that you are poised to end my life, and you wish to walk away unscathed? Xiao Xun'er appeared indifferent, sneering, what do you wish for? What can a still-developing younger brother accomplish? Moreover, someone like me is hardly worth anything as a slave. Xiao Feng regarded Xiao Xun'er with a complex expression, which caused her to frown once more. I have stated before, I require no one's pity. Refrain from adopting that condescending posture to speak grandiloquently, for it only makes me feel revulsion. Does the scorpion possess a magical core? Xiao Feng suddenly inquired. Xiao Xun'er was taken aback, struggling to keep pace with Xiao Feng's thoughts. Bang! Xiao Feng discarded a dagger, extracting the magical core. Xiao Xun'er's expression turned to one of anger. After all, it was her good friend who was being forced to extract the core, a cruel demand indeed. Xiao Feng's demeanor remained icy. If you do not perform the task, I shall sever your legs and leave you here. Before his words had fully resonated, Xiao Xun'er had already grasped the dagger and commenced prying at the scorpion's exoskeleton. Several minutes later, the bloodied and foul-smelling magical core was cast at Xiao Feng's feet. Pick it up. Xiao Feng shot a glance at Xiao Ling, his gaze so frigid it sent shivers down her spine. All along, Xiao Xun'er believed her disguise to be utterly flawless, capable of deceiving anyone. At this moment, she realized that the young man before her seemed to conceal even deeper secrets. Fearless of death, She nonetheless bore a gaze tinged with trepidation towards Xiao Feng, perpetually sensing that should she fail to comply with his demands, something far more dreadful than death would befall her. Reluctantly grasping the magic core, she was suddenly doused with a bottle of water. Just as she prepared to take a sip, Xiao Feng spoke, instructing her to cleanse the magic core. If the water was insufficient, she should lick it clean. Enraged, Xiao Xun'er hurled the bottle, declaring, "Then kill me. I shall ask you only once. Are you certain?" Xiao Feng's gaze shifted toward her. I have changed my mind." With gritted teeth, Xiao Xun'er began to wash the magic core, all the while swallowing hard. Her throat parched after sweating profusely and weeping for a considerable time. After cleansing the magic core, a small amount of water remained. Stealing a glance at Xiao Feng, she swiftly drank it. Tui. Before she could swallow, she spat the water out, coughing, "What on earth is this?" Xiao Feng shrugged, admitting his ignorance regarding the liquid prepared by Xiao Xun'er, recalling that he had purchased a large quantity of these bottled liquids, which were supposedly for foot soaks to relieve fatigue. "All right, here is your magic core." Xiao Xun'er extended it towards him. "Put it away," he replied, remaining seated on the stone, deep in thought without lifting his eyelids. Xiao Xun'er questioned, puzzled. "Do you think that merely cleaning the magic core will allow you to leave?" He glanced at her, adding, "From this moment on, if you venture more than 20 meters away from me without permission, you shall bear the consequences." Xiao Xun'er found a clean stone to sit upon, clutching the magic core, and said, "Let us speak plainly. Since you have no intention of killing me, what must I do to be set free?" Xiao Feng cast her a sidelong glance, smiled faintly, and said nothing. "You." Frustrated, Xiao Xun'er glared at him, fell silent for a long while, then placed the magic core on the ground and turned to leave. Swish! A blade of condensed energy grazed her calf, leaving a trail of blood. Xiao Xun'er let out a muffled groan, her steps faltering, yet she pressed on. "Do you think my youth renders me incapable of cruelty?" Xiao Feng's voice called from behind. "Or perhaps my previous politeness has emboldened you to gamble on my restraint." At that moment, Xiao Feng's fingertips pointed at her back, a radiant energy flickering. Xiao Xun'er hesitated but continued walking. Xiao Feng's expression turned icy. He strode forward and delivered a kick to her back, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Then kill me," Xiao Xun'er murmured, grasping the mud beside her. Observing her despondent demeanor, Xiao Feng fell silent, tending to her wounds before leaving a bottle of water and some provisions, then turning his attention to the magic core. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Xun'er suddenly spoke. "I hate you." "Oh," he replied. A flicker of emotion crossed her previously impassive face as she glared at Xiao Feng, her eyes brimming with hatred. "Why do you treat me so well? Why do you appear at this moment? Why not simply kill me?" The blood from her wounds would attract magical beasts, and with his constitution, there lay only a path to death. Without sustenance, one would surely perish. Xiao Feng lifted his head, contemplating the notion of ending everything. "But to me, that would be a significant loss. I do not require your pity. Perhaps you are mistaken. The perilous terrain of the Beast Mountains harbors countless dangers. I seek someone to pave the way for me, yet I shall not be accountable for that person's life." "Is that all?" Xiao Xun'er met Xiao Feng's gaze, sensing his sincerity, and, after a moment, seized the water and drank voraciously, followed by consuming the provisions with great fervor. Chapter 14, The Lightning Leopard. Xiao Feng inquired. Initially, he intended to merely assist a delicate maiden along his path, yet he now perceived that she concealed some secret, seemingly linked to the beasts, which piqued his interest. Xiao Xun'er turned her back, ignoring him. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Feng remained unfazed. Taking up the map to study the upcoming route, the mountain to the right belonged to a lightning leopard, and further along the valley lay a swamp inhabited by a swarm of venomous insects, while the forest to the left was home to a pack of wind wolves. Such was the vicinity. Suddenly, Xiao Xun'er's voice pierced the silence. Gazing at her silhouette, Xiao Feng murmured softly, "What is this? A twisted psyche coupled with arrogance? How formidable is the lightning leopard?" he asked. Xiao Xun'er remained silent. "If you choose not to speak, then I shall forge ahead," Xiao Feng continued. "Do as you wish." Xiao Xun'er replied curtly, before gathering some hay to lay upon the ground, curling up against the tree trunk, seemingly preparing to slumber. "Hey, it's barely past noon. We must continue our journey." Xiao Feng began to pack his belongings, readying for departure. Xiao Xun'er opened her eyes, her expression inscrutable, stating, "If you wish to travel, then go alone. I am weary and need to rest." Xiao Feng pondered for a moment, refraining from further comment, and commenced erecting a tent, securing the ropes. By evening, after much effort, Xiao Feng managed to light a campfire, only for Xiao Xun'er to rush over and extinguish it. "Are you trying to court death by starting a fire in the Beast Mountains?" Xiao Xun'er scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at him. The two were of differing ages, yet their heights were comparable. Xiao Feng stood merely half a head shorter than Xiao Xun'er, and with the elevation from the stone, he exuded a greater presence. I do as I please. Xiao Xun'er retorted defiantly, thrusting her chin forward. Dare to challenge me? Mad woman, Xiao Feng muttered under his breath, choosing to disregard her. It mattered little that he could not kindle a fire. His spatial ring contained an abundance of supplies. His beloved wife was deeply cherished. What could he do? As he munched on snacks, he cast sidelong glances at Xiao Xun'er, wondering why she was so familiar with this place. Xiao Xun'er remained silent. If the answer satisfies me, then this will belong to you, Xiao Feng teased, swinging the sleeping bag in his hands. Can this thing even talk? He exclaimed in astonishment, his expression suggesting that had he known the scorpion could speak, he would not have killed it. Xiao Xun'er shot him a disdainful glance, offering no explanation, and directly lunged for the sleeping bag. Let go. You promised to tell me the reason if I gave it to you. Xiao Xun'er gripped it tightly, her strength considerable. Xiao Feng would not relent, asserting, I stated it must be satisfactory. You are not keeping your word. Xiao Xun'er entwined one end of the sleeping bag around her arm, clearly intent on tearing it apart if she did not receive it. Beasts of the second tier certainly do not speak. Xiao Feng seemed to comprehend why Xiao Xun'er held him in disdain. How did she convey this to you? This is a separate matter. Are you not true to your word? Xiao Xun'er was unyielding. Very well. Xiao Feng, unperturbed, gradually eased his grip and reminded her, I shall release you now. Nonetheless, Xiao Xun'er stumbled and fell, yet she seemed unfazed. Upon rising and inspecting her sleeping bag for damage, she began to set it up. Having not dined, Xiao Xun'er did not accept any provisions from Xiao Feng, seemingly detached from her own body. As night fell, both drifted into slumber. In the depths of the night, Xiao Feng noticed Xiao Xun'er stealthily emerging from her sleeping bag, initially fearing she might attempt to escape. He was taken aback to see her retrieving the corpse of the venomous scorpion, dragging it into a patch of sand to bury it, and erecting a small marker. Kneeling before the makeshift grave, Xiao Xun'er quietly wept. Little Purple, you were my only friend. Rest assured, once I fulfill my promise, I shall avenge you the next time we meet. When dawn broke, Xiao Feng emerged from the tent, stretching languidly. Observing no movement from Xiao Xun'er, he called out, Hey, it's time to wake up. Only then did she groggily crawl out from her sleeping bag. After freshening up and having breakfast, half an hour had elapsed. I am hungry. Give me something to eat. Xiao Xun'er extended her hand towards Xiao Feng. He tossed her a piece of hardtack and a bottle of water. Why do you get bread while I have this? Xiao Xun'er frowned, visibly displeased. With a cold chuckle, Xiao Feng said nothing further. 10 minutes later, the two set off. Xiao Xun'er secured her sleeping bag and insisted on carrying it herself, unwilling to let Xiao Feng hold it. They trekked towards the mountain peak on their right. Upon reaching the base, Xiao Feng halted and said, You go ahead. Without a word, Xiao Xun'er held her head high and ascended, leaving him with a remark as she brushed past, Wait here. Watching her stubborn figure retreat, Xiao Feng pressed his lips together. Xiao Xun'er was not gone long. Within an hour, she returned from the mountain. It was basking in the sun when I encountered it, with no other beasts around. She spoke in a flat tone, as though recounting a visit to a friend. Xiao Feng scrutinized her. Apart from a sheen of sweat, she bore no injuries. Did you truly see it? He queried, perplexed. Just moments ago, he had extended his spiritual energy upwards and only perceived her climbing to the peak, oblivious to what transpired thereafter. Xiao Xun'er scoffed, believe it or not. If need be, I can accompany you back up. Xiao Feng shook his head. If he sought to hone his skills, he must embrace the risks involved. Whether Xiao Xun'er followed held little significance. If you intend to slip away, you best ensure I am dead first, or else pray you do not cross my path. He said coldly, casting a glance at Xiao Xun'er before proceeding up the mountain. Xiao Xun'er merely shrugged, finding a stone to sit on as she began to massage her legs. Climbing along the rocky path for approximately 20 minutes, Xiao Feng reached the mountain summit. Where is the shadow of the lightning leopard? At the very moment this thought emerged, the soul sensed a dark shadow rapidly approaching from behind, its presence utterly unexpected. The lightning leopard. True to its name, its speed was astonishing. Xiao Feng barely had time to turn before it lunged at him. The feeble protective shield he managed to conjure was shattered in an instant, its sharp claws aimed directly at his heart. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Ling gazed at the towering peak with a cold sneer, thinking how this mountain, which even masters dared not approach, was truly courting death. On the summit, danger loomed closer. The shield managed to withstand a fatal blow. What could have penetrated Xiao Feng's body merely left a gash on his back. Where could he escape? His body reacted sluggishly, his energy circulated too slowly, his physical strength was insufficient, and his soul power was feeble. In mere seconds of reflection, Xiao Feng's mind was filled with thoughts of weakness. This way, the lightning leopard would surely find pleasure in the kill. A hint of madness flickered in Xiao Feng's eyes. How could someone who had cultivated inner strength in a realm of despair possibly be a docile and obedient soul, conforming to the mundane? Who among them was not a proud existence? With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Feng summoned a long knife, positioning it nearby as a deterrent. Then began to shed his shirt in an attempt to apply medicine to his back wound. By narrowing his soul perception to a range of 30 meters, the surroundings became significantly clearer. He waited patiently, like a fisherman anticipating a catch. As expected, soon the dark shadow reappeared within his range, charging swiftly towards him, just as planned. Crack! The long knife struck the lightning leopard's head, producing a sharp sound as it broke. Startled by this unforeseen attack, the leopard took a step back, only to realize that Xiao Feng's weapon had shattered. The adversary's incompetence and the pain in its skull ignited the leopard's wild side, prompting it to abandon stealth. Revealing its claws and bared teeth, eager to tear Xiao Feng apart. Cursing, Xiao Feng discarded the knife handle and confronted the lightning leopard barehanded. Though fists met claws with little advantage, once they were close, Xiao Feng transformed into a relentless machine of destruction, utilizing fists, elbows, shoulders, and knees to strike from nearly every part of his body. The lightning leopard's speed was impressive, but that was merely in straight-line pursuits. Xiao Feng dove into its embrace, one hand grasping its upper jaw while the other plunged into its throat, enduring excruciating pain as he forcefully pulled out its tongue. The scent of death permeated the air. Having suffered a grave injury, the lightning leopard no longer wished to fight, silently roaring as it struggled to distance itself from Xiao Feng. But Xiao Feng would not grant it such mercy. "Stay with me," he demanded. His body was already drenched in blood, his face smeared like a demon emerging from a hellish bloodbath. His eyes blazed with fury. His handsome visage twisted into a grimace as he seized one of the leopard's hind legs, unperturbed by the other leg's relentless kicks. With a fierce grip, he tore it asunder. "Ah!" Roar! Two furious cries echoed as Xiao Feng snapped the leopard's leg, ripping it from its body. And now, it dared to flee? Xiao Feng fixed his gaze intently on the terrified lightning leopard, advancing step by step. Xiao Xun'er was somewhat astonished that she had survived. "Did you kill it?" Her voice trembled slightly. Xiao Feng remained silent, merely observing her with a lingering murderous intent in his eyes. Xiao Xun'er felt her breath catch. As if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were rushing towards her, the scent of blood emanating from him grew more pronounced. With just a glance, she averted her eyes. Though unafraid of death, it did not mean she was devoid of fear. The look in Xiao Feng's eyes stirred deep-seated emotions of terror within her, compelling her to instinctively shy away. Chapter 15, Sword Qi. Earlier, he had nourished his body with water attribute combat energy, which had now been significantly depleted and required replenishment. Xiao Xun'er sat quietly beside him, her expression vacant, awaiting his awakening. Once Xiao Feng opened his eyes, she approached him. "You must have some external medicine, right?" she asked calmly. "Yes," Xiao Feng nodded. "Please take it out. I will help you apply it," she continued. Xiao Feng did not refuse and retrieved the bandages and ointments that Xiao Xun'er had prepared, then removed his garments. Xiao Xun'er gazed at him with a dazed expression. Yet her movements were exceptionally gentle as she treated each wound on his upper body with great care, meticulously wrapping them. After completing this task, Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Xun'er, patiently waiting. Before long, she spoke again. Kneeling before him, she declared, "I am willing to do anything for you. Can you promise not to kill them anymore?" "Why?" Xiao Feng's tone remained calm. Xiao Xun'er lowered her gaze, her voice heavy with melancholy. "Once, a couple ventured into the Beast Mountain range in search of a legendary herb to cure their newborn child's strange illness. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally found the herb. Eagerly, they began to brew the medicine, unaware that the smoke had attracted mercenaries and beasts. When the child in swaddling clothes consumed the potion, the slaughter commenced. The mercenaries coveted the couple's magic cores, and the beasts instinctively despised humans. In the ensuing chaos, the husband was quickly slain, and in her despair, the wife handed the child over to the beasts, following her husband into death. The child who consumed the potion inexplicably understood the language of beasts, growing up on the milk of 100 beasts. Eventually, she yearned for the human world, striving to escape a life intertwined with beasts. As she recounted this, tears streamed down Xiao Xun'er's face, her voice choked with emotion. She encountered a band of mercenaries, heedlessly believing in their schemes, and that fateful night, her adoptive mother perished. Her magic core was extracted, her skin flayed, and her flesh devoured, while the mercenaries praised her. No one knew that her adoptive mother's last words were, "Live well. You must live on." At this point, Xiao Xun'er laughed bitterly. Later, she witnessed the beauty of human life juxtaposed with its unfathomable ugliness. Selfishness, greed, betrayal, truly a magnificent race. They coveted her beauty, yet when she marred her own face, they recoiled as if she were a venomous creature. They fantasized about wealth falling from the sky, and upon hearing of the blood-sun fruit, they clung to her relentlessly. Xiao Xun'er oscillated between laughter and tears, her emotions tumultuous. After a long while, she finally calmed down, fixing her gaze on Xiao Feng, and asked, "She has become a beast now, and there are those slaughtering her uncles and aunts. Tell me, what can she do?" Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. "Your words have made me realize that I seem to have forgotten about the Blood Sun fruit." Xiao Xun'er, with a self-deprecating smile, stood up, declaring that no human being is worthy of trust. Xiao Feng glanced at the magic core she held in her hand and replied, "Had you mentioned this sooner, perhaps I would have shown you mercy." "There's no need for apologies," Xiao Xun'er retorted, her previous fragile demeanor vanishing, replaced by an icy indifference. "I have it etched in my heart. One day, I shall exact vengeance on you for their sake." Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering where this foolish woman, devoid of even a trace of combat spirit, found her confidence. "Oh," he said dismissively, "so you are capable of communicating with all magical creatures?" Xiao Xun'er huffed in silence. Xiao Feng frowned. "If you refuse to speak, then you shall go hungry." "There are some exceptions," she replied. "Such as? Are you not tired of this?" Xiao Xun'er seemed to have reached her limit. "Just give me something to eat." "Such as?" Xiao Feng inquired, weighing the piece of bread in his hand. "Mosquitoes." Xiao Xun'er snatched the bread from him, took a bite, and smiled slightly, then added in a calm tone, "and fleas and other pests." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xiao Feng cleared his throat and extracted another piece of bread for himself. Night soon fell. That evening, the two settled down for the night. In her sleeping bag, Xiao Xun'er gazed at the flickering light from a nearby tent, mumbled something, and then closed her eyes. The following morning, Xiao Xun'er was awakened by a roll of paper. "What are you doing?" she shouted at Xiao Feng as she sat up. Over the past few days, she had discerned Xiao Feng's temperament, recognizing his capacity for rage. The method for cultivating combat energy. If you wish to read it, do so. If not, then discard it, Xiao Feng stated nonchalantly. Xiao Xun'er perked up at his words, carefully stowing away the technique. She then regarded Xiao Feng with a peculiar expression, stating earnestly, "When I am strong enough to defeat you, I will kill you." Xiao Feng remained unfazed, pondering how many among the countless beings in the Dopa continent could rival the Soul Emperor. Would he truly concern himself with such a threat? Though his injuries were not severe, the loss of blood rendered him somewhat listless, and he planned to rest for a few days. "Aside from understanding the speech of magical beasts, what else can you do?" Xiao Feng asked. Xiao Xun'er shot him a glare, as though his question implied she was worthless. "Allow me to rephrase my inquiry," Xiao Feng said, recognizing the ambiguity in his previous wording. "If I spare your life, can the magical beasts that fall before me obey my commands?" "Impossible," Xiao Xun'er replied, giving him a sidelong glance. "Why not? Are not magical beasts governed by strength? Can you prevent mosquitoes from biting you?" Xiao Xun'er expressed her disdain for Xiao Feng. Legend has it that even the amethyst-winged Lion King struggles with fleas. Xiao Feng disregarded her scornful gaze, grasping her implication. "One day, if a gorilla were to knock you down and roar at you, you would merely cower in a corner, trembling, rather than standing tall and declaring, 'At your command.' If I were to assist you, could you then command those magical beasts?" Xiao Feng inquired further. In recent days, his mind had become sharp and agile. He realized that the magical beasts in the Beast Mountain region could serve as a tremendous asset, and naturally, he began to ponder the possibilities. "Am I to command those magical beasts?" Xiao Xun'er exclaimed in surprise, her gaze shifting up and down as she scrutinized Xiao Feng. "Have you perhaps hurt your head while battling the lightning leopard?" Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the surge of fighting spirit emanating from Xiao Xun'er. It seemed she was not merely a weak woman after all. Xiao Xun'er glared defiantly, declaring, "Even without cultivating fighting spirit, I am not afraid of you." A sharp crack echoed as a branch fell onto her back. "Focus on your cultivation. Stop being a layabout," Xiao Feng retorted angrily. With such remarkable talent, it was a travesty to have squandered over a decade. It was time to make up for lost time. "You," Xiao Xun'er fumed, her temper flaring. "I will cultivate if I wish, and if not, that is my prerogative. You have no say in it. Do you dare to retort?" Xiao Feng continued to strike, landing a dozen blows until Xiao Xun'er curled up defensively, gritting her teeth in reluctant agreement to train. Observing her diligently practicing, Xiao Feng nodded with a smile, then distanced himself to consume the remaining Blood Sun fruits. These fruits replenished vitality and were beneficial to the meridians and acupoints. Although refining them into pills would yield greater effects, he had no means to pursue that endeavor at present. Having released the restraints on his cultivation, Xiao Feng made astonishing progress. In terms of fighting spirit density, he could now easily reach the level of a one-star dome master. However, fighting spirit was not the essence. This abundant resource was hardly rare. The true foundation lay in a resilient physique, meridians, and acupoints. Xiao Feng murmured softly, continuously refining his mental concepts. Thus far, he had not formally practiced any specific technique, yet from another perspective, he had been cultivating a method of his own design, the primordial qi technique. This technique, created in his past life, encompassed every channel in his body, maximizing the absorption of energy. In this life, while his meridians had not been entirely opened, the speed of his fighting spirit's circulation surpassed that of most Earth-tier techniques. When it re-emerged into the world, could it rival the Heaven-tier techniques? Xiao Feng eagerly anticipated that day, believing he would create a new legend in this realm abundant with fighting spirit. With his right hand extended, a sword silhouette manifested from his palm, about the length of a hand, its blade reaching skyward and slowly rotating. With a mere thought, it transformed into 5, each a distinct color: gold, green, blue, red, and brown. With a slight sigh, the 5 small swords dissipated. Still too weak, Xiao Feng lamented, gazing skyward. He pondered on how, indeed, the fire was worthy of being a protagonist in this realm. Its power, blended with the exotic flames, was undeniably augmented, bordering on the absurd. Casting aside these disheartening thoughts, Xiao Feng formed a series of hand seals and closed his eyes in silent meditation. After a while, "Hey, isn't it time for a meal?" Xiao Xun'er called from a distance. Xiao Feng opened his eyes, glanced at the sun, and tossed a piece of bread toward her. "There isn't much bread left. Make it last." He then retrieved a meat pie for himself. Xiao Xun'er fixated on the meat in his hands, her grip on the bread tightening uncontrollably. 10 minutes later, after their meal, the two emerged from the valley. In the following month, a storm of bloodshed would sweep through the vicinity. In the sky, on the ground, and in the rivers, all creatures fell under the watchful gaze of Xiao Feng. Even those concealed in the mud were unearthed, and without uttering a word, he struck first. Once the tumult subsided, all magical beasts of second tier and below within a 50-mile radius submitted to the feet of Xiao Xun'er. Those unwilling to submit had already departed, while those who remained obstinate had been thoroughly subdued by Xiao Xun'er. Further ahead lay the territory of the Qingmu wolf pack, predominantly composed of second-tier beasts, with their leader being a formidable third-tier creature. Xiao Xun'er paused. The location of the Qingmu wolf pack served as a watershed within this mountainous realm of magical beasts, one side being the periphery, and the other the central region. Only the sufficiently powerful beasts could traverse to the center. The weaker ones would inevitably become prey. "Leave the leader to me," Xiao Feng asserted with a nod. Behind them stood a multitude of second-tier beasts, dozens in number, capable of decimating any small town on the outskirts. As the two approached the territory of the Qingmu wolf pack, the howls of wolves began to resonate ominously. "They're here," Xiao Xun'er warned. The towering wolf growled lowly, furrowing her brow. Xiao Xun'er conveyed the wolf's warning that they had breached regulations and would face punishment unless they retreated. The gaze of the giant wolf shifted towards them, followed by a mighty howl that summoned the hidden pack to pounce. Xiao Feng stepped forward, delivering a swift punch to the giant wolf without the use of fighting energy, relying solely on his physical prowess, faster than any skill. The giant wolf, now grave, opened its mouth to unleash a roar that reverberated like a crashing wave, unsettling the spirits of the surrounding magical beasts. The pack howled in unison, creating a tempest that disoriented many, causing some to turn against their companions. Moreover, the previously barren ground suddenly sprouted vines that writhed and twisted like serpents, ensnaring all in their path. The cacophony of the howling wolves intensified as madness descended upon the increasingly frenzied magical beasts, and the vines grew ever more swiftly. Realizing the imperative for a swift resolution, Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. With a pointed finger, he conjured a sword shadow, focused to perfection, which instantly pierced the skull of the lead wolf, detonating its inner core. A thunderous explosion erupted, showering blood, and the howling wolves fell silent as if their throats had been simultaneously constricted. Chapter 16, Mercenary Town. The subjugation of the Qingmu wolf pack proved remarkably straightforward. The wolves seemed to understand the principle of respecting the strong better than any other creature, adhering to it with utmost diligence, and soon fell under Xiao Xun'er's command. "Dare to strike me again, and I shall ensure you find no resting place." The pack encircled, with the fierce young girl at their center. Xiao Feng approached her, wielding a wooden stick, and the surrounding Qingmu wolves parted in deference. "Feeling a bit itchy, are we?" he teased, striking Xiao Xun'er on the leg, causing her to leap in pain. "You dare to slack off in your training," refusing to yield even when struck. Xiao Xun'er retorted with defiance. "Where have I slacked? I've already completed 6 hours of training ahead of schedule. Then an extra hour it shall be," Xiao Feng declared, his demeanor unflinching. "I refuse." Xiao Xun'er fumed. "I agreed to 6 hours. You can beat me to death if you wish." "Very well," Xiao Feng replied with a cold smirk, rolling up his sleeves. 10 minutes later, Xiao Xun'er found herself trembling behind a quivering Qingshan wolf. Despite the myriad of emotions swirling in her eyes, she found her resolve wavering. "Xiaozi, I shall avenge you," she declared through gritted teeth as she settled into a meditative position. After gaining complete control over the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range, She received dozens of precious herbs delivered to her daily. It must be said that Xiao Xun'er truly possessed the qualities of a leader. Although every beast knew she lacked the prowess of Xiao Feng, they still showed her the utmost respect. In her leisure moments, Xiao Xun'er would sit upon a stone gazing at the heavens. Xiao Feng, oblivious to her thoughts, seldom urged her to train during such times, for he was no tyrant. You are even harsher on the beast than I am. I always suspected the story you told was fabricated, Xiao Feng remarked as he settled down a short distance away. Xiao Xun'er was taken aback. You actually believed it? Xiao Feng's expression darkened as he retrieved a treasured staff from his spatial ring, the one he found most convenient to wield. He gestured towards her while stating, I have noticed you slacking off again. Xiao Xun'er pouted. Not everything I said was a lie. I need to step out for a while to procure some supplies, Xiao Feng announced. Xiao Xun'er tilted her head. Then I want to accompany you. You should focus on your training instead of wandering about, Xiao Feng replied with a scoff. Xiao Xun'er glared at him defiantly. What business is it of yours? With her chin held high, she asserted, I know this place better than you. If I want to go out, I will. Seeking a beating, are we? If you dare strike me again, I shall let every beast in the monster beast mountain range know that you, Xiao Feng, are barren. Xiao Xun'er boasted, reveling in her audacity. Xiao Feng, infuriated yet amused, retorted, I have no time to worry about such matters. First, I'll give you a good thrashing. Having spoken carelessly and subsequently receiving a beating, Xiao Xun'er skillfully applied medicine to her wounds while grumbling. This was not my assertion. Why are you punishing me? Xiao Feng frowned. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Xiao Xun'er shrugged. Everyone says so. Xiao Feng paused, contemplating her words. Are you implying? Xiao Xun'er looked at him disdainfully. They think we are a couple, yet despite being together for so long, we remain childless. I had to explain that it's not my fault. Well, that's certainly isn't my issue either. Xiao Feng replied, inexplicably irritated. Ultimately, Xiao Feng relented and allowed Xiao Xun'er to accompany him, despite his reluctance, while she remained indifferent to his feelings. The nearby town bustled with activity, with numerous stalls selling herbs and monster cores. Xiao Xun'er had somehow procured half a mask, concealing the left side of her face while revealing the other half of her enchanting visage. Passers-by cast glances her way, some admiring, others envious. A mocking smile played on her lips as she taunted, look at these ugly humans. Xiao Feng chose to ignore her. The mercenary town, though not large, was filled with lodgings, with half of the shops along the street serving as inns, all brimming with patrons. Is something amiss? Xiao Feng murmured as he approached the nearest establishment. Let go of me, Xiao Xun'er shouted. The surrounding noise quieted slightly, and nearly all eyes turned toward the two of them. At this moment, Xiao Feng's height was not significantly less than that of Xiao Xun'er. Initially, everyone presumed they were merely a bickering couple, but it soon became evident that the situation was far more complex. Be honest. Xiao Feng shot her a glare. What? Are you looking to hit me again? When Xiao Xun'er's temper flared, she could be quite the loudmouth. While in the Beast Mountain range, it hadn't seemed too troublesome, but upon arriving in the town, she realized her fiery temperament was truly deserving of a reprimand. Stop shouting. Have you forgotten what I said? Xiao Feng threatened her with his gaze. Xiao Xun'er let out a cold laugh, her eyes brimming with disdain. How could I forget? You've imprisoned me by your side. I shall never forget this. As more and more people gathered around, most of their attention fell on Xiao Feng, who appeared to be an impeccably matched pair with Xiao Xun'er. Yet behind the facade lurked such a sordid reality. Whispers ensued. This man seems utterly despicable. That girl is so pitiful. Xiao Feng took a deep breath, his expression and demeanor turning indifferent as he looked at Xiao Xun'er. I shall ask you just once more. Will you continue this ruckus? A shiver ran through Xiao Xun'er's heart. Although she intended to retort, her lips parted but no sound emerged. Ultimately, she tilted her head, refusing to meet Xiao Feng's gaze, her nostrils flaring slightly as she let out a soft huff. Choosing silence, Xiao Feng stepped forward, grasping Xiao Xun'er's hand, parting the crowd as they made their way out. Suddenly, someone obstructed their path, clad in armor stained with dark blood, his face obscured by a helmet, his voice raspy. Since the lady does not wish to accompany you, is it not excessive to force her? Xiao Feng remained impassive, tugging Xiao Xun'er forward. Handle it yourself. Xiao Xun'er pouted, casting a glare at Xiao Feng before turning her ire towards the armored man. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? The armored man paused for a moment. Then after several seconds, replied, I see. My apologies for intruding. With that, he turned to leave. Ugh, just a couple having a spat. Someone waved dismissively as they departed. Damn it, I've been force-fed dog food again. Another person scowled at the couple before storming off. The crowd quickly dispersed. What were you trying to do just now? Xiao Feng inquired. And what concern is it of yours? Xiao Xun'er, slightly irked at her own weakness for being subdued by Xiao Feng, now directed her displeasure at everyone. Oh, Xiao Feng did not press further, leading her into another inn. booking 2 rooms and ordering a table of dishes. Once the food arrived in their guest room, he closed the door and turned to the munching Xiao Ling. Actually, I owe you an apology. Xiao Xun'er was taken aback, her eyes widening, lips moving but ultimately falling into silence. The surprise on her face faded, replaced by intense contempt. What if I say sorry 100 times and then hit you for 2 months? Would that suffice? Of course not. But that is how you treat me. Because you can't defeat me. So hurry up and eat, and make the most of your time to cultivate. You have no right to dictate. Xiao Xun'er glared at Xiao Feng, brimming with aversion. After delivering her retort, she was once again met with a good thrashing. Xiao Ling sat cross-legged on her bed, her eyes aflame with fury as she glared at the retreating figure of Xiao Feng. With gritted teeth, she seethed, contemplating vengeance for Xiao Zi, while he, in a display of audacity, spoke grandiloquently of lofty principles. Before departing, Xiao Feng summoned the waiter and handed him a gold coin. Are there always this many guests at the inn? He inquired. The waiter, bowing low, accepted the coin and replied. There are occasionally mercenaries who come to stay for a few days, but it has never been this lively. Xiao Feng nodded, gesturing for the waiter to attend to his duties. This waiter was quite articulate, succinctly elucidating the current circumstances. Many have come in response to a call, Xiao Feng mused, a smile breaking across his face as he stepped out onto the bustling street. The waiter had mentioned that many flocked in response to a summons, implying that not all were there for the same reason. Some might have arrived of their own volition or with ulterior motives, an ambiguity that no one could ascertain. In summary, the small mountain town at this moment was teeming with a chaotic undercurrent beneath its bustling surface. There was no need for inquiry. The majority of passers-by were engrossed in discussions about the 3 major mercenary groups. Pray tell, where are the headquarters of these 3 mercenary groups? Xiao Feng asked a passerby. Thank you, he added, sizing up the individual. The tone of the reply indicated that this person was no ordinary individual, yet after a few moments of scrutiny, Xiao Feng found his appearance to be utterly unremarkable. The stranger, unfazed, smiled and turned away. Following the direction indicated by the passerby, they arrived at a vast square within 10 minutes. The square was alive with noise, filled to the brim with people. At its center stood a tent, with 3 lines of individuals resembling a dragon stretching towards Xiao Feng. If you are not a combatant, do not crowd, someone cautioned before Xiao Feng could approach. A finger pointed towards a nearby bluestone tablet, which bore numerous marks, some made by fingers, others by fists, knives, and swords. Combatants? Xiao Feng approached the stone tablet, placing his hand upon it. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his entire body to relax, his breath becoming increasingly elongated, drawing energy from his heart. Strength blossomed from his feet. A warm current surged from the ground, traveling up through his soles, legs, waist, and shoulders, ultimately reaching his hands. His body transformed from a state of relaxation to tension and back again, akin to a wave rising from his feet and flowing upward, channeling all his strength into his palms and into the stone tablet. Afterward, a surge of fighting spirit erupted from his palms, reducing the bluestone tablet to mere dust. Upon opening his eyes, Xiao Feng gazed at the pile of bluestone dust, lost in contemplation. This method of exerting hidden strength was a technique he had mastered in a previous life. It was his first application in this existence, unexpectedly demonstrating tremendous power and prompting further reflection. It appeared that this world lacked methods for bone refinement. Even Xiao Yan's body tempering merely addressed the flesh. Yet, the human body's greatest strength resided in its bones. How many saints had perished, their flesh long decayed, while only their bones remained? How could one draw energy into the bones? Xiao Feng stood motionless as others around him erupted into frenzy. Before this, the man found his legs trembling, unable to fathom what sort of individual could achieve such a feat, yet it was evidently beyond his capability to intervene. Those who bore witness to this spectacle were left astounded, drawing the attention of even more onlookers. Eventually, at the forefront of the gathering, 3 individuals approached the tent. This younger brother appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Was he also intending to lend a hand? Before getting closer, the burly man on the left already broke into a grin, his bearded chin reminiscent of the legendary Li Kuei. Once again, this fellow had stolen the initiative. The woman in the center murmured something and immediately flashed a friendly smile at Xiao Feng. The third man on the right had an ordinary appearance, but in comparison to the robust figure on the left, he seemed somewhat frail. The trio exchanged glances at the spot where a bluestone monument should have stood, only to find a cloud of dust in its place, their eyes instinctively narrowing. As combat masters, they possessed the ability to shatter that stone tablet. Yet they could not replicate the current situation. A great combat master? A formidable fighting technique? This place is too chaotic. Why not join me at the Canine Tooth Mercenary Corps for a drink? The man on the left inquired with a smile. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Transaction. Initially, I merely intended to partake in the excitement. Yet I inadvertently became the center of attention. At this moment, Bai Yin sat in the reception hall of the Canine Tooth Mercenary Corps, flanked by 2 men and a woman, who were the leaders of the Iron Sword, Canine Tooth, and Blood Dark Flower factions, all of whom were combat masters. The leader of the Iron Sword, Taishan, was a 7-star combat master. The unassuming man who claimed to be the leader of the Canine Tooth Mercenary Corps gestured towards the Li Kua-like figure, introducing him, then pointed to the other woman. Blood Dark Flower's leader, Manny, a 6-star combat master. Lastly, he indicated himself, the leader of Canine Tooth, Han Wen, also a 6-star combat master. Xiao Feng greeted each of them in turn, and only when all 3 turned their attention towards him did he speak. I did not come here to forge friendships. The trio's expressions sharpened, their fighting spirit beginning to stir. Of course, I am not here to provoke enemies either. Xiao Feng maintained an air of calm, leaving the 3 momentarily perplexed. They exchanged glances, and Han Wen smiled as he redirected the conversation. Young brother, what is your identity, and what brings you here? We shall not dwell on that, nor are we particularly interested. However, your deliberate destruction of that bluestone monument to draw our attention indicates you must have matters to discuss with us. After broaching this subject, the trio fell silent, patiently awaiting Xiao Feng to take the initiative. Xiao Feng offered a wry smile, admitting that he had not given it much thought, as it was merely a spur-of-the-moment action. I have heard that you plan to venture into the Monster Mountain range. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's directness, the 3's breathing noticeably slowed. I wish to learn of your plans, or rather, your objectives. The expressions of the 3 shifted, and as Taishan set down his cup, preparing to speak, Han Wen swiftly interrupted. His gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Xiao Feng, speaking slowly. It is certainly permissible to inquire about our plans, but what sincerity do you offer in return? Rest assured, my sincerity is genuine. Xiao Feng tapped the armrest with 4 fingers, producing a rhythmic sound, his eyelids flickering slightly. However, do not assume everyone is a fool. Initially, Xiao Feng had merely intended to observe the commotion without investing much thought into the matter. Now, he pondered quietly and began to comprehend various aspects. The mercenary groups near the Beast Mountains primarily engage in 2 activities: hunting magical beasts to collect their cores and searching for medicinal herbs. If they speak the truth, given their limited strength as mere fighters, their focus should not be on the central region. Rather, the outer areas would be more fitting both in terms of power and necessity. Upon reflection, only one possibility arises. The central region harbors something so valuable that they are willing to risk their lives for it. The bystander observed this keenly, prompting a faint smile from Xiao Feng. The expressions of the 3 grew increasingly cold. Why would they willingly share something that could cost them their lives? From the moment they sat down, their intentions were clear, and now they stood, effectively blocking all of Xiao Feng's escape routes. Unmoved as a mountain, Xiao Feng regarded the trio with an almost scrutinizing gaze. The situation within the Beast Mountains hardly requires elaboration, with just 3 fighters and a group of lower-tier combatants. How far could they truly venture, even at the risk of their lives? Let us speak plainly. This roundabout talk is quite displeasing. TSH and interjected. Han Wen and Manny exchanged glances before fixing their gaze on Xiao Feng. What if I could ensure your safe passage to the entrance of the central region of the Beast Mountains? Xiao Feng resumed, tapping on the armrest, adding, I could even allow you to set up camp there as a supply point. That's impossible, Manny exclaimed. Indeed, it seems you recognize the difficulty of such a feat. Xiao Feng replied with a smile, casting a commendatory glance at Manny, as if to suggest he should be more audacious in his demands. He then inquired languidly, so, what conditions could you possibly propose? The trio exchanged glances before retreating to a corner for a hushed discussion. Xiao Feng appeared relaxed as he listened to their intermittent arguments and murmurs. Han Wen finally spoke, if what you claim can be realized, we 4 would share the spoils of the divine treasure. What do you think? Xiao Feng shook his head. You lack sincerity if you think such vague promises could entice me. Han Wen furrowed his brow. How can you prove that your claims are not false? You will inevitably venture into the Beast Mountains. The truth will unveil itself, regardless of any deceit. Xiao Feng stood up, declaring, if this is all you have to offer, then consider today a wasted visit. Manny hastily interjected, wait, what if we add 50,000 gold coins? No, make it 100,000. If you also take action, we are willing to offer 150,000. Xiao Feng chuckled, turning to leave. State your conditions. TSH and shouted. Xiao Feng paused, a recipe. That is impossible. The 3 exclaimed in unison. Han Wen continued. How could we possess something that even alchemists treasure? Xiao Feng scratched his head. No, I mean the recipe for the herbs. Medical recipes? Many questioned, puzzled. What use are those? In the eyes of mercenaries, physicians held some status. Yet medical recipes were regarded as mere scraps of paper. How about 20 medical recipes? Xiao Feng proposed. Han Wen nodded. It may take some time, but that is feasible. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. In recent days, I have been residing in the town. You may call for me on the day of departure. Xiao Feng dismissed the entreaties of the three and departed directly. In silence, Hanwen snapped his fingers, and a streak of dark light fell upon the hem of Xiao Feng's garment, accompanying him as he left. Upon completing this, Hanwen revealed a faint smile. How much do your pastries cost? Xiao Feng inquired as he approached. Which kind would the guest like? Let me have a bit of everything. Hearing a knock at the door, she leapt off the bed. Here. Xiao Feng handed over a large bag of pastries and snacks. He paid no mind. Entering the guest room, closing the door behind him, and placing the food on the table, he then pinched out a small black bug, about the size of a watermelon seed. Do you recognize this? Xiao Ling remained silent, tilting her head to avoid his gaze, adopting an attitude of indifference. Xiao Feng shook his head and walked over, grasped Xiao Ling's chin to turn her face towards him, placing the bug in front of her eyes once more. Do you recognize this bug? Xiao Ling swatted Xiao Feng's hand away, her expression fierce. If you want to hit me, then go ahead. Just don't touch me. Xiao Feng clicked his tongue, pondering if this girl might be. Suddenly, Xiao Ling, who had appeared impatient moments earlier, snatched the black bug from him, examining it intently in her palm. After a considerable pause, she raised her head, fixing her gaze on Xiao Feng, her tone calm. Where did this come from? Someone gave it to me. Who? Where is he? There was a palpable urgency in Xiao Ling's eyes. Do you know him? Xiao Ling widened her eyes, her voice rising. But she choked back the rest of her words, adopting a more placid demeanor. If you don't want to say, then that's fine. With that, she discarded the bug to the ground, crushing it underfoot, and stood to walk towards the door. What are you doing? Xiao Feng pressed against the door. Step aside. She retorted coldly. Xiao Ling ceased her struggle, pouting as she sat there, tears rolling down her cheeks. Pouring herself a glass of water, she took a sip and then reached for the newly purchased snacks. Smack! Xiao Ling slapped Xiao Feng's hand, seizing the bag of treats and cradling it against her chest. Shouting at him, "Get lost. These are mine." As she shouted, tears continued to fall. Xiao Feng found it amusing. Why are you crying? What business is it of yours? Xiao Ling glared at him. I just like to cry. Go ahead and hit me. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage in her tantrum. After a while, noticing that Xiao Ling had stopped crying, he finally spoke. Was your adoptive mother's death related to this person? Xiao Ling remained silent. In a few days, a group will enter the Monster Beast Mountains, and among them will be this person. Remember to lock the door before sleeping. Xiao Feng added before moving to the adjacent room. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Ling did not step outside, spending nearly all her time training, save for meals and sleep. Xiao Feng did not disturb her, occasionally venturing out to explore the shops in the town. Besides daily necessities, he also visited a weapon shop. Is this the most durable armor you have? Xiao Feng asked, pointing at a piece of inner armor. Indeed, sir. Is this your sharpest dagger? Yes, sir. How much does it cost? A total of 100 gold coins. Can I exchange it for magic cores? Xiao Feng had nearly exhausted his gold coins, leaving only magic cores and medicinal herbs. Of course, Xiao Linger snorted, dismissing him with a remark about being overly sentimental, before shouldering a large bundle and departing. However, as she brushed past Xiao Feng, she swiftly snatched away his inner armor and dagger. Meanwhile, the 3 mercenary groups had successfully gathered their forces. As Xiao Feng approached, many handed him a stack of papers. Although this document was not particularly valued by many, acquiring such a quantity in a short time required considerable expense. I hope you have not deceived us, otherwise. Ignoring Manny's veiled threat, Xiao Feng accepted the medical papers with a smile. I detest fraud above all else. Acquiring things through deceit is utterly distasteful. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Hanwen chimed in cheerfully, gesturing for the group behind him to push their cart towards the Monster Mountain Range. Chapter 18. Return to the Monster Mountain Range. With the addition of newly recruited members, the 3 mercenary groups formed a nearly 100-strong contingent, marching robustly towards the Monster Mountain Range. In the distance, 2 figures trailed behind, one clad in armor, obscuring his face, and the other an ordinary passerby. How many do you think will perish this time? The passerby asked with a grin. The armored man's voice was muffled. The more, the better. The passerby chuckled a few times, falling silent thereafter. Crossing the plains and traversing the Great River, the group finally entered the Monster Mountain Range. Among the leaders, Manny raised her right hand, prompting the others to halt immediately. Rest in place, she called out, and the once orderly formation scattered. Scouts, Hanwen shouted, and a 5-member team quickly jogged from the crowd, venturing deeper into the mountains. Captain, we have encountered no monsters along the way, the 5 reported in unison. Hanwen nodded, his gaze landing on Xiao Feng, whose expression appeared calm, yet his heart surged with tumult. The 5 had chosen 5 paths, all of which were the most likely to encounter monsters, yet this route had yielded none. How had this individual, who had scarcely left the town in recent days, achieved such a feat? The deeper the mystery, the more cautious Han Wen became. He summoned 2 others for a brief discussion, deciding to rest for a day and conduct further reconnaissance before proceeding. As night fell and stars twinkled brightly, Xiao Feng approached Manny's tent. Is there something you need? Manny poked her head out. Yes, Xiao Feng nodded. May I come in to discuss? Gazing at the lush grass, Manny licked her lips and smiled alluringly. Of course. The curtain fell, and the shadows cast by the light intertwined. 10 minutes later, Xiao Feng emerged and proceeded to visit the tents of Tai Shan and Han Wen. After exiting Han Wen's tent, he headed directly towards the Monster Mountain Range. Since incorporating the Qingmu wolf pack, Xiao Feng and Xiao Xun'er had established 2 small wooden cabins in the territory of the wolves, which had become the headquarters on the outskirts of the Monster Mountain Range. The direction Xiao Feng was heading towards was indeed that very place. The journey was largely silent, occasionally punctuated by the calls of birds and beasts, which quickly vanished as Xiao Feng drew near, resembling an ordinary forest. He walked for a considerable time, until, as midnight approached, he discerned pairs of glowing green eyes in the distance. He had finally arrived. A wolf howled at the moon, its voice resonating through the night. A woo, a woo, a woo. Moments later, a cacophony of howls erupted, resonating through the air. Enough with the howling. Xiao Feng bellowed, straining his voice. The pack of wolves was generally obedient and well-behaved. Yet they were afflicted by an ingrained habit from birth, akin to the braying of a donkey. Enduring the tiresome howls, Xiao Feng sought out Xiao Xun'er. What do you intend to do? She asked, her face contorted with disdain as she shifted to the side, distancing herself from him. Noticing remnants of food clinging to her lips, he suppressed the urge to wipe them away. They've arrived. Have you made the necessary arrangements? He inquired. Xiao Xun'er rolled her eyes. I was already aware of their movements. Do you need to remind me? Well, what are your plans moving forward? Xiao Feng pressed. Why is it any of your concern? She retorted, glaring at him with a sidelong glance before averting her gaze. If you believe my assistance is unnecessary, then you may handle it alone. However, traversing the central region of the Beast Mountain Range is perilous. Don't let those individuals meet their demise. Xiao Feng regarded Xiao Xun'er, aware that although their strength was lacking, they were certainly more reliable than the raucous wolf cubs outside. Waving her hand dismissively, Xiao Xun'er declared, If there's nothing else, you should leave. Your presence is a nuisance. Clenching his fists in frustration, Xiao Feng ultimately lost his patience and playfully smacked her on the head. All you do is eat. Focus on your cultivation. Once you're done, be on your way. Xiao Xun'er shot him a glare. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Xiao Feng refrained from sleep, lighting a lamp and meticulously examining the medicinal recipes he had acquired, occasionally rising to grab a categorized herb from the nearby shelf and taking a bite. At the break of dawn, Xiao Feng knocked on Xiao Xun'er's door. What activity is planned for today? Without uttering a word, she stepped outside and called for a greenwood wolf. After a brief exchange of howls, she finally spoke. Today, they dispatched several small teams for reconnaissance. One team encountered the wolf guards. Fortunately, there was no conflict, and both sides withdrew. Very well, we still have some time. Xiao Feng nodded. Please fetch me some hot water. Xiao Xun'er scoffed. If you want water, you can boil it yourself. Xiao Feng rubbed his temples. I have matters to attend to. I cannot afford to be distracted. Do not dawdle. It is needed urgently. An hour later, a knock echoed on his door. Hey, the water has boiled away. Where are you? Are you dead? Creaking open the wooden door, Xiao Feng emerged, pale and with foam at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Xun'er stared, momentarily taken aback. Are you truly on the brink of death? Coughing. A hint of color returned to Xiao Feng's pallid face as he weakly waved his hand. Please pour the hot water into the tub for me. Xiao Xun'er remained unmoved, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Do you think you can still defeat me in your current state? You may certainly try. She said nothing further, casting a few glances his way before turning to prepare the water. The tub was filled with a layer of medicinal herb paste, and as boiling water was poured in, a cloud of steam rose, carrying the fragrant aroma of the herbs. Observing Xiao Xun'er, who showed no intention of leaving, he announced, I am about to undress. With a dismissive expression, Xiao Xun'er pressed her lips together. Out, Xiao Feng urged, shooing her away like a bothersome fly. Just before the door closed, she let out a cold laugh. Are you shy? Little Xun'er, locked outside the door, did not depart. She lingered before the entrance, her heart torn between conflicting thoughts. Now is the perfect moment to exact vengeance for Xiao Zi while he is vulnerable. No, we, the magical beasts, must honor our promises and wait until we meet him again to strike. For reasons unknown, little Xun'er felt a sense of relief, and then fled as if in escape. Inside the room, Xiao Feng, observing the movements outside with his spiritual power, finally closed his eyes slowly. When he opened them again, twilight had enveloped the surroundings. Little Xun'er was consolidating the wolf pack, seated upon a massive stone, gazing into the distance with a serene expression. As Xiao Feng emerged, she cast a glance at him and declared, I need to step out. I shall accompany you, he replied. Xiao Feng watched her, following closely as her figure began to fade from view. After traversing several hills, upon reaching the summit, he spotted little Linger emerging from a corner. The wolf pack nowhere in sight, as she had deliberately awaited him there. Have they arrived? Xiao Feng inquired. Do not approach, she warned, her demeanor alert. What is the matter? He asked, perplexed. You are human, and I am a beast. Should you witness your kind perish, perhaps you will no longer side with me. She remarked nonchalantly, her gaze dropping to Xiao Feng's feet. She observed him drawing nearer until he halted before her, only to be met with a sharp tap on the head. If you wish to strike me, then do so, but do not let me find an opportunity. I will undoubtedly avenge Xiao Zi, she retorted, rubbing her head, annoyance evident in her eyes. He possesses the cultivation of a fighter. How could you possibly impede his escape? Xiao Feng scolded, exasperation evident. And without my presence, how would those mercenaries know if the wolf pack came to confront them? Do they not use their intellect? With so many Qingmu wolves and second-tier magical beasts, he cannot flee. Little Linger scoffed. You are not planning to eliminate them all, are you? And what of it? Xiao Feng dismissed her, charging towards the distance. The past 2 months had rendered him quite familiar with the terrain surrounding the magical beast mountains, allowing him to surmise the route taken by the mercenaries. Upon cresting the hill, he indeed encountered them. Noticing the standoff between the two parties, Xiao Feng exhaled in relief. Hanwen, seeing Xiao Feng's return, had accumulated immense discontent upon his face. What do you mean by this? He demanded. Xiao Feng advanced, and the magical beasts instinctively parted to grant him passage. Observing this, the crowd's pupils dilated, and their gazes towards Xiao Feng transformed entirely. Xiao Feng halted a short distance before Hanwen, expressing regret. Hanwen, you are a commendable person, but alas, you made a grave mistake years ago. Mistake? Hanwen did not comprehend Xiao Feng's intention, yet instinctively sensed that the day would turn unfavorable for him, his gaze beginning to roam the surroundings. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice resonated. Have you forgotten the white tiger you killed here 7 years ago? She approached slowly, and wherever she passed, the magical beasts yielded and submitted, akin to a princess of the beast clan. You are that little girl? Hanwen could scarcely believe his eyes. Upon her silent affirmation, Hanwen sighed and retorted, Did you not wish to leave back then? Xiao Linger calmly stated, You only mentioned that it would sleep for a while. Yet it ultimately perished. Hanwen fell silent for a moment, pondering, It is a beast of magic. Am I truly at fault? A faint, cold smirk appeared beneath his mask. Indeed, for you, there is no error. Even they would not deem it wrong. Xiao Linger extended her finger, tracing the faces before her, adding, Perhaps, as long as one is human, they perceive no wrongdoing. After a pause, a clear, derisive laugh escaped her lips. But for me, you have committed a grave mistake in taking its life. Hanwen sighed once more. What must I do to spare my life? A life for a life, she replied. Despair flickered in Hanwen's eyes as he clenched his fists, then slowly released them. Ultimately, he collapsed to his knees before Xiao Linger, declaring, Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Yet my brothers are innocent. I submit to your judgment, only pleading for their release. Noticing Xiao Linger's silence, he pressed on. Do you not wish to exact your revenge personally? Captain, I will not leave. Someone shouted from behind Hanwen. Let us fight our way out together. We have slain third-tier white tigers. These second-tier beasts are beneath us. I promise you, Xiao Linger declared, drawing a dagger and advancing towards Hanwen. With his head bowed, Hanwen listened to the sound of her footsteps drawing near until a pair of shoes entered his line of sight, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 19, The Death of Hanwen. Be careful, Xiao Feng cautioned, raising his hand towards Xiao Linger. How could a mere novice, having trained for only 2 months, possibly contend with a combat master? And at that moment, who could impede Hanwen's actions? Hanwen had devised this very plan. Observing the beasts encircling Xiao Linger, he immediately contemplated seizing her to facilitate his escape, not anticipating her cooperation. His plan succeeded, and he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Alas, he overlooked one crucial individual, Xiao Feng. It is not that Hanwen entirely disregarded Xiao Feng. In fact, he viewed him with great concern, which led him to act against Xiao Linger while distancing her from Xiao Feng. Nevertheless, he underestimated Xiao Feng. Just as he rose to grasp Xiao Ling, a blade of light pierced through his right palm, shattering his arm before vanishing into the distance. Even at that moment, Hanwen had not abandoned hope. Despite the pain in his right hand, he lifted his left, believing that capturing Xiao Linger would render Xiao Feng hesitant to act. However, a second blade of light obliterated the last vestige of hope in his heart. His hands fell limp, blood dripping, as despair enveloped him. He glanced around at Taishan and Ma and I, questioning, What are you waiting for? Are you simply going to watch him dismantle me one by one? Ma and I cast a fleeting glance at Hanwen before averting her gaze. Taishan opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Han Wen erupted into manic laughter. Turning to Xiao Feng, in the end, it is a matter of victory and defeat. Let us engage. Xiao Xun'er had retreated far, her gaze fixed on Han Wen. Filled with fury, Han Wen, do you comprehend where your true error lies? Han Wen, equally perplexed, replied, what exactly did I do wrong? Suddenly, Ma and I interjected, Han Wen, will you continue the charade? Did you not claim that you had not obtained that book? With a sudden realization, Han Wen's expression shifted, exclaiming, ah, so that is the case. Following this, his demeanor turned stern. If that is so, let none of us find peace. As his words echoed, a swarm of endless black insects erupted from his body, soaring into the air like a dark cloud, dispersing in all directions. Han Wen, embracing a fatalistic resolve, unleashed his dark sorcery without leaving any path for retreat. In mere moments, all that remained was a battered shell, yet his spirit did not dissipate. Instead, it clung to the swarming black insects. Xiao Feng's countenance darkened. Despite having previously inquired with Manny and Taizhan, he had not anticipated such a repugnant manifestation of dark magic. Fortunately, Manny and Taizhan were prepared. They each cast a specially crafted iron net into the air while simultaneously sprinkling white powder. Within 5 minutes, Han Wen had completely vanished from this realm. Xiao Feng approached, observing the two converse in hushed tones. Those under Han Wen's command who could be controlled were retained, while those deemed uncontrollable were to be dealt with mercilessly. These beasts will assist you. All will be resolved within half an hour. With that, Xiao Feng turned to walk toward Xiaoling. She remained silent, turning away. Xiao Feng paid her no mind, his expression calm despite the anguished cries of the dying echoing behind him. Manny beat her chest in frustration. Taizhan, what are you thinking? She suddenly inquired. Taizhan paused, responding, I feel as though you have transformed into a different person. Manny forced a smile. Have I become a sycophant, bending with the wind? Taizhan remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Indeed, I founded the mercenary group out of disdain for such sycophantic subservience, Manny sighed. Yet, how many years have I served as the leader? Countless days spent battling alongside my comrades in the mountains. What has changed? Lowering her voice, she continued, whether you believe it or not. I sense that individual is my destined benefactor, capable of leading me to greater heights. I refuse to languish any longer. Regardless of your thoughts, as long as he requires me, I shall exert every effort to excel. Taizhan offered a wry smile. You speak wisely, and presently, we have no other options. As the moon ascended, its pallid light illuminated the dark red stains of blood, sending shivers down one's spine. Aside from the foraging beasts, none dared approach this place. Suddenly, a black spear pierced the night sky, impaling an unruly beast to the ground. Under the moonlight, the spear glimmered with an eerie sheen. The remaining beasts fled in terror. Soon after, two figures emerged from the shadows. The armored man withdrew the spear and surveyed the scattered corpses with a hint of regret. There are fewer dead than I would have preferred. The masked figure shook his head. We haven't even entered the central region yet. There is no cause for concern. This time, it is your turn to guard me, the armored man remarked, cleaning the blood from the blade. Go ahead, begin, the masked figure replied, exasperated by his companion's unique obsessions. Suddenly, both raised their eyes towards a particular spot in the darkness. A sigh emerged from the shadows, followed by the sound of footsteps. I apologize for the interruption. A shadow emerged from the depths, gradually stepping away from the darkness, revealing the visage of Xiao Feng under the moonlight. The long spear, which he had previously sheathed, was once again gripped firmly in his hand, while the armored man's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. In contrast, the passerby maintained a casual demeanor, yet his tone bore an unmistakable weight. Are you waiting for us? Xiao Feng scrutinized the passerby, finally discerning a scar of a broken eyebrow upon his right brow. I merely happened to be passing by, he replied, raising his hands in a gesture of curiosity. Shall we sit down and converse? The armored man let out a disdainful grunt and turned to leave. The passerby offered an apologetic smile before hastily following after him. Xiao Feng watched their retreating figures, his brows knitting tighter in contemplation. The camp was already established, but whether these individuals would find rest remained uncertain. At that moment, Xiao Xun'er's small wooden cottage was brimming with people. Why are you all crowding into my space? It's suffocating, she exclaimed, her face etched with displeasure. Within the cramped abode sat 4 individuals, a scene aptly described as a throng. Why don't you go to your bed and practice? Xiao Feng shot her a glance, choosing to ignore her further. Nearby, Mani and Taizhan kept their eyes cast down, feigning ignorance, as if they could neither see nor hear. With a slight smile, Xiao Feng addressed the issue concerning the central region. I am unaware of your prior arrangements, but I must caution you. At the edge of this forest resides a level 4 magical beast. While its temperament is relatively mild, it is not inclined to allow you to lead dozens of people into its territory. As his words settled, Mani and Taizhan exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowing in unison. This matter rests entirely in your hands, esteemed sir. Mani finally spoke, her tone earnest. We shall defer to your judgment. Xiao Feng paused, his earlier negotiating demeanor shifting as he scrutinized them. I do not favor coercing others, he began, but was abruptly interrupted. You're lying. Xiao Xun'er shouted. Silence. Xiao Feng barked. I refuse. Hypocritical man. She retorted with a scoff. You two must be blind to even consider following him. Xiao Feng rolled up his sleeves. I will count to 3. If you do not commence your training by then, I shall ensure you are occupied until dawn. 1. Look, his true nature has been exposed. Xiao Xun'er laughed. 2. Following Xiao Feng means enduring a beating every 3 days. She continued her tirade. 3. Instantly, the wooden cottage fell silent. Xiao Xun'er, with a smug expression, closed her eyes to begin her training, while Xiao Feng's fingers twitched, his teeth grinding audibly. Mani and Taizhan, heads bowed, bit their lips to suppress laughter, sharing a glance filled with understanding. We vow to follow young Master Xiao Feng to the ends of the earth. Xiao Feng shook his head. Vows are easily spoken, yet since you have made one, I shall take it to heart. However, let me make myself clear, should betrayal occur. I advise you to conclude your own lives before I discover it. Mani chuckled, radiating a spirited aura. For those of us who live perilously on the edge, our lives are of little worth. The only thing we truly cherish is our word. Xiao Feng remained noncommittal. Now, let us discuss the objectives of your expedition. Mani nudged Taizhan and whispered, you speak. This serves as an opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. Taizhan, with his straightforward nature, is the type of person who easily makes friends, but can also inadvertently offend superiors. Mani, not wishing to see Taizhan fall into a dire situation, considers offering this chance to him. Taizhan shakes his head, and despite lowering his voice, his words are still distinctly audible. I'm not eloquent. You should speak instead. Xiao Feng waves his hand, encouraging Taizhan to share, stating that if there's anything he misses, Mani can provide further details. Thus, the two exchanged words for half an hour, clarifying the matter at hand. After listening, Xiao Feng pauses and remarks, so, you do not know the specific location, and you intend to risk lives to find it? The two share a bitter smile. Although this was indeed their plan, articulating it so bluntly left them feeling somewhat uneasy. What attributes do you possess? Xiao Feng inquires. Huh. Taizhan stares blankly for a moment. Mani, quicker to respond, eagerly states, I possess the wind attribute, while Taizhan has the earth attribute. Wind and earth. Xiao Feng ponders this for a moment before turning to Xiaoling and exclaiming, stop pretending. Bring me a wind attribute and an earth attribute magic core. Xiaoling, no longer feigning ignorance, scours the corner of the room and ultimately presents 2 magic cores. The general does not lack for skilled soldiers. Keep these items for now, Xiao Feng smiles, adding, you two have broadened your paths, but how far you can go depends on your own efforts. Mani and Taizhan gaze at the magic cores with excitement. They are not only captivated by the cores themselves, but also by the fact that this individual could casually hand over 2 third-tier magic cores. Indeed, having rushed out the previous day, they had not even tidied the bathing tub in the room. Glancing at the clear bathing water, a fervent desire surged within Xiao Feng. Although he is not an alchemist, his knowledge of medicinal herbs and pharmacology from his past life is not inferior to that of a seasoned alchemist. Through his analysis of medicinal formulas, he has gained a deeper understanding of the herbs in this world. While he may not be able to concoct elixirs, preparing some invigorating potions should pose no significant challenge. Once this matter is settled, he could experiment with creating a cleansing elixir. Muttering to himself, Xiao Feng then closes his eyes, carefully controlling his fighting energy to cleanse his meridians and acupoints. Chapter 20. The Fighter. At dawn, the 3 set off. Taizhan, who had previously bemoaned his lack of eloquence, surged to the front, eager to clear the path for Xiao Feng. You again? As Xiao Feng stepped outside, a voice boomed from above, reverberating through the air. Yes, come down. Xiao Feng replied without needing to look up, already aware that it was the mountain ape perched atop the hill speaking. As Mani and Taizhan emerged, they happened to witness the mountain ape descending, a massive shadow rapidly enlarging, akin to a small mountain collapsing, stirring up a cloud of dust and generating a deafening roar. The two were struck with alarm, yet they suppressed their fear, gritting their teeth to stand before Xiao Feng. Before them stood a colossal ape, taller than the great trees, its grayish-brown fur sharp as steel needles. The very air it inhaled and exhaled stirred up a whirlwind of dust, and its enormous fangs protruded from its lips, each fang nearly the height of a person. This mountain ape is a 4th-tier magical beast, having gained intelligence after consuming spirit fruits, capable of speech and possessing intellect comparable to that of humans. Compared to the two who were filled with trepidation, Xiao Feng appeared remarkably composed, gazing at the mountain ape with his head held high. Be careful, I have grown stronger. The mountain ape erupted into laughter. Huh? Is it because of these two? With that, it unleashed a powerful punch. As a fourth-tier magical beast, its physical strength surpassed that of a spirit fighter, and this blow summoned an immense pressure, confining the three within its grasp. Manny and Taizhan turned pale, their legs feeling as heavy as lead, leaving them frozen in place, helplessly watching as the fist descended upon them. The force was akin to a fierce attack unleashed by a spirit fighter, should it land. Survival for the two would be improbable. The giant fist approached at a dizzying speed, the fierce winds whipping their garments and hair. Young Master Xiao Feng, the two, having narrowly escaped, exchanged astonished glances, rendered speechless, and then focused intently on the clash before them. In the presence of the mountain ape, Xiao Feng appeared diminutive, evoking the image of a mouse taunting a cat, yet the cat found itself unable to catch the elusive rodent. The mountain ape, with its immense strength, delivered each punch with the force of a landslide, yet Xiao Feng's agility provoked its frustration. Little rascal, you always evade me. Can't you face me head-on? The mountain ape bellowed. Xiao Feng stood atop its head, responding, I can confront you directly, but can you guarantee that every human you encounter will engage you in such a manner? Perhaps you should contemplate how to address such individuals. In Xiao Feng's eyes, the mountain ape possessed a simplistic nature, harboring little malice, merely seeking to drive him away. This inspired in him a desire to tame it, and at present, he aimed to assist it in rectifying its shortcomings. Roaring in frustration, the mountain ape struck its chest, producing a thunderous sound. To it, this little pest was exceedingly exasperating, and it felt powerless to retaliate effectively. Come, let us exchange a punch. Xiao Feng suddenly leaped down, charging directly at the mountain ape. All right, take my punch. The mountain ape glared, its fury coalescing into a powerful strike aimed at Xiao Feng. With a resounding thud, the bothersome little insect vanished. After navigating nearly 100 meters through a forest of broken trees, the two finally spotted Xiao Feng. Half of his body was drenched in blood. His right arm twisted unnaturally, and his face was pale, struggling to maintain his standing posture. Yet, a brilliant smile adorned his face. Young master, are you all right? Manny hurriedly retrieved some medicine from her storage ring, intending to tend to his wounds, but was unexpectedly met with his refusal. Help me inside. Xiao Feng's voice was weak as he withdrew his spiritual sense from the two. This preliminary trial, carried out with casual ease, had been successfully passed by them. Xiao Ling poured hot water, then assisted Xiao Feng in shedding his outer garments. It's fine. Do not worry about the injury, he reassured her. Oh, Xiao Ling nodded, her methods becoming rather brusque, swiftly stripping Xiao Feng down and tossing him into the freshly boiled water. Caught off guard, Xiao Feng's brows shot up, inwardly muttering. Just you wait, Xiao Ling. The bathing tub contained herbs that Xiao Feng had prepared earlier, not to heal his wounds, but to utilize his injuries to refine his physique. Like a knife piercing a wound, Xiao Feng not only had to endure the intense pain, but also had to utilize his fighting spirit to realign the misaligned bones. Before long, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. An hour later, the originally dark medicinal liquid had transformed into a clear solution, albeit tinged with light red, indicative of the internal bruising within Xiao Feng. The realignment of the bones had concluded, yet the healing process would require additional time. Fortunately, with the assistance of waterwood fighting qi, this duration would be significantly reduced. Stabilizing his injuries with waterwood qi, he would then enhance the strength of his bones and flesh using metal, fire, and thunder qi. Thus, he proceeded. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Feng refrained from consuming any sustenance. Upon emerging from the wooden cabin, he appeared noticeably thinner. Young master, Taishan awaited at the door, his demeanor exuding respect. A few wolves sat nearby but turned to leave as Xiao Feng stepped out. Throughout these 3 days, Taishan had contemplated future matters, his astonishment from Xiao Feng's previous display solidifying his earlier convictions. In the presence of Xiao Feng, he felt nothing but admiration and submission. Young master, the food has long been prepared, Taishan announced. Xiao Feng glanced at him with newfound appreciation. This rugged man possessed a surprising delicacy of thought. Moments later, Taishan sheepishly admitted, this was all Mani's idea. We have taken turns keeping watch these past 3 days. Xiao Feng smiled, acknowledging their thoughtfulness. After 3 days of seclusion, significant changes had taken place. A tall structure now dominated the camp, far more robust and less ostentatious than the one Xiao Feng and Xiao Linger had built together. Young master, please come inside, Taishan urged with a smile. Hearing the commotion, Mani emerged from the house and hurried over, concern etched on her face. Young master, are you all right? Xiao Feng regarded the two, eager to show their loyalty, and nodded slightly. The main hall was a spacious meeting room, currently adorned with a large table, upon which an array of dishes was being placed as the 3 entered. Though not extravagant delicacies, Each dish was crafted from high-quality medicinal ingredients aimed at replenishing vitality and strengthening bones. Xiao Feng chuckled wryly, suppressing his desire for meat as he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. Is there anything that transpired during these 3 days? He inquired between bites. Mani responded, during this time, Taishan and I have organized the team and familiarized ourselves with the surrounding area, discovering numerous medicinal herbs in the process. She cheerfully presented a ledger filled with meticulous notes of the herbs they had collected over the past 2 days. Xiao Feng glanced at it, noting the common weeds found in the eyes of magical beasts, which could hardly be deemed rare treasures. Otherwise, they would not have remained unclaimed. Well, you may each keep a third of these, and the remainder can be given to Xiao Xun'er, he instructed. Understood. Xiao Xun'er, have you encountered those 2 individuals I asked you to keep an eye on? Xiao Feng inquired. Xiao Xun'er rolled her eyes in response, remaining silent. How annoying. They are not your subordinates. Why should you command me so? I haven't seen them, and I'm not telling you. Go ahead, hit me. When I become more powerful than you, I'll make sure to strike you for several years and avenge Xiao Zi, waving the 2 away to attend to their tasks. Xiao Feng led Xiao Xun'er towards his small wooden cabin. What are you planning to do? She protested, struggling to free herself from his grasp. To what stage have you progressed in your training? He asked. Why does it concern you? Xiao Xun'er let out a huff. Let go of me. Xiao Feng disregarded her struggles and unceremoniously dragged her into the wooden cabin. I need a favor, he stated. Not a chance. Xiao Xun'er instantly rejected without a moment's thought. There's a formula I'm hesitant to try. If it goes awry, it could be fatal. She glanced at Xiao Feng. All right, I'll give it a shot. You can refuse. After all, there are numerous mercenaries outside, he reminded her. Xiao Xun'er scoffed. How am I supposed to cooperate? Are you certain? Xiao Feng looked into her eyes, seeking affirmation once more. Growing impatient, she retorted, Are you slower than a woman? Xiao Feng retrieved a piece of blue stone from his storage ring. Now, channel your fighting spirit and press down on it. I wish to gauge your abilities. Without a word, Xiao Xun'er complied, pressing her hand onto the stone. Under the influence of her fighting spirit, the once solid blue stone began to yield, leaving a deep imprint. Concentrate your fighting energy into your hand for me to see, he instructed. With a sidelong glance at Xiao Feng, Xiao Xun'er's right palm erupted with a radiant glow. When did you reach this level? About half a month ago. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Xiao Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening. The entire plan had been disrupted. It appeared he must first help her become a fighter. Xiao Xun'er shot him a pointed look. You never asked. Xiao Feng slapped his forehead, muttering wait a moment, before stepping outside. Xiao Xun'er placed her hand on the crystal ball, which instantly illuminated with a resplendent golden light. Soon, a low-level mysterious technique materialized in Xiao Feng's mind. Wan Yuju. This was the technique he had previously learned from Xiao Xun'er. When perfected, it could manipulate countless metals, rendering even the opponent's weapons and armor powerless. Close your eyes and remember the path I guide you along. With their hands touching, their fighting spirits intertwined. After half an hour, the surrounding fighting energy began to surge violently, and Xiao Xun'er's expression turned noticeably anxious. Xiao Feng continuously reassured her, do not fear. Immerse your mind into your lower abdomen, control the fighting energy, compress it against the onslaught, and remain alert. Another half hour passed, and a thunderous sound erupted in Xiao Xun'er's ears, followed by an overwhelming wave of fatigue. She could no longer maintain her consciousness and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 21. The cleansing liquid. Observing the slumbering maiden on the bed, Xiao Feng smacked his lips, pondering how one could ascend to a fighter in merely a month and a half. He wondered what kind of being would emerge from this beast-infested mountain range. Manny and Taishan stood guard outside, having been stirred by the fluctuations of fighting energy. Xiao Feng opened the door, instructing them to resume their tasks, and summoned a few wolves to guard the entrance. With nothing pressing to attend to, he meandered through the forest. For these past years, he had been preoccupied. Initially driven by the instinct to survive, he now bore the additional sentiment of wanting to protect Xiao Xun'er, leaving little time to relax and let his mind wander. Plucking a leaf with ease, Xiao Feng gazed towards the direction of Wutan City, whispering to himself, I had intended to play some tunes for you during my leisure. Can you hear them? The green leaf resting against his lips, melodious notes echoed through the trees. Xun'er, I miss you. In Wutan City. Xiao Mei knocked on Xiao Xun'er's door. Sister Xun'er, have you seen Brother Xiaoyan? Xiao Mei shook her head, having searched the combat hall, the square, and the back mountain without catching a glimpse of her brother Xiaoyan. Why has he been avoiding me? The girl's voice trembled with the threat of tears, her worry intensifying after days without seeing him. Xiao Xun'er smiled gently to comfort her. Do not fret. When we see him this evening, I will inquire on your behalf. Thank you, Sister Xun'er, Xiao Mei replied, her head bowed as she departed. Watching her dejected figure fade away, Xiao Xun'er sighed and spoke softly to the interior. She has left. Footsteps echoed as Xiao Yan emerged from Xiao Xun'er's room, his hair disheveled and eyes hollow, moving in a daze. He managed a faint smile at Xiao Xun'er. "Thank you, Sister Xun'er." Concern etched on her face. She asked, "Brother Xiao Yan, what is troubling you?" He offered a bitter smile and shook his head, uncertain of his own condition. Yet, one truth was clear. The glory of yesteryears was no longer his. And the tide of ridicule and scorn was bound to follow. Suddenly, he chuckled, realizing that only in such moments could one discern the chasm between him and Feng Ge. Xiao Xun'er's worry deepened. "Are you truly all right?" Xiao Yan shook his head, choosing silence as he walked toward his courtyard. Even amidst the torrent of insults, he remained unperturbed, resolutely sweating in his yard. If Xiao Feng were to witness this scene, he might smile with satisfaction, thinking, the salted fish has finally begun to stir. Xiao Xun'er had awakened, her eyes closed as she absorbed the transformed world around her. "Xiao Feng," she murmured, her heart a tempest of emotions. Creaking open, the door revealed Xiao Feng entering. Startled, Xiao Xun'er trembled like a rabbit, then bristled. "What do you want?" "This is my room." Xiao Feng shot her a glare. "Sit down and familiarize yourself with the cultivation route." "I refuse." "Refuse again?" Xiao Feng rolled up his sleeves, a small stick at the ready. 5 minutes later, Xiao Xun'er complied, grumbling under her breath. "Just you wait. One day, I will avenge Xiao Zi." An hour later, Xiao Feng interrupted her thoughts. "How are you faring? Are you getting accustomed?" Xiao Xun'er pouted, ready to retort, but upon seeing the stick in Xiao Feng's hand, her fierce expression softened. "Fine. What's the matter?" "Nothing. Let us eat first, and we shall commence this evening." After their meal, Xiao Xun'er knocked on the door. "First, take a bath. Clean yourself up." Xiao Feng's voice called from within. "What do you want?" Xiao Xun'er pushed the door open with a wary expression. Inside, Xiao Feng had tidied up, leaving only a table and a bathing tub. He was busy mending the leaking parts of the wooden house. "Go when I say so. Stop with the nonsense," he admonished her. Seeing his serious demeanor, which gave no hint of mischief, Xiao Xun'er murmured an understanding and left. "Wait," Xiao Feng called out again. "What now?" Xiao Xun'er replied impatiently. "Make sure to wash your hair properly." "Okay. And clean the hairy parts too." "Get lost," Xiao Xun'er exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger as she slammed the door shut. Xiao Feng poured hot water into 2 buckets, pointing to one of them. "Undress and wash again." Xiao Xun'er glared at him with disdain. "You just want to see me without clothes, don't you?" Xiao Feng playfully slapped her on the head, causing droplets from her hair to scatter. "What is so appealing about a salted fish? Hurry up and take it off." Casting a sidelong glance at him, Xiao Xun'er turned her back, shedding her clothes and slipping into the water. "I won't look. Just finish and get into the other bucket. And be careful not to step on the ground." Xiao Feng, uninterested in the sight before him, busied himself at the table. The washing marrow liquid, his most proud creation from a previous life, was a concoction refined from hundreds of herbs. It was designed to integrate with the body through intravenous infusion, ultimately expelled along with waste blood, aimed at refining one's physique. Though the sanitary conditions were lacking, with the aid of his fighting spirit, Xiao Feng felt an 80% confidence. He had lured Xiao Xun'er here, believing her to be too weak. Once he departed, she would be left with no means of survival. He was unwilling to let his efforts go to waste. The sound of splashing water echoed behind him, followed by Xiao Xun'er's muffled voice. "I'm done." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Feng shattered the rising fantasies in his mind and began to add the medicinal herbs into the bathwater. Occasionally, his fingers brushed against the salted fish's skin, smooth and tender, igniting a warmth within him. "Focus on the technique I taught you, and do not worry about anything else. I will make a few incisions. Just endure it." After giving her some instructions, he poured the prepared liquid into the bathtub, transforming the clear water into a kaleidoscope of colors, obscuring the graceful form of the salted fish, which brought him a moment of relief. Damn this puberty. Why do people in this world mature so early? Xiao Feng cursed under his breath, calming his restless heart as he began to reach into the water. Xiao Xun'er shivered slightly, resembling a pitiful little kitten, her eyelids fluttering as she forced herself to continue practicing the technique. Suddenly, her face flushed. I'm sorry, I can't see, I touched the wrong spot." Xiao Feng apologized while continuing to explore. Xiao Xun'er trembled even more. Realizing something, he inwardly scolded himself for being foolish, then expanded his spiritual awareness. His breathing quickened slightly, and he could even discern the opening and closing of every pore. Even a salted fish has its allure. Steadying his breath, Xiao Feng regained his composure. He swiftly made incisions along her wrists, shoulders, and other areas with a dagger, and blood flowed forth. "Don't panic. Just continue with the technique. Leave the rest to me." He sealed the wounds with fighting spirit, pushing the medicinal liquid into Xiao Xun'er's body. In an instant, the young girl's brows knitted together, a hint of pain crossing her face. "If it becomes unbearable, just say so," Xiao Feng instructed. Perhaps his words provoked her temper, as her furrowed brows relaxed slightly. An hour passed. Xiao Feng let out a long sigh, only then realizing he was drenched in sweat. All right, you can come out now. He turned around. The water was filled with tainted blood, and remaining submerged would do her no good. Xiao Xun'er opened her eyes, touching a few places that were almost scabbed over. Her eyelashes fluttering as she momentarily found herself at a loss for words. She silently rose from the water, donned her clothes, and whispered softly behind Xiao Feng. No matter how well you treat me, it is of no use. I will forever remember that it was you who killed Xiao Zi. Xiao Feng did not turn around. Yet the overwhelming presence of spiritual energy in the room revealed that Xiao Xun'er's expression was devoid of hatred, only a bewildering sense of panic. It was not until the girl departed that Xiao Feng let out a contemplative sigh, realizing he had forgotten to inquire about the results. His character still required further refinement. Indeed, the effects of the marrow-cleansing liquid were remarkable. Later, according to Xiao Xun'er's description, she felt her strength had nearly doubled. Do you know why the results were so extraordinary? Xiao Feng regarded Xiao Xun'er with disdain. It is simply because you were too weak. 5 days later, they exited the forest. 4 days later, they emerged from the woods. 2 months later, as the mercenary group was on the verge of constructing a castle in that place, Xiao Feng led everyone out towards the forest's edge. Young master, have you broken through to the spirit combat level? Taishan exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? It's merely that I have reached a point where the mountain ape can do nothing against me. In the span of 2 months, he had consumed a quantity of medicinal herbs sufficient to make any alchemist lament, and he was now able to withstand a direct blow from the mountain ape. This did not imply that he could match the mountain ape in raw physicality. He would still be in peril after taking a few punches, but Xiao Feng's advancements extended beyond mere physical prowess. A shadow descended, winds howled, and the earth trembled. Xiao Feng, Mani, and Taishan had grown accustomed to such occurrences, yet the mercenaries witnessed a creature of such magnitude for the first time. Previously, they had only heard the captain entangled with a magical beast and requiring time. Now, upon seeing the beast with their own eyes, their gazes towards Xiao Feng transformed. You are consistently entangled with such beings? The mountain ape seemed intrigued. Despite its annoyance with the little creature, the satisfaction of delivering a strike was quite exhilarating, and it felt its reflexes improving in the midst of such combat. After all, it was far more entertaining than remaining idle on the mountaintop. Why are there so many of you? The mountain ape questioned, puzzled. The 3 familiar with it remained composed, accustomed to its usual tone. Yet the others were not so inclined. With such a thunderous presence, are you planning to devour us? We have other matters. The ones who will act are just the 2 of us, Xiao Feng spoke. What are they planning? The mountain ape suddenly grew vigilant. We seek a secret realm. Rest assured, we will not disturb the creatures you previously mentioned, Xiao Feng clarified. The mountain ape appeared conflicted. Its primary duty was to guard this area, preventing outsiders from interrupting the lives of the magical beasts. Allowing 1 or 2 intruders was manageable, but suddenly permitting such a large group left it with no justification to report back. You are not deliberately unable to stop them. Rather, you are overwhelmed. Xiao Feng had already provided the mountain ape with a rationale. That cannot be. It must be done regardless. The present Xiao Feng had no intention of merely negotiating. With a forceful stomp, he propelled himself towards the mountain ape's eyes like a cannonball, denying it the chance to respond. The mountain ape reacted swiftly, raising a hand to block Xiao Feng's path, while simultaneously reaching for him. However, Xiao Feng was quicker. Before it could tighten its grip, he had leaped over the mountain ape's head and clung to its back. Let us go. Observing the 2 engaged in combat, Mani and Taishan hurriedly led their team deeper into the forest. Chapter 22. Damn him. As they allocated personnel, Mani and Taishan scanned their surroundings. Move faster. Hurry up, everyone. Under their urging, over 70 individuals split into several groups, spreading out in various directions. An hour later, everyone reconvened at the same spot. Glancing at the filled medicine boxes behind each person, Mani and Taishan exchanged a look, suppressing their joy, and ordered, withdraw. 1 hour was the time allotted by Xiao Feng. He could hold out for at most an hour and a half, and this hour was their greatest window of opportunity. As all disappeared into the forest, Xiao Feng landed a punch on the mountain ape, laughing heartily. We'll meet again in a few days. That night, everyone was filled with excitement, throwing a celebration. Many approached the commander for a toast, but Xiao Feng directly pulled Xiao Ling over to shield himself from the drinks, saying, "You all enjoy yourselves." He evaded throughout the gathering, and only after most had drunk their fill did he find Mani. Any discoveries? Mani shook her head slightly. The secret realm isn't easy to locate. I've already dispatched 6 small teams in the corresponding area, almost half our manpower, yet we remain empty-handed. Xiao Feng nodded, not feeling disappointed. Regardless of whether they found the secret realm, he intended to venture into the central region. Later that evening, He brought a jar of wine to the mountain ape. What do you want? The mountain ape grunted, eyeing him suspiciously. Here, have a drink, Xiao Feng offered, extending the jar. The mountain ape set the wine aside, unwilling to risk drinking it, uncertain if Xiao Feng had poisoned it. The herbs were taken by the people you brought, weren't they? The mountain ape pressed, its voice low but resonant. Xiao Feng chuckled, appreciating the creature's deduction and calm demeanor. He neither confirmed nor denied, instead shifting the topic. I've always had a question that perplexes me. Generally, beasts of the second rank awaken their innate skills, and at most, those of the third rank surely possess them. You seem different. The mountain ape raised its head proudly. Have you heard of the battle ape clan? Xiao Feng shook his head. With a look of pride, the mountain ape recounted, long ago, this continent was not solely governed by fighting spirit. It was a time of flourishing beauty, where fighting spirit was merely one of many legacies, not particularly remarkable. Then, with the emergence of the soul-devouring clan, the myriad flowers withered, leaving only the legacy of fighting spirit. No wonder, Xiao Feng murmured. Back then, there existed a lineage of physical cultivators, hands raised to the heavens, feet planted on the ground, among the most splendid of blooms. The battle ape clan served as their guardian beasts, conquering the world, unchallenged. The mountain ape gazed up at the sky, filled with longing. And what happened next? Xiao Feng inquired. The mountain ape shook its head. Who knows what transpired afterward? Xiao Feng regarded the mountain ape with a bemused expression, thinking, I merely asked you a question, yet you spun this elaborate tale. I initially believed you to be the protagonist of this story, but you conclude with I don't know. What a jest. At this moment, the mountain ape spoke once more, claiming that the war ape clan does not cultivate innate talents, but possesses a robust physique that cannot be obstructed by anyone in the world. You practice fighting spirit. Do others not also practice fighting spirit? Xiao Feng inquired, tilting his head. The mountain ape instantly lowered its large head in acknowledgement of its own misunderstanding. Very well. I shall seek you out in a few days, and we shall engage in a proper battle, Xiao Feng declared as he stood to depart. Wait. The mountain ape called out to him. What is it? Xiao Feng asked. Although I have heard that humans cultivate at an astonishing pace, I still wish to inquire. Do all of you progress as swiftly as you do? I consume potions as well, but I see no discernible effects. The mountain ape confessed in confusion. Xiao Feng assessed the giant ape with a discerning eye. It is not the same. We humans possess methods for cultivating fighting spirit, whereas magical beasts do not. That is the crux of the matter. The mountain ape opened its mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, watching as Xiao Feng vanished into the thicket. On his way back, Xiao Feng pondered the mountain ape's words. It was evident that the creature harbored a keen interest in cultivation methods. The reason for its silence on the matter remained a mystery. In the following days, aside from cultivating and bathing, Xiao Feng began borrowing techniques and skills from Manny and Taizhan. The entire mercenary group, comprising dozens, presented over 200 methods and techniques. After extensive study, the light in Xiao Feng's eyes grew ever brighter. Xiao Linger, come to my room tonight, Xiao Feng commanded. I won't go, Xiao Linger retorted, defiantly raising her head. Oh, then Manny, you come, Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. The moment the words left his lips, the trio of Xiao Linger, Taizhan, and Manny collectively held their breath, a singular thought blossoming in their minds. Has the day finally arrived? Tieshan's face turned pale as he observed Manny's inclination to nod. I'll go, Xiao Linger suddenly exclaimed, her expression a mix of conflict and distaste, yet deep down, she wished to prevent anyone else from entering Xiao Feng's room. Xiao Feng paid little heed to Xiao Linger's sentiments. Rather, it was the expressions of Manny and Taizhan that amused him. If you like him, pursue him. Regret will come too late if someone else wins his affection, Xiao Feng teased. Both Taizhan and Manny blushed simultaneously, while Taizhan, taking a swig of alcohol, stammered, Manny, I. Manny lowered her head, her usual confident demeanor vanishing, her cheeks slightly flushed, resembling a startled quail, frozen in place. Xiao Linger leaned forward, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene. Xiao Feng tugged at Xiao Linger to lead her outside. When someone confesses their feelings, why do you meddle? That night, Xiao Linger arrived as promised. Dressed neatly, she clutched the hem of her clothing, glaring fiercely at Xiao Feng. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall sever your fingers. In her moment of surprise, Xiao Linger received a sharp slap. As she closed her eyes, Xiao Feng placed his hand on her back. Remember this pathway. Using his spiritual energy, Xiao Feng inscribed a diagram within Xiao Linger's body, connecting her meridians to form a closed circle centered around her dantian. This was a simplified adaptation of his own cultivation method, adjusted to suit Xiao Linger's innate attributes. Try to operate it with a small amount of fighting spirit, Xiao Feng instructed. Xiao Linger complied, and after a brief moment, she looked at Xiao Feng, seemingly unchanged. Do you feel discomfort? Xiao Feng asked. Xiao Linger shook her head. Xiao Feng took out the metallic magic core he had meticulously prepared beforehand and placed it in Xiao Ling'er's palm. Shall we try again? He inquired. Xiao Ling'er closed her eyes once more, and after a span of 10 minutes, when she reopened them, her pupils reflected sheer astonishment. She gazed down at the magic core in her hand. What was once resplendent like a diamond and as hard as steel crumbled into dust with the slightest exertion. Xiao Feng stood up, pacing restlessly, then approached her and covered her mouth with a firm grip. This is a first-tier magic beast's core. Its chaotic consciousness is not overwhelming. However, one must exercise utmost caution with higher-tier cores, lest you lose yourself, he cautioned. Xiao Ling'er struggled, attempting to free herself from his grasp, her muffled protests proving futile. If you comprehend, nod your head, Xiao Feng instructed. After a moment of futile resistance, she reluctantly acquiesced. Releasing his hold, he commanded, now repeat what I just said. I'll fight you to the end, Xiao Ling'er exclaimed, launching herself at him, only to be swiftly subdued beneath his foot. Repeat it, or I shall keep you pinned until dawn. Though unwilling, Xiao Ling'er ultimately recounted his earlier words. Xiao Feng nodded in approval and helped her to her feet. Tonight, let us focus solely on the lessons I imparted. Xiao Ling'er cast him a fleeting glance before departing. Remember to return tomorrow night, he called after her. The following evening, Xiao Ling'er returned. Xiao Feng proceeded to teach her a newly devised combat technique, which converged surrounding metallic energy into a singular point, capable of exploding or transforming into a sharp weapon for attack, equivalent to the initial level of the profound tier. Additionally, he instructed her on an escape technique, a defensive skill, and provided a booklet on potion concoction. Are you leaving? Xiao Ling'er inquired, remaining composed. Her voice steady as she purposefully concealed the left side of her face. Clad in white, she stood gracefully, a serene presence, breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Feng nodded. I must venture into the central region. You should diligently practice here. Suddenly, Xiao Ling'er's demeanor shifted to fury. No, did we not agree? I was to scout ahead. Was I not? How can you renege on your word? Her voice dwindled until it fell into silence. Clenching her fists tightly, she glared at Xiao Feng, a flicker of malice igniting in her eyes. If anyone dares to bully you in my absence, seek refuge with the Xiao family in Wutan City. Xiao Feng offered her a gentle smile, reaching out to pat her head, only to have his hand swatted away. Do not touch me, Xiao Ling'er shouted, regarding him with an intense gaze before adding fiercely, the next time we meet, I will kill you. With that, she turned and walked away. Sighing, Xiao Feng recognized that their paths were destined to diverge, rendering further words unnecessary. In the pitch-black night, akin to a maiden's shadowed heart, she no longer needed to project strength for anyone's sake. The tears she had tightly restrained finally cascaded down in this moment. The solitary glimmer in her bleak existence had abandoned her, and she wept, interspersing her tears with laughter, murmuring to herself, You are irreparably wretched. How could you ever deserve him? In that instant, her heart surrendered entirely to the enveloping darkness. She stumbled her way into the valley, clutching the stone tablet, weeping softly. Xiaozi, he is leaving. Rest assured, when I see him again, I shall avenge you. Chapter 23, The Hui Ethnic Group. The central region is no smaller than the outer areas. On the contrary, it is even more expansive. Here, the magical beasts start at the third tier, resembling a land teeming with formidable fighters. Do you wish to proceed? The mountain ape inquired without hindrance. Indeed, Xiao Feng nodded. The mountain ape uttered no further words. Casting a glance at Xiao Feng before departing, Xiao Feng continued onward. If life in the outer regions is akin to paradise, then existence in the central area is veritably hellish. Merely approaching a lake, one is pursued for 5 miles by a 4th-tier serpent. How can it run so swiftly without a leg? The serpent, whose girth surpassed that of a water jug, exhaled a chilling breeze. Even with the prowess of a formidable fighter, one would tremble under its icy grip, and the flow of energy would stagnate. It was only through the utilization of fiery energy that Xiao Feng managed to survive the ordeal. At times, while he was peacefully slumbering, a sudden tremor would jolt him awake, as 2 ferocious beasts, previously engaged in combat, turned their wrath upon him, leaving him no time even to spit blood. 6 months later, Xiao Feng emerged from the central region, his hair disheveled, clothing in disarray, resembling a monkey. Yet, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the gentleness that once graced his features had vanished, replaced by a simmering intensity. After contemplating his reflection in the stream for quite some time, Xiao Feng sighed, realizing that in such a state, he could not possibly face Xun'er. As he traversed the outer region, he deliberately sought out Xiao Ling. But despite searching the woods and valleys, her presence eluded him, though both areas were typically bustling with life. This girl must be avoiding me, Xiao Feng mused as he turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes watched him from a distance. Upon returning to the small town, Just as he found his lodgings and had yet to tidy himself, a knock resounded at the door. "Master, it is Iron Mountain, Manny, seeking an audience." The two stood outside, awaiting his response. "Come in," Xiao Feng beckoned. With a creak, the door swung open, and the two entered, their demeanor becoming restless. To their perceptive eyes, Master Xiao Feng had grown even stronger. "Such swift awareness of my arrival. It appears the town is thriving," Xiao Feng remarked with admiration. The two bowed respectfully, acknowledging it as their duty. After surveying the town's state, he found their efforts commendable. He offered guidance on their cultivation and instructed them to keep a close watch on two individuals before hastening towards Wutan City. Having been apart for nearly a year, the once promising genius had become a mere shadow of his former self, even a laughingstock throughout the empire. As Xiao Feng rode his horse, tapping rhythmically on the saddle, he silently wished for the mockery to intensify. Leading his horse to the gates of the Xiao residence, he was halted by the guards. "What brings you to the Xiao family?" Xiao Feng's lips twitched in annoyance. "I am Xiao Feng." With a bitter smile, he thought, surely no one would impersonate me? The guards scrutinized him closely. Despite some changes in his visage and height, his features still bore a resemblance to his former self. "It truly is Master Xiao Feng." The guard chuckled, having initially thought a prince was arriving. Xiao Feng smiled as he handed over the reins, knowing that a prince would never ride such a horse. "Is Uncle Xiaozhan at home?" Yes, he is." "Then I shall go in." Although there was no distinct scent, it was the essence of home. Perhaps it was the sudden sense of tranquility that lulled Xiao Feng into a gentle slumber. It was not until he faintly caught the aroma of food that he opened his eyes wide. What a nostalgic fragrance. Xiao Feng pushed the door open with a smile. Inside the main hall, Xiaozhan, Xiaoyan, and Xiao Xun'er had just taken their seats and turned their gaze toward the sound from outside. For a moment, the three were taken aback. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiao Xun'er leaped from her chair and dove into Xiao Feng's embrace, refusing to emerge. Xiaozhan cleared his throat several times, but Xiao Xun'er paid him no heed. Blushing deeply, she eventually sat down beside him, continuously serving Xiao Feng food. The usually reticent Xiao Yan appeared even more despondent at that moment. He wished he could disregard the disparaging remarks as Xiao Feng did, yet he found himself unable to do so. Xiaozhan sighed. The fighting spirit within Yin had been plummeting, and no one could ascertain the cause. He had consulted numerous physicians and alchemists, yet all were baffled, asserting that Yan's health was fine. But if that were the case, as he spoke, Xiaozhan's hand involuntarily clenched, helplessly watching his son plummet from great heights to the depths of despair. Who could bear such a disparity? Hua. Xiao Feng glanced at Xiao Yan. "Brother Feng, what's the matter?" Xiao Yan lifted his eyes, appearing somewhat listless. "You may no longer bear the title of genius, yet you can still sit here, dine, and cultivate alongside others. Moreover, the resources you receive each month are abundant. Do you comprehend the pressure Uncle Xiaozhan endures? Is it not greater than yours? Has he ever complained to you? Have you ever seen him so despondent?" Xiao Feng fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yan's eyes. "How can you still allow yourself to wallow in such self-pity?" With his head lowered even further, Xiao Yan remained silent. Xiaozhan's expression faltered, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Feng. "Uncle Xiaozhan, please refrain from speaking. Who is he putting on this act for? Who here has wronged him? Who does not wish him well? Is he waiting for others to push him forward in his self-destructive state? How long will he expect Uncle Xiaozhan to seek a suitable match for him when he comes of age, only to remain dependent on you for a lifetime?" Xiao Feng scoffed. "Uncle Xiaozhan, my earlier words may have been harsh, but I hope you grant him some time to come to terms with his situation." His tone softened, devoid of the earlier mockery. "I understand that you mean well." Xiaozhan sighed, conceding, "Very well, let us eat." The three fell silent, hurriedly finishing their meal before Xiaozhan departed. Xiao Xun'er took Xiao Feng's hand. "Brother Feng, do you think those words were too harsh for Brother Yin? If he cannot withstand such a blow, he might as well change his surname." Xiao Feng replied, shaking his head. "Let him have some quiet time today. If there is no change by tomorrow, you may attempt to console him again." "Understood." The pair of emerald-eyed individuals walked hand in hand into the small courtyard. At the end, Xiao Xun'er, filled with excitement, inquired if Brother Xiao Feng had reached the realm of Do Ling. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain of his current stage. In terms of controlling Do Qi, he had long mastered the ability to condense it into a small sword. As for combat strength, even a Do Ling would struggle to match him unless the opponent was entirely focused on defense. But why would he attack when others were on guard? With this thought, Xiao Feng extended his right hand, where rich Do Qi began to coalesce. "Xun'er, what level do you think this corresponds to?" Xiao Xun'er attempted to sense it, but unable to reach the requisite realm, she could not provide an accurate response. It seemed akin to that of a great Do master, likely above 5 stars. Xiao Feng smiled silently as the Do Qi in his palm began to morph, transforming into various weapons, swords, spears, and staffs, all shifting effortlessly. observing the astonishment on Xun'er's face. He willed the small sword in his palm to dissipate, gradually morphing into a petite figure resembling a young girl, no larger than a palm, embodying Xiao Xun'er herself. Vivid and lifelike, Xiao Xun'er covered her mouth, and as she noticed the figure in Xiao Feng's hand mimicking her actions, she felt both bashful and indignant. Shaking her small fist at him, her cheeks flushed crimson as she gently nodded. The two embraced, whispering their deepest sentiments. However, as Xiao Feng departed, he felt a sense of uncertainty about the future, particularly after discussing cultivation matters with Xiao Xun'er, leaving him with a lingering notion that he had strayed from his path. There is no true divergence or correct path. One merely becomes traversable for some, while remaining untouched by others, he mused, his resolve strengthening once more. Unbeknownst to Xiao Feng, the girl's gaze lingered on his retreating figure until he vanished from sight, at which point crystalline tears began to flow down her cheeks. The formidable fourth-tier serpent that had once pursued Xiao Feng had since been subdued, now serving as his steed, carrying him on its journeys. Suddenly, the serpent seemed to sense something, its massive head dropping to the ground, motionless as if it had perished. Xiao Feng's spirit stirred, and as he released his soul force, for creatures with profound auras materialized within his perception, each a fifth-tier magical beast, prompting an immediate urge to retreat. As the soul force swept over them, the four beasts ceased their concealment, revealing themselves in all directions, effectively encircling him. Directly ahead was a colossal tortoise, akin in size to an elephant, its eyes encased in a crystalline layer, exhibiting impenetrable defenses and mastering at least 3 innate Do techniques. Though it appeared slow, its 4 robust legs could propel it with surprising speed, a fact Xiao Feng had learned the hard way when he nearly met his demise. To the right stood a massive black rhinoceros, even larger than the tortoise, its sleek, obsidian form gleaming, with the horn at its nose emanating a white luminescence. This creature, known as the moon-watching rhino of the Beast Mountain Range, was notoriously temperamental, and no one dared to confront it. Xiao Feng had been pursued for half a month simply for remarking on its glossy appearance. Behind him, without needing to glance, Xiao Feng recognized the familiar throaty growl of the blazing flame tiger, the most recognizable of the 4, often serving as a sparring partner for the mountain monkeys. He frequently teased it without hesitation. As for the figure on the left, even standing there with a towering height of 3 meters, its gray feathers resembling a great eagle, Xiao Feng had merely glimpsed it from afar and should have had no prior grievances, regardless of the circumstances. Encountering even one of them typically compelled him to flee in terror, and now, inexplicably surrounded, Xiao Feng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet, one question intrigued him. How had these usual adversaries banded together to torment him? There was no need for bewilderment. It was I who summoned them. On a distant peak, a mountain ape stood, its gaze fixed upon this scene. Chapter 24, The Inheritance. How could a 4th-tier great ape command 5th-tier beasts? Their prior relationship had been amicable. Why the sudden betrayal? If it desired to eliminate me, why not have acted on our first encounter? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, there was no time for contemplation. The great eagle on his left spread its wings, and with a delicate flap, unleashed hundreds of wind blades aimed directly at Xiao Feng. The innate combat techniques of a 5th-tier beast were not to be underestimated, and as a warrior of the same rank, Xiao Feng dared not confront them head-on. He leaped high, narrowly evading the onslaught when suddenly, a massive rock plummeted from above, launched by the land turtle, which forced Xiao Feng back into the storm of wind blades. Damn it! Xiao Feng cursed furiously, realizing that the moon-watching rhinoceros on his right had also made its move, an imperceptible dark attribute of fighting spirit coalescing around him, intent on ensnaring him amidst the barrage of wind blades. Ironically, the Qian tiger, usually the most provocative, refrained from joining the fray, merely observing with a cold demeanor. Regardless, Xiao Feng's predicament remained dire. Facing 3 5th-tier beasts united against him, it was an exaggerated estimation of his capabilities. It was as if they sought his demise. With no means of escape, Xiao Feng thrust his right hand forward, conjuring an array of sharp blades to meet the wind blades. Each diminutive sword could easily slay a combat spirit, yet it would require at least 3 to 5 just to dissipate one wind blade. Furrowing his brow, he realized that such consumption would not bode well for him. At that moment, as his technique activated, the dark attribute fighting spirit binding him was absorbed, and he propelled himself toward the great eagle. In comparison to the other 3 adversaries, he deemed it more manageable. Lacking robust defenses, it might offer a glimmer of hope. The great eagle seemed to sense Xiao Feng's intentions, tilting its head to observe him as he approached, before its sharp talons lunged towards him. The talons of a typical eagle could pierce a wolf's skull. How much greater would the force be from a great eagle at the combat king level? Xiao Feng wished to avoid the sensation of being crushed, and before coming too close, He transformed his fighting spirit to mimic his appearance while simultaneously concealing himself with the dark attribute energy. As the great eagle shattered the illusion, Xiao Feng had already landed atop its head, grasping tightly onto the feathers, and with his other hand, he delivered a powerful punch downward. The eagle, taken aback by Xiao Feng's audacity, soon realized that a fifth-tier beast, even one seemingly devoid of defense, could still hurl Xiao Feng into the air with the force of its fighting spirit. Caw! A piercing cry echoed through the air, and in the next moment, a majestic eagle appeared above Xiao Feng, its shallow yellow, curved beak aimed fiercely at him. With a surge of determination, Xiao Feng summoned 5 distinct colors of fighting energy in his palms and thrust them upwards, just as the sharp beak shattered his left hand. The 5 different energies surged into the eagle's beak. Under the control of his soul power, the 5 energies collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening explosion. Boom! The eagle's beak twisted, smoke billowing from its head as its wings flapped chaotically, yet its body continued to plummet. Even in its descent, it managed to grasp Xiao Feng tightly in its claws. Xiao Feng conjured a shield of fighting energy, which was instantly shattered, and the eagle's talons pressed against his chest, quickly soaking his garments in crimson. It felt as if his heart were being severed, each beat accompanied by excruciating pain. Am I to perish? Despair began to spread within his chest. As the eagle descended rapidly, a buzzing filled his mind, and the brief 12 years of his existence flashed before him like a revolving lantern. He had begun his martial training at the age of 2. In the same year, he had started cultivating fighting energy. Each day was consumed with thoughts of how to grow stronger. Even when branded a fool by others, he paid them no heed, deeming it a waste of precious time. He seized every moment to train, relentlessly pursuing strength, driven solely by the will to survive, not to die here. As the eagle stabilized its body, its other claw reached for him, and the image of Xiao Xun'er surfaced in his mind, filling his gaze with despair. Enough! Rather than succumb to such a fate, he would fight with every ounce of strength he possessed. Xiao Feng extended his right hand to brace against the eagle's other claw, his internal energy surging wildly, along with every open meridian and refined acupoint. Suddenly, the wind began to stir. The feathers of the eagle danced wildly as a visible vortex of air materialized around Xiao Feng, pulling in everything like a black hole. Fighting energy, blood essence, even souls were drawn into its grasp. This was the second time Xiao Feng had harnessed his energy in such a manner, and his opponent was a formidable 5th-tier magical beast far beyond his strength. He had no choice. The eagle sensed the impending danger and instinctively attempted to release Xiao Feng. Yet he clung desperately to its sharp talons, refusing to be shaken off. Like a black hole consuming matter, compressing and annihilating. The eagle screeched in despair. A torrent of azure fighting energy surging towards Xiao Feng. Pain tore at his nerves, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely reminding himself to survive. Gradually, his consciousness slipped into darkness. In the end, the wounded eagle flew away, while Xiao Feng fell to the ground, an endless stream of fighting energy flooding into his body, compressing into every inch of his flesh. The other 3 5th-tier magical beasts observed Xiao Feng with curiosity, but dared not approach until the mountain ape descended. Leave. The mountain ape commanded, undeterred by their presence, as if a 4th-tier creature was stronger than a 5th tier. To everyone's astonishment, the 3 5th-tier beasts truly turned and departed. Despite their overwhelming curiosity, simply obeying the mountain ape's words. Observing Xiao Feng, who was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the surging energy, the mountain ape murmured to itself. To withstand such a dire situation must indicate the fated destiny mentioned in the ancestral teachings. Moreover, possessing such formidable talent for cultivation, indeed, it is you. As if making a momentous decision, the mountain ape extended its hand, a mysterious aura emanating from its palm, causing the ravenous black hole to come to a standstill, as if the pause button had been pressed. It is said that those with such a destiny can flourish with just a glimmer of hope. Thus, I shall assist him this much. The mountain ape's expression gleamed with anticipation, eager to see how far Xiao Feng could endure. Suddenly, it raised its eyes to a certain direction, a fierce glint flashing within them. Time passed, and Xiao Feng awoke from his slumber. He patted his head, attempting to dispel the inexplicable pain, but it was in vain. Soon, he surveyed his surroundings, still encircled by the 4 formidable beasts. Yet, the beasts were nowhere to be found. Why did they let me go? He pondered, frowning as he rose from the ground. An unsettling feeling enveloped him, urging him to depart swiftly. With a hiss, he found that movement was a perilous endeavor. Every motion felt as if countless blades were slicing through him, an intense and rapid pain nearly overwhelming his sanity. The metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, and upon lowering his gaze, he beheld his body, resembling a shattered puppet, blood flowing profusely. Closing his eyes, he began to assess his condition. In the next moment, his eyes fluttered open, a bitter smile gracing his lips. His meridians were severed, each inch of flesh teeming with densely compressed energy, rendering him akin to a bomb poised to detonate, perhaps a single step away from exploding into a spray of blood. Xiao Feng slowly reclined, no longer concerned with the dangers of his surroundings. Surviving, after all, was a cause for happiness, wasn't he it? Gazing at the sky, a blade of grass clutched between his lips, he presented a rare image of languor. Suddenly, he turned, coughing violently, even spitting out blood, his face a canvas of red and white as he expelled another mouthful of blood. This, too, was futile. Moments ago, he had attempted to connect with his Dantian using his spiritual energy, seeking a way to break through his predicament. Alas, the Dantian was in even worse disarray, akin to a balloon that had already burst, frozen in time at the moment of explosion. I never imagined you would still refuse to give up under such circumstances. A rumbling sound echoed from the nearby mountain. Xiao Feng did not shift his gaze. He recognized the mountain ape was approaching. He had harbored numerous questions for the creature, but now, upon their reunion, he felt too weary to speak. Those inquiries had become irrelevant. Hey, don't ignore me. The mountain ape called out. I need a favor. Xiao Feng concentrated his thoughts, requesting, help me reach the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. That is out of the question. The mountain ape shook its head. I have waited so long to encounter someone suitable. How could I possibly let you go? Xiao Feng found himself perplexed by the mountain ape's words, uncertain of its intentions, and chose to remain silent, redirecting his focus to his body. Hey, why have you fallen silent again? Aren't you curious? The mountain ape yearned to witness a scene where Xiao Feng displayed an expression of longing, while it begrudgingly acquiesced, rather than the current scenario where it approached him eagerly. Xiao Feng tilted his head and regarded the creature, remarking, if you wish to harm me, then proceed. If you seek my assistance, then kindly elucidate your request. After speaking, he succumbed to a fit of coughing. The mountain ape felt a wave of discomfort wash over it. I possess a legacy. Do you wish to embrace it? It inquired. Xiao Feng cast a puzzled glance at the ape, questioning why he had been chosen. Was it related to the earlier ambush? The mountain ape bared its teeth, demanding an answer. Will you accept or not? If the previous ambush had proven too much for me, I would have surely perished, thought Xiao Feng. Disregarding the mountain ape and muttering to himself, what an inexplicable legacy, with an equally baffling selection process. Even if I were to inherit this legacy, I would not extend my gratitude to those who came before. Well, will you accept or not? The mountain ape pressed. I accept, Xiao Feng replied, feeling a sense of resignation as he realized he had no other option. The mountain ape chuckled softly, grasped Xiao Feng in its hand, and swiftly disappeared into the distance. Whether by design or not, the ape's movements were rather rough, plunging Xiao Feng's already weary mind into darkness once more. When Xiao Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself submerged in a pool. The water was cool, seemingly possessing healing properties, and he could sense his body transforming for the better. The pool was square, measuring 4 meters in width and length, with crystal-clear azure water that revealed intricate patterns etched on the bottom, adorned with numerous magic cores, close to 100 in total. The mountain ape stood nearby, and, upon noticing Xiao Feng had awakened, inquired, Are you prepared? Its voice resonated like thunder, and only then did Xiao Feng realize he was in a vast cavern, with stalactites hanging from above, making him worry that one might shatter under the weight of the ape's voice and fall upon him. What is the purpose of this? Xiao Feng asked. The mountain ape grinned, revealing a peculiar smile. It seemed uncertain of its own actions, yet in an instant, the pool erupted with brilliant light. Akin to the sun plummeting within, even with his eyes closed, the radiance felt blinding. This is a body-tempering pool. Enjoy it. The mountain ape chuckled before turning to depart, as it too found the brightness overwhelming. Chapter 25. A reunion with the legacy. Intense pain assaulted every cell within Xiao Feng's body, while the cool pool water seemed to harbor a mysterious force that kept his consciousness razor-sharp. His visage contorted in agony, as the pain caused his muscles to convulse uncontrollably, rolling him about in the water. Finally, at a certain moment, he steadied himself. Although his body trembled incessantly, and the pain remained excruciating, he managed to smile, realizing that his fragmented form was beginning to mend. The chaotic energy interwoven within his flesh was dissipating, and his severed meridians were being reconnected. It was as if the heavens had reopened, and all things were being reborn. A wondrous transformation was unfolding within Xiao Feng. When his meridians were fully restored, the overwhelming pain diminished significantly, only to be replaced by an immense pressure. As if a colossal stone were pressing down upon his shoulders, even forcing its way into his lungs, rendering his breathing laborious. Xiao Feng seated himself cross-legged, enduring this pressure as he commenced his cultivation, determined to persevere despite the formidable challenges, resolutely grinding his teeth in determination. He understands better than anyone that every second at this moment is invaluable. The distant mountain ape watches in admiration, unaware of the events transpiring in the pool. Yet the dedication to cultivation exhibited by this individual strikes it as somewhat eccentric. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason for his rapid advancement. The mountain ape murmurs softly. 3 days and nights pass, and the final magic core at the bottom of the pool dims. Xiao Feng opens his eyes and rises. A cool breeze brushes against him, and he soon realizes that his clothes have been removed by the mountain ape. There is no sense of embarrassment. Xiao Feng strides confidently out of the pool. So small, the mountain ape remarks with a glance. Xiao Feng shoots it a cold stare, as if to warn it against underestimating him. The mountain ape, with a hint of disdain, continues, "How do you feel?" Xiao Feng takes a moment to assess himself. "Not bad," he replies. "Over there is a crystal for testing combat energy, along with a massive stone inscribed with weight standards. Why don't you give it a try?" The mountain ape gestures in another direction. Xiao Feng retrieves a set of clothes from his spatial ring, and, after casting a glare at the mountain ape, walks toward the indicated area. He places a hand on the crystal, channeling his combat energy, and in an instant, the crystal radiates brilliant light. "What level is this?" Xiao Feng inquires. "Don't ask me. This is my first time here," the mountain ape shrugs. Xiao Feng chooses to ignore it, considering it a nuisance. Once he leaves this place, his first order of business will be to rid himself of the creature. As for the stone nearby, he glances at it but lacks the motivation to move it, feeling as if he is performing for the ape. "What now?" Xiao Feng asks. "Then that's it, I suppose." The mountain ape recalls something. "That pool seems to be crucial. Is this a formation?" Xiao Feng muses aloud. The immense pressure he felt earlier must undoubtedly be a formation, yet its underlying principles remain elusive. Gazing intently at the bottom of the pool, Xiao Feng's thoughts drift. There are also inscriptions on the walls of the pool that can stimulate combat energy to manifest. The mountain ape reminds him. However, Xiao Feng's mind is already elsewhere. The ape's words register in his ears, but fail to penetrate his thoughts. For the next few days, Xiao Feng sustains himself primarily on spirit fruits. 3 days later, he suddenly bursts into a foolish grin. What a legacy! It turns out to be another elder. Xiao Feng had been trapped in a misunderstanding, misinterpreting the engraving. Now, viewing it from a different angle, he realizes it is merely a diagram of human meridians. It appears that the path I tread is not erroneous. Someone has traversed it long ago. The legacy simply did not endure. Xiao Feng laughs, unlocking a mental barrier. His spirit soaring. How do I exit this place? He suddenly queries. Knowing the direction of cultivation is sufficient, the path must still be walked by oneself. Although he has not encountered any insights or revelations, Xiao Feng is confident that he understands this aspect better than anyone else. He wishes to leave, no longer willing to squander time. Just walk out. The mountain ape indicates a certain direction. Before departing, he surveys the area, his gaze finally resting on a corner where a pile of magic cores, numbering in the thousands, is stacked. A smile spreads across Xiao Feng's lips as he collects the magic cores and proceeds toward the direction indicated by the mountain ape. "Yes, that wall. Just walk through it." The mountain ape adds. Xiao Feng hesitated as he took a step forward, only to find himself thwarted. This cannot be right. The mountain ape tried to ascend and, with a scoff, vanished from sight. Moments later, it reappeared, exclaiming, "Why can't you get out?" With a dark expression, Xiao Feng yanked at its fur and made his way out. "By the way, what were you searching for in that valley? A legacy, perhaps?" The mountain ape inquired. Originally intending to bid farewell, Xiao Feng swallowed his words and regarded the ape. "Are you familiar with that place?" The ape patted its chest, proclaiming, "I know it all too well." Xiao Feng shot it a sidelong glance, remaining silent. He too wished for it to leave. "What else with that look? Why are you staring at me like that?" The mountain ape questioned, feeling somewhat uneasy. "It's nothing. You go ahead and keep busy. I'll just wander about." Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. "That won't he do? The legacy stipulates that battle apes grow alongside their inheritors. I must accompany you." "Since when was I aware of this?" Xiao Feng glared. "How should I know why you are oblivious?" The mountain ape, displaying a human-like temperament, was now unwilling to let Xiao Feng off the hook. "The incident where you led 4 fifth-tier beasts to ambush me, along with your subsequent rescue, may cancel each other out, but I do not wish to be inexplicably tormented by you again. It would be wise not to test my patience." Xiao Feng clenched his fists. "I have no desire to either. This is simply a requirement of the legacy." The mountain ape replied, sounding particularly innocent. "The knife is the one that kills, not the one wielding it, is it not?" Xiao Feng retorted, striding purposefully towards the valley that housed the secret realm. The mountain ape trailed behind at a distance, hesitant to draw too close. The valley was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Xiao Feng surveyed his surroundings meticulously. employing his soul force to sense the area, yet after over an hour, he had found nothing. He began to suspect the mountain ape was deceiving him. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Xiao Feng called out, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice, though it felt almost like a resignation. Still, there was no response. What sound could there possibly be? Xiao Feng glanced at the mountain ape standing at a distance. The ape looked equally perplexed, slowly approaching before erupting in a furious outburst. "Get lost. Get lost. Hurry up and leave. Did you hear that? It just told me to leave." The mountain ape retreated a few steps, and the voice vanished again. Xiao Feng shook his head. He had heard no such sound. "Why only me?" the mountain ape exclaimed, bewildered. Xiao Feng shot at a glance, choosing silence. The mountain ape, baring its teeth in frustration, eventually pounded its chest and declared, "Today, I shall bury this valley." With that, it heaved a massive boulder and hurled it towards the valley. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the boulder descended, a low hum resonated, and a translucent, semicircular light shield emerged, enveloping the entire valley, instantly reducing the falling boulder to rubble. Standing in the valley, Xiao Feng dispersed his soul force to sense the surroundings the moment the phenomenon occurred, yet still uncovered nothing. Before he could investigate further, a figure abruptly materialized not far from him, devoid of any energy fluctuations, appearing rather abruptly and catching him off guard. The figure drifted, only slightly more solid than the light shield, resembling a wisp of smoke, its gaze penetrating, as if it could disperse with the slightest breeze. The mountain ape seemed to be in a frenzy, relentlessly pounding its head with both hands, roaring incessantly. Its massive form toppled over, struggling like a maggot, rolling away into the distance. Xiao Feng watched intently, feeling a surge of satisfaction. It was truly cathartic. He hurriedly bowed to the figure before him, apologizing for any previous disturbances, acknowledging this elder with utmost respect. Xiao Feng understood that this ethereal figure was the key to his inheritance, and he became profoundly reverent. "Xiao Feng." The apparition floated closer, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and remarked languidly, "You are exceedingly hypocritical." Xiao Feng was taken aback, but soon chuckled lightly. "I have come for the inheritance. My earnest desire for knowledge is genuine. Wherefore can hypocrisy be mentioned?" The apparition laughed heartily. "Ah, such sincerity. I shall grant you an opportunity. Whether you can seize it lies solely in your own hands." With a wave of its hand, darkness enveloped the world. The heavens sparkled with stars, while mist swirled beneath. A fierce wind arose, causing the valley below to shrink rapidly as the two ascended towards Wutan City. Xiao Feng instantly became vigilant, fixating on the apparition, his entire being brimming with fighting spirit, ready to strike at any moment. He felt an uncanny sensation, as though he were being seen through, as if he were a mere pawn in someone else's game. "Go forth, she awaits you." The apparition guided Xiao Feng to a small courtyard, disregarding his murderous gaze and urging him to enter swiftly. After a prolonged stare at the apparition, Xiao Feng finally pushed open the courtyard door. Blood was strewn across the ground. A shattered sword lay beside the broken body of an elderly man. Sprawled in the center of the yard, Xiao Feng stood frozen, his mind struck as if by a boulder. He could not hear anything but a persistent buzzing in his ears. There was no sign of her, yet the blood continued to trail forward. His head felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only manage to lift it slightly. The vivid crimson stain extended towards the main hall. At the far end, a young girl lay sprawled over a table, her fingertips stained with blood, as if she were attempting to write something, but her body had already stiffened. Xiao Feng was rooted in place, his vision blurring with tears that turned crimson. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh. He exhaled heavily, his face contorted in anguish, his teeth ground together, blood oozing from his gums. Unable to utter a single word, the apparition drifted beside Xiao Feng, silently observing him, waiting without haste. It was not angered. Instead, it laughed heartily and waved its hand, dispelling the scene. "What a resilient will. How did you come to this realization?" Xiao Feng glanced around at the still valley landscape, his anticipation for the inheritance diminishing swiftly, his tone growing indifferent. "If I pass the trial, let us begin." The apparition swayed slightly. "One could say it is merely passable." Xiao Feng rolled his eyes, remaining silent. The apparition sighed, conceding, "Very well, no need for further words. With such feeble strength, your temper is quite remarkable." Xiao Feng suddenly chuckled coldly. "Old elder, if you deem my strength to be weak, then remove this barrier. You may tread your own path, and I shall traverse my own." The apparition waved its hand again, causing the valley scenery to shift once more, becoming an expanse of emptiness, with distant starlight twinkling. "Little one, since you have befriended that mountain ape, you must have seen the remnants left by my senior brother. But do you know that these remnants bear flaws?" Xiao Feng remained silent, quietly observing the ethereal figure before him, exuding an air of indifference, as if to say, "Speak if you wish, but do not feel compelled." Previously, he had been displeased by the old man's illusionary trap. Had it been anyone else playing such tricks on him, they would have surely faced dire consequences. The apparition smiled gently, gazing at the starry sky before leisurely speaking. "Why can we traverse the ages with ease? Others may recognize our unparalleled physiques, yet they remain oblivious to our true essence." He refrained from elaborating further, instead gesturing to summon a pure orb of light, which he gently pressed into Xiao Feng's mind. The instant the orb merged with Xiao Feng's being, a fleeting trace of imperceptible darkness flickered within him. The apparition regarded him intently, contemplating. It is rare to encounter someone worthy of attention, yet they have set their sights on you. Alas, why should I still concern myself after all these years? Forget it. Forget it. Young one, the path ahead shall not be tranquil. As his words faded, the figure gracefully dissipated, leaving no trace of its presence in this realm. Xiao Feng, slightly stirred, offered a faint bow toward the spot where the apparition had vanished, then settled cross-legged in the void, gently closing his eyes as he directed his soul's energy toward the orb of light. Chapter 26, The Mountain Ape and the Little Brother. When Xiao Feng's form reappeared in the valley, the mountain ape was on the verge of a breakdown. After all this effort to find a successor, "I thought I had lost you." The mountain ape bellowed from outside the valley. "That fellow hasn't he harmed you, has he?" Xiao Feng regarded him with a bemused expression. Previously, he had been taken aback by the ape's words, and now he found himself overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. That elder deserves respect. Upon merging with the inheritance, the space in the void had collapsed, transforming the valley into an ordinary small hollow. "I am not the successor you believe me to be," Xiao Feng stated. "How could that possibly be?" "You are," the mountain ape retorted. "Did you swallow a white orb?" Xiao Feng inquired, studying the ape. "Huh. How did you know?" The mountain ape responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. Xiao Feng shrugged. "The inheritance has already been consumed by you. Thus you are the successor." Realization dawned on the mountain ape, his words tinged with urgency. "That won't do. How can I possibly be the successor?" He began to dig at his mouth, attempting to expel the orb. Xiao Feng quickly interjected, "Stop fidgeting. Do you understand why the moment you approached this valley, they told you to leave? Why? Because the inheritance left by their senior was devoured by you. Who wouldn't be upset?" Xiao Feng chuckled mischievously. "That substance has fused with your mind. Try to comprehend it. Perhaps that is how the battle ape came into existence." The mountain ape hesitated. "But we magical beasts cannot cultivate human techniques." Xiao Feng rolled his eyes, realizing that this creature still wished to cling to him, though the underlying motives remained uncertain. "You, a fourth-tier magical beast, commanding a group of fifth-tier magical beasts as if they were your subordinates. Do you really need me to reveal whether you can cultivate or not?" Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Go wherever you please, just do not follow me." The mountain ape shook his head vigorously. "That is not acceptable. The inheritance has decreed that you are fortunate and destined for greatness. I must stay with you." "Is that so?" Xiao Feng chuckled. "Very well then, let us embark." "Where to?" The mountain ape scrutinized Xiao Feng, sensing that this young man harbored ulterior motives. "If you do not wish to accompany me, so be it." Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Two individuals embarked on a distant journey, their hearts laden with trepidation, as the mountain ape followed Xiao Feng. "What in the world? This is the territory of the amethyst-winged Lion King," the mountain ape exclaimed, suppressing the volume of its voice. Unbeknownst to it, Xiao Feng had already communicated telepathically, expressing, "I have long harbored disdain for your amethyst-winged Lion King. Today, I have come to assist in capturing some fleas." With a thunderous roar, the valley reverberated, and the clouds dispersed, revealing a colossal figure suspended in midair, its length an impressive 7 to 8 meters, enveloped in a layer of purple crystalline substance. The sunlight bathed it, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. "Is this the amethyst-winged Lion King?" Xiao Feng murmured. The creature possessed a fearsome lion's head, with its beastly eyes gleaming a peculiar shade of crimson flecked with violet, and a massive maw lined with formidable fangs. Above its lion head, a fiery, spiraled horn emitted swirling clusters of purple flames. On either side, a pair of purple wings fluttered, unleashing torrents of pale lavender fire that swept across the surroundings. Its robust claws were similarly encased in purple crystal, each step causing the very air to quiver, a testament to its unimaginable strength. As the lion's gaze swept over the landscape, it momentarily overlooked Xiao Feng, focusing instead on the mountain ape. With a voice as cold as ice, it uttered, "Little creature, have you come seeking your demise once more?" "What the? Lion King, let me explain." The mountain ape stammered. "Speak freely. I have ample time and can listen at my leisure." With that, Xiao Feng shrugged off the mountain ape's protests, feeling invigorated as he hastened away. It seemed he would need to find a secluded spot to meditate once again. The experiences within the valley had profoundly shattered and reconstructed his worldview. He required time to reflect and organize his thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled the fifth-tier giant eagle, a rare flying magical beast. If he could tame it, it would serve as an excellent means of transportation while searching for others. With this thought in mind, Xiao Feng altered his course and headed straight for the mountain where the great eagle resided. This peak was one of the few high summits in the Beast Mountain range. Its apex piercing the clouds, the end nowhere in sight, only layers of white clouds drifting at the mountainside. I wonder how long the amethyst-winged Lion King can keep the mountain ape occupied. I must act swiftly. Atop the mountain, the enormous gray eagle nestled within its cave. Its beak wound having improved somewhat, yet a greater peril loomed. Its fifth-tier strength was precariously waning. Suddenly, it tilted its head, sensing an approaching presence. The feeling was ambiguous. Upon closer inspection, it felt like a breeze passing by, yet nothing seemed to draw near. Nevertheless, out of caution, it resolved to venture outside to investigate. As it extended its body halfway out, the great eagle froze in shock. It beheld the figure it had longed for, its pupils trembling and phantom pain pulsing through its beak. How could that demon appear here? Was he not dead? Is he here to kill me? With a terrified screech, the eagle let out an anguished cry, spreading its wings in preparation to strike at Xiao Feng. Wait, I am not here to fight. A gentle voice suddenly resonated within the great eagle's mind, and combined with the sight of the smiling figure before it, hesitation crept in. Are you speaking to me? Do not be startled. It is indeed I who is addressing you. Xiao Feng's lips remained still, yet his voice resonated directly within the mind of the great eagle. I come with goodwill this time. What is it that you seek from me? The eagle regarded him with suspicion, gradually inching toward the exit, ensuring it could soar into the skies at any moment. Xiao Feng took 2 steps back, acknowledging their previous discord, yet he had received some recompense. I find this to be rather inequitable for you. Equity? The eagle scoffed. In the Beast Mountain range, equity is a foreign concept. Yet I discuss it. Xiao Feng replied earnestly. I wish to take you away from this realm. Beyond lies a vast world. Stop, just stop. The eagle shook its head. I am content here and have no desire to leave. You seek me merely as a means of transportation, do you not? Xiao Feng similarly shook his head. You are mistaken. If I sought a flying beast, I would not come to you. I believe that as a member of the eagle clan, you should not be confined to these mountains. Your stage ought to be the boundless sky. The eagle laughed derisively once more. Speak plainly, what benefit do I gain? Do you wish to surpass the 5th level? Even the amethyst-winged Lion King would bow before you? Anyone can boast. If you have nothing more to offer, then leave. Xiao Feng chuckled. Indeed, you are a true eagle who will not spread its wings without seeing the rabbit first. You beasts may have your own cultivation methods. Yet those are merely instincts. I can assist you in devising a superior approach. Xiao Feng fixed his gaze upon the eagle's eyes. Of course, these may seem trivial to you, but what if I could aid you in enhancing your soul power? Impossible. The eagle stared intently at Xiao Feng, its sharp gaze seemingly intent on dissecting him. Soul power is nearly synonymous with a beast's upper limit. A mere mountain mouse, no matter its efforts, could only cultivate to the 1st tier, while even a juvenile lion beast could effortlessly slay the strongest of its kind. This is an immutable theorem among magical beasts. Of course, it is conceivable for a mountain mouse to break through to the 2nd or 3rd tier by consuming herbs. Yet the greater likelihood is that it would succumb to the potency and perish on the spot. Only those with an exceptionally resilient soul could hope to transcend this threshold. However, a mountain mouse possessing such soul power would no longer be an ordinary mountain mouse. Its limits would have been elevated. The eagle's talons gripped the rock tightly, its breath becoming erratic, repeating that it was impossible, yet its eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope, anticipating a rebuttal from Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng grinned. Do not be afraid. With that, a terrifying aura emanated from him, filling the eagle with dread as it perceived the man's increasing might, as if overshadowing the very heavens. At that moment, as Xiao Feng channeled his secret arts, he sensed the presence of spiritual energy. The colossal form behind him reached out, and a mysterious, invisible substance materialized in his grasp, which he then pushed toward the eagle. The gray eagle's eyes brightened. It felt its soul power genuinely enhancing. Do you wish to accompany me? Xiao Feng inquired. The gray eagle lowered its head solemnly, stating, You shall be my master for all my days. With that, a faint, ethereal mark appeared before its brow. This is the covenant between my clan and humanity. With but a drop of blood, even from afar, I shall sense your call. Very well. Xiao Feng produced a dagger to pierce his finger. Swish. A white mark appeared as the dagger was deflected. With a twitch of his lips, Xiao Feng bit his finger, drawing blood. An elusive and inscrutable sensation arose in his heart, akin to an invisible thread. One end tethered to himself, and the other to the great gray eagle. Ah, are you male or female? In our eagle clan, We distinguish between the genders, do we not? Xiao Feng did not hasten to depart the Beast Mountain range, but instead journeyed eastward, towards Qingshan town. He recalled that there was a waterfall in that vicinity. The great eagle soared into the sky, its keen eyes scanning every inch of the ground below. After approximately 3 hours, it suddenly folded its wings and dove downwards. The roar of cascading water echoed as it plummeted from the cliff, exuding an overwhelming force. Tracing a magnificent arc through the air, overcoming a drop of over 100 meters, and crashing heavily into the pool below. The white spray shot up over 10 meters high, producing a thunderous sound that resonated far and wide. Xiao Feng gazed at the scene before him and exhaled deeply. Allowing the great eagle to revel in its flight, he swiftly stripped himself bare and approached the base of the waterfall. It felt as if countless colossal stones were relentlessly battering against him. Even in this moment, it was arduous for him to move with mere physical strength. He let the torrent wash over him, his gaze unwavering, and instead of halting, he began to ascend against the flow of water, with the aid of combat energy. This task might have been less formidable, but relying solely on his physical prowess posed a significant challenge for Xiao Feng at this juncture. For the following month, Xiao Feng remained in this place. On a day 2 months later, he stood at the source of the waterfall, severing the rope tied around his waist. A thunderous crash resounded as a stone weighing over a ton plummeted into the deep pool. It was time to move on. Xiao Feng lifted his eyes to the distance, a spark of eagerness in his gaze. Passing through Qingshan town, he spent 3 days procuring supplies, once again filling his storage ring before setting off anew. Perched upon the broad back of the great eagle, the mountains swiftly receded beneath him. Master, where are we headed? Eastward, to the Tagore Desert. What purpose do we have in such a place? The great eagle was not fond of such locales. Little Gray, do you understand the distinction between the strong and the weak? Yet the eagle's silence did not bring Xiao Feng tranquility. He spoke earnestly. The weak can only see their strengths, while the strong dare to confront their weaknesses, honing them through adversity. Master, do you wish to have a ground chicken resembling an old eagle? Chapter 27. Is it father? The Tagore Desert, arid and parched. The moisture in the air seemed entirely squeezed out. Master, please let me go. Consider it an act of kindness. The great eagle desperately wished to escape this place. It had begun to molt, and if they did not leave soon, it would truly become a ground chicken. Xiao Feng, seeing the eagle's tear-filled eyes, felt a pang of sympathy. All right, first, relax your mind. He placed his hand upon the eagle's head, probing every inch of its flesh with his soul power. It is male. The great eagle unconsciously tapped its claws, feeling an overwhelming discomfort as though a colossal hand were caressing it, starting from its head, traversing its neck, body, and wings, until, it reached its destination. The eagle wished to resist, yet the will of its master was not to be defied, causing its neck feathers to bristle in agitation. Finally, after enduring for several minutes, the hand vanished, and the voice of Xiao Feng echoed in its mind, urging it to remember this path. A surge of warmth coursed through the eagle's body, activating the internal energy that flowed through its meridians, forming a closed loop. It hurriedly committed this route to memory. Well then, let us find a place around the desert to cultivate diligently. Xiao Feng patted the eagle's head. The eagle nodded and let out a resounding cry, soaring into the tempestuous winds. Haibo Dong must have opened a shop by now. Compared to Wutan City, the security in Stone Desert City was exceedingly stringent, with numerous armored soldiers patrolling even in broad daylight. As a stranger appearing for the first time, Xiao Feng was stopped and questioned multiple times. What a hassle this has been, he mused after paying the entrance fee. Finally free to roam the streets of Desert City, he began to observe his surroundings. The character of the residents of Stone Desert City is a matter yet to be discussed, but their attire was decidedly more audacious. Men donned sleeveless shirts, many bearing their upper bodies, while women wore shorts and short-sleeved tops, exposing their waists and thighs, their speech equally uninhibited. Xiao Feng smirked slightly, choosing not to linger on these observations, and approached several passers-by to inquire about the location of a map shop. After spending half the day, he finally arrived at a shop named Ancient Maps. Comparing it with a few neighboring establishments, he confirmed that the rustic decor indeed resonated with authenticity before stepping inside. The shop was modest in size, nearly devoid of customers, exuding a desolate ambience. The moonstone embedded in the walls cast a soft glow, dispelling the dimness within. Xiao Feng's gaze was predominantly fixed on the shop owner. At that moment, the elderly Haibo Dong, with his head bowed, was intently sketching maps. His hands, appearing gnarled and aged, wielded the pen with a steady and vigorous stroke. The arrival of a customer seemed to register not at all with Haibo Dong, who did not even offer the most basic smile of welcome. Such a lack of hospitality was likely the reason for his sparse business. Xiao Feng did not rush him. Instead, he stood at the counter, observing the elderly man's meticulous work, each stroke executed with care, reminiscent of a craftsman fine-tuning his art. Who could endure the tedium of drawing such trifles after experiencing a significant decline in power, if not out of genuine passion? Xiao Feng pondered. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Hai Bodong finally completed his task. He lifted the map, carefully blowing to dry the ink, his gaze still averted from Xiao Feng. In a detached tone, he inquired, "You are here to purchase a map of the Tagore Desert, are you not?" "Yes and no," replied Xiao Feng, unhurried, his tone leisurely. Upon hearing this, Hai Bodong paused, slowly lowering the map before finally raising his eyes to appraise the youthful figure before him. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue sparking in his gaze. His tone turned a shade colder as he scrutinized the boy's youthful face, stating, "What exactly is your intention?" Xiao Feng gazed at the disheveled Hai Bodong and chuckled softly. At this moment, he perhaps had yet to reach the Do Ling realm. Possibly still a Do Wang, or even a Do Huang. Yet what did that matter? "I have come to seek a map from the old gentleman." With a resounding thud, Hai Bodong slapped his palm upon the counter, and the door behind Xiao Feng slammed shut with the activation of a mechanism. In the next instant, the old man's hair and beard billowed as a chilling aura emanated from him, a formidable presence that no mere Do Ling could unleash. In an instant, the temperature within the shop plummeted by several degrees. Xiao Feng remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain, allowing the waves of Hai Bodong's aura to wash over him. Standing as immovable as a rock. "Old sir, I have not come seeking a confrontation, nor do I wish to disturb your tranquil existence. I merely heard that you had drawn a map related to the in previous years and sought to discuss it with you." Hai Bodong's wild hair fell back, yet the shop remained frigid. He regarded Xiao Feng with cold eyes. "A map related to the? Huh, I know nothing of what you speak. There is no need for you to feign ignorance, old sir. I have no intention of resorting to force. Simply state your conditions." Xiao Feng replied with an air of calm. Hai Bodong furrowed his brow, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "If you wish to negotiate with me, let us first ascertain your worth, young lad." With that, he gestured with both hands, summoning an ice mirror before him. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, a chilling white do chi gathered in front of him, swiftly transforming into an ice spear, aimed directly at Xiao Feng. "Old sir, at such an advanced age, why is your temper still so fiery?" Xiao Feng merely raised his right hand slightly, his smile unwavering. Hai Bodong's expression faltered, the chill in his eyes dissipating swiftly. The ice spear he had just conjured melted away. Hovering at the center of the old man's brow was a small sword, poised to pierce should it advance even an inch further. As the ice spear vanished, the small sword gradually dissolved as well. Hai Bodong stared at the shattered ice mirror before him, reluctantly inquiring, "My ice mirror can deflect all attacks. How did you manage to shatter it? Furthermore, there lies a secret. The do chi contained within the small sword was not of any singular kind. Upon contact with the ice mirror, it devoured and transformed into a similar type of do chi, thereby shattering it in an instant." Seeing the youth remain silent, Hai Bodong pressed further. "From whence do you hail? Old sir, at your age, why does your curiosity remain so insatiable?" Xiao Feng replied with a slight nod, prompting Hai Bodong to suppress his inquisitiveness. It seems age has indeed caught up with him. Hai Bodong pondered briefly before asserting, "Yet, I must clarify one thing. How did you come to know that I had drawn a map related to the?" Xiao Feng settled into a chair, stating, "To keep a secret, one must act without wrongdoing. However, you need not worry, old sir. I assure you that my presence shall not intrude upon your secluded life. Moreover, I come bearing goodwill." Hai Bodong's gaze fell to the floor as he contemplated for a moment before finally speaking. "As a defeated foe, I truly have little to say. Since this young brother possesses such strength, I find myself compelled to make an unusual request." As he spoke, he retrieved a map from beneath the counter and tossed it toward Xiao Feng. "It appears the old man trusts you." Xiao Feng unfurled the map before him, revealing 3 marked locations. Hai Bodong waved his hand, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "It's merely a map, if you truly intend to seize it. I cannot protect it, so I might as well act generously." He chuckled, recalling the old man's earlier request. Xiao Feng smiled, stowing the map into his spatial ring. "The sand mandala." Hai Bodong spoke slowly. Indeed, he had not circumvented the issue. Xiao Feng mused, responding, "Well said, I shall take care of this matter." Hai Bodong continued, "Little brother, do not rush to agree. The sand mandala typically thrives in high-temperature regions, specifically deep within the Tagore Desert. It is essential to note that this territory is dominated by snake people who harbor an intense hatred for humans. Their queen, Medusa, possesses the strength of a peak Do Huang. If discovered, escaping would be nearly impossible." Xiao Feng nodded. "Well, now that you mention it, I am even more eager to try." Hai Bodong regarded him and offered no further words. "Then I wish you a safe journey, little brother," he said, waving farewell as Xiao Feng opened the door and stepped outside. At that moment, A figure emerged from the alley, fury etched on his face. Upon noticing the small girl in Xiao Feng's arms, he approached with an aggressive demeanor. You little brat, you stole my buns from the shop. Let us see where you hide now. The man rolled up his sleeves, a menacing glare fixed on his face. The petite girl trembled involuntarily, her voice barely a whisper. Qinglin didn't steal your buns. She paid for them. Do not speak nonsense. I never sold you any buns. Take your money back and return my buns. The shopkeeper barked angrily, flinging a few copper coins toward the girl. He dared not let the locals misunderstand that he had sold buns to this child, fearing it would ruin his business. Xiao Feng frowned, scrutinizing the frail girl beside him, who barely reached half his height and seemed devoid of flesh. At that moment, Qinglin was filled with fear. She hastily pulled out the buns from her arms, ignoring their heat as she stuffed them into her mouth, curling into a ball, grinding her teeth in silent anticipation of the impending blows. You, the shopkeeper, seeing her shove the buns into her mouth, grew even angrier. You little wretch. He reached out, intending to seize the girl and deliver a harsh beating. Shopkeeper, this little girl has already paid. Why must you bully her so? Xiao Feng interjected, his tone icy. Regardless of her background, to strike and berate a child is utterly excessive. If Xiao Ling invoked both Xiao Feng's compassion and resentment, Qinglin inspired only boundless affection. A simple and vulnerable child, she struggled to survive amidst the pervasive hatred in the city. Today, fate had brought her before him, but the years prior remained a mystery, likely filled with hardships and the uncertainty of sustenance, only to improve upon encountering her two elder brothers. The shopkeeper scrutinized Xiao Feng, scoffing. What would you, a mere outsider, understand? She is a wretch. She should not even exist here. Death would be preferable. Xiao Feng's expression darkened as he summoned his aura, locking eyes with the shopkeeper. I shall grant you an opportunity for an apology. The shopkeeper trembled, as an ordinary man. He understood all too well what it meant for such power to swirl around one's hands. It signified that his death would be utterly futile. His face turned pale as he softly addressed Qinglin. I apologize to you, Qinglin. Qinglin cautiously peeked out from the crook of his arm, raising her delicate green eyes to gaze deeply at Xiao Feng before turning to the shopkeeper. It's all right. Xiao Feng waved his hand, urging the shopkeeper to depart hastily. Then, under Qinglin's watchful gaze, he slowly crouched down, gently stroking her hair, and softly asked, These years must have been quite arduous for you, haven't they? Tears welled in Qinglin's eyes as she looked at Xiao Feng, her voice laced with uncertainty. Are you my father? Chapter 28. Smile. Xiao Feng held Qinglin's hand as they strolled through the streets. At this moment, the young girl buried her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Feng's tender demeanor had mirrored that of her father in her dreams, prompting her to ask such an awkward question, making her hesitant to face him now. Unperturbed by her discomfort, Xiao Feng was more concerned with their current predicament. As they walked, passers-by noticed Qinglin's presence and instinctively stepped aside, whispering scornful remarks from a distance. Almost everyone was the same. Moreover, whenever they approached an inn or restaurant, regardless of its business, doors and windows were promptly shut tight. The entire Shimo city seemed intent on starving the little girl to death. Young master, you needn't worry about me. Qinglin began to struggle, sensing that she was a burden to Xiao Feng, which made her uneasy. However, Xiao Feng held her tightly, and she could not break free. Observing her increasing desperation, the affection in Xiao Feng's eyes deepened. With a hint of anger, he shattered the door of an inn with a punch. As several terrified faces peered out from behind the door, he tossed a few gold coins, securing a room and a table full of food. After a brief pause, he continued, Prepare yourselves now, or face dire consequences. Qinglin hung her head and ceased her struggles, allowing Xiao Feng to lead her away. Violence may not be the most refined solution, yet it proved to be the swiftest. 10 minutes later, Xiao Feng and Qinglin were seated at a table in their room, which was laden with a feast. Qinglin kept her head down, her small hands anxiously clasped together. Young master, actually, Qinglin. Xiao Feng gently patted her head, interrupting, Let us finish our meal first. To his surprise, Qinglin suddenly lifted her head, her eyes reddened as she declared, Young master, they despise Qinglin, not because they are wicked, but because they truly believe I am a mongrel. The young girl began to sob. When others called her a bastard, she had always ignored it, no matter how harshly they treated her. Yet, this was her first admission of her impure lineage to anyone, and it felt as though her heart was bleeding. Xiao Feng rubbed her head, assuring her that she need not concern herself with others' opinions. But, Qinglin sobbed softly, uncertain of how to express her feelings. Though she had never cared about the opinions of others, in this moment, she was acutely aware of Xiao Feng's judgment. Suddenly, she tore away the white cloth wrapped around her hand, lifting her arm to reveal her most unsightly aspect to him. The vivid green scales on her delicate arm were strikingly conspicuous. Young master, I am not truly human. You need not treat me with such kindness. With that, Qinglin curled into a corner, clutching her arm. A torrent of grievances surged within her. For the first time, she loathed herself, resenting her vile bloodline that felt unworthy of the young master's benevolence. Despite her gnawing hunger, she dared not cast a lingering glance at the feast laid before her. Like a wounded kitten, she could only observe the food left by others from afar. Too timid to approach, Xiao Feng sighed, recognizing that the years had shattered Qinglin's sense of self. It was no wonder that a mere gesture of kindness could elicit her unwavering devotion. While the scales appeared somewhat unsettling, he had never been one to judge by appearances. If he could overlook even the visage of Xiao Xun'er, how could he possibly be troubled by this? He settled beside Qinglin, gently pulling her arm into view and stroking the scales with tenderness. Some may possess the facade of humanity, yet fail to embody its essence. Conversely, some may bear an unseemly exterior, yet be immortalized and celebrated by many. What do a few scales matter? Observing Qinglin's silence, Xiao Feng continued, in truth, I am not entirely human myself. Qinglin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him, her hand covering her mouth. You are not human either, young master? Xiao Feng chuckled, indeed. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am, in fact, a great lecher, drawn to your beauty, which prompts my kindness. He feigned a dramatic lunge toward her. Seeing Xiao Feng's earnest absurdity, Qinglin couldn't help but laugh, though she soon lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Unsure of how to respond, she nodded slightly. During their meal, the young girl hesitated to reach for the dishes, contenting herself with the plain rice in her bowl. Xiao Feng, with a playful glare, poured the rice aside, filling her bowl with a variety of fish and meat. Qinglin, flustered and at a loss, called out, Young master. Eat, Xiao Feng commanded. With a flushed face, Qinglin lifted her bowl, taking small bites, her eyes furtively darting toward Xiao Feng before quickly averting them. After their meal, Xiao Feng instructed the waiter to prepare some warm water, intending to allow Qinglin a moment of cleanliness. In a place like Stone Desert City, bathing was an indulgence, and the girl was weary. Qinglin, I shall go buy you some clothing. Wait for me here, Xiao Feng instructed. Just then, she noticed the numerous black handprints she had left on his garments. Shaking her head, her eyes glimmered with a hint of green light. Young master, I do not wish for anything. As long as you do not abandon me, that is enough. Upon leaving the inn, Xiao Feng began to ponder Qinglin's circumstances. In the original narrative, it seemed she did not encounter any significant calamities, save for the incident with the Mo family, which could even be seen as a stroke of fortune. Along the way, he happened upon a vendor selling pastries, and for reasons unknown, he thought of the previously loud and boisterous Xiao Xun'er, purchasing some treats as he passed. Knock, knock, knock. Qinglin, is it convenient for you to open the door? Xiao Feng rapped gently on the door. Of course it's convenient, came Qinglin's voice. Without giving it much thought, Xiao Feng pushed the door open and was taken aback to find her still in the bathtub. Just as he was about to turn away, Qinglin's voice called out from behind, Young master, could you please not leave? Xiao Feng understood her feelings, but could not approve of her actions. He set his clothes aside and said, I shall remain at the door. If you are frightened, I can keep you company from there. He stepped outside, closed the door behind him, and leaned against it, beginning to recount the several garments he had purchased, uncertain of whether she would like them. He also mentioned the pastries he had bought. Before long, the door creaked open. The Qinglin, who had previously appeared like a fragile doll, now stood before him. Though still petite, her delicate features were endearing at first glance. She timidly lingered at the doorway, adorned in exquisite attire for the first time. Her demeanor flustered with a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Young master, I am done with my bath. Xiao Feng nodded, calling for the attendant to clear away the bath water. He took a towel and gently dried her hair. These are some treats I bought for you. Feel free to enjoy them if you are hungry. As he spoke, he retrieved a bag of pastries from his spatial ring and placed it on the table. Qinglin gazed at her toes, lost in her thoughts, merely nodding in response without uttering a word. Observing her dazed expression, Xiao Feng couldn't help but chuckle, drawing her closer to tidy her disheveled clothing. Do not overthink. Just follow me from now on. As night deepened, Xiao Feng urged Qinglin to retire for the night while he settled onto a chair, entering a meditative state. Young master, are you not going to sleep? Qinglin's cheeks flushed even deeper. You rest? I must cultivate, so do not disturb me. The following morning, when Xiao Feng awakened in the chair, he found Qinglin beside him. Young master, you. Her face was filled with guilt, realizing she had slept so soundly that Xiao Feng had spent the night in the chair, leaving her with a sense of unease. Xiao Feng smiled lightly, refraining from comment as he freshened up and had breakfast, but then suddenly grew serious. Qinglin, there is something I must clarify with you. Seeing Xiao Feng's sudden solemnity, Qinglin's heart tightened, sensing that something unpleasant might be forthcoming, yet she obediently nodded. Xiao Feng gazed into her eyes. The reason I assist you is due to your eyes. My eyes? Qinglin was taken aback, relieved that he was not about to say anything disheartening. Yes, what I wish to convey is that you possess remarkable talent. One day, you will awaken, and even powerful factions will cherish you dearly. Xiao Feng spoke earnestly. Therefore, I too am somewhat self-serving, not quite the benevolent figure you might imagine. Panic rose in Qinglin. Young master, do you no longer want Qinglin? Xiao Feng wore a wry smile, realizing she had misinterpreted his meaning. Let me put it this way. A caterpillar may be unloved in its youth, but once it metamorphoses into a butterfly, many will seek to adore it. I am merely nurturing this caterpillar that is destined to become a butterfly ahead of time. Qinglin pondered this, her voice barely above a whisper. Then, young master, do you like butterflies? Xiao Feng nodded slightly, recognizing that the three-colored eyes of the azure serpent might offer some assistance, though more so. He was reluctant to subject the young girl to further hardship. Once his two elder brothers arrived to establish the mercenary group, how many beatings would she have to endure? After tidying up, Xiao Feng led Qinglin to Haibo Dong. Initially surprised, upon seeing the azure serpent in Xiao Feng's grasp, Haibo Dong quickly grasped the situation. He was already aware of the girl's predicament. While he bore no animosity towards Qinglin due to her bloodline, he also felt no compassion. A few times, when Qinglin had passed by his shop, he had merely regarded her with indifference. The old man chuckled, not expecting the young brother to be so meddlesome. Uncertain of her master's intentions, Qinglin instinctively shrank behind Xiao Feng upon witnessing Haibo Dong's cold smile, only to be pulled forward by him. Observing Qinglin's unease, Xiao Feng's expression darkened. Old man put on a more amiable smile. Haibo Dong, who had been casually smiling, felt his face darken in response to Xiao Feng's words, which only heightened Qinglin's fear. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, a small sword materializing at his fingertips. Give Qinglin a smile. Chapter 29, The Transaction with the Queen. Watching Qinglin, emboldened by his encouragement, tug at Haibo Dong's white beard while the old man maintained his unchanging smile, Xiao Feng felt reassured. Before departing, he consoled Qinglin and called Haibo Dong aside. Old sir, do not be angry. Fostering a good relationship with this young girl will bring you no harm. Xiao Feng stated earnestly. Just moments ago, he had referred to him as old man. With a half-smile, Xiao Feng regarded Haibo Dong until the latter ceased his inquiries, promising to take good care of Qinglin. Nodding, Xiao Feng added, I cannot ascertain how long my journey to find the sand mandala will take. I appreciate your efforts. Old sir, Haibo Dong's eyes twitched. With a knife practically at his throat, what else could he do but exert himself further? The Taggart Desert stretched endlessly, and even the adept fighters dared not venture alone. Besides the threat posed by the serpent people, the vast expanse of sand itself was perilous. Many had lost their way in the desert, and even as Xiao Feng had barely stepped into it, he had already glimpsed numerous skeletal remains partially buried in the yellow sands. Ding! Another yellow sand scorpion emerged from the dunes, its stinger aimed at Xiao Feng. He paid it no mind, allowing the stinger to pierce his ankle, leaving a faint white mark before springing back. The scent of earth and fire is so potent. Xiao Feng mused, noticing that the stone city was nearly out of sight. He unfolded his map to reconfirm his direction. Serpent people, Queen Medusa. Sealing arts. An inkling of anticipation flickered in Xiao Feng's eyes. Having confirmed his bearings, Xiao Feng resumed his journey, heading straight for the sacred city of the serpent people. The sand mandala grew within the sacred city, yet Xiao Feng had little desire to search for it. He intended to speak directly with Queen Medusa. As he traveled, practicing his skills, he no longer needed to sit in meditation. The techniques within him operated spontaneously, akin to how blood circulates oxygen throughout the body. With his dantian continuously absorbing, relying on the provisions within the ring, Xiao Feng spent 12 days before finally encountering the serpent people. This extraordinary species, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake, left him in awe upon witnessing it firsthand. However, the serpent man, under the scrutiny of Xiao Feng's gaze, wore an expression devoid of warmth. His eyes filled not only with hatred, but also a touch of disdain. Human, what brings you here? Do you seek to incite war? The serpent man, though fierce in demeanor, dared not approach, having witnessed his companions fall in an instant. He chose to converse rather than attack, fearing for his own safety. The serpent man's expression shifted, and without uttering another word, he and his comrades retreated swiftly. Just then, a tempest arose, swirling sands around them, and a figure materialized behind the serpent people, adorned in a resplendent purple robe. Her enchanting, elongated eyes were fixed coldly upon Xiao Feng. You seek my presence. What is it you desire? Her voice, frosty yet imbued with the authority of one who has long held power, resonated in the air. Your Majesty. The serpent guards immediately bowed in reverence, their faces alight with excitement and respect. This was their queen. With a graceful flick of her purple tail, Queen Medusa maintained her tone. Indeed, the serpent men gradually withdrew, leaving only the two of them. Crowned with a golden tiara, her long hair cascaded behind her, her robe enveloping her form, revealing only her exquisite visage and alabaster neck. As Xiao Feng observed Queen Medusa, she too appraised him. Young yet composed, his eyes reflected a calmness that belied his years, an aura so elusive that even she, at the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm, could not penetrate it. What was the source of his serene demeanor? Queen Medusa, it is an honor to finally meet you. Xiao Feng clasped his fists in salute. I regret having to injure your kin, and I hope you will show leniency. Xiao Feng was acutely aware that her magnanimity extended beyond mere tolerance for his actions. Her perspective on matters was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Just as his words faded, Queen Medusa struck the ground with her purple tail, unleashing a fierce aura that split the sands and surged towards Xiao Feng from all directions. This was the full force of a Do Huang peak attack. Yet, Xiao Feng remained unperturbed. Stepping forward with his right foot, an invisible energy radiated outward, his long hair and garments moving as if caught in an unseen breeze. An intangible shield formed around him, dispersing the incoming assaults, which detonated and dissipated before they could approach him. Queen Medusa regarded Xiao Feng with a heavy gaze, her frosty voice breaking the silence once more. This is not a place for guests. I invite you to the holy city. With that, her form remained still, yet in the next moment, she began to fade, her essence reappearing beneath the holy city. Xiao Feng murmured to himself, "Are you leading me into a trap?" His feet had already begun to move forward. "Sir, this way. Please." A captivating serpent woman approached, initially surprised by his youth, but quickly suppressing her thoughts, she led the way ahead of him. Xiao Feng nodded, his gaze inevitably drawn to the serpentine woman before him, her sinuous waist swaying gracefully, exuding an innate allure that was both enchanting and seductive. Her waist strength is impressive. Xiao Feng chuckled to himself. In the grand hall, Medusa had long awaited, reclining upon a vast seat akin to a grand bed, her tail tip playfully flicking like a mischievous little serpent. With her icy voice, she summoned tea, and promptly, someone brought forth the beverage. Xiao Feng accepted it with a smile, refraining from drinking, instead gazing at Queen Medusa. Having heard tales of her fearsome reputation in Stone Desert City, he now found them to be mere fabrications upon their encounter. Medusa's gaze shifted, and she remarked, "The blood feud between my serpent kin and your human race is well known. To me, you humans are a barbarous lot, devouring serpents without leaving a bone. However, I presume you are not a local?" Xiao Feng chuckled lightly. "You will come to know my origins in due time. My purpose for visiting the queen today encompasses two matters. Pray, enlighten me." "The first matter pertains to my desire for some sand mandrake." Medusa remained noncommittal, awaiting the continuation of Xiao Feng's discourse. "The second matter concerns a transaction." At the utterance of this last word, murmurs erupted around the hall. Even the guard beside Queen Medusa, Washier, let out a scoff. Medusa raised her hand to silence the chatter, scrutinizing Xiao Feng closely. "Pray, elaborate on this transaction." Medusa's brow furrowed, her gaze and tone growing even colder. "I am the leader of the serpent tribe, Queen Medusa. What do you imply?" Xiao Feng glanced around, remaining silent. Understanding dawned upon Medusa, who waved her hand, dismissing the others. "Washier, you may leave as well." "Your Majesty, depart." Washier hesitated for a moment, casting a reluctant glare at Xiao Feng before turning away. The vast hall now echoed with silence, leaving only two figures behind, one half human and the other half snake. "Speak," commanded Queen Medusa, her eyes locking with Xiao Feng's. Rumor had it that Medusa had reached the pinnacle of the Battle Emperor realm many years ago, yet remained stagnant since. Xiao Feng queried, "Has the queen contemplated any means to advance?" No sooner had he spoken than Medusa's aura shifted, dust cascading from the hall's ceiling, making Xiao Feng feel as if countless serpents were poised to strike. "Exotic fire," Xiao Feng continued. "Perhaps it could aid the queen in shedding her old form and embracing rebirth." The chilling atmosphere began to dissipate, and to Xiao Feng's surprise, Medusa's icy demeanor broke into a smile, albeit her voice retained its frostiness. "Human, you possess remarkable audacity. Daring to suggest I ignite my own demise." Xiao Feng closed his eyes, feigning indifference. After a prolonged silence, Medusa spoke again. "Very well, you have indeed piqued my interest. What do you wish of me? In the future, should you encounter an individual wielding white exotic fire, if the queen is in a favorable mood, you may choose to protect him." Xiao Feng chuckled. "Is that all? Do you believe you have gained an advantage?" He added with a playful glint in his eyes. "Be cautious, for the greatest misfortune may ultimately befall you. Are you not apprehensive that I might breach our agreement after acquiring the exotic fire? Since the queen has acquiesced, there is no fear of such a breach. It is but a single blossom of exotic fire," Xiao Feng replied with a smile. "Yet, compared to this matter, the forthcoming topic I wish to discuss is of utmost importance." What is it? With a flick of her tail, Queen Medusa came to a halt, proposing a marriage. In the entire holy city, none were privy to the details of the discussion between Xiao Feng and the queen. They only knew that within half an hour, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from the grand hall. Moments later, the doors of the hall were violently shattered, and Xiao Feng stumbled out, immediately surrounded by numerous formidable warriors from the Serpent People tribe, ready to subdue him. Stop! The voice of Queen Medusa resonated. The crowd looked up to see the queen had somehow crawled to the entrance, prompting them to cease their actions and collectively call out to her. Washir, take our guest down to rest. Queen Medusa coldly uttered these words before she crawled away. Yes, Xiao Feng spent 2 days in the holy city, agreeing to seek the with Queen Medusa after 3 years. He then departed with a collection of sand mandalas and various medicinal herbs. As he watched Xiao Feng's retreating figure, Washir wore a worried expression. My queen, this man is completely erratic in his actions and utterly suspicious. He is not to be trusted. Queen Medusa gently shook her head. Washir, your prejudice against humans runs too deep. Just considering his remarkable strength at such a young age, how could he possibly adhere to conventional ways? At this point, Queen Medusa shifted the conversation. Nonetheless, a degree of investigation is warranted. She extended her hand downward, and an ethereal serpent shadow vanished into the yellow sands, racing toward Xiao Feng in the distance. Young master. A little girl suddenly dashed into Xiao Feng's embrace and refused to emerge. Qinglin's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, too shy to speak. Xiao Feng regarded the curious old creature before him and mused. What if she were the daughter of Queen Medusa? Hebadong's pupils constricted, and he instinctively recoiled a few steps, his aura radiating outward, fear flickering in his eyes. You say she is, I'm joking. Ha. Chapter 30. She is merely my sister. The two sat upon a great eagle, clouds drifting nearby. Qinglin clung tightly to Xiao Feng, too afraid to gaze at the scenery below. Qinglin, do you wish to cultivate fighting energy? Xiao Feng inquired. Qinglin shook her head. She simply wished to remain by her young master's side. Xiao Feng sighed, another idle dreamer. He gently pried Qinglin from his embrace and earnestly asked, Qinglin, do you want to stay by my side for a lifetime? Qinglin's face turned crimson, unable to meet Xiao Feng's gaze, her head nodding slightly. Suddenly, Xiao Feng stood up, causing Qinglin to gasp and once more dive into his arms, only to be pulled out again. Qinglin, look, I am 12 years old this year, and even 4th-tier magical beasts recognize me as their master. The earth and mountains lie beneath my feet. By the time I turn 20, do you know where I will stand? Do you think I would need a mere maid who can only warm my bed and fold my blankets? Sensing Qinglin's unease beside him, Xiao Feng softened his tone. If your only desire is to warm my bed and serve me tea, I will ensure you are entrusted to a home where no one can bully you. It is too dangerous for you to remain by my side. You lack the strength to stand there. Qinglin's trembling body first stiffened, then tensed as she raised her head, gazing into Xiao Feng's eyes and declared, Young master, Qinglin wishes to cultivate. Really? Xiao Feng chuckled, a dormant fish awakens. Qinglin was diligently practicing, and the young master should not abandon her. Qinglin was quite earnest. Xiao Feng gently patted Qinglin's head and settled down with her once more. Now, form your hands like this, close your eyes, and silently feel the warmth flowing within your body. Are you tired? Xiao Feng inquired, observing Qinglin wiping the sweat from her brow. I'm not tired. The little girl insisted, gritting her teeth, fearful that her weakness might lead to the young master's disdain and abandonment. Xiao Feng chuckled, and amidst Qinglin's startled exclamations, he embraced her in his arms. Qinglin, one must not be hasty in matters of cultivation. Your intent is what matters most, and I shall not forsake you. Blushing, Qinglin softly replied, Young master, I'm not tired. Please put me down. Be obedient, or I shall spank you. Gazing at the city gate, which he had seen only a few times, Xiao Feng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At that moment, Xiao Xun'er, who was in the midst of her training, suddenly felt a wave of unease, sensing that something was amiss. Just as she intended to visit Xiao Feng's courtyard, Linging appeared. Miss, Ling Lao said, noticing the unusual tone in her voice, causing Xiao Xun'er's heart to tighten, her expression turning tense. As Xiao Xun'er paused at the door, her initial excitement faltered, gradually transforming into a faint smile. While adjusting her attire, she pushed open the door. Is that so? Then I must go and take a look. Xiao Feng's arrival would not typically cause a significant stir, but carrying a woman made all the difference. What? Why wasn't Ti included in this matter? Have you heard? Xiao Feng has taken someone else's daughter to introduce her to the family. Beast. Scoundrel. A disgrace to the family. Why didn't you take me along? By the time Xiao Feng approached the Xiao family's entrance, a throng of relatives had already gathered. Nearly 100 eager peers gazing as if the one in his arms were their own wife. What is going on today? Xiao Feng wondered, perplexed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qinglin's cheeks flushed crimson, her petite form becoming restless, twisting like a serpent. "Young master, please put me down." Xiao Feng, unfazed, gently patted Qinglin's rear. "Your feet are already sore. Can't you behave?" Qinglin shivered at his touch, burying her face further into his embrace. Her ears flushed a deep red, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing a graceful figure standing there, a serene smile adorning her face. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Feng as she approached with elegant strides, her small fists clenched tightly, yet every movement was composed. Xiao Feng's lips twitched. "Xun'er, could you hold her for a moment? This is Qinglin, and I shall explain her circumstances to you shortly." As Qinglin nestled in Xiao Feng's arms, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss at his words, a wave of frustration rising within her. Ignoring everything, she suddenly struggled fiercely, falling from Xiao Feng's embrace onto the ground. As her blistered feet touched the earth, a sharp pain caused her to frown. Despite the discomfort, she dared not lift her gaze to meet Xiao Xun'er's eyes. Lowering her head, she spoke softly, "Hello, sister. My name is Qinglin, and I am the young master's mate." Xiao Xun'er cast a glance at Qinglin, her autumn water-like eyes returning to Xiao Feng, and with a gentle smile, she said, "Brother Xiao Feng, after such a long journey, you must be weary. Let us enter first and talk." With that, she turned to step inside. Xiao Feng swiftly grasped her wrist, disregarding the curious gazes around them, and pulled the weary young girl into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "Xun'er, why the sourness? Do you think I am the kind of person who flits from one to another?" The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Xiao Xun'er's fair face to flush. She lightly struggled, her rosy lips curling upwards. Xun'er never considered Xiao Feng to be fickle, yet after a year apart, he had brought another girl into the Xiao family. Xiao Feng chuckled ruefully, pinching the delicate face of the girl in his arms. "Xun'er, I will explain everything about Qinglin to you. It is not as you imagine. She is rather shy, so do not be cold towards her." With a soft sigh, Xiao Xun'er acquiesced, realizing that since brother Xiao Feng had said so, what could she do? Afterward, she gently extricated herself from his embrace, her skirt swaying as she approached Qinglin. She took the latter's hand and smiled. "Sister Qinglin, I am Xiao Xun'er. If you find it difficult to walk, allow me to carry you inside." Qinglin lowered her head, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the intimacy she had just witnessed between Xiao Feng and Xiao Xun'er. Lost in her thoughts, watching Xiao Xun'er lift Qinglin into her arms, Xiao Feng finally exhaled in relief, having nearly forgotten that Xun'er had a temperament prone to jealousy. He would need to be more cautious in the future. The remaining young peers did not trouble Xiao Feng. In fact, a few who usually exchanged pleasantries with him approached to inquire, "Xiao Feng, where did you find this girl? She appears quite charming. Has this girl truly been taken by you?" At that moment, a robust figure, significantly taller than his peers, obstructed Xiao Feng's path, wearing a smile. "It has been a while since I last saw you, cousin Xiao Feng. Shall we spar a little?" This individual was named Xiao Ku, a sycophant of Xiao Ning, who had been the subject of numerous disparaging tales since the onset of the Xiao Huahua narrative. "I must hurry to pay my respects to the family head. Do you intend to stop me?" Xiao Feng glanced at Xiao Ku, dismissing him entirely, and brushed past. Xiao Ku clenched his fists tightly. Invoking the family head was a move he dared not contest, yet the feeling of being thwarted was intolerable. "Xiao Feng, will you dare to compete in the arena tomorrow?" "On what grounds?" he thought. What right does Xiao Feng have? Upon Xiao Feng's arrival, the tea was just reaching a boil. "Come, cousin. We are not bound by so many formalities. Let us taste the freshly brewed tea." Xiao Zhan interrupted Xiao Feng, who was about to offer his respects, and gestured for him to sit beside him. Xiao Feng smiled in return, his demeanor still respectful. "Since Uncle Xiao Zhan has said so, I shall humbly comply." As they sat together, Xiao Zhan observed Xiao Feng, asking a few questions, primarily regarding any dangers encountered along the journey. Xiao Feng sipped the tea and shared a few details, but merely the tip of the iceberg. To Xiao Zhan, it sounded quite alarming. In the end, Xiao Zhan sighed. "Alas, I am growing old." Xiao Feng quickly shook his head, insisting, "Uncle Xiao Zhan is in the prime of his life. How could you possibly be old?" Upon finishing his words, Xiao Feng suddenly recalled something and retrieved numerous items from his spatial ring. "Uncle Xiao Zhan, these have no relation to the Xiao family. They merely signify the bond between us, uncle and nephew." Xiao Zhan remained silent, discreetly accepting the pile of medicinal herbs and magic cores. The two exchanged a knowing glance and shared a warm smile. "By the way, Uncle Xiao Zhan, has there been any unusual activity in the Monster Beast Mountain range recently?" Xiao Feng inquired abruptly. Xiao Zhan appeared puzzled, but shook his head. "No changes, why do you ask?" Xiao Feng chose not to elaborate and instead inquired about Xiao Yan. "Rest assured, Uncle Xiao Zhan, I will certainly find a way to cure Yan's ailment." "That is reassuring." Without taking a breath, Xiao Feng hurried directly to Xiao Xun'er's courtyard. Chapter 31. Without madness, one cannot survive. In the room, Xiao Xun'er wore a gentle expression, leaving the worried Xiao Feng feeling somewhat bewildered. Sister Qinglin had already relayed the events to Xun'er. A look of affection graced Xiao Xun'er's face. Sister Qinglin is very brave. Had I encountered such circumstances, I might not have held on until I met brother Xiao Feng. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Feng disapprovingly tapped Xiao Xun'er's smooth forehead, and then turned his attention to the barefooted Qinglin sitting in a chair. And you, young lady, are just as stubborn. Qinglin lowered her head slightly, her small feet intertwined, feeling sweet inside despite being scolded by Master Xiao Feng. Xun'er, go find a needle. Xiao Feng instructed, as he stepped outside to fetch a basin of hot water. Master Xiao Feng, there's no need for your assistance. Qinglin can manage it herself. Qinglin shyly replied, wiggling her toes. Since learning of the relationship between Xiao Xun'er and Xiao Feng, she had buried her feelings deep within, content to be a dutiful little maid. Extend your foot. Are you ignoring Master's words? At Xiao Feng's stern tone, Qinglin relented, burying her head in her chest, unable to face the two. It might hurt a little, bear with it. Xiao Feng grasped her small foot firmly, while his other hand swiftly pierced the swollen blister. The round, bulging bubble quickly deflated. The water contains the prepared medicine. Soak for a while. He pressed Qinglin's feet into the basin and stepped out to wash his hands, finally having time to accompany his beloved. After a long separation, their eyes only held each other. Brother Xiao Feng, I heard from Sister Qinglin that you ventured into the Tagore Desert. Xiao Xun'er nestled in Xiao Feng's embrace, basking in his warmth and scent. Yes, I even caught a distant glimpse of the Queen Medusa. Xiao Feng seldom concealed anything from Xiao Xun'er, sharing nearly all his experiences, save for matters regarding his inheritance, and he refrained from elaborating on the transactions. He was uncertain whether Xiao Xun'er had dispatched Ling Ying, but he was certain that she would remain oblivious to those two matters. Xiao Xun'er clung tightly to Xiao Feng, her face pale. Brother Xiao Feng, Xun'er, you need not worry. I cannot bear to see you shed tears, so I cherish my life more than anyone. Just rest assured. Xiao Feng gently reassured her. This time, my absence may be prolonged. We might not meet again until the coming-of-age ceremony. Xiao Feng expressed a tinge of helplessness. At such a young age, who wishes to enter a secluded training? Yet he had no choice. The Soul Emperor would not wait for him. Xiao Xun'er said no more, nestling in Xiao Feng's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. The following day, Xiao Feng finally found the time to visit Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan forced a smile. Brother Feng, please don't tease me. Encouraged by Xiao Feng, he stood opposite him, cupped his fists in respect, and then swiftly charged forward. Xiao Yan's fighting spirit had indeed waned. Yet in terms of cultivation and physical training, he had not lagged behind. Presently, among his peers in the family, most remained no match for him. Very well. Xiao Feng exclaimed in admiration, then twisted his body, sending Xiao Yan sprawling to the ground. Get up, fire. If you aspire to rise above others, you must sweat more. Again, for an entire morning, Xiao Feng knocked Xiao Yan down dozens of times until the latter was utterly exhausted, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Brother Feng, how is it that your body feels harder than steel? Xiao Feng chuckled, helping Xiao Yan to his feet. Your waist isn't too shabby either. Xiao Yan looked puzzled, wondering what his waist had to do with anything. Do not neglect your training, and keep up your physical conditioning. Do you believe you could defeat your former self as a fighter? Xiao Feng inquired. Keep pushing yourself, he encouraged, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder before departing. As men, we need not spend excessive time in companionship. Hardships must be borne alone. Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend that time shopping with your wife? However, on this day, Xiao Feng did not go shopping. Instead, he took Xiao Xun'er and Qinglin outside the city. Brother Feng, why have we come here? Xiao Xun'er asked, filled with curiosity, while Qinglin wore a similar expression of confusion, both gazing at Xiao Feng. What follows shall remain our secret. Do not speak of it, Xiao Feng said mysteriously. Retrieving a custom-made barbecue grill, ingredients, condiments, charcoal, a sunshade, lounge chairs, picnic blankets, and chilled fruit juice from his spatial ring, he had procured everything he could. Today, we shall relax and add a splash of color to this monotonous world, Xiao Feng declared joyfully, relishing the rare indulgence. He began to ignite the fire for the barbecue, while the two young ladies busied themselves with setting up, arranging snacks and fruit platters. Just as they finished, the first batch of grilled skewers was ready. Come, taste how it is. Xiao Feng's culinary skills were more theoretical, but his barbecue prowess came from much eating and observation, resulting in a commendable display. It smells so good. Xiao Xun'er and Qinglin exclaimed in unison, almost simultaneously grabbing a skewer to offer to Xiao Feng. Brother Feng, you try a bite first. Young Master Feng, you taste it first. Xiao Feng's lips twitched. At that moment, he could only feign ignorance. You both eat first. I need to tend to the fire. The trio enjoyed themselves for a full 3 days before Xiao Feng departed once more. As he was leaving, Xiao Xun'er hugged him tightly, nearly in tears. While Qinglin watched from the side, attempting to muster courage to say something, but ultimately lowering her head. Finally, Xiao Feng patted Qinglin's head. You two must train diligently. When we meet next, I shall put you to the test. The great eagle had long been waiting beside the mountains. As he passed through a small town, Xiao Feng suddenly thought of Manny and leaped off the back of the great eagle. With a thunderous sound, he landed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This commotion attracted quite a few onlookers, including Manny and Taishan's subordinates. Commander, someone recognized Xiao Feng and exclaimed, "What brings you here?" The individual looked up, but saw nothing unusual. Xiao Feng smiled. Where are Manny and Taishan? They're around, the person replied with some excitement, eagerly leading the way. Clear the path. Clear the path. Don't waste the commander's time, or I'll have your skins. Have you seen Xiaoling? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Manny nodded. She is still in the mountains, but we are communicating through the Qing Mu wolf. Understood, Xiao Feng nodded. Any news on those two individuals I asked you to keep an eye on? Both Manny and Taishan shook their heads. Xiao Feng was unconcerned. Their elusive movements would only become suspicious if discovered. By the way, how are your cultivation levels progressing? Upon mentioning this, pride illuminated their faces. Young master, I have already reached the 9-star fighter level. Taishan grinned, adding, it won't be long before I advance to the great fighter level. I've already caught up with Taishan, and I might become a great fighter even before him. Xiao Feng frowned at their current strength, deeming it insufficient for external endeavors. Well, keep striving. If you haven't reached the doling level in 3 years, you should leave with your own team. What? The two widened their eyes. The doling level was a realm they had never envisioned. Xiao Feng scoffed. I've previously guided your training, and the Monster Mountain range continuously provides medicinal materials. Even a pig should ascend to the heavens. If you don't reach doling in 3 years, there's truly no need for you to stay with me. Their expressions stiffened, and they lowered their heads in unison. Yes. Having spurred them on, Xiao Feng did not linger and headed straight toward Shimo City. After such a long detour, he found it hard to believe that Queen Medusa was still watching that area. After a brief disguise, Xiao Feng made his way to the eastern region marked on the map. On the map, it was merely a small dot, but upon arrival, it offered no traces to be found. The surroundings were engulfed in endless yellow sand, devoid of any reference points, permeated with the scent of earth and fire, making it nearly impossible to navigate. For over 10 days, Xiao Feng searched without urgency. Bare-chested, he walked through the yellow sands, allowing the scorching sun to beat down upon him, resembling a wandering ascetic. At times, when he felt weary, he would simply sit cross-legged in the sand, indifferent to the winds and sands brushing against his face. The grand momentum lies within the heavens and the earth, Xiao Feng murmured, silently absorbing the atmosphere, attempting to immerse himself within it. Many merchants passing by became familiar with this peculiar figure, greeting him with smiles, to which Xiao Feng responded with nods of acknowledgement. Hey, young man, it's about to rain. Quickly find a place to take shelter. A caravan halted nearby, where an old man was setting up a rain canopy, and called out to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shook his head with a smile, declining the offer. The heat is part of my training, and the wind and rain are also part of my cultivation. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed as a silver serpent tore through the heavens, plunging the world into darkness where all light was eclipsed, leaving it as the sole beacon, cleaving the ominous clouds in twain. Xiao Feng's gaze was piercing, his palms crackling with electricity. In this moment, he truly grasped the terrifying nature of thunder, the savage and fearsome essence of annihilation that seemed to be its very purpose. Almost immediately, torrential raindrops began to plummet, striking the searing yellow sand with a hissing sound. White mist began to rise, only to be quickly subdued by the relentless downpour. At this moment, it felt as if the rain had unified the heavens and the earth. Young man, you'll be drenched. The old man called out again. Seeing Xiao Feng remain unmoved, he thrust 2 umbrellas into the hands of a nearby girl. Child, bring him in. Oh, all right, Grandpa. The girl, holding the umbrella, approached Xiao Feng, only to suddenly witness him springing up from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on a distant point behind him, before vanishing swiftly into the curtain of rain. What a madman, she muttered, glancing back to find Xiao Feng had already disappeared from sight. Chapter 32, Seclusion. Amidst the relentless downpour, the normally invisible water attribute energy was abundant, while the earth attribute lay deeply buried in the sand, and the fire attribute was utterly absent. Yet, in this very scenario, Xiao Feng sensed the presence of fire energy just a short distance behind him. He sprinted forth, traversing several miles in mere breaths. Underfoot, a rich aura of fire energy pulsed. Blue Lotus Earth Fire, I have finally found you. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng utilized the rain as a cover, channeling his energy downwards in a powerful assault, quickly revealing a deep well-like opening. He propelled himself with his energy and leapt down, the opening above soon concealed by sand and rain. At last, after breaking through a layer of stone, Xiao Feng beheld a pool of magma below. Solidifying the cascading sand, he moved, landing at the edge of the opening. First, he checked the provisions and water in his storage ring, nodding in satisfaction. He removed his garments, inhaled deeply, and approached the magma. In comparison to the blue lotus earth fire, Xiao Feng valued this magma pool even more. Beyond this, he contemplated the underground world of Canaan Academy and the thunder pool in the void. Sensing the rapidly approaching life force within the magma, a smile crept across his face as he communicated telepathically, "Little one, if you draw closer. Don't blame me for being impolite." The magma gurgled like flowing water as a two-headed fire spirit serpent emerged, raising its body and fixing both heads' eyes on Xiao Feng. Its tongue flickering. "Leave this place." The two-headed fire spirit serpent projected a wave of consciousness. Xiao Feng shook his head. "I shall not disturb you. Nor should you trouble me. You must sense that in a confrontation, it would be you who perishes." Furious, the two-headed fire spirit serpent writhed in the magma pool, ultimately retreating in resignation. Watching the ripples on the surface of the magma gradually fade, Xiao Feng refocused on the depths beneath him, pondering. If even a fourth-tier magical beast can frolic within, I should be able to manage as well. With this thought, he slowly extended his foot into the magma. Sizzle. Lowering his gaze, he noticed his feet had become accustomed to the heat. From the moment he arrived, he had anticipated such an outcome, promptly retrieving a foot-soaked basin and pouring in the prepared medicinal solution. With a small stool positioned, he was truly immersed in the experience. This cycle of destruction and rebirth, of breaking down only to rebuild anew, was a pain beyond what any mortal could endure. Yet, Xiao Feng remained here for an entire year. Aside from a few trips to replenish his medicinal supplies, he spent a considerable portion of his time submerged in the magma, with the remainder nearly all in the bathing basin. Over the course of a year, he tirelessly honed his flesh and bones with the aid of fire element combat energy, rendering his physique comparable to that of a fourth-tier magical beast. When his combat energy flowed, he could match a fifth-tier magical beast without the need for combat techniques. In a full-force eruption, he had no fear of sixth-tier magical beasts. However, this did not imply he could bathe in the magma. The two-headed fire spirit serpent appeared to be a naturally extraordinary creature, unperturbed by the essence of magma. Xiao Feng spent a year confirming a singular truth. He was indeed inferior to a serpent. It was time to seek out the blue lotus heartfire. Combat energy surged through him as he plunged into the magma pool. Flames enveloped the entire lotus platform, while everywhere else was filled with tendrils, leaving him no place to stand. Today, he resolved to confront the head-on. After swimming for over 2 hours, Xiao Feng finally beheld the azure lotus platform once more. Taking a deep breath, he evaded the tendrils and settled himself between thee and the lotus leaves, observing the flames capable of refining all things under heaven. He exhaled a long breath and sat cross-legged upon the lotus leaves. Here, even the two-headed fire spirit serpent dared not approach. It was truly an undisturbed sanctuary. At last, Xiao Feng had the time and space to absorb the entirety of the Legacy's teachings. Why are body cultivators unafraid of any adversary? Because they embody immense momentum. The notion of unparalleled physique is merely a manifestation. Only with an unmatched physique can one bear the weight of a momentum greater than all things. What is momentum? The falling raindrops represent momentum. A fist striking represents momentum. The roiling combat energy signifies momentum. The formation of arrays embodies momentum. The rushing river illustrates momentum. The collapsing mountains depict momentum. Everything arises and perishes in accordance with momentum. Even the myriad of techniques can only flow with it. Body cultivators, therefore, cultivate momentum. If this legacy is so formidable, why has it become severed? Xiao Feng once inquired of the ethereal figure. The figure chuckled softly. You can unleash the momentum of rapid punches, indicating you possess equivalent momentum. Perhaps you can even withstand the force of a surging river, or even the upheaval of mountains and rivers. But how many can endure the collapse of the void, the destruction of heaven and earth, the annihilation of all things? The more powerful the legacy, the more prone it is to severance. Just like the great figures of history, their lives are known to posterity. Yet their glory cannot be replicated. Xiao Feng murmured to himself, momentarily feeling as if he understood something, yet equally feeling lost. Why must one form seals during cultivation? Why must certain techniques require seals for release? Because only through specific actions can one generate specific momentum, allowing the raging combat energy to become more obedient. In this world, there exists an infinite array of momentum. We are but seekers, constantly attuning ourselves to it, allowing our bodies to connect with it, ultimately enabling us to bear its weight. Xiao Feng activated the soul cultivation technique from the inheritance, silently attuning to the essence of the blue lotus earth fire. imprinting the might that had been forged over countless millennia onto his soul. The searing waves of fire continually refined Xiao Feng's spirit, accompanied by excruciating pain. As the strength of his soul gradually and painstakingly increased, simultaneously, the fiery energy from all around surged towards him, permeating his limbs and bones, filling every vein with vitality. This relentless flow of flame energy replenished Xiao Feng's expended energy, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Feeling an intense hunger, Xiao Feng opened his eyes, nearly glowing with desire, as he hastily retrieved food from his spatial ring and stuffed it into his mouth, as if his stomach were an ever-hungry furnace, bottomless despite the quantity he consumed. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the lotus seat, densely populated with lotus seeds. At that moment, he paid no heed to the burning of the strange fire. Xiao Feng directly reached in, scooping out the seeds and sending them to his mouth, reducing the 100 seeds to a mere 10 in an instant. The azure flames nearby danced restlessly, as if berating him for his thievery. Xiao Feng playfully waved at the flames, belching contentedly, and observed his noticeably larger physique alongside his torn trousers. Pondering how much time had elapsed, he hoped he wouldn't miss his coming-of-age ceremony. As he spoke, Xiao Feng moved with a gust, flowing out of the azure lotus seat, only to appear like a flash of lightning amidst the magma, re-emerging at the same location from 2 years prior in under 10 minutes. "Little fellow, how long has it been?" While changing his clothes, he inquired of the two-headed fire spirit serpent within the magma, his spiritual power significantly enhanced, allowing him to sense the essence of the blue lotus even here. Xiao Feng chuckled to himself, realizing the folly of expecting a serpent to comprehend the concept of time. With that thought, he thrust his foot down, and like a bolt of lightning, a thunderous roar erupted as he burst forth from the ground, creating a towering tunnel that led him directly to the surface of the yellow sands. With a pair of wings conjured from fighting spirit appearing behind him, he gently flapped, causing the fighting spirit within a 10-meter radius to swirl in tandem. Xiao Feng retracted his wings and gently descended to the ground, propelling himself like a wild electric current towards the stone desert city. "Old sir, it has been a while. How have you fared?" Xiao Feng materialized within Hai Bo Dong's shop. The hand that had been mapping trembled slightly as Hai Bo Dong slowly lifted his gaze. "I just sensed a presence suddenly emerge from the east and swiftly approach Stone Desert City. Could it be you, young brother?" Xiao Feng laughed heartily. "Your keen perception is admirable, old sir. I am pressed for time and shan't linger. Do you recall how long it has been since our last parting?" Hai Bo Dong regarded Xiao Feng's ill-fitting attire, pondering for a moment before replying. "It has been 3 years. Until we meet again," Xiao Feng waved, vanishing from Hai Bo Dong's sight. The elder's brow twitched involuntarily. This movement was swifter than during his prime. "Master, you have finally emerged." The great eagle, wandering near the Tagore Desert, expressed its joy. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. "Why are you still at the 5th tier?" The great eagle tilted its head and looked at Xiao Feng. "Master, could you please speak in a way that humans understand?" Xiao Feng widened his eyes. "The cultivation method I taught you has allowed you to absorb enough fighting spirit in 3 years to match the 30 years of effort you put in before, hasn't he? While this is true, did I not need to seek sustenance during those 3 years? Did I not need to find a companion?" The great eagle also stared wide-eyed, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the 5th tier. How could its master have overlooked this? Xiao Feng patted his head and declared, "I shall grant you another 6 months. If you cannot ascend to the 6th tier by then, I will personally see to your castration." The great eagle felt a chill in its legs and turned to flee, resembling an oversized chicken. "I want tea. Time is of the essence. You should fly on your own. I will extend your deadline by another 2 months. Will that suffice?" The great eagle then breathed a slight sigh of relief. The great eagle carried Xiao Feng to the mercenary town, and as its colossal shadow loomed over the ground, chaos ensued throughout the town. Xiao Feng sat atop the eagle's back, quietly observing below, not in a hurry to reveal himself. As the great eagle completed its 3rd circuit, the tumult below subsided, and 2 figures emerged, Taizhan and Manny. Under their command, the onlookers swiftly organized themselves, seeking shelter or readying their bows. At this sight, a smile crept across Xiao Feng's face. He patted the great eagle's head, signaling it to resume its own training. Then, with a deft flip, he leapt from a height of nearly 100 meters. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted. 2 fighting spirits. Quite commendable," Xiao Feng remarked, observing the weapons formed from their gathered fighting spirit. Taizhan and Manny exchanged glances. The mere fact that someone could dare to plummet from such a height solely on the strength of their body left them in awe. They knelt before Xiao Feng in unison. "We pay our respects, young master." Xiao Feng nodded, acknowledging their performance as satisfactory. After changing into a fitted outfit in the town, Xiao Feng regarded the two. Their fighting spirit prowess was not extraordinarily high, but they could manage to venture forth. "I will give you 1 month to wrap up affairs here, then depart. I care not how you achieve it. In 3 years, I expect to see 4 fighting spirits. Taizhan and Manny displayed hesitation, but it quickly transformed into determination. Yes, young master. Xiao Feng proceeded to instruct them, meticulously refining their techniques and fighting skills once more. The two were overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly prostrating themselves. Is Xiao Ling still the same? Xiao Feng inquired. Manny nodded. Then I shall not concern myself with her, he replied. Sipping his tea. You may return to your tasks. Yes. After setting down his teacup, Xiao Feng made his way towards the Beast Mountain range. After all, she was a girl he had raised. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Chapter 33, The Red String. Faced with a powerful soul perception, Xiao Ling found herself with nowhere to hide. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng appeared before her. Startled, Xiao Ling, lost in thought, instantly gathered her fighting spirit, prepared to strike at any moment. As she recognized the visitor, her expression darkened and her tone turned icy. What do you want? Are you seeking death? Xiao Feng, amused by her fierce demeanor, intended to affectionately pat her head when suddenly, fighting spirit surged around him, charging towards his chest in an instant. With a deft motion, Xiao Feng deflected the attack and cast a glance at Xiao Ling'er, who, after several years apart, had surprisingly attained the rank of Great Dome Master, demonstrating commendable progress. He smiled and remarked, Keep up the good work. I shall refrain from visiting you in the future. Xiao Ling'er's expression turned frosty, her demeanor as cold as ice, as she watched Xiao Feng gradually vanish from her sight. The journey from the mercenary town to Wutan City would take merely a few days. Upon entering the city, he was immediately aware that everyone was engrossed in discussions about the impending visit of Nalin Yinran. Oh, have I arrived just in time? Xiao Feng paused momentarily. Contemplating Nalin Yinran, who was prone to regrets, a plan began to form in his mind. He believed that if Huahua could forge a union with Nalin Yinran, the Gamma Empire would essentially fall into the hands of the Xiao family. Sister-in-law, this time, I shall grant you an additional opportunity to choose. With this thought, Xiao Feng turned and headed towards the outskirts of the city. The path outside Wutan City was far from smooth. Many areas were rugged, only allowing the carriage to pass with difficulty. Spotting the cloud sword emblem, Xiao Feng grinned and gracefully descended onto the roof of the carriage. Inside, voices could be heard conversing. Yinran, regardless of the outcome of this trip, I fear it may be challenging to explain to the old master, Gu Yi expressed with unease. Uncle Gu, with my teacher backing me, I have nothing to fear. What are you worried about? Nalin Yinran replied with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, the young man driving the carriage couldn't help but beam with delight, as if Nalin Yinran's cancellation of the engagement meant she would marry him instead. Xiao Feng chose not to eavesdrop any longer. He chuckled lightly, and the three individuals, lost in their own thoughts, were suddenly struck as Gu Yi abruptly pulled Nalin Yinran out of the carriage, sprinting into the distance. Why the rush? We were merely chatting. Xiao Feng wore a smile, extending his hand as he grasped Gu Yi, who had managed to escape a considerable distance, now retreating even faster. The path of the Xiao family is not easy. Why not come in for a chat? Xiao Feng perched himself on the edge of the carriage, gesturing invitingly with his left hand. Gu Ye's gaze fell, seemingly reluctant, while his peripheral vision still surveyed the surroundings. Xiao Feng maintained his smile, lightly stepping, causing the carriage to lurch downward as he leaped into the air. With a resounding whoosh, the enormous wings formed from Dochi bore the young man above the canyon, and he glanced down once more at the three below. Shall we have a chat? Dowang. Gu Ye's expression turned frantic, any thoughts of escape evaporating. Nalin Yinran's complexion also blanched. She had clearly heard the ominous warning that the path of the Xiao family was fraught with peril, instantly conjuring images of murder and concealment, causing her breath to quicken. The young man driving the carriage attempted to climb inside, but Xiao Feng seized him, deciding it best for this nameless character to remain outside. Xiao Feng tossed the young man onto the cliff and swiftly entered the carriage. The interior was not particularly spacious, yet layers of fox fur and white blankets offered a soft, comfortable seat. Quite the connoisseur of comfort, Xiao Feng mused. Gu Yi quickly spoke up, if you like it. Feel free to take it. Xiao Feng shook his head, glancing at the green jade pendant dangling from the young woman's earlobe, and spoke leisurely. Might you be Gu Yi and Nalin Yinran? Gu Yi nodded earnestly, and Nalin Yinran understood that this was not the time to showcase their strength. She lowered her head, shrinking beside Gu Yi, remaining silent. Xiao Feng turned to Nalin Yinran, speaking gently. By the way, I must now call you sister-in-law. Do not be afraid. Just call me elder brother for me to hear. Gu Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind buzzing with countless questions, unsure of where to begin. Nalin Yinran, equally shocked, lifted her gaze to Xiao Feng. Whether it was due to his formidable prowess or sheer astonishment that momentarily halted her thoughts, she inexplicably uttered, Elder brother. Oh, Xiao Feng chuckled, sister-in-law, there is no need for alarm. After all, your elder brother is at the emperor level. No one dares to bully you. Upon hearing this, both were rendered even more speechless. Finally, Gui hesitantly inquired, Sir, did you overhear our previous conversation? Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed. I heard that someone intends to call off the engagement, which makes me concerned for that younger brother of mine. He can be rather stubborn. Yet, I fear the provocation has not been sufficient, hence I wish to discuss it with you first. The two were left utterly perplexed, gazing at Xiao Feng with furrowed brows. Utterly bewildered, what does he mean by not enough provocation? Are these the words of an elder brother? Sister-in-law, I am aware you came to annul the engagement. May I inquire as to the reason? Is it due to the title of waste? Xiao Feng adopted a serious demeanor. Gui attempted to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from Xiao Feng. Na Lan Yinran, filled with anxiety, clutched her hands tightly, too frightened to voice her thoughts. Fear not. I have come merely to converse with you, and I would never harm a single hair on your head. Xiao Feng assured solemnly. Na Lan Yinran swallowed hard before finally speaking. If he were truly the man I loved, even if he were deemed a waste, I would remain unbothered. However, I refuse to be dictated by a mere marriage contract. My future love should be my own pursuit. This is my lifelong matter. Why should my grandfather's word alone dictate my fate? I have not even met him, and our union was determined before either of us was born. How absurd. I cannot accept it. The young woman grew increasingly agitated, disregarding her fear of the man before her, yearning only to vent her grievances, even if it led to her demise. After speaking, she raised her chin defiantly toward Xiao Feng, adopting an attitude as if to say he could do as he pleased. Xiao Feng playfully tapped her head. Sister-in-law, your sentiments are very valid, and I wholeheartedly agree. Matters of marriage are indeed personal. Why should an old man's decree alone seal your fate? I say, whoever arranged the marriage should be the one to fulfill it. What a commotion that would cause. Na Lan Yinran's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, even revealing a hint of a smile. Elder brother, do you truly feel the same? Xiao Feng jested. Since you have called me elder brother, that implies acceptance of this engagement. I have not. Na Lan Yinran raised an eyebrow, startling Gui beside her, who feared that provoking this formidable man might lead to their immediate vanishing. Oh no, 3 of us, he mused, noting the third party's minimal presence. So, what do you plan to do? Xiao Feng inquired again. Na Lan Yinran pondered for a moment before recounting the course of action from the original tale. However, have you considered that the direct consequence of this action would sever ties between the two families, rendering them adversaries henceforth? Xiao Feng spread his hands and pointed to himself, stating, you are already aware that our family possesses a Dohuang. Yet, Nalin Yinran furrowed her brow, ultimately revealing an expression of despair. Her family would undoubtedly exchange her marriage for the friendship of a powerful Dohuang. Gui, please step outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss privately with my sister-in-law. Xiao Feng gestured, ushering Gui out. What else could I possibly do to my sister-in-law? Xiao Feng remarked darkly, pushing the old man far away with a surge of Do Qi. Yinran, there are certain matters you may not have contemplated. In the Gamma Empire, how many families do you hold in high regard? Xiao Feng inquired. Nalin Yinran, puzzled by Xiao Feng's question, nonetheless replied without hesitation, the royal family, the Mu family, the Mi-Te-Er family. The remaining ones are my Nalin family and my Yunlan sect. The latter part was spoken with pride, but she quickly added, somewhat dejectedly. Soon, the Xiao family should be included as well. Xiao Feng chuckled. What is your elder regard about rebellion? Nalin Yinran raised an eyebrow. My grandfather, as the Lionheart Marshal of the Empire, would never entertain such a notion. Indeed. So what does it signify that the master of the Yunlan sect accepted you as a disciple, while simultaneously isolating your Nalin family's allied forces? Xiao Feng mused languidly. Of course, this was merely his conjecture based on reviews he had encountered in the past. Everything remained uncertain. But the shadow of the Soul Palace loomed over the Yunlan sect, lending credence to the possibility. Nalin Yinran vehemently denied it, exclaiming, that is impossible. Yet, upon uttering those words, she too became ensnared in doubt. How could this be? Nalin Yinran raised her brows, seemingly poised to articulate further, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Let us make a wager then. What kind of wager? I wager that you will fall in love with him, and that I shall not intervene in the matter. The stakes? I will not obstruct your annulment. But if you discover in the future that you truly love him, you must marry him, Xiao Feng declared. In the original tale, Huahua had offered assistance to Nalin Yinran on several occasions, and Xiao Feng did not believe it was solely due to Yun Yun. Thus, he resolved to weave a thread of fate. Very well, it is a promise. Wait, before we proceed, you must first accompany me in a theatrical performance. What kind of performance? With a fierce strike, he shattered the carriage, leaving Gu Yi and Nalin Yinran within in a state of confusion and unease. Who dares to obstruct the Yunlan sect's carriage? Reveal yourself. Gu Yi drew his sword, positioning it protectively in front of Nalan Yinran. At that moment, Xiao Feng emerged from the shadows, casting a cold gaze upon the two. What brings you, people of the Yunlan sect, to my Xiao family? Greetings, sir. I am Nalan Yinran. The young lady stepped forward, having heard of my fiancé's ailment and not having visited him due to concerns over his intentions. I happened to procure a medicinal formula from my teacher today, hence my visit to deliver it. May I inquire as to which member of the Xiao family you are? Xiao Feng scoffed derisively, a pretense. Nalan Yinran, I shall ask you but one question. My brother Yin is no longer worthy of you, having lost his former glory. You have come today primarily to annul your engagement, have you not? Nalan Yinran gently shook her head, reflecting on the constraints of parental orders and the matchmaking words spoken on her behalf. When he soared to great heights, he did not disdain me. How could I possibly disdain him now? Xiao Feng let out a hearty laugh, asserting, regardless of your thoughts, you shall withdraw from this marriage today, whether you want to or not. With that, he struck a palm forward, causing Nalan Yinran to cough blood and stagger back. Her face turned pale, yet she stood defiantly, demanding, who are you? Why do you torment me and my fiancé? Xiao Feng shook his head and took a few steps closer, deftly placing his sword against Nalan Yinran's neck. My younger brother lacks composure and experience. It would be beneficial for him to face the challenge of this annulment, so that he may understand my struggles when the time comes. He continued, I ask you, will you agree or not? Tears streamed down Nalan Yinran's cheeks as she pondered the anguish her fiancé would endure upon hearing of her rejection. I will not agree. Very well, your refusal is noted. With that, Xiao Feng unfurled his wings. With my emperor-level strength, I shall slay one of your kin each day until you consent. Nalan Yinran's face drained of color as she whispered, how could this be possible? I grant you 10 seconds to consider, beginning with your father. Xiao Feng's voice turned icy, revealing his lethal intent. Nalan Yinran managed a bitter smile, resembling a flower wilting in a pool of blood, her eyes devoid of light and her strength seemingly drained. Finally, as Xiao Feng counted to 10, she uttered, I agree. Chapter 34, Stepping into the Yunlan sect. Well done, Xiao Feng remarked, clapping his hands. He gestured, causing 2 magic cores embedded in the stone wall to float down. As for the technique of recording images and sounds with magic cores, do not inquire too deeply. It is part of the inheritance. Xiao Feng kept one for emergencies and handed the other to Nalan Yinran. Now, please feel free to be as harsh and ruthless as you wish, he said with a smile before departing. Gu Yi and Nalan Yinran exchanged a glance, but said nothing, continuing their journey in silence. The ensuing events closely mirrored the original tale. Xiao Xun'er as protection of Xiao Yin kept him from embarrassment. Yet even so, the heart of the idle person was filled with a fierce, unyielding desire for strength. On one hand, Xiao Yin was cursing at the heavens on the edge of a cliff. We shall not dwell on that. On the other, the tender reunion filled with warmth deserves our attention. 3 years is sufficient to erase the traces of a person's existence. Xiao Feng was fortunate. Aside from the possibility of being resented for a lifetime by the young linger, he had Xiao Xun'er who would remember him for all her days. Perhaps it was the estrangement brought on by time apart, or perhaps the shyness of maturity. The girl did not rush into Xiao Feng's embrace immediately. Instead, she stood at the doorway, gazing dreamily at his face, her lips parting softly as she murmured, Brother Xiao Feng. The gentle breeze carried her tender voice and sweet fragrance to Xiao Feng's ears. Those 4 words felt like a ship finally finding its harbor, calming his racing heart. Xiao Feng quickly stepped forward, gently enveloping the girl in his arms. After 3 years apart, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to her. And even the embrace became tender, as if he feared to inflict even a hint of pain. The young girl embraced the boy, their bodies pressed closely together, and at that moment, their hearts began to beat in synchrony. It was only then that the boy suddenly realized that the wind carried with it not only the crisp air, but also the fiery longing concealed deep within the girl's heart. Xun'er, how I miss you. The gentle breeze caressed the girl's flowing hair, greedily absorbing her scent. Her charming face flushed crimson, as did Xun'er's. After a moment of intimacy, the boy recalled something and asked, Where's Huahua? Please wait for me. I will go look for him on the back mountain. Let us go together. No, you stay here. The boy pressed Xun'er down and stepped out of the courtyard alone. He failed to notice that the previously open gap in what was once his courtyard slowly closed behind him. He made his way to the cliff and, as expected, found Xiao Yin lying there. Huahua, are you all right? He sat down beside him. Xiao Yin glanced up at him and, grinning, replied, I'm fine, Brother Feng. You needn't worry about me. As for the engagement, I've come to terms with it. I don't even care. That's good, if you can accept it. I feel at ease. Xiao Feng nodded, then touched the ring on his finger, causing a plethora of items to materialize before them. There were medicinal herbs and magic cores. A mere fraction of what filled his ring, yet it astonished Xiao Yin to the point of nearly toppling over the cliff. Huahua, I've gathered some medicinal herbs over the years, but I'm unsure how to handle them. Please take them. Xiao Yan was still in shock. Although he couldn't recognize the herbs, he could sense the energy fluctuations from dozens of magic cores. Surely, the herbs that could be associated with these cores must be exceptional. Weave struck gold. Xiao Yan nearly drooled. Hua, work hard. Please do not waste my efforts. Xiao Feng earnestly advised a few more words before departing. It was not until long after Xiao Feng had left that the old alchemist reappeared before Xiao Yan. Watching the direction in which Xiao Feng had gone, his expression grew serious. Your brother is quite remarkable. Qinglin, how have you been these past few years? Has anyone bullied you? Although surprised, Xiao Feng quickly deduced that this girl would likely only feel comfortable here. Qinglin smiled and shook her head, puffing out her chest to suppress her desire to leap into Xiao Feng's embrace, and began to tidy the bedding. Young Master Xiao Feng, Sister Xun'er mentioned that you enjoy drinking tea. Over the years, I have specifically learned how to brew it. Once she finished making the bed, the water had just boiled, and she hurriedly prepared the tea and brought it over. Xiao Feng took a gentle sip, smiling as he ruffled the girl's hair. Child, I do not truly see you as a servant. Just do what you enjoy. With half-closed eyes, the girl savored the rare, affectionate gesture. Helping young master was what she cherished most. That night, Qinglin slept on the floor while Xiao Feng lay in bed, and it took them a long time to fall asleep. The next day, Xiao Feng made a special visit to Xiaozhan. He thought to invite Xiao Xun'er and Qinglin to join him for an outing. Qinglin was overjoyed, and Xiao Xun'er displayed an expression of anticipation. Upon leaving Wutan City, Xiao Feng summoned the Great Eagle with his mind. Master, I am busy training. Should you not come over, I shall render you incapable. A voice echoed as three figures emerged, but not far along. A tempest arose, shadows swirling above them, emanating the aura of a fifth-tier magical beast, leaving Xiao Xun'er on high alert. Fear not, it comes to escort us. Xiao Feng chuckled, easing her worries. She was aware that Xiao Feng possessed a flying mount, yet never anticipated it would be a fifth-tier beast. Brother Xiao Feng, how many secrets do you truly harbor? She murmured beside him. Xiao Feng playfully pinched the girl's cheek, declaring, no matter how many I hide, your secrets surpass mine. Let us be off. With a surge of fighting spirit, he lifted both of them onto the back of the Great Eagle. Brother Xiao Feng, you wouldn't have attained the strength of a Do Huang, would you? Xiao Xun'er pondered aloud. Xiao Feng nodded, teasing, you are too clever. Be careful lest you remain unmarried. Xiao Xun'er rolled her eyes, shifting her attention to the landscape below. Young Master Xiao Feng, where are we headed? She inquired. Xiao Feng gazed into the distance. I shall take you both to visit the Yunlan sect. A slight frown crossed Xiao Xun'er's face. You don't intend to confront them head-on, do you? She understood Xiao Feng's character. He was amicable and easy to converse with, yet when it came to matters he valued, he would risk everything. What is there to gain from violence? Xiao Feng replied, shaking his head. We are merely going to have some tea. Xiao Xun'er looked at him in confusion, struggling to comprehend his intentions. Xiao Feng offered no explanation. His purpose was simply to mitigate the influence of the Xiao family's Do Huang. As the Great Eagle soared through the skies, breaking through clouds and winds, the scenery rushed past beneath them. The trio chatted merrily, and in approximately 2 hours, they arrived near the Yunlan sect. To ascend the mountain directly on a magical beast would be tantamount to provocation. We must proceed on foot from here, Xiao Feng instructed, allowing the Great Eagle to roam freely while guiding the two toward the Yunlan sect. It appeared that the sect had been forewarned. As they reached the foot of the mountain and found someone awaiting them, by the command of the sect master, I am here to greet the esteemed guests. The individual said respectfully, bowing low. Xiao Feng waved his hand, surmising that Guyi had likely relayed the message ahead. Lead the way. As they ascended the mountain, Xiao Xun'er maintained her typically reserved demeanor, while Qinglin grew animated, occasionally exclaiming in delight. Xiao Feng chuckled. Noting that Qinglin had evidently thrived over the past 3 years, her innocent nature gradually resurfacing. The main hall of the Yunlan sect was grand, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals, yet at that moment, it appeared rather sparse with only a few occupants. At the center, there lay a jade-green soft couch, upon which the sect master, Yun, reclined. Dressed in a flowing green gown that trailed along the ground, her luxurious robe concealed her figure beneath, and her hair was styled in the shape of a divine phoenix, adorned with a jade phoenix hairpin nestled at her temples, the pearls gently swaying with her movements. Yun seemed to have awaited their arrival for some time. Upon Xiao Feng's approach, she straightened herself, her phoenix-like eyes scrutinizing him with an expression of incredulity. Xiao Feng settled down with Xun'er, while Qinglin stood behind him, her gaze cast downward, no longer surveying the surroundings. Sect Master Yun, do I not appear quite handsome? Xiao Feng sipped his tea leisurely, inquiring with a hint of amusement. As I raise my gaze towards Yun, my attention is drawn more to the sword hanging behind her. It is truly a sight to behold. With Xun'er by my side, I feel emboldened to sip the tea of the Yunlan sect. Even if it were poisoned, Xun'er would surely find a way to procure the antidote. Of course, I do not indulge excessively, merely tasting a sip. Suddenly, a crucial thought strikes me. How could I forget to cultivate resistance to poison? As this notion arises, I shudder involuntarily. Have I become foolish with my advancements, to even contemplate poison? Yun casts a cool smile, remarking that not only does young Master Xiao possess striking looks, but his talents are equally remarkable. Unfazed by her flattery, I inquire about the rumor of Nalan Yinran's broken engagement. Was she involved? Thus, has young Master Xiao come to the Yunlan sect to seek retribution? Yun narrows her eyes, her gaze towards me growing even more frigid. The engagement has already been terminated. Regardless of the circumstances, the scars remain. Yet, I did not come for this matter. Young Master Xiao may speak plainly. I wish for your people not to interfere with Xiao Yan, and I also prefer to keep my abilities concealed. Surely, Sect Master Yun can accommodate this request? Yun regards me intently. This youth, of the same age as Xiao Yan and already a Do Huang, arouses her vigilance. After a prolonged contemplation, she asks, "Is that all?" "Indeed, that is all." "Very well. It is settled." Chapter 35, A Meeting with Medusa Again. Qing Lin, remind me to acquire a sword upon descending the mountain. I suddenly utter. Xun'er, puzzled, wonders why Brother Xiao has thought of this so suddenly. Standing at the edge of the Yunlan sect, I gaze down at the white clouds drifting below. A breeze sweeping past, causing my robes to flutter, presenting a rather impressive appearance. Xun'er recalls how I had been discreetly observing the long sword hanging behind Yun in the grand hall, and a smile tugs at her lips. Since Brother Xiao wishes to procure a sword, I shall take care of it. For the sake of appearances, it must be nothing less than splendid. I pat Xun'er's head, deeming it unnecessary to make a fuss. In truth, I do not favor swords as weapons. Oh, Xun'er tilts her head. Having noticed my earlier fixation on the sword behind the sect master, she had assumed I had a preference for swords. Then may I inquire what weapon you prefer? I shall not say. Do tell. Absolutely not. As we engage in playful banter, we descend from the Yunlan sect, with Qing Lin trailing closely behind, burying her feelings of envy deep within her heart, fulfilling her duties as a little maid. Observing the departing figures of the three, Yun furrows her brow, ultimately exhaling a sigh, finding this individual utterly inscrutable. After leaving the Yunlan sect, we resume our journey. Brother Xiao, are we heading to the Tagore Desert? Xun'er speculates, gazing at the direction of the soaring eagle. Indeed, to fulfill a promise. I stretch lazily, then declare, and that is all. The three of us sit together upon the great eagle, with Xiao Hui erecting a barrier of Do Qi to envelop us, ensuring not even a whisper of wind can intrude, regardless of our speed. This makes me the landlord again. I chuckle, picking up a face-up playing card. Sister Qing Lin, let us refrain from internal strife this time. Indeed, the unrelenting heat and aridity remain the eternal melody of the desert. This time, Xiao Feng directly commanded the great eagle to halt before the serpent people's holy city. Who goes there? As the great eagle drew near, a powerful crossbow was aimed at them, and upon their descent, they were swiftly surrounded by a multitude. Inform your queen that the one who has fulfilled the 3-year pact has arrived. Before Xiao Feng could finish speaking, Queen Medusa had already manifested before them. Her violet robe fluttered gracefully, and her elongated eyes lingered on Xiao Feng, and after a considerable pause, the astonishment within her gaze began to fade. At this moment, the queen felt a sense of relief. 3 years prior, when Queen Medusa first encountered Xiao Feng, she could not discern his true strength, perceiving it as a hazy mirage. Yet she was certain that his fighting prowess was but an illusion, lacking substance. Now, 3 years later, upon their reunion, that haze had dissipated, replaced by an unfathomable depth akin to an abyss. Xiao Feng shook his head slightly. His current capabilities left much to be desired. He was acutely aware of the arduous path ahead. Others might be astonished by his rapid progress, but he remained plagued by unease. Allow me to clarify. The acquisition of the may require considerable time. Xiao Feng led the two directly to the holy city, where no one dared to impede their passage. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feng had connections with the illustrious Queen Medusa. Xiao Xun'er whispered beside him, her tone ambiguous, neither sweet nor bitter. Xiao Feng playfully pinched Xiao Xun'er's cheek, urging her to keep it a secret, as this was paving the way for Huahua. Confused, Xiao Xun'er could not fathom his meaning. Xiao Feng chose not to elaborate, merely smiling at the young girl and falling silent. The trio resided in the holy city for 2 days. Unlike the carefree days at Yunlan's sect, Xiao Feng was considerably more cautious in the serpent tribe. He dared not touch food or water, and even while sleeping, he dispersed his spiritual energy, wary of potential poison. Brother Xiao Feng, you had not mentioned before that you had an agreement with Queen Medusa. Xiao Xun'er's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. I was concerned about your worries. Xiao Feng felt a bit embarrassed, having forgotten this detail. Xiao Xun'er gazed at him, letting out a soft sigh. Thus, Xun'er pondered if brother Xiao Feng had encountered even more perilous situations, but chose not to share them with her. Yet, on the surface, Xiao Feng remained unflappable, exuding an air of tranquility. Just as he was about to deny this, he heard Xiao Xun'er speak again. There is something I have hesitated to mention, she continued. 3 years ago, one day, I suddenly felt restless, as though I had lost something of great significance. That night, I had a dream. The girl's words trailed off, her face etched with trepidation, too fearful to continue, lest she invoke a curse. Xiao Feng's heart skipped a beat as he gently embraced the girl, whispering an apology for her worries. She shook her head softly, content to nestle in his arms. Dressed in a violet robe and crowned, her cold demeanor resembled that of a goddess high above. Perhaps you should find a man to hold you. Xiao Feng shot a glance at the solitary serpent, helping Xiao Xun'er to her feet as they walked together outside. The solitary serpent appears here for a singular reason. All that needed to be conveyed has been articulated, and it is time for them to embark. Queen Medusa let out a disdainful snort, dismissive of such trivial debates. Where's the? Not far. It lies within this very desert. Xiao Feng summoned a great eagle, disregarding its incessant complaints, and the four of them ascended together. The eagle was not small, yet their collective presence rendered it somewhat cramped. Are you not capable of flight? Why then do you sit upon my bird? Xiao Feng inquired, casting a glance at Queen Medusa. In an unexpected move, she shot him a sidelong look and, without warning, struck him with her tail against his back. With a resounding smack, Xiao Feng was propelled into the air, lacking murderous intent and any discernible fluctuation of fighting spirit. He was oblivious to the moment the serpent began its scheming or when it executed the strike. Humph. One day I shall have you calling me elder brother, or else I shall not recognize your legitimacy. Xiao Feng clung to the eagle's talons, filled with indignation. The Tagore desert was vast. Yet to a fifth-tier flying magical beast, it merely resembled an expansive garden. Before long, the quartet arrived at the eastern part of Stone Desert City. Is the here? Queen Medusa furrowed her brow, surveying her surroundings, yet she could not detect the presence of the. I shall pave the way, you ensure their safety. Upon concluding his statement, Xiao Feng struck the ground with his palm, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling. Soon, a deep pit formed beneath his feet, and he descended into its depths. Witnessing this, Queen Medusa hurriedly channeled her fighting spirit to support the collapsing sand, allowing both Xiao Xun'er and the azure-scaled one to follow suit. Before long, the four found themselves hovering above a pool of magma. Sensing a powerful and unfamiliar aura approaching, the two-headed fire spirit snake emerged once more from the magma. Xiao Xun'er and the azure-scaled one were taken aback, never expecting to encounter living beings in such a desolate place. Even the typically icy Queen Medusa exhibited a change in demeanor. The two-headed fire spirit snake arched its head back, swiftly retreating into the magma with a resounding splash. If you cannot provoke it, you can at least evade it, Xiao Feng remarked, gesturing downward. The lies in that direction. At your speed, you should be able to sense it within 20 minutes. Queen Medusa cast a glance at Xiao Feng. Having reached this juncture, trust was no longer a matter of debate. The magma appeared intimidating, yet it posed little challenge for someone of her peak fighting emperor prowess. With a subtle rise and fall of her chest, Queen Medusa inhaled deeply, her serpent form swaying as she descended towards the magma pool. Just as her body neared the molten depths, a surge of potent fighting spirit enveloped her entirely, and she vanished from sight. Brother Xiao Feng, amidst so many people in this world, the majority live their lives without ever witnessing. Why do you not claim such a rare treasure for yourself? Xiao Xun'er pondered, perplexed. She could indeed sense the presence of below, and watching it be relinquished to another filled her with reluctance. Observing Xiao Feng at that moment, she found herself entranced, realizing that her brother resembled an astute old fox. Xun'er, I have yet to find the time to assess your cultivation, he stated. Xiao Feng seemed to have just remembered that he had mentioned he would conduct an examination upon their meeting. Xiao Xun'er rolled her eyes. Expressing her reluctance to engage in such discussions, her confidence seemingly diminished. Xiao Feng gently grasped the girl's silky hair, brushing it lightly against his nose, suggesting, perhaps I shall refrain from inquiring in the future. Xiao Xun'er puffed her cheeks, but remained silent. He playfully poked her pouting cheek, laughing, Are you truly upset? Xiao Xun'er huffed, lamenting that while others indulged in romantic pursuits, he incessantly discussed cultivation. Xiao Feng chuckled, realizing that in this place devoid of restaurants, bars, cinemas, and hotels, he truly lacked an understanding of romantic affairs. By the way, do you fancy little lions? Lions? Xiao Xun'er pondered for a moment. They are all right, I suppose. In a few days, I shall take you to pet a lion. They conversed for quite some time until suddenly, the magma began to surge, sporadically erupting in geysers that violently collided with the overhead stone walls, scattering debris. What is this serpent up to? Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. He waved his hand to conjure a wall of earth, shielding them from the erupting magma. Let us retreat a bit. Boom. Just as the trio had stepped back a few paces, another surge of magma erupted with a deafening roar, and a long creature was flung into the air, hurtling towards them. In that instant, 3 pairs of eyes and 3 gazes intertwined. Two-headed fire spirit serpent. Xiao Feng. Forget it. Let us approach together. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Feng transformed the earthy energy into a colossal hand, gripping the bifurcated heads of the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Chapter 36. The Azure Serpent with 3 flowered eyes. She sensed hostility from Queen Medusa, which compelled her to keep her head lowered all the way until now. Afraid to speak. Without the young master, she believed she would have met her demise at her hands. As Qinglin contemplated this, a chill crept into her heart. Qinglin, Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, noticing her unusual demeanor. He had called her several times without receiving a response. Xiao Xun'er stepped forward, taking Qinglin's hand. Sister Qinglin, what are you thinking about? Huh? What? Qinglin appeared bewildered. Xiao Feng has called you several times now. I've never seen you so distracted. Ah, no, Qinglin stammered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, ultimately lowering her head once more. Xiao Feng gently tapped her forehead, inquiring softly. What troubles you? Qinglin shook her head, unwilling to speak. She was aware of the transaction between Xiao Feng and Queen Medusa and worried that her words might influence him, so she chose silence. Believing that as long as she remained by Xiao Feng's side, Queen Medusa would not act against her. Observing Qinglin's demeanor, Xiao Feng ceased to pry, instead pointing towards the restrained two-headed fire spirit serpent, saying, Qinglin, I once promised to assess your cultivation. This creature is your examination. Qinglin gazed at the thrashing two-headed fire spirit serpent in the distance, her complexion paling. She was uncertain if Xiao Feng was jesting, her voice faltering, young master. The two-headed fire spirit serpent writhed incessantly, its tail whipping like a long whip, each strike against the corridor producing a resounding thud, sending shards of stone flying and raising clouds of dust. Xiao Xun'er gazed at Xiao Feng. Brother Xiao Feng, that two-headed serpent is so fearsome that even I dare not approach it. Are you truly sending Qinglin to face it? It is far too perilous. Xiao Feng nodded, his gaze resting on Qinglin's delicate cheek. Indeed, it is quite dangerous, but do you recall what I once said? I have faith that with your innate talent, you can overcome it. Of course, you may decline, and I shall not hold it against you. I respect your choice. Qinglin's complexion paled significantly, as if all color had drained from her face. If her heart were merely filled with trepidation and unease, she could have drawn closer to Xiao Feng, for his presence was sufficient to quell her anxious thoughts. However, the situation was different now. She distinctly sensed that Master Xiao Feng was gently urging her away. Though his voice remained soft, she had never forgotten his words from 3 years prior. Every single one of his utterances was etched in her memory. He had expressed his fondness for butterflies, and had remarked that he did not lack for servants who merely warmed the bed and made the blankets. Master Xiao Feng, I shall not disappoint you. Despite her voice and body trembling, Qinglin's gaze was resolutely steadfast as she advanced step by step toward the two-headed fire serpent. Xiao Xun'er attempted to intervene, but was blocked by Xiao Feng. In a hushed tone by her ear, he reassured her, I am here. That girl will not come to harm. Trust me, and trust her. Observing Qinglin's small yet determined figure, Xiao Xun'er gave a slight nod. Behind them, the lava surged with greater ferocity, crashing like waves, its searing heat assailing the passageway, and the restrained two-headed fire serpent grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, it caught sight of a maiden approaching. It paused momentarily, as though questioning her intent. One head remained fixated on the girl, while the other lifted slightly to regard the smirking Xiao Feng behind her. Was this insufferable fellow wagering that I would hesitate to strike? With a sudden release of the binding energy, the two-headed fire serpent surged toward the girl with alarming speed, its gaping jaws dripping with bloodlust, sharp teeth glistening ominously. As its crimson tongue flicked like a spear, lunging ferociously at Qinglin, seemingly poised to tear her apart in the next instant. Fear instantly washed over Qinglin's face. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, but then, with a resolute grit of her teeth, she advanced defiantly toward the two-headed fire serpent. The stench of blood assaulted her senses as the serpent's rush stirred her hair in the wind. In that fleeting moment, memories of days spent starving and trembling in the shadow of death flooded her mind, a time from which she had been rescued by Master Feng, who had led her away from that abyss. This time, perhaps Master Feng would save her once more, but Qinglin was unwilling to be a burden. She yearned to actively pursue him, to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly at his side, rather than drift further apart. Once this thought took root, even death seemed less daunting, and her gaze brightened with newfound resolve. Yet still, was it insufficient? Seeing the two-headed fire serpent now less than a meter from Qinglin, its crimson tongue almost brushing against her face, Xiao Feng sighed. raising his right hand as a surge of formidable energy coursed forth, directed toward the serpent. Brother Xiao Feng. Look quickly. Xiao Xun'er seemed to sense something, extending her hand to point at the figure of Qinglin, with her back turned to them. The two could hardly discern her features, only catching a faint glimpse of shimmering light emanating from the sides of her eyes, a terrifying aura swirling around her. At that moment, Xiao Feng noticed and murmured, the three flower eyes of the azure serpent. Unbeknownst to them, the three tiny green dots within Qinglin's pupils suddenly flared with an intense glow, blossoming like seeds sprouting into three minuscule green flowers. As these eerie green flowers emerged, a powerful ethereal light burst forth, illuminating the fire spirit snake before them. Enveloped by this ghostly radiance, the once violent serpent abruptly stiffened, its enormous eyes wide with fear. Fixated on the girl before it, it attempted to retreat but found itself immobilized, helplessly watching as the strange light slowly traversed its body, eventually settling at the center of its two heads and beginning to shrink gradually. As the light's scope diminished, its brilliance intensified until it was merely the size of a palm. At that moment, the ethereal glow surged, and atop each of the fire spirit snake's heads, a green flower appeared. Once tranquility returned, Qinglin appeared drained of all strength, swaying unsteadily, gasping for breath, on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Feng hurriedly approached, supporting the girl, and when he looked down, her delicate face had turned pale, her forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. Yet, a smile adorned her face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in early spring, bursting with vitality and joy. Her voice was somewhat weak, yet filled with delight. Young master, you said you liked butterflies. Qinglin has succeeded. No sooner had she spoken than she softly slumped into Xiao Feng's embrace, slipping into unconsciousness. Had it been too soon? Xiao Feng tenderly wiped the sweat from her forehead, gently cradling her in his arms. Even in her slumber, Qinglin's lips curled into a sweet smile. Silly girl. Xiao Feng sighed, shifting his gaze to the two-headed fire spirit snake, which now lay there like a noodle, its earlier ferocity subdued. It cautiously lifted its head, gazing obediently at the girl in Xiao Feng's arms, its tail gently swaying. Rarely did Xiao Xun'er feel jealousy. She disregarded the serpent's fierce glare and approached Xiao Feng, whispering, "The three flower eyes of the azure serpent are indeed overwhelming. Even I felt a sense of threat just now." She was well aware of Qinglin's cultivation level. If she could exhibit such power even before reaching the level of a fighter, one could only imagine the magnitude of strength these eyes would unleash if their realms were to align one day. Qinglin only faintly lost consciousness for a brief moment before awakening, akin to a kitten just rousing from sleep, gently opening her eyes. Upon realizing she was in Xiao Feng's embrace, the pallor of her face quickly blossomed into a rosy hue, a blend of white and red that conveyed a haunting beauty. "Young master, please set Qinglin down." The girl struggled slightly, but could not break free. "Do not be stubborn. Rest well for now. The Queen Medusa should be making her appearance soon." Xiao Feng's gaze traversed the fire spirit serpent and fell upon the lava pool outside. The tumultuous waves had gradually settled, yet the temperature continued to rise, the heat growing ever more intense. "Can you endure this?" Xiao Feng glanced at Qinglin, then turned his attention to Xiao Xun'er. She exhibited little reaction, gently shaking her head to indicate her well-being, while Qinglin's breathing became increasingly rapid. Nevertheless, the girl persisted in her bravado, asserting, "Young master, I am fine." Xiao Feng merely scoffed, preparing to ascend with the two when a resounding boom echoed from outside. And a sudden cooling trend swept through the air. The magma erupted, and Queen Medusa hovered in midair, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her breath somewhat erratic. Her purple robe torn in several places, revealing glimpses of her delicate skin. Yet, all eyes were drawn to her right hand, where a crystal lotus seed held a flickering azure flame, burning serenely as if carved from stone, remaining motionless despite the winds. Azure heartfire. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Xiao Xun'er's eyes, and the flame on the lotus subtly swayed. Queen Medusa regarded Xiao Feng, her expression inscrutable, and stated flatly, "This king shall uphold the promise." After casting a deep glance at Qinglin, she shot upwards. The rock layers began to fracture, colossal boulders plummeting into the magma pool, sending waves surging. "Let us follow." Xiao Feng cradled Qinglin in his arms, grasping Xiao Xun'er with his other hand, and with a leap, the trio pursued Queen Medusa, the two-headed fire spirit serpent. In that moment, the serpent coiled itself rapidly before springing forth like a tightly wound spring, chasing after the three. In midair, its body shrank continuously, and when it had diminished to the size of a rope, it finally caught up, swiftly slithering into Qinglin's sleeve and tightly wrapping around her arm. Chapter 37. Is the heart still itching? Upon his last emergence from seclusion, his two elder brothers had already established the Mo-Tai mercenary corps here. However, due to time constraints, he had not visited. This time, he could enjoy a proper reunion. In the original narrative, these two characters had little presence, often appearing as mere tools, yet in Xiao Feng's eyes, they were flesh and blood, devoted elder brothers. He stopped a passerby to inquire about the route. The Motai mercenary corps had quite a reputation, and he soon located the place. Ding go li go. You two have been faring well, Xiao Feng remarked, observing the courtyard, which was not much smaller than the Xiao family's, a look of delight gracing his features. He stepped forward, announced his name, and the guards exchanged astonished glances before hastily going to find the captain. Shortly thereafter, the voices of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li resounded. Feng Di, I wagered with my elder brother that the first to arrive would surely be you, not Xiao Yan. Xiao Li laughed heartily, his joy palpable even from a distance. Xiao Ding sighed, as if I hadn't predicted that Feng Di would be the first to arrive. As the conversation flowed, the two individuals arrived at the entrance, closely followed by a throng of mercenaries that rendered the area impenetrable. They were all quite curious about the esteemed benchmark of cultivation frequently mentioned by the two leaders, eager to understand its nature and realm. Dingo, Li Go. Xiao Feng joyfully embraced the two men. Greetings, Brother Xiao Ding, Brother Xiao Li. Xiao Xun'er also greeted them with a smile. Xiao Ding nodded and smiled at Xiao Xun'er, while Xiao Li, as if just noticing her, playfully punched Xiao Feng on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Well done, young lad. You've managed to win over this girl, surpassing Xiao Yan. Xiao Feng smiled in silence, but Xiao Xun'er's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit shy? Come, this is my older brother and second brother, he said, gesturing towards Qing Lin while introducing the young lady to the two men. This is Qing Lin. At this point, Xiao Feng hesitated. He had always referred to Qing Lin in the capacity of a maid, but deep down, he did not perceive her merely as that. She was indeed his sworn sister. Xiao Li scanned the three of them quickly and soon greeted Qing Lin with a smile. Xiao Ding, however, wore a knowing smile, recognizing that the girl's gaze was not as simple as it seemed. Qing Lin, who had been looking down, instinctively shook her head in denial when Xiao Feng spoke. Gentlemen, I am merely young Master Xiao Feng's maid, not his sworn sister. Let us set aside all that for now. We've finally met, so let us not speak of anything else. Come inside and drink. Xiao Li bellowed, pulling Xiao Feng inside. Xiao Ding smiled as he led Xiao Xun'er and Qing Lin to follow. At that moment, a group of mercenaries gathered at the entrance erupted in cheers, exclaiming, Drinks are here. No need for training. This is paradise. Once seated in the grand hall, Xiao Feng, who traditionally preferred tea over alcohol, eventually succumbed to Xiao Li's persistent encouragement. With a decisive crash of his teacup, he summoned a large jar of wine, lifting it and declaring, Li Go. Let us drink. Xiao Xun'er, sitting nearby, exhibited a look of surprise. The usually composed and mature Xiao Feng was rarely so spirited. The usually solemn conference hall was now filled with laughter and merriment, adorned with tables laden with drinks, each surrounded by revelers engaged in animated drinking contests. Scanning the room, however, Xiao Feng noticed the absence of Qing Lin. After taking several hearty gulps, he seemed to realize that his little maid was nowhere to be found. He looked around and inquired of Xiao Xun'er. Xiao Xun'er rolled her eyes, exasperated by the rosy-cheeked youth. Knowing full well that Qing Lin had bid him farewell before departing, but he had forgotten amidst the revelry. Long before Xiao Li had brought the wine jar to the table, Xuelon had approached with a shake of her head, taking Qing Lin aside. As for what she intended to do, little sister Qing Lin, keep an eye on the timing, Xuelon instructed while adding water to a large pot, then began preparing other ingredients. Sister Xuelon, what are you making? Qing Lin inquired with curiosity. This is a detoxifying soup, my exclusive recipe. You mustn't attempt to learn it, Xuelon replied with a playful tilt of her chin. However, upon noticing Qing Lin's gaze filled with curiosity, he quickly altered his statement. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, but you must promise me not to divulge it. All right. Qing Lin nodded earnestly. As the young master began to indulge in alcohol, it became imperative for her, as a maid, to master the art of preparing a hangover soup. The soup had indeed been prepared. However, the inebriated gentleman had little capacity left for anything else. By the time the soup was ready, they were already quite intoxicated. Sister Xun'er, you should also take a rest. The young master has Qing Lin to attend to him, Qing Lin said softly. Suddenly, Xiao Xun'er sensed that something was amiss. She raised her gaze and fixed her eyes on Qing Lin, stating, Sister Qing Lin must be tired as well. I will look after Brother Xiao Feng. Qing Lin held on to her conviction. Safeguarding the young master's repose was the duty of a maid. Xiao Xun'er had her own rationale. My man, why should I rely on you to care for him? Then, both women turned their attention back to Xiao Feng, falling into a silence. Even in his drunken stupor, Xiao Feng involuntarily shivered. The next day, he awoke with a throbbing headache, the aftermath of his indulgence leaving his mind in a state of disarray. After a few pats on his head, he finally noticed the two figures beside his bed, Xiao Xun'er and Qing Lin. The moment he halted his hand, The previously easing headache escalated to a severe level. In an instant, clarity returned to his mind. These two girls, surely they did not argue last night. Xiao Feng understood Qinglin's feelings. The two men a woman could rely on most are not her father, but rather her husband. Otherwise, she would not have resisted the title of sister so vehemently the night before. Nevertheless, matters of the heart are often fraught with misjudgment. Xiao Feng truly regarded Qinglin as a sister. Ah, how rare it is to be blissfully ignorant. Xiao Feng carefully descended from the bed, inadvertently waking the two. Qinglin stood obediently, while Xiao Xun'er rushed in. "Let's wash up," Xiao Feng said, ruffling Xiao Xun'er's hair. It seemed Qinglin suddenly recalled something and dashed out in despair. Shortly thereafter, she returned with toiletries. "Young master, let Qinglin help you wash your face." Xiao Feng shook his head with a wry smile. "You both should wash up first." The two young ladies fiercely competed behind the scenes, yet presented themselves before Xiao Feng as docile as kittens. No sooner had he spoken than they exited. Once everything was settled, Qinglin, having procured 2 portions of breakfast from somewhere, placed them before Xiao Feng. "Young master, Sister Xun'er, breakfast is ready," she announced, before retreating again. Xiao Feng, observing the deferential Qinglin, turned to Xiao Xun'er with a puzzled expression. "What has gotten into her?" Xiao Xun'er, with a hint of stubbornness in her red lips, let out a soft huff through her nostrils. "She fears that if her service is inadequate, you might dismiss her." Xiao Feng looked on in bewilderment. What does that even mean? And why do you seem to understand Qinglin so well? After breakfast, Xiao Feng jogged about the courtyard with Xiao Xun'er, while Qinglin followed closely behind. "I must ask my brother for the sword," Xiao Feng suddenly recalled. "Brother Xiao Feng, you still have that on your mind?" Xiao Xun'er laughed, covering her mouth. Xiao Feng nodded, accompanied by a horse and a petite maid clutching a sword, exuding an impressive aura. Xiao Xun'er gazed at Xiao Feng, her eyes twinkling. How could her brother, who had been so unassuming in his youth, suddenly display such grandeur? Xiao Feng chuckled. "Are you thinking your brother is just a foolish goose?" Xiao Xun'er smirked, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. The trio wandered aimlessly until they arrived at the training grounds, where, from a distance, they could hear Xiao Li's booming voice. "You lazy bunch. If only you possessed even a fraction of my brother Feng's diligence, you wouldn't be wallowing in the mud here." The mercenaries, usually indifferent, suddenly buzzed with chatter, for today the subject of their discussion was present. They were well aware of how effortlessly Xiao Feng had dealt with Gale, and how he had brushed off a punch from their father, leaving them utterly confident in his abilities against the current group. Xiao Feng felt slightly bewildered. "Li Gu, what do you want me to do?" At that moment, a burly man stepped forward from the training ground, smiling as he addressed Xiao Feng. "Young Master Xiao Feng, in our Tagore Desert, men become acquainted through combat. I hear your name mentioned daily by the two captains. It would be a shame if we didn't spar a little today." Xiao Feng glanced at Xiao Li. "Li Gu, do you always sing my praises like that?" Xiao Li laughed heartily. "What's wrong? Do you need to be modest?" He approached Xiao Feng, clapping a hand on his shoulder, lowering his voice. "This fellow is a 7-star fighter, specializing in rock attributes and defense. If you're not confident, I'll decree that no one may use their fighting energy." Xiao Feng shook his head. "Li Gu, you have elevated me so, as your younger brother. I cannot bring you shame. However, I will need to borrow your spear." Xiao Li's eyes glinted with intrigue. He found himself unable to fathom this younger brother more deeply. He turned to the side of the training ground, retrieved the spear standing there, and thrust it towards Xiao Feng. "Feng Di, catch," with a hint of testing. Xiao Li exerted a bit more force in his throw. Xiao Feng caught the spear effortlessly, remaining perfectly still, which elicited a smile from Xiao Li. With a flick of the spear, the rigid weapon produced a small flourish, and then Xiao Feng bent forward, resting the spear against his back before rising, both hands now gripping the spear's end. Excellent weapon. After years without a satisfactory armament, Xiao Feng felt a surge of excitement. Moving forward, he swept the spear to the left and right, each time halting just above the ground. After 6 such motions, he paused, raising the spear's tip to the sky, aimed as if at a heart. With another step forward, the spear shot forth like a white serpent, swift and unmatched. In a moment of exhilaration, Xiao Feng let out a mighty shout, pivoting and exerting force. The spear arced through the air with a fierce whoosh, crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The stone slab cracked beneath him, a fissure spreading over 10 meters in all directions. Xiao Li's eyelids twitched, glancing at his spear with a twinge of concern, hoping it remained intact. The man who had stepped forward swallowed hard. Suddenly, I no longer feel the itch in my heart. Chapter 38. Visitors from the Heavenly Serpent Manor. The training ground quickly buzzed with energy once more, for Xiao Feng had departed. It is utterly terrifying. I could hardly sense the fluctuation of fighting energy. Indeed, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would surely suspect it to be the result of some extraordinary combat technique. No wonder the two leaders speak of him so frequently, but is this truly within the realm of human capability? Accompanying Xiao Feng as he departed from the training ground were not only Xiao Xun'er and Qing Lin, but also Xiao Li, who followed closely behind. Feng Di, you were merely warming up, weren't you? Xiao Li inquired subtly. Let us not dwell on that. Where's Brother Ding? He usually occupies himself in the study. What's the matter? Come, let us go together. Upon reaching the study, they found Xiao Ding bent over his desk, scribbling and drawing, seemingly lost in thought. Feng Di, what brings you here? Xiao Ding set aside his brush and walked over to pour tea for the group. Xiao Feng had a particular fondness for tea, and Xiao Ding was always happy to oblige. There are two matters, Xiao Feng began, holding up two fingers. First, I wish to request a sword from my brothers. I thought it was something significant. I'll take you to the armory shortly, and you may take whichever you fancy. Xiao Li waved his hand with a light laugh. Xiao Ding looked at Xiao Feng, taking a delicate sip of tea. And the second? The second is to leave some items for my brothers. As Xiao Feng spoke, he rummaged through his spatial ring. A brilliant light flashed, and a mountain of medicinal herbs and magic cores appeared on the table, leaving Xiao Ding and Xiao Li utterly astonished. Feng Di, where did you acquire such an abundance of medicinal herbs and magic cores? Xiao Li asked, his face filled with disbelief. Having been a leader for several years, he was all too aware of the value of what lay before them, his voice trembling slightly. It was far too precious. Merely keeping a small portion would suffice. Xiao Ding remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Feng. Brother Ding, Brother Li, please do not stand on ceremony. Huahua has taken no less than I have, and he was not exaggerating in the least. Since you insist, to continue being courteous would only dampen our spirits. Xiao Ding replied cheerfully. Second brother, take Feng Di to the warehouse and see if there is anything he might find useful. Xiao Li inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his racing heart. Come, Feng Di, follow me. After they left, Xiao Ding gazed at the pile of items, murmuring to himself. Now, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps need no longer struggle. Established not long ago, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps possessed a surprising array of rare items in their warehouse, many of which were collected by Xiao Ding and Xiao Li during their travels. Among the shelves, there were various combat techniques and skills, though the majority consisted of swords and weapons. As they walked, Xiao Feng occasionally picked up a longsword, offering it to Qing Lin, urging her to hold it. They strolled and paused, trying several blades, feeling that none quite matched their style. Still, Yun Yun's sword is the most beautiful, Xiao Feng murmured. Brother Feng, what do you think of this sword? Xiao Xun'er asked, her expression brightening as she pulled a dusty sword from a heap of discarded blades. Xiao Li recognized it and shook his head. This sword is entirely rusted through. Even the magic core in the hilt has been removed. However, Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. Despite its corroded state, its design aligned perfectly with his preferences. The sword's guard resembled that of a Han's sword, with a dark-hued hilt, a hole near the guard for embedding a magic core, and the blade was severely rusted, rendering its facets indistinguishable. A relatively clear pattern resembling a star was imprinted on the tip. This is the one. Shouldn't you choose another? Xiao Li frowned. No need. Xiao Feng shook his head. Once one reaches the realm where one can condense energy into weapons, ordinary weapons become of little use, unless they are extraordinary divine artifacts. Holding the sword delicately in his hand, Xiao Feng meticulously polished it as he stepped outside, only to suddenly hear Xiao Xun'er calling out to him from behind. Those were items of little utility, yet he was reluctant to discard them. Xiao Li observed Xiao Xun'er standing by the innermost shelf and explained, if you fancy anything, little sister Xun'er, feel free to take it. Xiao Xun'er nodded gratefully, saying, thank you, brother Xiao Li. In the midst of their conversation, she picked up a cracked medicinal cauldron, about the size of an electric cooker, dark and unremarkable. She handed it to Xiao Feng, saying, brother Xiao Feng, keep this. It will be useful in the future. Xiao Li looked on with some confusion, while Xiao Feng examined the cauldron, pondering its significance. What is the story behind this? He queried. Xiao Xun'er nodded and recounted, long ago, there was a powerful faction in Zhongzhou renowned for their forging techniques. Although their lineage has since been severed, the remnants of their work are still highly sought after. A twitch of Xiao Feng's lips revealed his skepticism. Could this item indeed be from that very place? The starry emblem was one of its distinguishing features. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Could the sword also bear such a mark? In his inspection of the cauldron's base, he indeed discovered another starry emblem. Xun'er, do not keep me in suspense, he urged. He distinctly noted a glimmer of mischief in the typically demure girl's eyes. With a smile, Xiao Xun'er raised her chin slightly and exited the room. The trio spent 5 days exploring Shimo City, leaving no stone unturned. Brother Xiao Feng, are you concealing something from me? Xiao Xun'er asked, her brow furrowed, suspicion evident in her gaze. Xiao Feng quickly shook his head. How could that be? Before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted as he gazed into the distance, murmuring, the fish has finally taken the bait. Xiao Xun'er rolled her eyes, as if swallowing a pufferfish. The three of them left Shimo City and halted 3 miles away. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Feng summoned the tables, chairs, and tea set from his storage ring, scattering them across the ground. Qinglin, prepare the tea, he commanded, positioning himself to the north. Yes, young master, Qinglin replied, stepping forward to lay the sword across the table, arranging the tea set, and pouring the tea before retreating behind Xiao Feng, standing with the sword in her embrace. Xiao Xun'er stood on the other side, filled with questions yet remaining silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of the fish that Xiao Feng had mentioned. As the yellow sand swirled around them, the tables and chairs remained undisturbed in the tranquil atmosphere. Xiao Feng lowered his gaze to the teapot, speaking in a tone that barely rose above a whisper. Could it be that our visitor is not a guest? No sooner had he spoken than a hearty laughter erupted from nearby. Huh, young brother, how refined. I am from the Mo family. Before he could finish, Xiao Feng sneered coldly. What dog dares to approach this table? As the yellow sand danced in the air, an elder emerged. His face flushed with indignation as he pointed a finger at Xiao Feng, ready to threaten the young man to reveal his secrets. Just then, another voice chimed in, indeed. Unworthy. The members of the Mo family gritted their teeth, unable to muster any retorts, and left with nods of submission. Xiao Feng lightly tapped the lid of his cup, his gaze unwavering. Have you come for my maid? The person seated opposite him was clad in green, their face veiled in green gauze, revealing only a pair of eyes. At this moment, those eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Feng, pausing for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Yes. The 3 flower eyes of the azure serpent? Xiao Feng took a sip of tea and continued. The green-haired woman sitting opposite him took a breath, her hand resting on the table, visibly stiffening for a moment. She scrutinized Xiao Feng anew. His composed demeanor instilled in her a disconcerting sense that everything was under his control. Raising an eyebrow, Green Man scoffed. It seems you know quite a bit. This saves me from unnecessary explanations. I wish to take her away. Speak, what conditions do you require? Xiao Feng gently shook his head, stating that this was a matter for Qinglin to decide for herself. Green Man turned her gaze to the girl, her tone softening a bit. Your name is Qinglin, is it not? How pitiful for the elder of the heavenly serpent house to display such gentleness. Throughout, Xiao Feng remained unflustered and serene, almost mocking Green Man's overconfidence. She regarded Xiao Feng, the 3 flower eyes of the azure serpent, a rarely seen divine gaze. Wasted here in such a manner. Though she was young and could not discern the gravity of the situation, did he truly wish for her to squander her years, becoming indistinguishable from the masses? Xiao Feng smiled faintly. So, is it only your heavenly serpent house that genuinely cares for Qinglin? Standing nearby, Xiao Xun'er displayed an expression of realization. It seemed they were the only ones who cared so deeply about the 3 flower eyes. Yet, simultaneously, confusion filled her eyes. How did brother Xiao Feng know of them? Compared to Xiao Xun'er, Green Man's reaction was far more pronounced. Upon hearing Xiao Feng mention the heavenly serpent house, she sprang to her feet, her eyes blazing with fury, her aura coalescing, ready to erupt. Who exactly are you? She demanded, each word punctuated with intensity. As she spoke, her spiritual force swept outward, suspecting a trap laid by adversarial forces. She grew increasingly bewildered after confirming her surroundings were free of ambush. Xiao Feng disregarded Green Man's fury, turning to Qinglin. Consider this carefully. If you choose to accompany her, the power behind her will strive to cultivate you. As she said, reaching the realm of Dozun should not be an issue. Seeing Xiao Feng advocate for her, Green Man felt a flicker of hope, only to witness the girl shake her head in refusal. Qinglin will remain by the young master's side, serving as his mate, pouring tea, sending guests off. Xiao Feng's intent was clear, and Green Man's expression soured. Her tone turned icy. To prevent the 3 flower eyes from being wasted here, forgive me. With that, she thrust her fingers into the green silk, producing a sharp whistle that carried a peculiar resonance into the distance. Boom! A deep rumble echoed from afar, as a shadow rose and swiftly approached them. The 8-winged black serpent emperor. Green Man, what is happening? You can't even manage such a young lad. The massive form of the 8-winged black serpent emperor hovered in the air, gazing down at Xiao Feng, a triumphant laughter escaping its lips. Damn it! Can't you sense that he also possesses the aura of a Dohuang? You must confine him. Green Man gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of frustration. The 8-winged black serpent emperor swayed its tail, stealing glances at Qinglin, indeed confirming her as the 3 flower eyes of the azure serpent. Those old fellows would surely be awakened from their slumber in laughter upon witnessing her. Observing the 2 individuals engaged in their own conversation, Xiao Feng set down his teacup. You 2 seem to show a remarkable lack of respect for me as your host, he remarked. The 8-winged black serpent emperor and Green Man turned their gaze toward him, the former bursting into laughter. Little one, today, with the azure serpent triflower eye, you shall not be able to keep her. Xiao Feng chuckled in response. No? I have suddenly changed my mind. Chapter 39, Taming the Lion. Oh, have you agreed to take her with us? Green Man's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing Xiao Feng's words. Rising to his full height, Xiao Feng continued, No? I was contemplating that since you both are so invested in the Azure Serpent Triflower Eye, why not stay and educate her? Green Man raised an eyebrow, while the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor laughed heartily. You, a mere Do Huang who has never witnessed the world, think you can make us stay? Xiao Feng grinned, stepping outside his family's gates. In this world, aside from Xiao Xun'er, no one dares to refuse me. With that declaration, his aura surged as if a blazing sun had descended upon the desert, distorting the surrounding light and emanating a palpable sense of dread. Yet, Xiao Xun'er and Qing Lin remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged. In stark contrast, Green Man and the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor felt 1,000 needles prickling at their skin. Instinctively, they expanded their Do Huang aura to counter this overwhelming force. This kid is peculiar. Could he be a reincarnated ancient fiend? The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor exclaimed, feeling an urge to avoid confrontation, a sensation typically reserved for encounters with exceedingly dangerous entities. Green Man, too, felt a twinge of unease. Baya, you hold him off for a while. After I take Qing Lin away, find your chance to escape. With your speed, you should have no trouble. This had been their prior arrangement. The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor was renowned for its swiftness, unmatched even among peers of the same rank. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would serve as their rear guard. The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor's eyes reflected Xiao Feng's silhouette. All right, move quickly. It charged toward Xiao Feng. Suddenly, with the sound of a sword piercing the air, a sharp pain shot from its tail to the brain of the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor. Before it could comprehend the situation, its entire body was slammed into the yellow sand with a resounding crash. It was only then that the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor grasped what had transpired. A colossal long sword, forged from gathered Do Qi, had pierced its tail, pinning it to the ground. When had this sword appeared? How had it breached its defenses? In an instant, confusion and deep apprehension washed over the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor, which thrashed about, attempting to dislodge the sword. Move again, and the next strike will shatter your demon core. Xiao Feng's voice was calm, devoid of any murderous intent. Yet the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor froze, paralyzed by fear. Green Man, filled with fury, dared not make a move either. As the immense sword held the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor in place, several other swords materialized around her, one aimed directly at her brow. However, as the green light appeared, a small sword, which had been lingering at a distance, swiftly vanished and reappeared nearby, severing every vine in its path. The swords radiated a weighty aura, far beyond what a mere Do Huang could possibly conjure. Could it be that this young man has already stepped into the realm of Dozong? In an instant, this thought consumed Green Man's mind, causing her complexion to pale dramatically. This time, she had truly met her match, and even implicated White Tooth in her predicament. At that moment, Xiao Feng's voice resonated once more, calm yet laced with sarcasm, echoing in their ears. I do not favor forcing others. Are you willing to remain by Qing Lin's side to guide her? Unable to suppress the fury swelling within her, Green Man retorted, in the game of kings, there is little to discuss. Do not presume that the Heavenly Serpent Manor lacks Dozong experts. Your actions will only bring calamity upon yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng began to contemplate. He realized he had previously misjudged the situation. The search for the Bai Shi San Hua Tong was not solely Green Man's endeavor, but rather that of the entire Heavenly Serpent Manor. What he was doing now seemed unlikely to alter the outcome, and should a Dozong expert truly be provoked, it would only complicate matters further. Very well, I shall grant you 6 months. If you genuinely care for the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, then focus on nurturing her. After 6 months, you may choose to stay or depart at your discretion. Green Man furrowed her brow, eager to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor. Green Man, do we have any other options? However, 6 months was just the right amount of time to foster a good relationship with that little girl. With this remark from the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor, Green Man's eyes lit up. All right, we accept your terms. Brother Xiao Feng, who is Xiao Xun'er? Ah, a madwoman, not even half as beautiful as Xun'er. In terms of gentleness and consideration, she pales in comparison to even 1/10,000th of Xun'er. Seated upon the form of the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor, Xiao Feng embraced Xiao Xun'er, as if there were endless conversations to be had. Qing Lin stood composed behind him, while to the side was an elderly woman who, to Qing Lin, seemed rather incessant. Look, your young master is nothing but a fickle heartthrob. He hasn't considered you at all. He merely lusts after your body. Green Man incessantly murmured disparaging remarks about Xiao Feng. Qing Lin cast a glance at Green Man. If you continue to slander the young master, do not follow me any longer. The feigned gentleness on Green Man's face instantly stiffened. Meanwhile, the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor burst into laughter. Green Man, should that group witness your pitiful state, their eyes would surely pop out. Fuming with anger and frustration, Green Man stomped her foot. You talk too much. The three Do Huang made their way to the Beast Mountain range. Come, Xun'er, let us go pet the lion, Xiao Feng exclaimed, pulling Xiao Xun'er's hand as they hurried towards the amethyst-winged Lion King. At this moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King lay lazily atop the mountain, basking in the sun, its blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings, observing the familiar bustle within its territory, seemingly repeating the actions of the previous day. How utterly boring. The amethyst-winged Lion King mused, suddenly feeling an inexplicable chill. Why is it suddenly so cold? In its confusion, three unmistakable Do Huang auras manifested within its perception. Who goes there? The amethyst-winged Lion King stood upright, gazing toward the direction from whence the individuals approached. Soon, a massive serpent and four figures came into view. It's you. The amethyst-winged Lion King recognized Xiao Feng. That monkey has already been driven out of this area by me. Human, are you here to provoke me as well? No, 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 do not be agitated. I merely came to pay a visit. Where is your son? Human, if you do not leave at once, do not blame me for my rudeness. Upon hearing Xiao Feng mention the cub, the amethyst-winged Lion King stepped into the void, surrounded by swirling purple flames, causing the air to tremble. Its blood-red, beastly eyes fixated intently on Xiao Feng, exuding an aura of relentless fury. It is entrusted to you. Xiao Feng, accompanied by Xiao Xun'er and Qing Lin, dashed towards the cave where the cub resided, leaving behind a single phrase in the air. The eight-winged Black Serpent King was exceedingly displeased, cursing the detestable creature. Yet, in pursuit of gaining Xiao Feng or Qing Lin's favor, it had no choice but to acquiesce. Green Barbarian was equally disgruntled, though their gaze was primarily fixed on the amethyst-winged Lion King. Be cautious. None of the Emperor Do who have emerged from this borderland are to be underestimated. Seeing Xiao Feng and the others heading towards its cub, the amethyst-winged Lion King disregarded everything else and turned to pursue them. Get out of my way. It roared at the person and serpent blocking its path. Why are you roaring? I can do that too. The eight-winged Black Serpent King was filled with rage, having been suppressed by Xiao Feng and now reprimanded by a lion. It too held its pride, and thus sought to vent its anger upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, letting out a deep, thunderous roar in retaliation. A fierce battle was imminent. The three individuals within the cave paid no heed to the chaos erupting outside, nor did they notice the magical beasts guarding the entrance. Guided by their spiritual power, they swiftly located the amethyst-winged Lion King's cub. At that moment, the little creature trembled as it gazed at the three. To its perception, the central human appeared as fearsome as its mother in a rage. Where had the protective presence of its mother gone? Isn't it adorable? Xiao Feng exclaimed, clutching the little lion. Despite its scaly armor, it was rather uncomfortable to touch. Xiao Xun'er, filled with curiosity, had encountered many rare beasts before. Yet observing the little lion cub from this perspective was quite amusing. She gingerly took the cub from Xiao Feng's hands, caressing it gently while reproaching, "You frightened it." Gently patting the cub's head, Xiao Xun'er reassured, "Little one, do not be afraid. We mean you no harm." How could the amethyst-winged Lion King's cub trust such words? It eyed the significantly weaker human warily, contemplating whether to strike and escape. However, upon seeing the individuals beside her, it abandoned that thought. "Here, have something to eat." Xiao Xun'er, seemingly enamored with the little lion cub, produced a crimson pill and held it before its mouth, playfully enticing it. The little lion cub, not one to decline, swallowed it eagerly. As the three humans and the lion exited the cave, the sounds of combat erupted outside, with explosions of fighting energy resonating and boulders tumbling down, shattering the clouds in the sky. Upon witnessing the amethyst-winged Lion King and the eight-winged Black Serpent King stained with blood, Xiao Feng immediately commanded, "Cease at once." In truth, the moment Xiao Feng appeared, all three had sensed it. By then, there was no longer a need for continued conflict. However, during their struggle, none were willing to relent first. As Xiao Feng spoke, the opportunity arose, and the three retreated, each stepping back. "Human, I have noted your presence. Are you prepared for a relentless confrontation after snatching my offspring?" The voice of the amethyst-winged Lion King was frigid, its murderous intent reaching its zenith. "Patience. Let us engage in a test of strength." Xiao Feng beckoned to the amethyst-winged Lion King, having long desired this encounter. To temper his physique with a sixth-tier magical beast had been his aspiration for years, and today, that dream was finally realized. Arrogance. The amethyst-winged Lion King leaped into the void, charging directly at Xiao Feng. Even though its offspring was in the hands of this human, it held back some of its power. Yet, it had not anticipated that Xiao Feng would engage without even utilizing his battle chi. A mere collision sent it flying far away. Again, blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Feng's mouth, yet his face bore a joyous smile. Below, Xiao Xun'er paused, murmuring. Has my brother Xiao Feng's rapid advancement come at the cost of his blood? Greenman and White Fang exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Chapter 40. Shall I strike you? Despite the amethyst-winged Lion King's dissatisfaction, it could only endure in the presence of 3 Dou emperors. Qinglin, while we have imparted the most suitable cultivation techniques for you, the true legacy lies within the heavenly serpent mansion. If you do not accompany us there, it will be challenging for you to achieve growth. Greenman seized on the crux, her voice laced with a subtle allure. At your current pace of cultivation, can you truly keep up with your young master? Qinglin's body stiffened. Although Xiao Feng had remarked that her rate of progress was not slow, compared to his, it was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. She felt a stirring within her. Xiao Feng also heard Greenman's words and chose not to intervene. Even if Qinglin did not go to the heavenly serpent mansion, he had his methods to help her attain Dozun. However, he was intrigued by the heavenly serpent mansion and thought it would not hurt to have Qinglin visit. As he stroked the little lion, he glanced at the amethyst-winged Lion King in the distance. Do you no longer care for your son? The little creature, curious by nature, had taken to sneaking over to play ever since Xiao Feng settled nearby. After Xiao Feng whimsically groomed it one day, the amethyst-winged Lion King ceased to concern itself with its child, even encouraging the little lion to seek out Xiao Feng for play. The amethyst-winged Lion King basked in the sun, paying no heed to the scene before it. Since it had entrusted its child to Xiao Feng, it seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. Stand up, woman. Xiao Feng disdainfully brushed aside the little lion that lunged at him. For his interest lay not with the cub, but with its mother. In Xiao Feng's understanding, most of the Beast Mountain was under the dominion of the amethyst-winged Lion King. If he could subdue it, he would effectively control the Beast Mountain. He could then abandon Xiao Xun'er in the central continent to fend for herself, perhaps allowing her to establish a faction one day. Lion King, rise and spar with me. For the past 3 months, Xiao Feng's life had been remarkably simple. Aside from the basic necessities of life, it revolved solely around combat and cultivation. He had even managed to temper the temper of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Not now, I'm sunbathing. The amethyst-winged Lion King lazily rolled over, its eyes squinting shut once more. Believe it or not, I will castrate your son and let him grow fat. You dare? The amethyst-winged Lion King glared fiercely, immediately leaping up to charge at Xiao Feng. In the distance, Qinglin gazed intently at Xiao Feng, her heart troubled as she stroked the head of the fire spirit serpent resting in her palm. Should she venture to the heavenly serpent manor? Greenman and White Fang were engrossed in their own cultivation, having refrained from pressing her further, allowing her the space to discern her own path. This was, of course, rooted in Greenman's confidence that Qinglin would indeed choose to go to the heavenly serpent manor. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted from Xiao Feng's direction, shaking the very earth beneath them, compelling Greenman and White Fang to withdraw from their meditative states. This little one seems to be following an ancient method, does it not? The 8-winged black serpent emperor mused, his tone laced with uncertainty. How else could his physical resilience rival that of a magical beast? Greenman shook her head, acknowledging that her knowledge of such ancient arts was limited. Regardless of his chosen path, it was imperative that they maintain a harmonious relationship with the heavenly serpent manor. The 8-winged black serpent emperor nodded vigorously. The more he learned about Xiao Feng, the more he recognized the depth of his terror. Both were reluctant to find themselves on opposing sides, which would undoubtedly lead to sleepless nights filled with dread. The Xiao family shall surely soar to great heights. Greenman exchanged a glance with White Fang, and in this moment, they resolved to offer him a modicum of assistance. As she spoke, Greenman's figure flickered, her image dissipating from one spot only to materialize upon the battlefield. Count me in, she chimed, a light laugh escaping her lips. Though her fighting spirit remained unexpressed, her palm and fist radiated with formidable energy. What a welcome sight! Xiao Feng beamed, his face alight with brilliance as he faced the onslaught of 2 Dou emperors with a dazzling smile, despite being merely a Dou Wang. I am here too. The 8-winged black serpent emperor joined the fray, his tail whipping towards Xiao Feng with a rush of wind, distorting the very fabric of space, not merely seeking retribution for a previous blade strike. This battle had seen Xiao Feng subdued for a month, his bones thoroughly shattered. Yet, one detail perplexed him. Neither of the 2 beasts had seized the opportunity to strike with lethal intent. Had he known they would hold back, he would have expended his full strength without reservation. Young master, 2 days ago, the mist sent a letter. Xiao Feng gently caressed Qinglin's head, feeling a pang of sympathy. You've worked hard. Go and rest well. Do not let me worry. As he watched Qinglin retreat into the house, his gaze shifted to the letter in his hand. Was it from Xun'er? Curiosity piqued. He opened the correspondence, his expression growing increasingly grave. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. This was a matter not mentioned in the original text, perhaps indicating that his presence was altering the very fabric of the world. He carefully folded the letter and tucked it away in his spatial ring. Regardless of how the world might shift, strength remained the ultimate authority, and he would not allow chaos to reign unchecked. Summoning the great eagle, Xiao Feng entrusted it with the letter. Deliver this to Xiao Xun'er, but do not disturb anyone else. The eagle shrank in size, transforming into a sparrow, and grasped the letter in its beak before soaring away. Xiao Feng sought out Greenman. Where is the heavenly serpent manor? I can accompany you. Greenman responded, her smile radiant, her interest in Xiao Feng evidently heightened. Xiao Feng shook his head. I plan to go, but not just yet. Very well, Greenman conceded, offering a map and a metal token. The heavenly serpent manor welcomes you at any time. What influence do you and White Feng possess within the heavenly serpent manor? Greenman hesitated for a moment, reassured that Qing Lin would not face any injustice there. Xiao Feng nodded, opting not to press further. As he observed the passage of day and night, he suddenly realized he would soon be alone once more. The following day, upon awakening, Qing Lin was approached by Xiao Feng regarding the matter. Does the young master wish for me to visit the heavenly serpent manor as well? Qing Lin gazed at Xiao Feng, then suddenly leaped into his embrace. Young master, will you come to fetch Qing Lin? Xiao Feng gently patted the young girl's back, reassuring her, yes, wait for me there. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she left the sword in his arms, lowering her head and turning to Greenman, climbing onto Baya. Let us depart. In the cave, Xiao Feng surrounded himself with 8 third-tier magic cores, activating them as the flow of fighting spirit surged. A formation emerged, enveloping him within a semi-transparent barrier approximately 2 meters in diameter. This was a formation capable of obstructing fighting spirit when the energy within was exhausted. It would become a man-made void of spiritual essence. Xiao Feng aimed to utilize this space to solidify his perceived unstable realm. He did not need to deliberately channel his energy. With each breath, the fighting spirit within began to thin. As his techniques commenced, the fighting spirit in the confined space was swiftly absorbed. Xiao Feng grinned, embarking on his endeavor. He gradually accelerated his technique's operation, with his dantian as the focal point, gathering the fighting spirit from his limbs and bones. With each circulation, his internal energy solidified further. Xiao Feng's aura began to become more restrained. After one day, he reached the pinnacle of Do Wang. 3 days later, he attained Do Wang 9 stars. 2 months later, his realm stabilized at Do Wang 5 stars. Extracting some food from his storage ring to replenish his energy, Xiao Feng took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more. He intensified the operation of his technique. 3 months later, Xiao Feng's realm stabilized at Do Wang 2 stars, no longer fluctuating. At this moment, every part of Xiao Feng's body shimmered with luster. Various hues of fighting spirit intertwining and exuding a murky radiance, flowing orderly within him. If the aura circulating within an ordinary Do Wang 2 stars was akin to a babbling brook, then Xiao Feng's could be described as a torrential mudslide, a cascade of molten rock. At this juncture, Xiao Feng finally displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. The seclusion had concluded. Why can't I deactivate this formation? Xiao Feng stared in disbelief at the malfunctioning formation, and with a single punch, he shattered it. The residual energy from the formation instantly erupted, creating a thunderous roar within the cave. Boom! The cave began to tremble, collapsing after Xiao Feng exited. The commotion startled the amethyst wing lion king, which swiftly appeared, surveying Xiao Feng with a perplexed gaze. Despite his diminished realm, why did he seem even more formidable? As they exchanged glances, 2 letters were tossed his way. One was from Xiao Xun'er, the other was also from her. One letter reminded Xiao Feng not to forget his coming-of-age ceremony, while the other informed him of her impending seclusion, suggesting they might not meet again until the ceremony. How long had it been? 5 months. There's still some time left. Shall we discuss life and share our aspirations? Xiao Feng directed a piercing gaze at the amethyst wing lion king, the ruler of the vast monster mountain range, an entity that had long forgotten the meaning of fear, suddenly feeling a jolt in its heart. What are you planning? Do not be anxious. It is merely a conversation. Xiao Feng chuckled, considering the vastness of the Duki continent. Did you truly wish to spend your life here? The amethyst-winged lion king had witnessed countless events over its long existence. It cast a glance at Xiao Feng, remarking, human. My progeny possesses a more stable foundation than I. Should it flourish, it will surpass me in strength. Take it with you. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, reluctant to assume the role of a guardian. However, upon reflection, the beast mountain indeed required a king. He nodded in agreement. If you are assured of its safety with me, then I see no issue. The little creature nuzzled against the amethyst-winged lion king before joyfully bounding toward Xiao Feng. Had its mother not been so watchful, it would have ventured out to frolic long ago. Xiao Feng felt a twinge of disdain. His interest lay with its mother. After all, by the way, it has now reached the 3rd tier. When it attains the 4th tier, are you aware of this? The amethyst-winged lion king was taken aback, as this secret had long been concealed in its heart. shared with no creature save for the affectionate little one at Xiao Feng's side. The Lion King's eyelids twitched slightly, yet it refrained from comment. My horns are sharp and long. Would you care to experience them? Chapter 41. The First Encounter with Medicine Elder. Unfulfilled, Xiao Feng carried the little lion. Seated upon the great eagle, departing the beast mountain and soaring towards the Xiao family. The rite of passage was imminent. Little Gray, what is your current realm? The sudden inquiry from Xiao Feng made the great eagle tense beneath him. Master, why must men make things difficult for one another? It had hoped that Xiao Feng would advance quickly, allowing them to ride a phoenix together. However, it now seemed he would have to settle for riding a mountain chicken or sparrow instead. Phoenix? You must have misheard. Is a phoenix truly so easy to ride? Xiao Feng mused as the great eagle dwindled into a mere speck, pondering its cultivation, which had yet to reach the Do Huang level, and couldn't help but smirk. Could that possibly be the juvenile amethyst-winged lion? Strangely, it did bear a resemblance, though it was uncertain what had been used to adorn it. Brother Xiao Feng, it has been quite some time. I have missed you. Just as he entered the city, someone blocked Xiao Feng's path, another member of the Xiao family, Xiao Ning. Over the years, Xiao Ning had relentlessly pursued Xiao Xun'er, frequently revealing his affections, yet even his meticulously prepared surprises failed to elicit a smile from the flawless woman. Consequently, his resentment towards Xiao Feng deepened. To him, how could such a useless individual possibly be worthy of the woman he admired? Since you regard me with disdain, I shall demonstrate how unworthy your beloved truly is. Xiao Ning, what do you mean by obstructing my path? Xiao Feng questioned, genuinely puzzled as to how Xun'er had incited this foolish cousin. Beauty deserves a hero. Dare you face me in the arena? Oh, is the rite of passage not approaching? Let us speak of this then. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively, sidestepping Xiao Ning to continue on his journey. Xiao Ning clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Xiao Feng's retreating figure. I have several months to wait. I, Xiao Ning, can be patient. The adornments in this place were anything but ordinary. Each was embedded with magical cores, bestowing a variety of effects, and, without exception, they were expensive. Boss, how much for this hairpin? Ah, a discerning customer indeed. The hairpin is crafted from a millennium of cold iron, adorned with a third-tier magic core of icy essence, proving immensely beneficial for those who cultivate ice attributes. Even if bestowed upon practitioners of other elements, it can provide solace during the sweltering summer. However, this is not suitable. Xiao Feng shook his head. Xiao Xun'er, being of the fire attribute, lost interest upon hearing about the cold iron. His gaze roamed the counter, seeking fire-related adornments. Indeed, there were. Esteemed guests, look here. The shopkeeper, brimming with enthusiasm, promptly recommended 3 or 4 types of accessories, each starting with a third-tier magic core, and one pendant even housed a fourth-tier magic core. A true treasure of the establishment. Xiao Feng continued to shake his head, not because the items were unappealing, but rather because they were excessively flamboyant. Better suited for someone like Yun Yun Medusa, rather incongruous for his wife. How much for this? Xiao Feng suddenly pointed to a simple bracelet nestled in the corner. Woven from red cords, with a first-tier fire attribute magic core nestled in its center. That one is 300 gold coins. 200, and I'll take it. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Before long, Xiao Feng, with the packaged bracelet in hand, made his way to the Xiao family residence. In the hall, he paid his respects to the family head, Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan cast a seemingly indifferent glance at the little lion at Xiao Feng's feet. His hand trembled slightly while serving tea. Is Xun'er still in seclusion? He retrieved a fourth-tier magic core from his spatial ring, identical in size to the one on the bracelet, and, using his soul power as a blade, meticulously refined the chaotic energy within, eventually inscribing a miniature gathering array within. This formation would aid in attracting more fire attribute energy, thus benefiting Xiao Xun'er's cultivation. Just as he completed his tasks, Xiaoyan happened to arrive. Yes, indeed. No way. Seriously? Wasn't it said that the amethyst-winged Lion King possesses the strength of a battle emperor? Have you brought its offspring here? I was jesting. This is another one I chanced upon. Xiao Feng smiled, choosing not to disclose his true capabilities to Xiao Yan, fearing that excessive reliance would diminish his resolve to take risks. Is that so? Xiao Feng shook his head. I was merely pondering whether you require further support in medicinal materials. Since you are so confident, perhaps it is best left as is. Hey, Brother Feng. How have you become so cunning? Oh, you dare call me cunning? Uft. My Brother Feng is the epitome of wisdom and might. If there are medicinal materials, they must also come with handsomeness. Xiao Yan swiftly changed his tone. Observing Xiao Yan's playful antics, Xiao Feng ceased to tease him, instead producing a variety of medicinal materials. He understood that the alchemist profession heavily relies on resources. No amount is ever sufficient. Fire. Lately, there has been much talk in the city about the Xiao family's alchemists. It is you, isn't it? Xiao Feng poured 2 cups of tea, savoring it slowly while gazing at Xiao Yan, whose youthful face betrayed a hint of panic. Haha, young man, you guessed correctly. Before Xiaoyan could respond, an ethereal figure emerged from his ring, seated in midair, exuding an air of composure. Oh, master, how come? Xiaoyan was taken aback. Nearly a year had passed since the last time the medicinal elder had voluntarily appeared, catching him off guard. At the same time, that subtle pride of being undeniably remarkable, yet unknown to others, began to dissipate. My existence, I fear, has long been acknowledged by him. To continue avoiding each other would indeed be somewhat impolite. Elder Yao shook his head, observing Xiao Feng, who remained composed and continued sipping his tea, further solidifying this conjecture. Greetings, Elder, Xiao Feng said as he rose and performed a respectful bow, pushing another cup of tea towards Elder Yao. I thought you were pouring it for me, Xiaoyan grumbled, pulling up a chair beside them. Fire, are you not going to offer the elder a seat? Xiao Feng admonished lightly. Xiaoyan's mouth twitched, as a sole entity. What need had he for a chair? Despite his reluctance, he begrudgingly fetched a stool and placed it by the table. Elder Yao smiled brightly, gracefully settling onto the stool, his gaze still fixed on Xiao Feng. As my disciple mentioned, you and he share the same birth month and year? Xiao Feng nodded, steering the conversation elsewhere. Elder, my brother Yan has had a mischievous temperament since childhood. Should he ever behave disobediently, feel free to discipline him without hesitation. Hey, Brother Feng, am I really as bad as you say? Xiaoyan retorted, displeased. Meanwhile, the little lion whimpered as it approached Xiao Feng's leg, only to be lifted and tossed into Xiaoyan's embrace. Take it out to play for a while. I wish to converse with the elder. Xiaoyan accepted the little lion, and upon seeing Elder Yao nodding, he grimaced and muttered as he exited. Young man, Xiao Feng, may I inquire how to address you? Elder? It is best not to mention my name. Simply refer to me as Elder Yao, the elder replied. Did you retain me for a specific purpose? Primarily to express my gratitude for your guidance towards my brother Yan. Xiao Feng's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. There is another matter concerning the Soul Palace. The Yunlan sect stands as a paramount force within the Gamma Empire. Xiao Feng is reluctant to witness its demise. The solution appears simple. Either eliminate Yunshan or capture the guardian of the Soul Palace. However, without the guardian, it is likely that another would take their place, thus requiring more thought regarding Yunshan. Consequently, Xiao Feng has turned his attention to Elder Yao, the Soul Palace. Upon hearing these words, Elder Yao's form began to tremble. Let us discuss the Soul Palace later. First, I wish to confirm something with you. Is there a method to control a dozong? Xiao Feng added, of course. This is contingent upon your cooperation. Elder Yao wished to be thoroughly informed about anything related to the Soul Palace. Previously, the young man had visited the Yunlan sect and discovered the former sect leader, Yunshan, was colluding with the Soul Palace. The young man intended to take the initiative. Uncertain whether Elder Yao would lend his strength, Elder Yao remained silent, instinctively wanting to evade the topic of the Soul Palace. Yet, ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. If one were to speak candidly, Elder Yao's animosity towards the Soul Palace was not much less than that of Han Feng. What is your degree of certainty? Elder Yao inquired. If it is merely to kill, then I am utterly confident, Xiao Feng responded, tapping the table. However, to achieve my objective, I will rely on your formidable assistance. Please, elaborate on your plans. To draw away the people of the Soul Palace and to control Yunshan. Why not eliminate the members of the Soul Palace? Xiao Feng shook his head. A dozong is inconsequential to the Soul Palace. However, should their attention be drawn due to the absence of this dozong, it would be a case of gaining little while losing much. Hearing that Xiao Feng did not intend to target the Soul Hall, Yao Lao shook his head. At present, the Soul Hall remains unaware of my existence. Thus, I shall refrain from intervening. At most, I will assist you in concocting a pill capable of controlling dozong. Xiao Feng smiled, declaring that this would suffice. In the ensuing month, Xiao Feng began to search for medicinal herbs, nearly exhausting the resources of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Through the channels of the Mytel auction house, he ultimately gathered all the materials required for this 6th-tier pill. The Soul Control Pill, though referred to as a medicinal concoction, was, in truth, a lethal poison. The final step of its refinement necessitated infusing the soul power of the controller into the mixture. Once ingested, the soul power would merge with that of the consumer, rendering even the mightiest dozong powerless to resist. Within the chamber, Yao Lao retrieved the black magic cauldron and began to explain its intricacies to Xiao Yan, highlighting several critical aspects before commencing the refinement. Xiao Feng stood to the side, observing the profound bond between the two men, and could not help but smile from the heart. This was indeed a man worthy of the Do Emperor's lifelong trust. One herb after another was added to the black magic cauldron, while Yao Lao remained wholly engrossed in the task at hand, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. 2 hours later, Yao Lao suddenly called out, Xiao Feng, Prepared in advance, Xiao Feng immediately released a wisp of soul power, directing it into the cauldron. The strange fire surged, a force that even soul power feared. As Xiao Feng gazed intently at the cauldron, a look of understanding dawned upon him. So that is how it is. With the freshly concocted soul control pill in hand, Xiao Feng made his way to the Yunlan sect. Where's my junior sister? He inquired of Yun Yun upon noticing the absence of Nalan Yinran. Yinran is currently in seclusion. Do you seek her for something? Yin Yun's eyes scrutinized Xiao Feng, as if witnessing something extraordinary. No need for speculation. I have indeed fallen to the Do Wang realm, Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Yin Yun's confusion deepened. Is it true that all members of the Xiao family experience such inexplicable drops in their cultivation? Xiao Feng shot her an exasperated glance and tossed an object toward her. What is this? Yin Yun asked, taken aback. It is necessary for refining the purple calamity-breaking pill. My junior sister's foundation is somewhat weak, Xiao Feng stated with an air of indifference. Yin Yun had ventured into the monster beast mountain range specifically to seek the purple spirit crystal, which subsequently led to the incident involving Yunji. By directly giving it to her, Xiao Feng intended to alter the course of future events. On one hand, due to their differing stances and personalities, she and Xiao Yan ultimately did not end up together. On the other hand, engaging in romance would likely affect her control over the Yunlan sect, making it preferable to extinguish any potential from the outset. Yun Yun paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet she ultimately accepted the purple spirit crystal. I shall convey my gratitude to Yinran on your behalf. I have another matter to discuss today regarding the recent disappearances of disciples from several factions. I wonder if Sect Master Yin has any leads? Yun Yun furrowed her brow. Nearly 10 of our Yunlan sect disciples have also vanished. Regrettably, I have yet to uncover any trace. It is as though they have disappeared into thin air. Among those who have disappeared, who possess the highest cultivation? Xiao Feng inquired. A great dome master of 9 stars, Yin Yun replied. Xiao Feng nodded, a cloud of unease hanging over him, as if an unseen hand was stirring the waters of his mind, instilling a sense of agitation within him. Twice I have ascended the mountain, yet I have not had the opportunity to fully appreciate the splendor of your esteemed sect. Might I inquire if the esteemed Master Yun could guide me on a brief tour? Yin Yun cast a glance at Xiao Feng, increasingly perplexed by this young man. Instinctively wishing to limit their interaction and send him down the mountain, she nonetheless acquiesced, considering the value of the purple spirit crystal. Mr. Xiao, please follow me. The Yunlan sect is vast, even possessing a dedicated peak for the sustenance of alchemists. Xiao Feng nodded occasionally, his expressions of admiration igniting a sense of pride within Yun Yun. As they set foot on the Yunjian path, they were already en route down the mountain. Suddenly, Xiao Feng pointed towards an area Yun Yun had not introduced, a place that appeared to harbor the essence of the hidden dragon, radiating an aura of converging fortunes. What lies beyond? Yun Yun furrowed her brow. That is the resting place of our ancestors of the Yunlan sect. A flicker of realization sparked in Xiao Feng's heart. It seemed that Yin Shan was likely concealed there. Apologetically smiling, he replied, I am truly sorry. My curiosity often overwhelms me. Yin Yun shook her head, preoccupied with the desire to expedite his departure. As she watched Xiao Feng vanish into the distance, her brow tightened further, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Yet she could not pinpoint its source. Convey the message. All disciples of the Yunlan sect must exercise utmost caution in their affairs and reinforce the sect's defenses. She instructed the elder following her. Yes, sect master. That very night, she returned to the Yunlan sect. Yin Shan, I have arrived. Under the moonlight, a peculiar smile adorned Xiao Feng's face as he navigated through layers of guards, making his way to the rear mountain. Fearing detection, he refrained from recklessly employing his spiritual power, relying solely on his keen eyes to search. Yin Shan is in his own territory. He should not be overly cautious. He must be residing within the halls, he mused. With this thought, Xiao Feng began to wander through the various halls and chambers. Upon pushing open the door to one hall, finding it empty, disappointment washed over him. That old fellow Yin Shan certainly knows how to hide. Just as he was about to close the door, a voice echoed behind him, ethereal as a specter. Young man, what are you searching for? Old Sect Master Yin? The presence behind him was elusive, and Xiao Feng was uncertain of the identity of this person, so he cautiously inquired. Oh, you seek me? Turning around, he beheld a person clad in flowing white robes, skin smooth and ageless, with the only trace of time's passage being his cascading white hair. With hands clasped behind his back, his gaze was as tranquil as an ancient well, appraising Xiao Feng. Old Sect Master Yin? Xiao Feng repeated, still incredulous. The white-haired figure regarded him with a hint of curiosity. In the dead of night, you come to the rear mountain of my Yunlan sect in search of me? First, allow me to congratulate you on your ascension to the Dozong realm, Xiao Feng said with a slight bow. Yin Shan waved his sleeve, and what comes next? Next, I have come to extend your life, esteemed sect master. Yunshan's laughter turned cold, his dozong aura fully emerging, crashing towards Xiao Feng like formidable waves, only to dissipate before reaching him, as if to demonstrate his prowess. Do you believe that my life is nearing its end? Indeed, and it is to be tonight. To achieve the Do Wang realm at such a young age, your talent has stirred within me a sense of admiration. The chilling winds of Yunshan swept through the air. Yet this was not the leverage one could wield recklessly within the Yunwan sect. As the words fell, without any visible motion from Yunshan, blades of wind materialized instantaneously around Xiao Feng, encircling him entirely, even sealing off the space above him, leaving no opportunity for escape. Observing Xiao Feng ensnared by the endless wind blades, Yunshan scrutinized him further, inquiring, "What is your name?" Xiao Feng maintained an air of calmness. The old sect master's alliance with the Soul Palace was akin to courting disaster, and it was not too late to retreat from the precipice. Yunshan's brow arched, his gaze cold as several wind blades surged forth from the encircling formation, aiming for Xiao Feng's limbs. With a tranquil demeanor, Xiao Feng stepped forward. And to Yunshan's astonishment, he walked out from the cage formed by the wind blades. Yunshan's pupils constricted sharply. Those blades, seemingly cast without effort, were imbued with the essence of Dozong, and even if executed casually, they would still rival the full might of a 9-star Do Huang. Faced with such a barrage of wind blades, Yunshan was confident that even Queen Medusa could not emerge unscathed, let alone a mere Do Wang. Was it truly as he claimed? Had he sacrificed all his vitality to breach the Dozong realm, leaving himself but an empty shell? This thought flickered in his mind for merely a few seconds before he cast it aside. Having been trapped at the pinnacle of Do Huang for many years, he was acutely aware of the formidable power he now possessed. Yet why? Who on earth are you? Yunshan's expression grew grave. He no longer underestimated his opponent. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng. He pondered meticulously. In the many empires of the Northwest, he had never heard of such a figure. Since this individual was familiar with the Soul Palace, could he be another who had crossed over from the Central Continent? Suddenly, recalling something that had been said, his pupils narrowed, just as the young man's voice echoed, "Elder Yun, it's time for your medicine." With a smile, Xiao Feng produced a soul-controlling pill and offered it to Yunshan. Just as Yunshan was about to retort, he froze, realizing that a small sword had inexplicably appeared before him, poised dangerously close to his brow. He had to admit, this sect had indeed underestimated you. Yunshan spoke calmly, and as his voice resonated, a deep azure do qi abruptly manifested, coalescing around him. The small sword hovering at his forehead was ensnared by that azure do qi and shattered into fragments. His tone turned indifferent. "Since you seek death, I shall escort you on your final journey." With that, a sword several meters long materialized above Yunshan's head, angled in midair, its blade pointed directly at Xiao Feng, slowly rotating. As the sword turned, the surrounding space trembled, light distorting grotesquely, as though on the brink of shattering. With each rotation, the distortion intensified, until finally, when the sword ceased its movement, the space gradually restored itself, though a palpable haze lingered, as if this realm could scarcely contain the sword's might. The sword glimmered with a verdant radiance, bound to Yunshan. Until this colossal sword was vanquished, no one could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Xiao Feng's expression too grew serious. As the giant sword spun, he was not idle, unleashing one magic core after another, embedding them into the stone slabs around him, each emanating a dazzling brilliance. As the colossal sword ceased its rotation, a total of 81 magic cores had descended around Xiao Feng, the least impressive being of the 4th tier. Upon the final core touching the ground, a myriad of radiant lights emerged, intricately tracing splendid patterns upon the earth, encircling Xiao Feng and emanating a blinding brilliance. Almost simultaneously, an endless surge of fighting spirit rapidly converged upon this location, enveloping Xiao Feng, and from this, a towering figure exceeding 4 meters in height arose. The heavens possess their own might, capable of summoning thunder through the laws of nature. The earth holds its own power, which can be channeled through formations. In this moment, Xiao Feng, forming an array with the magic cores, drew upon the boundless forces of the earth, resolutely confronting the ultimate attack of a Dozong expert. Yet, he felt inadequate. He ought to have harnessed the grand momentum of heaven and earth, overwhelming all in his path, but now he found himself borrowing strength from the cosmos. A self-deprecating smile crossed Xiao Feng's face, followed by him raising his head, his gaze fixed upon the blade, daring to challenge the Dozong before him with such audacity. A single phrase propelled the tension between the two to its zenith. In an instant, the sword struck. The fist surged. Their movements, seemingly slow yet deceptively rapid, collided in the blink of an eye. A profound silence enveloped the air as it began to collapse, and mere seconds later, a thunderous roar echoed from the rear mountain. Akin to the relentless thunder of a chaotic world, its tremendous sound waves radiating outward. The palace behind had long been reduced to ruins, and even the nearby mountains crumbled as if the heavens themselves were falling. The entirety of the Yunlan sect trembled, awakening every soul within. In the distance, Yun, drawn by the aura of the Yun mountain, unfurled her wings, unleashing the full extent of her Do Huang power, driven by the urgency to arrive at the scene. Who could command such unwavering devotion from her teacher? A weighty expression adorned her face. This was a battle beyond her reach, yet she had compelling reasons to intervene. For Yun Mountain was her mentor, and she was likewise the leader of the Yunlan sect. How swift is a Do Huang! With a single flap of her wings, she appeared at the epicenter of the explosion in the blink of an eye. Xiao Feng. Yun's expression faltered, caught off guard by his presence. Though this moment of astonishment lasted barely a second. Stop! What have you given my teacher? She demanded, her voice laced with urgency. The thing that saved his life. Xiao Feng replied with a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. At that moment, blood dripped from his form, his aura chaotic, yet he retained a vibrant appearance. In stark contrast, the unconscious Yun Mountain lay half-cradled in his arms, his chest sunken, breaths faint, having succumbed to oblivion. Yun's brow furrowed. And with a swift motion, she drew her long sword, the sound sharp and icy. Put my teacher down, or I shall annihilate every member of the Xiao family. Xiao Feng remained unperturbed, though his expression was far from pleasant. Madam, the rights and wrongs can await your teacher's awakening. If you do not sheath your sword, do you believe I will not send him on his way again? Yun's chest heaved with indignation, her face a mask of fury, yet ultimately, she sheathed her sword. Doesn't your Yunlan sect boast a sixth-tier alchemist? Shouldn't you take him for an examination? Xiao Feng gently laid Yun Mountain on the ground and stepped back 2 paces. Yun glanced at him, her gaze falling upon his face, devoid of any semblance of remorse, leaving her momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to confront Xiao Feng. Emerging from the shadows, Elder Yunling's gaze remained fixed upon Xiao Feng, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Chapter 43. The meeting of mountains, and when Yunshan was gravely injured, even with the intervention of the ancient river. It took him 2 days to regain consciousness. Yunshan queried in confusion as he sat up, scanning his surroundings to confirm he was still in the Yunlan sect before turning his gaze back to Yun. Her face beamed with joy. Master, you have finally awakened. Indeed, Yunshan nodded, closing his eyes to assess his injuries. Yun, not daring to interrupt, silently kept vigil. After several minutes, Yunshan opened his eyes with a sigh, murmuring, I underestimated the current generation. A flicker of concern crossed Yun's heart as she hastily inquired, Master, what on earth transpired? Yunshan offered a wry smile and recounted the events of that fateful night. By the time he finished, Yun stood beside him, utterly stunned. It truly is Xiao Feng? She murmured, disbelief etched across her features. Oh. Yunshan turned toward Yun. Do you know him? Please wait a moment, Master. Yun stepped out of the room to compose herself before striding towards Xiao Feng's residence. Xiao Feng had not been enjoying a pleasant couple of days. The Grand Elder, Yunling, shadowed him relentlessly, even monitoring him during his bathroom breaks, leaving him no time for rest or cultivation. Whenever Xiao Feng's eyes began to droop, Yunling would intervene, ensuring he received no respite. Suddenly, the door to Xiao Feng's room burst open, flung by a fierce wind, slamming against the wall. Xiao Feng, it really is you. Yun's face hardened with murderous intent, her emperor-level aura fully unleashed, surrounding her with an endless swirl of azure fighting spirit. Yunshan has awakened? A gleam of joy flickered across Xiao Feng's face, completely unfazed by Yun's demeanor. Come, let us converse together. Yun regarded Xiao Feng with cold scrutiny. What is your true intention? Speak clearly, or you shall never leave the Yunlan sect. I have already stated my purpose, to save your master. It is you who refuse to believe, Xiao Feng replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. Yun's anger turned to a sardonic smile as she raised her sword. Then should I also attempt to rescue you and the Xiao family? Xiao Feng raised his palm. You are quite irate. But this is due to the complexities of the situation that you cannot grasp. Therefore, I shall not hold it against you. Furthermore, if I truly intended to harm your master, I would not have acted at the Yunlan sect, nor would I have spared his life that night. Now that Yunshan has awakened, let us converse. It would not be detrimental for either you or him, would it? Yun remained silent, lifting her foot as her sword rested against Xiao Feng's neck. Should you dare to play tricks, I shall certainly slay you. With that, she sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Yunling snorted dismissively, ignoring Xiao Feng. The distance to Yunshan's chamber was not far, and within 10 minutes, Xiao Feng had followed Yun to his destination. After yawning throughout the journey, Xiao Feng finally stood before the old sect master. Elder sect master, we meet again. He grinned, then yawned widely once more. Master, was it he who injured you that night? Yun stood beside Yinshan, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Xiao Feng. Yinshan regarded Xiao Feng with a piercing look. Who exactly are you? The question remains the same as before, yet the mindset is entirely different. Without waiting for Xiao Feng to speak, Yun stepped forward and said, Teacher, when I arrived that day, I witnessed him administering a pill to you. I asked Master Guhi to examine it several times, but no abnormalities were found. I suspect it may be an exceedingly rare poison, so please, teacher, do not take this lightly. Yun Shan's eyes flickered, and he resolved not to be careless any longer. Xiao Feng waved his hand, revealing his overwhelming fatigue, and bluntly stated, I alone injured Yun Shan, and the substance I administered was the 7th grade soul control pill, a thing that can render one's existence a living hell with a mere thought. Yun Shan snorted coldly, soul control pill? I've never even heard of such a thing. Do you truly believe my sect is so easily deceived? Xiao Feng cast a sidelong glance at Yun Shan. Very well, prepare yourself and bear with it. With that, he subtly stirred his soul force. Suddenly, Yun Shan, who had been seated by the bed, turned pale, his body stiffening. He clenched his teeth. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Feng, a low growl escaping his nostrils, unable to utter a single word. What on earth have you done to the teacher? Yun drew her sword once more, aiming at Xiao Feng's shoulder. Xiao Feng did not evade. He allowed the sword to pierce his shoulder, severing the bone there. He merely frowned slightly, apologizing for his lack of control during his first attempt. As his words fell, Yinshan finally exhaled, taking several breaths until color returned to his face. Quickly, hand over the antidote. Yun commanded angrily. Xiao Feng shook his head. There is no antidote for the soul control pill. The life and death of the old sect master lies within my thoughts. Even if you were to kill me, it would only lead to his soul's collapse as well. What exactly do you intend to do? Yinshan regarded Xiao Feng, the pain of the soul-rending agony provoking a flicker of hatred in his eyes. Xiao Feng turned to Yun. Could you perhaps withdraw your sword? Unmoved, Yun only withdrew the blade when Yinshan spoke, keeping the sword's edge pointed at Xiao Feng's head, ready to strike at any moment. In truth, my actions are driven by necessity. Xiao Feng sighed languidly, glancing at the wound on his shoulder, reflecting that it was quite invigorating, and his fatigue dissipated. Yinshan laughed coldly. Pray tell, what kind of necessity could compel you? Is Master Wu here? At Xiao Feng's sudden inquiry, Yinshan faltered again. Uncertain of how much the young man truly knew, and Xiao Feng's calm demeanor now appeared profoundly enigmatic to him. Yun furrowed her brow. As the current sect master of Yunlan's sect, she was well aware that there was no such person here. Yet, Yun Shan's reaction compelled her to suspect that there were hidden matters within these mountains that she did not comprehend. After a moment of silence, Yun Shan finally spoke. He is not here. You may speak freely. Xiao Feng, of course, did not believe Yun Shan's words, nor was his inquiry aimed at confirming Master Wu's presence. The reason I say it is out of necessity is that I do not wish to witness your demise, Yun Shan, nor do I desire to see Yunlan's sect perish. There is no need to rush to refute me. If I am not mistaken, the individual from the Soul Palace, who claims to be Master Wu, should have alerted you to the Xiao family, correct? Yun Shan's pupils constricted, and he remained silent. Instead, Yun furrowed her brow, pondering the Soul Palace. No one paid her any mind. Xiao Feng continued. Perhaps the old sect leader of Yun is unaware of the connection between the Soul Palace and my Xiao family. Allow me to enlighten you. Our bond is one of mutual destruction. The debt of saving a life and breaking through a realm is but a trivial price to pay for keeping an eye on an obscure little clan. It sounds quite advantageous, does it not? As he spoke, he dripped concentrated cleansing liquid onto his wound, while consuming herbs to replenish his blood and strengthen his bones. Now, old sect leader of Yun, do reconsider whether your Yunlan sect can truly survive between my Xiao family and the Soul Palace. No, I do not intend to force your hand. I merely wish to prevent you from meddling further. Of course, it would be preferable if you aligned with my Xiao family. Xiao Feng grinned while hissing in pain. This decision will determine the fate of the Yunlan sect. If you, old sect leader, believe the Soul Palace to be formidable and lean towards it, that is well and good. But have you ever considered that once the Yunlan sect makes a move against the Xiao family, I might not allow you to continue to exist? Yun raised an eyebrow. When did my Yunlan sect ever express intentions to strike against your Xiao family? Moreover, I am well aware of your existence and recognize your potential. Even if my master were to entertain such thoughts, I would dissuade him. Xiao Feng merely smiled at Yun, inciting her ire. Yinshan suddenly interjected, put down your sword. Master, he speaks the truth. Had it not been for the recent upheavals, I would indeed have taken action against the Xiao family, and you would not have been able to stop me. Yinshan regarded Xiao Feng, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Had I not experienced it myself, I would never have believed that such a young lad could possess the realm of a battle king, nor that such a youthful battle king could suppress me, who has just entered the battle sovereign realm. Xiao Feng raised his right hand, baring his teeth in a grin as he cupped his hands in respect towards Yinshan. Then shall we discuss the matters that lie ahead? Yinshan waved his hand. No need to rush. This past couple of days, my young brother Xiao Feng has suffered greatly. Xun'er, do arrange for him to be properly attended to by Master Gu He to assess his injuries. However, Xiao Feng shook his head. The longer the night, the more dreams. Since we've come this far, we might as well finish our conversation. After all, I haven't slept in 2 days, a little longer one matter. The admiration in Yun Shan's eyes intensified. Then, young brother Xiao Feng, do share what this collaboration entails. Xiao Feng glanced at Yun. Please, pour me a cup of tea. Thank you. Yun shot him a fierce glare, letting out a cold snort. This fellow is becoming increasingly presumptuous, acting as if he owns the place. Xun'er, see to the tea. Yes. Xiao Feng took a gentle sip of the tea brewed by the great sect leader of Yun. The Northwest continent is in turmoil. I seek but a single voice. Would you be willing to bear the burden, sect leader Yun? Yun Shan's breath faltered for a moment, but soon returned to normal, chuckling lightly. This matter can wait. I am curious to know what you wish for me to do. Xiao Feng set down his teacup. Guardian Wu. Ever since Yun Shan was saved by Guardian Wu, he had been secretly inquiring about the Soul Palace, a notorious yet unrivaled force that loomed over his heart like a dark cloud. Yun Shan aspires to elevate the Yunlan sect, yet deep within, he harbors a certain reluctance towards being subservient. However, one must bow their head when under the eaves. Observing Yun Shan lost in thought, Xiao Feng began to take note of his surroundings. After a prolonged period without the appearance of the Guardian, he could not help but trust Yun Shan's earlier demeanor and words a little more. Chapter 44, The Enigmatic Soul Map. Under the guidance of Yun, Xiao Feng finally entered a respectable guest room. For someone of his rank, the Dowang realm, sleep was not a necessity, yet old habits proved difficult to shake. As he reclined upon the soft bedding, preparing to indulge in a restful slumber, he found himself wide awake. Frustrated, Xiao Feng tossed and turned, ultimately deciding to wander around the Yunlan sect. Yun Shan did not respond to Xiao Feng immediately, for the matter at hand was fraught with complexities. Since Xiao Feng had promised to be an observer, it was prudent to contemplate thoroughly. Master, what exactly is the Soul Palace? Yun inquired, standing in Yun Shan's chamber, her slender brows nearly knitting together in concern. It is the foremost power in the Central Plains, with even Do Sheng among its ranks. No one truly comprehends the extent of their terror. Any force that has attracted their attention has invariably vanished without a trace. Then why don't we detain Xiao Feng and hand him over to them? Yun'er, do you genuinely believe you can keep him here? Yun Shan replied, somewhat astonished, as he thought his disciple would not be so naive. Yun opened her mouth but fell silent, realizing that her earlier belief was perhaps too simplistic. Yun Shan's reminder made her feel that Xiao Feng was far too nonchalant, as if he did not regard her at all. A mere Do Huang. How could he possibly look down upon a dignified Do Huang like myself? Yun wanted to voice this sentiment, yet she knew she lacked the standing to do so, especially considering her own Dozong master had met with misfortune. Let us discuss matters concerning Xiao Feng, Yun Shan suggested with growing interest. The more he listened, the more amusement danced in his eyes. Yun'er, do not say that my Yunlan sect's founding ancestor is unparalleled. Even in the countless tales of prodigies I have heard, none are as extraordinary as he. What could possibly stand in his way? Yun furrowed her brow. But master, you just mentioned the Soul Palace. Yun Shan shook his head. True, the Soul Palace is formidable, but have you forgotten that my fate rests in Xiao Feng's hands? We have no further options. Why not wager on something greater? Yun Shan perceived the situation clearly. While the Soul Palace was indeed fearsome, it did not regard this remote territory with significant weight. The Xiao family, in contrast, held a different standing, and what could a 15-year-old Do Wang truly signify? This notion intrigued him greatly. The Yunlan sect, with its verdant mountains and clear streams, occasionally saw birds flitting through the skies. Xiao Feng casually caught one, discovering it possessed the strength of a first-tier magical beast. Release it. Xiao Feng shook the small bird in his hand, smiling as he asked, what is the matter with this sparrow? This is a sentry kite raised by our Yunlan sect, not just any sparrow. Yun retorted through gritted teeth, her anger morphing into disdain as she regarded him as a simpleton. Oh, Xiao Feng casually tossed the sparrow aside. Is there something the sect master wishes to discuss with me? The sparrow, which had feigned death moments earlier, suddenly flapped its wings and flew away. Xiao Feng muttered a remark about being petty, for true love holds grudges, and followed suit. Compared to a day prior, Yun Shan now exuded vitality, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant light. Upon seeing Xiao Feng enter, he erupted into hearty laughter. Yun'er, serve the tea. Yun, quite irate, seized the teapot and tilted it forcefully, splattering tea across the table. Then, with a sharp clap, she slammed the teacup down beside Xiao Feng, startling both of them. Xiao Feng stole a few glances at Yun, wary of her suddenly shouting, let me drink. Only after confirming that she was tilting her head away did he cautiously lift the teacup and take a delicate sip. Xiao Feng smiled wryly, recognizing that as the architect of her teacher's demise, it was fortunate she refrained from attacking him. Yunshan paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Brother Xiao, I summoned you today primarily to inquire about a matter. Please, Elder Yun, proceed with your question. The people of the Soul Temple are enigmatic. How do you intend to deal with the Protector Wu? Naturally, there was more than one soul-controlling pill. But Xiao Feng had conceived another idea. A peculiar sound suddenly pierced the air. Xiao Feng's brow furrowed as he realized that at some point, Yun had grasped a sword in her hand, and the sound emanated from where she held the sword scabbard. Yunshan cleared his throat. Yun'er, are you not going to act quickly? With gritted teeth, Yun replied, she just sent me a message saying she has emerged from seclusion. As for the sparrow catching, let Mr. Xiao handle it personally. With that, she disregarded Yunshan and strode out. Once again, Yunshan appeared perplexed. Brother Xiao, are you truly without any grievances from before? Under Yunshan's bewildered gaze, Xiao Feng pressed his right hand against the forehead of a wild rabbit, a thread of soul energy extending from his fingertip into the creature's body. The rabbit began to struggle, but Xiao Feng pinned it to the ground, rendering it immobile. Under his control, the soul energy began to circulate within the rabbit, gradually becoming finer and more delicate, as if it were being continuously stretched and bent, ultimately forming a bizarre pattern upon coming to a halt. This pattern was not of Xiao Feng's creation. It spontaneously emerged as he imitated the dynamic process of the soul energy within the soul-controlling pill, as though such a phenomenon inherently existed in the universe, with Xiao Feng merely discovering the key to unlock it. The ethereal soul pattern, though insubstantial, subtly emanated an aura heavier than mountains. In an instant, a surge of fighting spirit began to merge with the rabbit's body, infusing itself into the soul pattern. As the fighting spirit flowed in, the pattern grew increasingly radiant, initially flickering like a small candle, soon blazing like a torch. At that moment, an illusory rabbit spirit was also illuminated. The soul pattern began to sway, akin to a flag in the wind, gradually drawing closer to the rabbit spirit. As it approached, the speed quickened, accompanied by a whooshing sound. In an instant, the soul pattern dimmed, becoming imprinted upon the rabbit's very essence. Though this sequence of events may seem prolonged, it transpired within merely 4 or 5 minutes. Xiao Feng exhaled in relief. This was a hypothesis of his, and he had not anticipated achieving success on the first attempt. He discarded the rabbit onto the ground, watching as it scampered toward the door. Just as the hare was about to reach the door, a fleeting thought stirred within Xiao Feng. He could sense the pattern illuminating in an instant, and simultaneously, the racing hare seemed to succumb to some narcotic, collapsing onto the ground, its limbs twitching incessantly. With a tightening of his focus, the hare's soul began to expand rapidly like a balloon before bursting. The ethereal pattern emerged from the hare's body, suspended in midair, slowly rotating, akin to a black hole that absorbed the fragmented essence of the hare's soul, remaining motionless thereafter. The originally illusory pattern, once like wisps of smoke, appeared to solidify slightly after absorbing the hare's soul. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. These developments exceeded his expectations. Had he known such transformations would occur, he would never have conducted this experiment here. It felt akin to slaying a young hare before the eyes of its kin, an act of sheer cruelty. With a mere thought, the intricate and enigmatic pattern swiftly drifted towards him, like a beam of light, soon reaching his forehead and merging into him, leaving a faint imprint, shaped strangely like a flickering flame, which gradually faded away. Yunshan's expression darkened. He envisioned a day when he, too, might find his soul expanding until it erupted. Akin to the hare. Coughing lightly, Xiao Feng murmured, "It seems to be just like this." Yunshan's demeanor became somewhat rigid, quite impressive indeed. Outside the Yunlan sect, Xiao Feng summoned a great eagle, mounting it and swiftly heading towards Wutan City. After revealing his prowess before Yunshan, an air of awkwardness enveloped them, and they managed to conclude their remaining discussions amidst this tension, after which Xiao Feng promptly took his leave. As the day of the coming-of-age ceremony approached, Xiao Yan's training grew increasingly diligent, and the unattended little lion nearly turned the Xiao family upside down. When Xiao Feng visited Xiao Zhan, the latter was in the midst of the little beast climbing atop his head. "Get down," Xiao Feng said flatly. Xiao Zhan was a figure Xiao Feng held in great esteem. How could a mere cub dare to climb atop his head? "It's nothing, really," Xiao Zhan forced a smile. However, Xiao Feng paid no heed to Xiao Zhan's words, seizing the little creature clinging to his pant leg and unceremoniously slamming it onto the ground with a resounding thud. With an expression of calm, he declared, "In the Xiao family, you are but a cat." Xiao Zhan's eyelids twitched. He surmised that this little lion likely hailed from the Beast Mountain range, and if the purple crystal wing Lion King discovered how its cub was being treated, it would spell disaster for the Xiao family, eliminating the need for intrigue against the other two great families. Meow meow. The little lion adjusted its tone repeatedly, ultimately resembling a true kitten, mewing incessantly. It lay on the ground, avoiding Xiao Feng's gaze. Xiao Feng remained unfazed, stating, "Your mother entrusted you to me not for you to flaunt your authority, but to ensure your swift growth. However, the matters I engage in are beyond your reach. How about this? You shall practice with him for 2 hours each day." As his words settled, a figure, coalesced from fighting spirit, appeared beside Xiao Feng, mirroring his form. This was a technique Xiao Feng had developed long ago, though rarely utilized, not only due to his inferior strength, but also because of a lack of agility. Nevertheless, it was perfectly suited for training a third-tier cub. Disregarding the protests of the young lion, the embodiment of resentment carried it toward the corner of the courtyard, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Sheltered for years beneath her mother's protection, the flower faced the harsh realities of society for the first time. Chapter 45, The Prediction. With merely a month remaining until the adult ceremony, Xiao Xun'er finally emerged from her seclusion. Xiao Feng stood at the entrance of the courtyard, sensing the atmosphere within shift from fervent to subtle, a smile gracing his lips. Creak. The courtyard door opened, revealing half of a head. With a beaming expression, Xiao Feng gazed at the pair of dark, bright eyes that lifted to meet his gaze. Her long lashes fluttered, seemingly in disbelief as she blinked, and a hint of rosy hue appeared on the youthful visage of the girl. Bang! The courtyard door was heavily shut. Yet, Xiao Xun'er's voice trembled with anxiety. Questioning why he hadn't informed her beforehand. Innocently, Xiao Feng replied that she had been in seclusion, which seemed unreasonable. After speaking, he turned and walked back to his own courtyard. Inside, Xiao Xun'er pressed tightly against the door, and upon hearing the sounds of opening and closing, she cautiously opened a small gap to ensure Xiao Feng had truly left before exhaling a sigh of relief. What to do? After such a prolonged seclusion, without grooming, she must appear quite unkempt. Having already been seen by her brother, what should she do? A sense of urgency washed over her face, and she instantly regretted her impulsive decision to retreat for so long. Linging appeared in the corner, smiling as he regarded Xiao Xun'er, reminding her that she was always enchanting and needn't concern herself with such trivialities. After calming her emotions, the girl busied herself, transitioning from bathing to selecting attire, from beautifying herself to perfecting her expressions. By the time she was satisfied with the smile reflected in the mirror, 5 hours had elapsed. Xiao Feng, seated in his courtyard, waited with increasing impatience, initially excited but eventually resorting to sipping tea to pass the time. Just as he contemplated a brief nap, while resting his chin on his palm, a knock echoed at the door. Xiao Feng cleared his throat softly and called out, "Coming." He adjusted his clothing before rising to open the courtyard door. A refreshing breeze enveloped him as he inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with the silhouette of the girl. She stood with her head bowed, her toes together, and her delicate hands hidden behind her back, fingers tightly interlaced. Xun'er, Xiao Feng stepped forward, enveloping the girl in his embrace. The softness against his chest startled him, sending a shiver through his body and lifting his spirit. They held each other close, neither wishing to part. Xiao Yan, who had intended to call them for dinner, scoffed from behind, exclaiming, "May you starve." As night deepened, Xiao Feng and Xiao Xun'er remained nestled together, sharing their mutual longing before discussing Xiao Feng's cultivation level. Fallen from emperor to king? Xiao Xun'er queried, puzzled. Though his realm had declined, his strength had surged significantly. "Xun'er, when do you think I should propose?" Xiao Feng asked, gently caressing the girl's jade-like hand, his heart ablaze with anticipation. Xiao Xun'er felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She understood that with Xiao Feng's current demeanor, he would surely capture the attention of her father, Gu Yuan, yet they were still quite young. Youth signifies unpredictability, embodying both fortune and misfortune. The ancient clan refrains from wagering on such uncertain matters. There is no necessity for such gambles. Moreover, her identity is quite unique. "Xun'er, close your eyes," Xiao Feng suddenly declared. Xiao Xun'er, slightly perplexed, lifted her gaze to Xiao Feng, her cheeks flushing deeper, and with a trembling glance, she complied and closed her eyes. Xiao Feng smiled gently, raising her arm and delicately placing a bracelet around her wrist. With her eyes tightly shut, Xiao Xun'er felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her body tensing. Suddenly, she sensed her arm being lifted, and something akin to a bracelet slipped onto her wrist. Her restless heart found a semblance of calm, yet an inexplicable sense of loss flooded her mind. At that moment, a warm breath brushed against Xiao Xun'er's smooth forehead, causing her eyes to fly open in an instant. Tension coursed through her entire being, her mind blank, uncertain of how to respond until Xiao Feng's lips departed from her forehead, prompting her to feel a rush of shyness. "Xun'er, do you like this bracelet?" Xiao Feng inquired, observing the girl who resembled a quail, aware of her shyness and reluctant to tease her further. The girl, lowering her head, shifted her arm into her line of sight, scrutinizing the bracelet. A soft voice emerged. I like it. Suddenly recalling something, Xiao Xun'er asked with curiosity, what about Sister Qinglin? She has gone to the Tian Snake Mansion. How about we visit her in a few years? That evening, as dusk descended, Xiao Xun'er sat nearby, listening to the melodies played by Xiao Feng. A sweet smile gracing her face. Xiao Feng dismissed the leaves from his hands, mused, well, it's not entirely impossible. No, Xiao Xun'er immediately countered. Brother Xiao Feng must not conceal his talents any longer. Xiao Feng, taken aback, was surprised by Xiao Xun'er's assertiveness. What is the matter? Xiao Xun'er gazed at him earnestly. Xun'er wishes for everyone to know that her choice was not misguided. Xiao Feng chuckled, I promise you. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, the entire world will know our names. Listening to such solemn vows, tenderness radiated from Xiao Xun'er's eyes. Her heart had long been pledged. The following day, as dawn broke, the Xiao family buzzed with excitement. Whether it was the youth of the clan, the adults still residing within, or the elders, everyone awoke, their collective attention directed towards the plaza where the testing magic stone tablet stood. Just as Xiao Feng was about to step outside, he opened the courtyard door to behold a stunning visage adorned with a radiant smile. The girl, clad in a light green garment, was cinched at the waist with a delicate lavender ribbon. The gentle breeze stirred her flowing tresses. Raising her left hand to smooth her hair, a red bracelet graced her fair wrist, its diamond-like magic core swaying and shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Ling Ying, concealed in the shadows, sighed, having witnessed his young lady clutching the bracelet and smiling foolishly throughout the night. Good morning, Brother Xiao Feng, the girl greeted, her eyes alight with joy. Have you been waiting long? Xiao Feng queried, ruffling Xiao Xun'er's hair. I just arrived, she replied, her smile unwavering. Let us first grab something to eat. In the kitchen, there were hardly any people around. With a mischievous smile, Xiao Feng stealthily retrieved the chief's sumptuous breakfast, sharing it with Xiao Xun'er like a cunning weasel. This is something only the chief is entitled to, he said with a sly grin. Xiao Xun'er chuckled, nearly spitting out the porridge she had just sipped, and rolled her eyes at Xiao Feng, her charm reminiscent of a beguiling amaryllis, her beauty akin to a newly blossomed blue lotus. For a moment, Xiao Feng was captivated, rendered utterly dazed by her allure. Brother Xiao Feng, Xiao Xun'er softly called, lowering her head. This snapped Xiao Feng back to reality, and he cleared his throat awkwardly, hastily lowering his head to gulp down a few mouthfuls of porridge while silently questioning himself. Am I a lecherous man? After their meal, the two made their way to the square, which was teeming with people. Brother Feng, over here. Xiao Yan was waving at them from a short distance. Hand in hand, Xiao Feng and Xiao Xun'er approached him, although they often displayed affectionate gestures in private, be it in the mountains or their own courtyards. No one had ever witnessed such displays. Now, as they walked together, they were openly flaunting their affection before their peers, inciting disapproving glances from the onlookers, especially since Xiao Feng was considered the most foolish in the family. The atmosphere grew hostile as many of their kin began to hurl insults. What a beautiful flower blooming amidst cow dung, they scoffed. What is there to be proud of? Just a pretty face, nothing more. In a month, after the coming-of-age ceremony, we shall see if he is a dragon or a mouse. Compliments were monotonous, while insults varied widely. One young girl pouted, visibly upset. Xiao Xun'er disliked being compared to cow dung, asserting that she was not merely a pretty face. She even puffed out her chest slightly, defiantly. They are insulting me. You know, Xiao Feng thought, bemused. But that is not acceptable. Xiao Xun'er remained indignant. All right, he soothed. You've heard it for over a decade. Haven't you grown accustomed to it? Perhaps tomorrow you won't hear it at all. Every word is becoming scarce. Ignoring his nonsensical chatter, Xiao Xun'er shot him a glare. At 9 o'clock, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a slightly blinding light. The event's host called for silence and began to announce names. The clamor below instantly ceased. Those with superior talents and rapid cultivation bore calm expressions, even exuding an air of self-importance. In contrast, the less gifted, who were also lackadaisical about their training, appeared either anxious or indifferent, resigned to their fate. Standing on the periphery, Xiao Feng felt the weight of many gazes upon him, some filled with schadenfreude, others brimming with anticipation. Even those who had resigned themselves to their circumstances straightened up upon seeing him. Yet, Xiao Feng remained oblivious, his thoughts consumed by a singular concern. Ever since he and Yun Shan devised a plan against the Guardian of the Mist, the latter had not reappeared, leaving Xiao Feng perturbed. Although Yun Shan mentioned the possibility of contacting the Guardian, Xiao Feng had declined. What if more than just the Guardian showed up? That would spell significant trouble. In the original narrative, after Xiao Zhan was captured, he was swiftly transferred to the Soul Clan, and at that time, it was inevitable that the Yunlan sect had members of the Soul Clan present. This incident occurred a year and a half later. Thus, if fortune did not favor him, Xiao Feng would have to endure a lengthy wait of a year and a half to eradicate the Soul Clan's control over the Jiaomai Empire. The more he pondered, the more overwhelmed he felt, and upon considering the impending onslaught of those wild and unruly Do saints, Xiao Feng's chest tightened with anxiety. Xiao Feng, it's your turn. Suddenly, Xiao Xun'er's voice resonated in his ears. Chapter 46, the seventh stage of Do Qi. All eyes converged upon Xiao Feng, each face adorned with varying degrees of mockery. Observing the boy before her, who appeared as daft as a goose, Xiao Xun'er could not suppress a light scoff, her displeasure evident. You didn't even pay attention to my test, did you? When she ascended the stage, the crowd's attention was unwavering, and upon the revelation of her one-star Do practitioner result, whispers of admiration and envy filled the air. She longed to catch a glimpse of his expression, but alas, it was obstructed. As she approached him, basking in the glory of her accomplishment, she discovered that Xiao Feng was utterly distracted. Huh, you finished your test? Xiao Feng blinked in surprise, utterly unaware. By the way, what rank are you and Xiao Yan at now? Beside him, Xiao Yan wore an expression of exasperation. Had this guy truly not heard the raucous commotion just moments ago? Xiao Feng, the officiator of the test, called out again, now tinged with impatience. Coming. Amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Xiao Feng stepped onto the stage. To them, he was the disgrace of the Xiao family. Someone who should have been expelled from this courtyard long ago, instead of relying on the family's resources to aid in their cultivation. Hurry up, many are waiting. The officiator frowned, his eyes betraying a hint of contempt. Although Xiao Feng's tenacity in refusing to concede until the very end was generally commendable to the onlookers, he was merely a pitiful fool unwilling to confront reality, shamelessly depending on his family's benevolence to share the resources meant for cultivation. Placing his hand upon the stone tablet, murmurs erupted from the crowd below. The people around him shook their heads in unison, unwilling to wager on him. Xiao Feng had indeed ventured out for training. But what of it? A fool remains a fool, no matter the circumstances. At that moment, a line of large characters appeared upon the black stone tablet. The youth who had just placed his bet swelled with pride, thinking, I truly overestimated him. Meanwhile, several who had considered betting but ultimately refrained collectively exhaled in relief. Berating themselves, what was I thinking? How could I have harbored any hope for Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng, Do Qi. Suddenly, he faltered, and the crowd erupted in uproar. Xiao Feng, he has grown stronger. The officiator coughed heavily, having witnessed the transformation from 2 words to 3, shifting his gaze back to Xiao Feng. What on earth was this guy doing? Why not push his Do Qi to its peak in one go instead of playing around? On the high platform, Xiao Zhan remained composed, displaying no signs of concern whatsoever. The 3 elders beside them began to whisper among themselves, clearly recognizing Xiao Feng's exceptional nature, albeit only to a limited extent. Despite numerous subtle inquiries directed at Xiao Zhan, they were consistently deflected with the same evasive responses. At that moment, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, the characters inscribed on the stone tablet began to shift once more. What exactly is Brother Feng up to? Xiao Yan, perplexed, gazed at the figure on the stage and tilted his head to question Xiao Xun'er. Xiao Xun'er, supporting her right arm with her left hand while resting her chin on her right, squinted slightly, vaguely surmising the reason, but puzzled as to why he would conceal his true strength. The inscriptions on the stone tablet continued to evolve. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. Individuals who were initially deemed certain to be eliminated surpassed their own expectations, even gaining the possibility of participating in the coming ceremony of adulthood. A mix of astonishment, jealousy, and skepticism surged within their hearts. At this moment, even the 3 elders found themselves unable to remain seated, collectively turning their attention to Xiao Zhan. The eldest elder inquired, Patriarch, while it is true that Xiao Feng is close to you, we all share a common interest in nurturing the younger generation. Could you perhaps enlighten us on the extent of Xiao Feng's potential? Amidst the tumult, the inscriptions on the stone tablet shifted once again. Cheating. It must be cheating. I refuse to believe it. He must be a fraud. I challenge him. The uproar was reminiscent of the time when Xiao Yan first stepped into the realm of combatants. The host stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting his duties as he observed Xiao Feng and the stone tablet, while voices of disbelief echoed around. I can't believe this. Surely. He himself doesn't believe it. Zhangshi. Turning to the dazed middle-aged host, Xiao Feng gently prompted. Xiao Jiu, initially resistant, was suddenly jolted awake by a reprimand from the middle-aged host, as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed on him, causing him to shrink back and retreat in embarrassment. Xiao Xun'er smiled faintly, inching closer to Xiao Feng, saying nothing. The voice on the high platform continued to call out names. However, aside from the individuals being named, no one else paid heed to the numbers displayed on the stone tablet. Do you think Xiao Feng encountered some fortuitous event? Amidst the clamor, the predictions finally concluded. As Xiao Feng prepared to depart with Xiao Xun'er, they were unexpectedly obstructed by someone. Xiao Feng looked up and saw his cousin, Xiao Ning. Is there something you need? He inquired. Xiao Feng remained noncommittal, suggesting that if Xiao Ning had no other matters, he ought not to impede their path. After a moment of scrutiny, Xiao Ning remarked, "The eldest elder wishes to see you," and turned to leave. Xiao Feng squeezed the young girl's hand. "You have captured the hearts of all the young men in Wutin City." Xiao Xun'er lifted her chin with a hint of pride, retorting, "Well, one cannot blame Xun'er for that." When they found Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yin was also present, and the father and son appeared to be sharing a heartfelt conversation. "Uncle Xiao Zhan, I hope I have not embarrassed you," Xiao Feng said respectfully, bowing. With a wry smile, Xiao Zhan replied, "You, my child, are more formal than I. It feels rather distant. Please, have a seat." Xiao Xun'er sweetly addressed him as Uncle Xiao, before taking a seat herself. "Fenger, those days of training must have been arduous." "Yes?" Xiao Zhan observed the mature visage before him with a sense of nostalgia. It was bearable. At times, thoughts of Xun'er brought a sweetness to the struggle. Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. The elder positions in the Xiao family had remained unchanged for a considerable time, and creating an additional seat was likely the utmost that Xiao Zhan could achieve. He paused briefly, then gently shook his head. "Uncle Xiao Zhan, I do not intend to take on the role of an elder. I wish to continue my ventures outside." "Oh," Xiao Zhan replied, not pressuring him. As long as Xiao Feng held the Xiao family in his heart, that was sufficient. Xiao Yin, however, was hardly surprised. With a teasing smile, he spoke mysteriously, "Brother Feng, you've never mentioned anything about your experiences. Have you stumbled upon something remarkable? Now you even look down on the position of elder." Xiao Zhan's expression turned stern, and his tone was somewhat heavy. "Xun'er, while it is indeed said that one may lose their teeth after taking a few steps in the Dochi continent, how many have walked those steps only to see brothers turn against each other and families become enemies?" Xiao Zhan understood the complexities of human nature. Thus he never inquired about such matters with Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng chuckled lightly. "Uncle Xiao Zhan, it's nothing to worry about. I refrained from mentioning it earlier to spare you concern. Since Fire has brought it up, there's really no harm in sharing. During that time, I was working with the mercenary group in the Monster Mountain Range, and indeed, I encountered a relic. This is something I haven't disclosed to anyone else. So I ask that you keep it confidential." "Of course," Xiao Yin responded with a resounding thump on his chest. Yet his gaze toward Xiao Feng held a hint of disdain. This fellow had begun to boast in front of his father. It was hard to tell how many of his words could be trusted. Xiao Xun'er observed Xiao Yin's disdainful demeanor and then looked at Xiao Feng's calm expression, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "By the way, Uncle Xiao Zhan, the Grand Elder has sent someone to relay a message for me to meet him." Xiao Zhan waved his hand dismissively, his face indifferent. "Then go and meet him." Chapter 47. Your brother's fuel consumption is high. As Xiao Feng entered the Grand Elder's courtyard, the gate slammed shut behind him. "You've come?" Xiao Ning emerged from behind the door, a cold smile gracing his lips. Xiao Feng glanced at Xiao Ning and then at the gate. "Have you been standing there for a long time?" Xiao Ning's expression faltered, then turned to anger. "How dare you even ask? Where is the Grand Elder?" Xiao Feng, unfazed by Xiao Ning's attitude, walked directly inside. "Do you think the Grand Elder is someone you can just meet whenever you please?" Xiao Ning shouted. "Xiao Feng, take this." Doqi gathered in Xiao Ning's raised fist, the force of the blow generating a gust of wind, fueled by a sense of resentment over having his desired person snatched away. What puzzled Xiao Ning was that Xiao Feng did not turn around, seemingly oblivious to his shout, continuing to walk quietly inside. A sudden worry crossed Xiao Ning's mind. What if he injured him? But the next moment, joy replaced his concern. He had already warned Xiao Feng. If he hadn't heard, how could he be blamed? Moreover, this was an opportunity given by grandfather for him to test Xiao Feng. I should exert more force. In the main hall, a pair of eyes observed the scene. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, puzzled, but soon his confusion transformed into astonishment. Xiao Feng sidestepped, barely brushing past Xiao Ning's fist, perfectly avoiding the blow. The Grand Elder was left in shock. While he certainly did not regard Xiao Ning's punch as a threat, achieving such effortless grace without employing Do Qi, as Xiao Feng had, was no trivial feat. He truly could not accomplish such a thing. In the courtyard, Xiao Feng continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened, while Xiao Ning, having missed his punch, staggered unsteadily. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in bracing himself against the ground, he would have certainly met the earth face first. Even so, he crawled away quickly on all fours until he had expended his strength. Rising to his feet, Xiao Ning's face was flushed with anger, and he charged at Xiao Feng once more, shouting furiously, "Stop!" The voice of the Grand Elder resounded just in time, halting Xiao Ning's advance. "Grandfather," Xiao Ning protested, somewhat unwilling to relent. "Stand down," the Grand Elder reprimanded. Xiao Ning, with a huff and clenched teeth, replied, "Yes." The Grand Elder felt a wave of relief wash over him, increasingly convinced that Xiao Feng was an enigma. His foolish grandson remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Feng simply chose not to stoop to his level, inviting Xiao Feng to take a seat. The Grand Elder scrutinized him anew, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply and shook his head, lamenting, "With such treasures before us, the Xiao family is indeed blind." Xiao Feng chuckled lightly, deeming the Grand Elder's words exaggerated. The Grand Elder turned his gaze to Xiao Feng, acknowledging that his years within the Xiao family had not been particularly favorable, and as the Grand Elder, he bore some responsibility for that. However, he assured, "From this day forth, you shall no longer hear those idle rumors, and your cultivation resources will also be doubled. Consider it the Xiao family's compensation to you." Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, urging the Grand Elder to speak plainly, for he was not unreasonable. The Grand Elder's sudden change in demeanor, having previously shown indifference, left Xiao Feng perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder inquired, "Might you tell me what your current cultivation level is?" Sighing, the Elder mused, "Ah, child. Do you harbor resentment towards the Xiao family?" Xiao Feng paused, suddenly realizing that this Elder was fighting to the death for the family. Perhaps he had always sought to undermine the patriarch's authority, yet he had indeed dedicated his life to the family. Xiao Feng quickly rose, cupping his hands respectfully, and declared, "Grand Elder, I have never harbored any resentment towards the Xiao family." The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, then a wry smile crept upon his face. "No wonder the patriarch allowed you to venture out for training in those early years. He must be growing old." Suddenly, he burst into laughter, adding, "Nonetheless, to witness a descendant of such exceptional character and talent emerge from our family in this lifetime gives me hope for the future." As Xiao Feng departed from the Grand Elder's residence, he found himself smiling. This family indeed had many charming aspects. The Grand Elder watched him leave, closing his eyes in contemplation, and murmured, "Though I am the patriarch, I am still your elder, and this is excessive." No one noticed that there was a small lion being beaten in Xiao Feng's courtyard. Time flew by, and as the day for the adult ceremony approached, a shadow of gloom shrouded the faces of everyone in the Xiao family, devoid of any joy or anticipation. On this very day, a lifeless corpse was displayed at the entrance of the Xiao family. The body bore no flesh, resembling a mere skin wrapped around a skeleton, clad in neatly draped clothing that hung loosely over the remains. "Adi, your demise is truly tragic. Who could have committed such an atrocity? Just yesterday, everything seemed fine. How could it have come to this?" A heavy sorrow and indignation settled in the hearts of all. In the hall, nearly all the elder members of the Xiao family had gathered. "What are everyone's thoughts on this matter?" Xiao Zhan wore a stern expression, his eyes brimming with rage. "Clan leader, I believe it is the work of the Gale family. Let us confront them and demand they surrender the murderer." The third elder pondered for a moment, recalling the recent inexplicable disappearances of certain clan members, likely caused by the same group. Silence enveloped the room once more as everyone waited in anticipation. Before long, someone entered the hall, reporting to the clan leader and esteemed elders, "There have been no developments from the Gale or the Oba families." "Very well, you may leave," came the response. At this moment, the expressions of all present fluctuated between hope and despair. Why was it that only the Xiao family faced such troubles? Outside the hall, a group of youths had gathered, seemingly eager for the clan leader's command to march against the Gale family. "Master, who else could possibly be targeting the Xiao family?" Xiao Yan was preoccupied with concocting potions to deal with the Gale family, while simultaneously monitoring the mysterious disappearances and the matter of the desiccated corpse. A chill inexplicably coursed through him. Although the sun shone brightly, a sense of unease settled over his heart. "Master, please refrain from making such unsettling speculations. No, this is no mere conjecture. Generally, after death, a body retains some semblance of spiritual energy, yet that corpse was devoid of any life force. As if carved from desiccated wood, no insects would dare approach it, even in the wilderness." "I don't know," Xiao Yan muttered. "I shall consult Feng Ge." He hurried towards Xiao Feng's courtyard. Upon glancing at the small lion soundly asleep in the corner, a flicker of sympathy crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. Under the relentless training regimen of the fervent Xiao Feng, the little lion seemed utterly drained of energy, often found either enduring punishment or napping. "Feng Ge," he called out into the main hall, only to be met by the figure of Xiao Xun'er stepping forth. Xiao Yan, unperturbed, casually inquired, "Sister Xun'er, where's Feng Ge?" "He is not here," Xiao Xun'er replied, worry etched across her brow. As Xiao Yan prepared to step further inside, the unexpected news left him momentarily stunned. "What? Feng Ge is not here." He scrutinized Xiao Xun'er, noticing her troubled demeanor, and furrowed his brow. "What happened? Is there an issue?" "Brother Feng is missing," Xiao Xun'er expressed. Her autumn-like eyes filled with anxiety and concern. "Missing?" Xiao Yan dashed into the room to check. "Is he perhaps at the back mountain?" Xiao Xun'er shook her head, her tone somber. "We have already searched the back mountain and the combat arena. He is nowhere to be found." "Could he have gone out?" Xiao Yan suggested, but suddenly, a phrase echoed in his mind, "mysteriously vanished." Though no one uttered a word, it was tacitly accepted that those who mysteriously disappeared would likely never return. The three major families were tightening their ranks, reluctant to suffer further losses, and had ceased sending members out of the city except for essential matters. Yet last night, Xiao Feng had clearly been within the city, amidst the family, and now he had simply vanished without a trace. After articulating that thought, a wave of unease washed over Xiao Yan. He suppressed his apprehension and calmly reassured, "Sister Xun'er, do not worry. Feng Ge may have simply gone to the market. Shall we search for him together?" With that, he rushed outside. Just as he exited the courtyard, the voice of the medicine elder resonated within his mind. "Little one, I advise you not to venture anywhere, just like that girl. Remain at home and wait patiently. Why? If your brother cannot handle it, your presence would only lead to your demise." However, Xiao Yan paused. "Isn't there still a teacher like you?" The subsequent words from Yao Lao left Xiao Yan in shock. "Even counting me, it is impossible to retreat unscathed. How can that be?" Xiao Yan clenched his fists. "Just how formidable is my brother Feng? How could even you, teacher, be at a loss? No need for further inquiries. Simply focus on your own path." Yao Lao sighed, genuinely fearing that divulging Xiao Feng's situation might shatter his disciple's spirit. "Just wait here. Do not wander elsewhere. The one who harmed your kin may be quite extraordinary, but you must have faith in your brother. He is no ordinary opponent." Xiao Yan smirked. Such words hardly seem human. Chapter 48. The mysterious figure in Xiao Feng's courtyard, the small lion, soundly asleep, was suddenly roused. Its demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as it glanced to the side. There, unbeknownst to it, stood another individual. "Ling Lao, have you heard any news?" Upon seeing the person, Xiao Xun'er hastily inquired. Observing the urgency in her gaze, Ling lowered his head and shook it. "The aura of young Master Xiao Feng has spread from here to the family's entrance, but beyond that, I cannot detect anything further." "How could this be?" Xiao Xun'er, undeterred, pressed on. "What about outside the city? Is there no trace of Brother Feng beyond the city?" Ling Ying regarded the young lady before him. Aside from 4 years ago, he had never seen her so anxious, prompting a sigh from him. "We have already searched outside the city, and there is likewise no trace of young Master Feng. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Given young Master Feng's prowess, the absence of his aura suggests he is unharmed. Moreover, due to his cautious nature, unless he chooses to, no one could inflict harm upon him." The news of Xiao Feng's disappearance quickly reached Xiaozhan. The entire hall erupted in chaos. "Silence. In the name of the clan leader, everyone must scour every corner of Wutan City to find Xiao Feng." Xiaozhan slammed the table, his demeanor fierce. "If he cannot be found within the city, then we shall search outside." Yet, some voiced their concerns, "But leader, the other 2 families have congregated within the city. Should they seize the opportunity?" An elder interjected with skepticism. "Enough. Let us refrain from further discussion. I support the leader's course of action." The Grand Elder suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of many, their eyes filled with confusion. It seemed as though 2 historically discordant individuals were reaching an accord. Xiaozhan paused, meeting the Grand Elder's gaze. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "All members of the Xiao family, heed my command. Immediately cease your current tasks and locate Xiao Feng." While the entire Wutan city was in turmoil due to Xiao Feng's situation, he himself appeared near the mercenary town. In the early hours, as Xiao Feng sensed a strange, yet formidable aura approaching the Xiao residence, he emerged to find a corpse at the family entrance. Connecting this with the recent mysterious disappearances, he promptly followed that ominous aura. Initially, Xiao Feng concealed his aura, trailing from a distance. However, upon realizing that the other party was deliberately luring him out, he ceased his pretense, unfurling his vast wings of battle energy and pursuing the distant shadow with all his might. Who could this individual be? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. Whether relying on sight or sensing with his soul force, all that lay before him was a mass of darkness, reminiscent of the Soul Clan. With the figure shrouded in a veil of black mist, the chase persisted for an extended period, the river and hills beneath them swiftly receding. Finally, as they neared a mercenary town, the figure ahead came to a halt. Xiao Feng refrained from recklessly approaching, instead scrutinizing the individual, whose silhouette was enveloped in mist. Yet, the stark contrast of behavior compared to the Soul Clan left him perplexed. Everything had changed. This individual was not present in the original narrative. With this thought, Xiao Feng grew increasingly vigilant. At that moment, the figure turned, perhaps sensing Xiao Feng's wariness, and drew a little closer. As Xiao Feng attuned to his surroundings, he continued to assess the other. What was the purpose of bringing me here? The figure paused ahead, and even though his body remained concealed in the black mist, Xiao Feng could still feel a gaze fixed upon him. The figure spoke. "You are Xiao Feng?" His voice was calm, tinged with a hint of mockery, and Xiao Feng felt as though he could glimpse the smirk behind the mist. Xiao Feng's brow knitted tightly, his lips pressed together, and he slightly shifted his shoulder, silently observing the shadow without uttering a word. Noticing Xiao Feng's demeanor, the shadow fell into silence for a moment before continuing, "To keep pace with me, you must possess at least the cultivation of a battle king. In this desolate, ravaged world, where even the last ancient village has perished. Who exactly are you? At that instant, the dynamics of their identities seemed to reverse. The one who should have been questioned was now inquiring about the other's identity. A rather absurd turn of events. Xiao Feng's expression remained unchanged, his breath and heartbeat steady, yet the battle energy within him surged and accelerated. A multitude of thoughts whirled in his mind, racing through his consciousness like fleeting shadows. Suddenly, a name materialized, and all the chaotic thoughts fell into place, becoming coherent and orderly. The soul-devouring clan. But hadn't they been exterminated? Indeed, even remnants of the Xiao clan's bloodline persisted. Could it be that the soul-devouring clan had truly been obliterated? Xiao Feng lowered his gaze, continuing to speculate. What if the rumors of their annihilation were exaggerated, and a small faction still thrived within the Battle Chi continent, concealing their identities and passing down their legacy through generations? In an instant, everything seemed to align with an answer. Yet, this raised a new question. Was the individual before him a member of the soul-devouring clan, or merely an imposter mimicking their traits? At that moment, Xiao Feng lifted his gaze to the shadow, his expression growing cold and his eyes sharpening like a blade, poised to pierce through the mist. Regardless of who you are, the lives of the Xiao clan are not so easily claimed. The shadow laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Feng's hostility, and there was an air of anticipation in his tone. Is that so? Let me see the extent of your confidence in making such claims. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a sword-like shadow, no larger than a palm, swiftly intervened. In an instant, the small blade vanished into the swirling black mist, disappearing as if it had never existed. Not bad. A voice, neither warm nor cold, emerged from the darkness. Xiao Feng gazed intently at the mass of black fog, his pupils constricting slightly, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Though the strike appeared ordinary, Xiao Feng understood that it possessed the power to breach even the defenses of a dozone. Yet, it had failed to leave a significant impact on the individual before him, compelling him to exercise caution. Just as this thought took root, the black mist stirred, and a thick iron chain suddenly burst forth, slicing through the darkness with a cacophonous clatter, hurtling toward Xiao Feng. The Soul Clan. A look of shock quickly spread across Xiao Feng's face. All prior assumptions had been erroneous. There was no Ling clan involved. It was the Soul Clan orchestrating this chaos. With no time to ponder further, the iron chain was now less than 2 meters away, prompting Xiao Feng to take a decisive step forward. He pivoted his hips, utilizing his waist to propel his body, channeling his entire strength into his right fist as his internal Duki rapidly coalesced, enveloping his hand. At the moment of impact between the chain and his fist, Xiao Feng's strength reached its zenith, an unstoppable force. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Feng gained a profound understanding of the true essence of inheritance. Power is not merely a collection of strength or Duki. It is not confined to the energy imprinted upon the heavens and earth, but encompasses everything. United as one, spirit and vitality erupted forth, infused with the desperation of a do-or-die struggle, seeking a glimmer of hope. This punch seemed to carry the momentum of mountains and rivers collapsing, rendering a mere iron chain incapable of obstruction. Crack! The taut iron chain shattered into several pieces, and the residual force of the punch surged into the black mist, causing the dense darkness to lighten considerably. You actually know of the Soul Clan? It seems you truly possess the bloodline of the Imperial family. The voice within the black mist conveyed a mix of surprise and elation, for only the revival of Imperial blood could give rise to such a prodigy as yourself. That individual did not speak in vain. It turns out that the Xiao family in Wutan City is indeed the former Xiao clan. A wave of dread washed over Xiao Feng as he secretly lamented his misfortune. It became clear that the Soul Clan had yet to uncover the roots of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Thus, he could not allow this person to escape. Ha! You wish to keep me here? Sensing the murderous intent flickering across Xiao Feng's face, the shadow laughed heartily, charging toward him. Even if the bloodline awakened, what difference would it make? Not every genius can ascend. The black mist churned incessantly, resembling a sewer outlet at its center. With each tumultuous movement, the fog thickened further, as the figure sought to undermine Xiao Feng's confidence, advancing upon him like a dark cloud. Unbeknownst to Xiao Feng, the individual had unleashed some unknown power, causing the mist to spread rapidly, transforming in mere seconds into a 10-meter-wide cloud, obscuring all visibility and enveloping him entirely. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure as he allowed the black mist to enfold him, akin to stepping into a freezer on a sweltering summer day. A sudden chill pierced through his skin, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Cackling echoed ominously in the air. As long as the chilling essence of the cold soul is enveloped, even a formidable Dozong would meet with despair. How audacious for a mere Do Wang to act so boldly. The voice resonated from all directions, omnipresent within the black fog. The sound of clanking chains echoed ominously, yet no chains could be seen. The surroundings were as dark as a starless night, swirling with inky mists, and only the clatter of chains heralded the impending assault. Even movement is restricted. Xiao Feng raised his hand, only to feel as though he had plunged into a quagmire, resistance surrounding him. The faster he moved, the greater the resistance became. What was even more terrifying was that even the circulation of his dou qi was affected. To the left, to the right, sounds approached from every direction, and Xiao Feng's gaze darted around. He could see nothing, merely responding instinctively to the sounds. The clanking of chains grew increasingly pronounced, and even his body could sense the changes in the black fog caused by them. In that instant, Xiao Feng closed his eyes. From behind, boom. The chains shattered the protective barrier, striking Xiao Feng's back with such force that even his soul felt the sting. A dull thud reverberated through the black mist. Cough. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, causing Xiao Feng to stagger a few steps, narrowly evading two chains that swung from either side. Well done. The figure within the black fog snorted coldly, seemingly infuriated by Xiao Feng's evasion. In response to his fury, the chains danced wildly, twisting and overlapping like two entwined serpents, ensnaring Xiao Feng before he could react. At that moment, the figure's confidence surged, and he sneered. Imperial bloodline? What of it? But just then, Xiao Feng abruptly lifted his head, his tightly shut eyes snapping open, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At last, I found you. Chapter 49, Confronting the Dozong Head-On. As Xiao Feng's voice resonated, countless sword shadows manifested, each varying in hue, some interlaced in yellow and gray, others enshrouded in black mist, some pure white, and others a riot of colors. What on earth is this Dou technique? The voice within the black fog was filled with astonishment, for it was the first time he felt a sense of unease. The swords of different colors unmistakably held distinct Dou Qi attributes. Could one person possess 7 or even more attributes? Such a thing was utterly inconceivable. The smile faded from Xiao Feng's lips as he uttered a chilling command. Fall. Hundreds of palm-sized swords, each capable of breaching a Dozong's defenses, surged forth with unrestrained ferocity towards the figure. The explosive sounds of intertwining Dou Qi attributes echoed, and in less than 10 seconds, the dense black fog dissipated, becoming as light as broth, while the figure's aura grew chaotic. As the black mist receded, the wind began to stir. Countless Dou Qi surged from all directions, whipping up a fierce gale that poured into Xiao Feng's body through every pore. The wind did not cease, nor did the swords. Was this the manifestation of the soul? Observing the shadow before him, Xiao Feng seemed to comprehend why his attacks had previously faltered. At this moment, the figure was no longer shrouded in dark mist, revealing its most authentic self. Like a spectral shadow suspended in the air, clad in an eerie black robe that enveloped the apparition, its face was obscured by a nebulous silhouette, rendering its features indistinct. The shadow gazed intently at Xiao Feng, its voice not weak, yet devoid of the previous air of superiority, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. Surely, even with imperial bloodlines, such a feat was unattainable. This was impossible. It had never been heard of. After a furious roar, the shadow suddenly erupted into laughter. Questioning if this was truly your trump card, the method of harnessing multiple elemental energies. If I were to capture you alive, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. With that, a small vial materialized in its hand, which it promptly shattered, causing a few more ethereal shadows to emerge, only to be swallowed whole before they could struggle. Xiao Feng, let us see how you shall oppose me. The figure cackled maniacally, its spectral form solidifying slightly, emanating an even more terrifying aura. It regarded Xiao Feng with confidence, proclaiming, a strike that transcends the Dozong realm. Let us see how you withstand it. 9 iron chains suddenly materialized, entwining and constricting towards the center, the sound of cracking resonating as the chains shattered and began to reassemble. Moments later, a pitch-black spear emerged. The passage of time seemingly halted, as fractured space spread cracks like a shattered ice surface, creating an image of absolute stillness. This was the most terrifying attack Xiao Feng had ever witnessed. The spear was imbued with spatial power, locking onto him with no means of evasion, only the option to withstand it. A formidable pressure emanated from the spear, stirring a tempest that rustled Xiao Feng's robes. His shoulders felt as though a great mountain had descended upon him, and his feet began to sink into the earth. His heart raced, beads of sweat forming in his palms, acutely aware that he could either slay this adversary here or flee alone. Witnessing the slaughter of the Xiao clan by the Soul clan, followed by his own relentless pursuit by them, there was no need to choose. A fierce determination flickered in Xiao Feng's eyes. He understood that once the gaze of the Soul clan fell upon him, neither the Xiao clan nor he himself would escape death. The Soul clan of this world would not necessarily send waves of personnel in a sequential order from Dozong to Dozun to Doshang. Xiao Feng even suspected that if the Soul Heaven Emperor were not nursing wounds, he would personally lead an assault upon hearing the name of the Xiao clan. Before the opponent could gather their strength, Xiao Feng seized the initiative, leaping into action with a powerful thrust of his legs that left a deep crater in the ground. He charged against the Gale, racing towards the figure behind the spear. Kill! Xiao Feng bellowed, his fist striking the shadow, causing the void to tremble slightly, making the apparition blur even further. Kick. Struggle in your dying moments. The figure from the Soul Palace allowed Xiao Feng's fist to land upon it. Though it was an excruciating pain, it continued to laugh maniacally. Moments later, with a push of its hands, the black spear lunged toward Xiao Feng. Despite being merely the thickness of an arm, it bore the momentum of a mountain, sweeping through the void with an illusion of slowness, yet arriving at Xiao Feng's side in an instant. Release. Xiao Feng's fist struck the spear. A weapon clearly forged from condensed fighting spirit, yet it possessed a hardness surpassing that of steel. The black spear remained as if imprinted in the void, utterly unmoving, while Xiao Feng himself was sent reeling, blood spilling from his lips. The power of condensed space could not be shaken by anyone below the rank of a battle sovereign. With a swift motion, the spear pursued the retreating Xiao Feng, piercing through his chest and abdomen in an instant, creating a spray of crimson blossoms. A gaping void the size of a fist appeared in his midsection, light shining through as blood gushed forth, revealing his internal organs in a disconcerting dance. Excruciating pain engulfed Xiao Feng's mind, rendering him momentarily blank. He coughed violently, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his body swaying unsteadily, and his fighting spirit becoming chaotic. Yet, within his eyes ignited a fierce battle intent. He harbored a pride that was uniquely his own. Who is Xiao Feng? Even in death, I shall never perish at the hands of a mere nameless pawn. A blend of madness and relentless determination surged within him as he charged once more towards his adversary. Such talent and tenacity, if not prematurely extinguished, could truly ascend to the pinnacle of power. The man regarded him with an air of indifference. In his eyes, Xiao Feng was already a captive, merely requiring gradual depletion of his fighting spirit and energy. The dark spear moved again, crashing down towards Xiao Feng's back like a long staff. The previously composed Soul Palace expert suddenly emitted a soft gasp, turning to the side. What kind of fighting technique was this? As the spear struck, Xiao Feng's body shattered. Yet from the shadows emerged another version of him, wielding his left fist in a descending strike. The shadowy figure waved both hands, summoning a thin barrier of residual soul power to deflect the blow, while the spear swung once more, targeting Xiao Feng's chest. Now perilously close to his foe, Xiao Feng hastily raised his arms. The spear descended, sending him flying backward. Crack! It seemed as though his arms had been shattered. With his hands hanging limply, he pressed on, his steps unwavering. Surrender was but a desperate struggle. The man scoffed derisively at Xiao Feng's actions. Xiao Feng's gaze was resolute. It was far too early to determine victory or defeat. As his words fell, a 3-meter-long sword materialized abruptly, with fighting spirit swirling around it in a frenzy, drawing in all attributes towards this singular point. A tempest arose, choking the very air. With boundless fighting spirit infused within, the long sword became increasingly solid, radiating a white sheen, exuding a breath of life. The blade momentarily pointed at the spear, then shifted towards the shadow. This sword encapsulated all of Xiao Feng's essence. Even a significant portion of his soul power was poured into it, emanating a formidable aura characteristic of a battle sovereign, compressing the very space around it. Even more potent than the blade summoned that fateful night at Yinshan. The Soul Palace expert felt a wave of unease wash over him. This was clearly a mere battle king, yet he wielded power that could only be controlled by a battle sovereign. How could this be rationalized? To his astonishment, he realized that the sword even contained the essence of soul power. What manner of monstrosity was this? A bewildering array of bizarre fighting techniques unfolded before him. The shadow cursed quietly, initially intending to capture Xiao Feng alive. However, the incessant and unfamiliar strange fighting techniques filled him with an escalating unease. He had witnessed too many failures in the depths of darkness. Even the prospect of a generous reward for capturing Xiao Feng did not compel him to hold back any longer. The spear moved, lunging towards Xiao Feng's heart. The long sword swayed lightly, and the seemingly unstoppable black spear veered off course, merely grazing Xiao Feng's shoulder and leaving a trail of blood. The man snorted coldly, visibly displeased with this outcome. Then I shall sever your sword. He held absolute confidence in his spear. Unless a master of combat intervened, no one could break his defense. Xiao Feng's gaze remained fixed on the shadow. If he could sever the hand gripping the spear, no matter how formidable the weapon, it would pose no further threat. You dare, boy. The shadow was taken aback. Xiao Feng was clearly willing to exchange lives, disregarding the threat of the spear and directly maneuvering his sword towards himself. He could certainly endure the sword's assault and impale Xiao Feng with his spear, but what if he could not withstand that strike? Having occupied a high position for many years, he had grander ambitions yet to fulfill and was unwilling to trade his life for that of a mere combat king. At this moment, the illusory shadow blurred once more, evidently straining to control the black spear. Yet the sword showed no signs of slowing. With the majority of his soul power concentrated within it, The sword moved with fluid grace, carving an arc through the air as it advanced towards the shadow. Do you truly seek death? The shadow seethed in fury, reasserting control over the spear to block the attack. A resounding clash echoed as the long sword was forced back several meters, while the spear retreated only a few. Sever it, the shadow bellowed, accelerating the spear towards the sword. The sword, capitalizing on its superior agility, evaded while drawing closer to the shadow. Despite the shadow's nebulous grip, it left behind strange luminous imprints, rapidly inscribing the void with the essence of spatial laws. Xiao Feng's eyes gleamed, almost radiating light. To him, these were not mere seals but a series of minuscule forces interlinking to form a greater momentum, akin to a chain reaction of dominoes, ultimately stirring the very fabric of space itself. Is this how one of the combat sovereigns influences space? Blast it! How can this lad be so precise? The shadow roared in frustration, feeling akin to a turtle stuck at the threshold, unable to advance or retreat, a situation best described by a single word: perplexed. The power of space in his hands was in a state of flux. Whether unleashed or dissipated, it would recoil upon him. Yet, the long sword offered him no time for contemplation and was already slicing through the air once more. Sever it! The shadow growled fiercely, maintaining his spatial power while channeling soul energy to manipulate the spear. With a thunderous crash, the long sword was deflected by the spear, but quickly adjusted its blade and aimed anew. Freeze! The shadow thrust both hands forcefully, unleashing the spatial power, instantly immobilizing the long sword that was less than 2 meters away, even restoring the collapsed space into a still tableau, like a painting suspended in time. As the force of space was unleashed, the shadow became increasingly indistinct, now resembling a ghost, ethereal as smoke, poised to dissipate at any moment. Yet, his voice was filled with an unusual exuberance, exclaiming, "Look, I have severed your sword." The spear, thrust towards the long sword, was immobilized by the power of space. Evasion was no longer an option for the long sword, leaving Xiao Feng helplessly watching as the spear approached swiftly. Crack! The long sword shattered. A thunderous roar erupted from the point of impact, and a tempestuous gale surged in all directions. The shadow, fixed in the air like the spear, remained motionless, his robe billowing dramatically. The spear was aimed at Xiao Feng, and a palpable aura of murder emanated from the shadow. He was now filled with rage. Emir Do Wang had exhausted his trump cards and inflicted such severe injuries upon him, leaving no choice but to forfeit Xiao Feng's life. Chapter 50. Grave Injury. The long sword was forged from the essence of Xiao Feng's spirit, and with its destruction, he too was left in a dire state. He coughed up blood repeatedly, collapsing to the ground, his spirit utterly depleted. "Old man," he began, only to spew another mouthful of blood, yet his face bore a smile. Unbeknownst to anyone, from the shattered sword emerged a complex and eerie pattern, which instantaneously branded itself onto the shadow's body. "You." At that moment, the shadow finally sensed the change. He hastily summoned his soul power to resist, but it all seemed futile, as the very soul energy intended for defense was absorbed by the pattern, causing it to solidify further. "What on earth is this abomination?" The shadow's voice quaked with fear. He felt an inexplicable aura emanating from the bizarre pattern, reaching towards every strand of his soul power, and he realized that it would not be long before he became a mere puppet. Panic consumed him. He had never encountered such a strange phenomenon capable of controlling the soul. At this juncture, the shadow's attention abruptly shifted to Xiao Feng, and the pitch-black spear began to stir. He dared not use his soul power to resist the pattern any longer. Instead, he aimed to slay the youth before succumbing to enslavement. Whoosh! Like a breach in space, the dark spear materialized before Xiao Feng in an instant. The fierce wind tousling the boy's hair, revealing a pair of eyes that were chillingly calm. Even in the face of death, Xiao Feng's gaze remained serene. He struggled to raise his already severed hand, and an inexplicable aura began to swirl around it. Crackle, crackle! Bone after bone shattered, overwhelmed by the insurmountable force. The dark spear was now close to his chest, its frigid killing intent already seeping into his marrow. In that final moment, Xiao Feng gently pushed with his right hand, the mysterious aura at his fingertips suddenly shooting forth to land upon the spear. The spear, which had penetrated him by a mere inch, came to an abrupt halt. Enduring excruciating pain, Xiao Feng shifted his body slightly, avoiding a fatal blow, and in the next heartbeat, the spear pierced through him. The power of space. A voice of near despair erupted from the shadow's lips, his will to resist waning, with no time left to command the spear for a second strike. A wave of unwillingness surged within his consciousness as he yelled, "Why? This is impossible." In the depths of unending despair, a defiant spirit transformed into a fierce resolve. The dark figure suddenly erupted into raucous laughter, declaring, "Even in death, I shall not be subdued by you." With those words, his body began to swell. Resembling an inflated balloon, his black robe torn asunder, leaving only an ethereal shadow in its wake. As his form expanded, the already insubstantial silhouette became increasingly indistinct, ultimately morphing into a sphere 3 meters in diameter, within which his soul energy was in utter disarray, teetering on the brink of fragmentation. At that moment, the balloon of soul energy abruptly contracted, condensing to the size of a fist in less than a second. Boom. The sound erupted like thunder, breaking the silence of a clear sky, causing Xiao Feng to experience a momentary ringing in his ears. The space began to collapse, revealing a pitch-black void with a diameter of several meters, where chaotic currents swirled, posing a risk even to those of the Dozun rank. The inky spear began to dissipate. Once tranquility returned, the very center of the explosion revealed that same intricate pattern, now considerably more ethereal and even more transparent than when it was first created. With a swift whoosh, it vanished into the center of Xiao Feng's forehead, leaving no trace behind. Calling upon the great eagle within his consciousness, Xiao Feng, despite the searing pain and fatigue, slowly rose to his feet, allowing blood to trickle down his body as he gazed quietly into the distance. After approximately 5 minutes, the great eagle landed beside him. "Master, what has happened to you?" The eagle, now at the 6th tier, spoke in astonishment, noting that Xiao Feng's condition was scarcely improved from their initial encounter. It pondered what sort of individual could reduce him to such a wretched state, considering even the crownless king of the Beast Mountain, the amethyst-winged Lion King, dared not provoke Xiao Feng. Though unaware of the lurking danger nearby, the great eagle understood the urgency of the moment. Without further ado, it gently lifted Xiao Feng onto its back with a surge of Do Qi. Just as the eagle prepared to take flight, Xiao Feng interjected, "Wait. What is it, master? Disperse the lingering aura here." The eagle nodded and ascended into the air, summoning a tempest. Below, a whirlwind arose, sweeping away the remnants of the aura until nothing remained. Only then did the great eagle swiftly carry Xiao Feng away. After a considerable distance had been traversed, 2 figures emerged in the distance, advancing step by step towards their location. One was clad entirely in armor, rendering their visage unrecognizable. The other possessed an unremarkable appearance, difficult to recall even upon sight, with only a distinctive scar marking the right brow, his sole defining feature. The ordinary-looking man spoke. "MO Protector has witnessed your prowess and is naturally aware of our methods. Their appearance in this life-or-death scenario indicates that he is not the person we seek." The armored figure surveyed the terrifying remnants left behind, sensing the lingering ominous energy in the air, and nodded in agreement, murmuring in a grave tone, "You are correct. I share your sentiment." The ordinary-looking man retorted, "Then why did you not act to detain him earlier?" The armored figure shook his head, producing a sound reminiscent of clanging metal, seemingly at the end of a powerful bowstring, yet exuding an even greater sense of danger. With that, he turned to leave, offering no further acknowledgement. "Oh, this is intriguing." A glimmer of light flickered in the passerby's eyes as he followed the armored figure into the distance, until the two departed. A pair of eyes concealed in the shade of the trees quietly retreated. This time, the great eagle no longer hesitated. It directly descended into Xiao Feng's courtyard amidst the watchful gazes of many. The patriarch of the Xiao family, the 3 elders, and all the capable members had gathered around, their expressions somber, akin to facing a formidable enemy. It was only when the great eagle landed, and they beheld Xiao Feng upon its back, that their demeanor shifted. "Brother Feng." A graceful figure emerged from the crowd. The young girl had already recognized the great eagle. Witnessing its unusual act of descending into this small courtyard despite the potential panic it might incite within the Xiao family, her heart was filled with overwhelming anxiety. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, drenched in blood and in a state of uncertainty between life and death, Xiao Xun'er could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward, climbing onto the back of the great eagle, wanting to lift him but hesitating to touch him, fearful that he might vanish like a fleeting illusion. Before she could ponder further, another figure sprang into view from the corner of her vision. Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed, and he urgently called out, "Yen, do not act recklessly." Xiao Yan, however, paid no heed to his father's earnest plea. He leaped onto the great eagle's back, saying, "Sister Xun'er, Brother Feng is gravely injured and requires immediate treatment. Please assist me with one task." "What must I do?" Xiao Xun'er asked, raising her chin to gaze at Xiao Yan. "Have everyone disperse and keep them away from here. I will handle the rest," Xiao Yan replied. Beginning to assess Xiao Feng's injuries, his brow furrowed in confusion over the severity of Xiao Feng's wounds and how he had managed to endure. Xiao Xun'er nodded and quickly descended in front of Xiao Zhan. "Uncle Xiao, Brother Yan says he can treat Brother Feng. Please arrange for the clan members to disperse." Xiao Zhan hesitated, but then recalled that an experienced elder had taken Yen on as a disciple. Perhaps he truly could save Feng. Everyone disperse. Under Xiao Zhan's direction, the crowd parted, leaving only Xiao Xun'er, Xiao Zhan, and the elder. "You two should also leave. I require absolute silence." Xiao Yan urged again, not wishing for the elder to be exposed to more eyes. Xiao Xun'er shot Xiao Yan a heavy glance before closing the courtyard door. Uncle Xiao, elder. We should depart as well. Though both older men were concerned about Xiao Feng's condition, they could only shake their heads and leave at her insistence. In the courtyard, the elder revealed himself. Gazing upon Xiao Feng's battered form, he could not help but exclaim, "What remarkable talent, temperament, and refinement. Even his appearance surpasses yours. How did that ring not end up on his finger back then?" Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly. "Old man, save the jibes for later. First, let us figure out how to save my brother. Fear not. With me here, your brother shall not perish." The elder retorted, rolling his eyes. He summoned a piece of white paper, densely filled with names of medicinal herbs, no less than 50 or 60 varieties. Qinglong wood, cooling grass, bay fruit. Xiao Yan's gaze traversed the list, his face growing increasingly grim. "Where am I to find these items?" The elder gestured towards the opposite courtyard. "What seems difficult to you, others do not find so. Your brother will not die anytime soon. With me around, he can last 2 or 3 days without issue." Xiao Yan disregarded the self-praise of Yao Lao and headed straight to Xiao Xun'er. "Sister Xun'er, will these items be ready within 2 days?" After scanning the list, he crossed off several herbs he currently possessed. Xiao Xun'er took the paper, folded it without a glance, her unease somewhat alleviated. "Is there any news on brother Xiao Feng? He has lost too much blood and has fallen into a coma. I need to stabilize his condition first. As for the herbs, I entrust that task to you. Once prepared, please send them directly to the opposite side." Xiao Yan did not linger, as Xiao Feng's injuries required urgent attention. The healing potions he was concocting might prove beneficial. Watching Xiao Yan depart, Xiao Xun'er gazed into the corner, where a figure materialized, yet it was not Ling Ying. When the Great Eagle had appeared earlier, Xiao Xun'er had instructed Ling Ying to investigate in the opposite direction. She needed to uncover who had harmed Xiao Feng. "Deliver the herbs on this list within a day." Xiao Xun'er handed over the paper, her voice cool and composed. The person accepted the list without a glance, merely nodding in acknowledgement before vanishing into the shadows. In Xiao Feng's courtyard, Yao Lao scrutinized him with growing delight in his eyes. Truly a promising talent. With another mentor to guide him, achieving Dozun is merely a matter of time. "Hey, old man, your gaze seems rather inappropriate. Are you contemplating taking advantage of the situation?" Xiao Yan barked, his expression darkening. "You little rascal. A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth." Yao Lao shot a glare at Xiao Yan. "What do you know? I am merely nurturing talent." Disregarding Yao Lao, Xiao Yan intended to treat Xiao Feng's wounds, but was halted by Yao Lao. "Hold on. Do not rush to treat those injuries. Keep them as they are for now." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yan asked, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. Yao Lao spoke cryptically. "This is an excellent opportunity for your brother to rebuild his foundation." Chapter 51. Healing. When Xiao Feng awoke, he found himself submerged in a bath. Outside the tub, Xiao Huohuo was diligently adding firewood. Noticing the sound of water, Xiao Yan handed over some firewood before looking up to meet Xiao Feng's gaze. A grin spreading across his face. "Brother Feng, you're finally awake." With Yao Lao's assurance, Xiao Yan's worries were somewhat alleviated. Yet the fact that his elder brother had been unconscious weighed heavily on his mind. Seeing Xiao Feng open his eyes brought him a profound sense of relief. Xiao Feng looked at Huohuo's weary face, feeling warmth in his heart, though he refrained from saying much. He nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow as he looked down at the bath. His injuries were not trivial, and while external wounds could be managed, why was he simmering in this concoction? "What is this?" As he caught the faint scent of herbs, he attempted to scoop some water, only to be reminded of his broken hand by a sharp pain. "What is this?" "This is a special medicinal solution prepared by the master." "How does it feel?" Xiao Feng closed his eyes, silently assessing the effects. There seemed to be a slight improvement. Not bad." "Huohuo, you've worked hard." Xiao Feng smiled. "What? Are you planning to help me seek vengeance?" Xiao Yan smiled wryly, revealing a look of inner turmoil. "Let us not speak of vengeance. Although I am unaware of your current realm, I can glean a fragment of understanding from my teacher's tone. The individual who inflicted such wounds upon you would surely be beyond my capabilities as an adversary." As the conversation progressed, Xiao Yan's expression shifted. Rather than adopting a serious demeanor, it was tinged with the resentment of a companion abandoned. "Yet, Brother Feng, I am still your younger sibling. Is it not rather inconsiderate of you to withhold information and exclude me from matters that concern you? Take this instance. For example, while I may not assist you in combat, surely I can concoct some healing potions for you, cannot I?" The courtyard door creaked open, and a graceful figure entered, exuding warmth and elegance, her demeanor serene, reminiscent of a lady from a painting. However, the delicate bloodshot hue in her water-like eyes marred this beauty. Upon hearing the conversation, I surmised that brother Xiao Feng had awakened. The young maiden gazed at Xiao Feng, explaining the reason for her sudden appearance. Xiao Feng cast a fleeting glance at the girl standing in the doorway before lowering his gaze. "Xun'er, I apologize for causing you concern," he said. Footsteps approached. "Brother Xiao Yan, May I have a moment alone with Brother Xiao Feng? Oh, certainly. Just be sure to keep the fire alive, he replied. Yes, Xun'er will take care of it. Xiaoyan rose and stepped outside. Xiao Feng remained composed, sensing the suppressed fury beneath the girl's calm exterior. With her delicate hands reaching into the bath, the unique and soft voice of the girl echoed in his ears. Brother Xiao Feng, do you find the water too hot? It is bearable. Suddenly, Xiao Feng noticed a flicker of golden flame ignite from her jade-like hand, causing the water level in the tub to diminish slightly. Cold sweat instantly streamed down his brow. Was his beloved wife truly intending to roast him with this fourth-ranked strange fire? Xiao Feng swallowed hard, realizing he needed to clarify matters. Xun'er, please, let me explain. Brother Xiao Feng, do not speak just yet. He gulped again, choosing to close his eyes, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited him, hoping only that his wife would vent her frustrations. The once warm water rapidly transformed into scalding heat, indicating that the girl was indeed quite upset. As the temperature continued to rise, Xiao Feng felt a flash of golden light before his eyes, a brief sting, followed by a wave of warmth flowing through his body, gently coursing through his limbs and veins. Unable to resist, Xiao Feng opened his eyes, only to discover that the girl had somehow moved behind him. Her hands pressed firmly against his back, beads of sweat adorning her fair face. Mastering the strange fire was still exceedingly taxing for Xiao Xun'er at this stage. Brother Xiao Feng, please remain still. Heeding her slightly serious tone, he quickly straightened his posture. The strange fire cautiously navigated around each wound, meticulously aligning the meridians throughout his body, akin to a full-body massage, allowing blood and energy to flow freely. Once her tender hands withdrew from his body, Xiao Feng could no longer restrain himself. He turned his head to look back. At this moment, Xiao Xun'er appeared pallid, beads of sweat adorning her delicate face. She sat sideways on a chair, her body leaning against the table, her upper half sprawled there as she exhaled wearily, her dark, lustrous eyes unwaveringly fixed upon Xiao Feng. Within them resided the entirety of his figure. It was as if a bolt of lightning had surged through Xiao Feng's mind and heart, and at that instant, her name echoed throughout his thoughts, Xun'er. Only at such times did he truly comprehend the profound weight of the girl's worries. Brother Feng, Xun'er is here. You may rest assured and recuperate. The girl was indeed exhausted, her head resting heavily on the table, yet her gaze remained attentive to the flickering flames. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through Xiao Feng's heart, inexplicably recalling a scene from the illusion, where the girl too had lain upon the table. His heart felt as though it were being gripped mercilessly by an invisible hand, a sharp pain piercing through his chest. A sense of crisis surged forth instantaneously. He clenched his teeth and nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiao Feng had gracefully evaded the complexities of the coming-of-age ceremony, while still securing his qualification to remain within the family for cultivation. Despite considerable opposition from many within the clan, both Xiao Zhan and the Grand Elder had surprisingly reached a consensus. The two most powerful figures in the Xiao family united, quelling all dissenting voices and efficiently resolving all matters, to such an extent that even Xiao Feng, who was recuperating in the small courtyard, remained oblivious. On the surface, no one discussed the matter any longer. However, behind the scenes, some inexplicable rumors began to circulate. Hey, have you noticed how the clan leader and the Grand Elder are quite protective of Xiao Feng? Who in the Xiao family doesn't he know that? But do you know why? What is it? Xiao Feng has become involved with the Grand Elder's granddaughter, Xiao Yu. No way. ISNT Miss Xiao Yu attending the Canaan Academy for further studies? Having soaked for a few days, Xiao Feng had been moved to a bed, gazing helplessly at Xiao Xun'er and Xiao Yan, who were reenacting the aforementioned dialogue as if in a play. Brother Feng, I truly admire you, even in this bedridden state. You can still stir up rumors with cousin Xiao Yu from afar, Xiao Yan teased. Xiao Xun'er merely smiled, her eyes sparkling with interest as she observed Xiao Feng's exasperated expression, saying nothing. Xiao Feng was at a loss for words. Did those people have nothing better to do? Brother Feng, after the selection from the coming-of-age ceremony, the remaining members are diligently cultivating, Xiao Xun'er remarked. But that doesn't sound quite right. Such topics can easily circulate over a meal, can't they? Xiao Yan chuckled, producing a bottle of medicine concocted by the old alchemist and placing it on the table. Brother Feng, take care of your injuries. The registration for Canaan Academy is approaching, and cousin Xiao Yu is waiting for you there. Go away, Xiao Feng replied, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan, finding his presence bothersome. As soon as Xiao Yan departed, Xiao Xun'er took a seat by Xiao Feng's bedside and fed him the medicine. Xun'er, my arm is nearly healed. You needn't do this anymore. That means it's not fully healed, Xiao Xun'er replied with a stern expression, her demeanor serious. Xiao Feng could distinctly sense that as his injuries gradually improved, her ire began to manifest more and more. Once he had fully recovered from his injuries, it was only natural that the girl would soon exhibit her full potential. With this thought in mind, Xiao Feng silently swallowed the elixir he had in his mouth. 5 days later, the scabs on his chest and abdomen had fallen away, and the fractured bones had mended. After sending the little lion flying with a single punch, Xiao Feng couldn't help but reflect. Having a master alchemist is truly delightful, as every time he sustains an injury, he is well taken care of. Creak. Brother Xiao Feng has already recovered, came a cool, unadorned voice from the courtyard behind him, causing Xiao Feng to shudder involuntarily. What was meant to come could not be avoided. Is that you, Xun'er? Xiao Feng smiled as he turned around. Good morning. It has been a while since we strolled together. Yes, let us wander the back mountain today. However, Xun'er expressed a desire to venture outside the city today. Despite not comprehending why the typically obedient girl had suddenly opposed his suggestion, Xiao Feng nodded dutifully. Life is like that. If you are not compliant, I shall be. And that is how it is settled. After enjoying breakfast together, the two departed from Wutan City hand in hand. At Xun'er's request, Xiao Feng summoned a great eagle. With Xun'er directing the way, she took a few steps forward, reaching out to grasp the air in front of her. Is this where Brother Xiao Feng faced a foe at the dozong level? Her voice was calm, yet her body trembled slightly, the uncertainty evident in her tone. After a prolonged silence, she spoke again. It seems this also involves powers at the level of a venerable one. Observing the delicate figure before him quivering with apprehension, Xiao Feng sighed softly. Indeed. Suddenly, Xun'er turned around, tears streaming down her face. Yet her voice remained as gentle as ever. But why? That was a dozong. Why would Brother Xiao Feng not share anything with me? I had promised to stay by your side, even in death, yet. Despair etched across her youthful features. She lamented, why won't you tell me anything? You keep pushing me away, not even allowing me the chance to come close. Her hands clutched together, seemingly icy. Her complexion pale, while the magic core on her wrist shimmered with a brilliant light. Brother Xiao Feng, do you see me as merely a burden? Xiao Feng's breath caught. He had never fathomed that the girl harbored such thoughts. As he beheld her tears flowing endlessly, her expression filled with despair yet tinged with stubbornness. He spoke in a deep tone, Xun'er, please allow me to explain. I am listening. Witnessing his beloved's heartache, Xiao Feng steeled himself, disregarding his reservations, and gently said, Xun'er, my tale is somewhat lengthy. Allow me to narrate it to you slowly. Chapter 52, The Battle Against the Heavens. Xiao Feng embraced the girl, tenderly wiping away her tears, and began to speak softly. The title of that story is The Battle Against the Heavens. Half an hour later, Xun'er's tears had ceased. Captivated by the tale, yet her brow furrowed deeper. Brother Xiao Feng, why is it that in your story there is Xun'er, there is Brother Xiao Yan, and all the members of the Xiao family, but not you? Xiao Feng spoke at a measured pace, recounting the events surrounding Nalan Yinran's annulment of the engagement and Xiao Yan's mastery of alchemy, urging, Xun'er, please allow me to finish. Once, the unease intensified, enveloping Xiao Xun'er's heart in an instant, rendering her breathless, unable to utter a word. Do not be afraid, my dear, Xiao Feng murmured, resting his chin atop the girl's head, gently swaying it. It is merely a story, a tale that never truly existed. In that moment, Xiao Feng was suddenly reminded of that day, in this very place, the gaze that had been cast from afar. The presence lurking in the shadows stirred a sense of vigilance within him. The girl nestled in his embrace clung to him tightly, terrified that if she loosened her grip, she would vanish into thin air. And what followed? Although the Xiao Xun'er of the story harbored feelings for Xiao Yan that displeased her, she still longed to hear more. Eager to learn of Xiao Feng's emergence, Xiao Feng shook his head, no longer delving into the details, but merely mentioning the 8 great imperial clans, the terrifying Soul Emperor, and the ambition to ascend to the throne. In his view, these were established facts that would not alter regardless of their dissemination. He even wished for the ancient clans to unite with the others to storm the Soul Realm directly. Meanwhile, the girl in his arms was already in a state of shock. The matters Xiao Feng spoke of were beyond the knowledge of even an ordinary noble family, many of which she herself was unaware. After a prolonged silence, she posed the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. So, how did you, Brother Xiao Feng, come to be here? Her voice trembled with unease. Xiao Feng shook his head, admitting his ignorance. So, did Brother Xiao Feng strive diligently to prevent the Soul Emperor? Indeed. It must be that the former patriarch of the ancient clan realized that Xiao Yan was unworthy of Xun'er, and thus allowed me to meet Brother Xiao Feng. Xiao Xun'er looked up at Xiao Feng, her expression one of enchantment. Xiao Feng pinched the girl's soft, tender cheek, finding it quite delightful. The Soul Palace Dozong expert I encountered that day was also not mentioned in the story, and at that time, I was unaware he belonged to the Soul Palace. Xiao Feng clarified. Xiao Xun'er pouted, expressing her discontent. Elder Ling must have sensed it. Pressing her lips down, Xiao Feng chuckled. Well, he was certainly sent by your father to protect you, so your safety was his utmost priority. The previously pressed lips curled back into a pout. Perhaps partially. Xiao Feng said with an awkward smile. Is that why Brother Xiao Feng is so familiar with Miss Yafei, Because of this story? Do you still remember? Xiao Feng replied with a bittersweet smile. Xiao Xun'er suddenly sighed. And what of Sister Qing Lin and Sister Xiaoling? All right. Since Xun'er has also concealed many matters from brother Xiao Feng, though you knew them from the start, hiding is still hiding, so Xun'er forgives you. The girl climbed out of Xiao Feng's embrace, gazing at him intently for a long while. However, Xun'er still felt a profound sense of unfairness. What? Brother Xiao Feng has shared many stories related to Xun'er, yet Xun'er has yet to hear brother Xiao Feng's own tale. Despite the peculiarities of Xiao Feng's accounts, she was willing to believe every word he said. Her dark, bright eyes brimmed with curiosity, concealing a glimmer of anticipation deep within. Playing games? Explaining it is rather complicated. It is merely a form of self-entertainment. So, did brother Xiao Feng have someone he liked before? Xiao Feng chuckled, amused that this jealous girl had been brooding for over a decade about his past life. He playfully pinched the girl's nose, teasing her. Of course, in my previous life, I had 8 wives. Xiao Xun'er's expression immediately soured, and she stammered, what about them? For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Her heart heavy as if it were stifled, yearning for release, yet unable to exhale. All right, my little vinegar jar, I was just joking, silly girl. Xiao Feng's eyes crinkled with mirth. In my 2 lifetimes, I have only loved you, Xiao Xun'er, with a heart so true that the heavens can bear witness. Xiao Xun'er broke into a radiant smile, throwing herself into Xiao Feng's embrace. Even if her brother Xiao Feng was teasing her, she felt delight. After a while, the girl tilted her head up and asked, what are your plans for the future, brother Xiao Feng? Do not fret over those troublesome matters. When the time comes for your coming-of-age ceremony, I shall visit your father to propose, he replied. But that is still many years away. So, you must diligently cultivate, otherwise. After our marriage, we won't even be able to share a room. What shall I do? Xiao Feng jested. Xiao Xun'er's cheeks flushed crimson, and she could barely whisper in agreement, too shy to utter anything more. From now on, you must not cry. Brother Xiao Feng shall not bully you again. How could that be? It absolutely is. No way. Indeed it is. Then I shall never bully you again, all right? Upon returning to Wutan City, the two devoted most of their energy to cultivation. Xiao Feng, having faced life and death in battle, needed no further elaboration. Not only had his strength diminished, but his soul was also scarred, leading him to a profound realization of his own frailty, pushing him to cultivate fiercely. Xiao Xun'er, aware of the immense pressure on Xiao Feng, became equally diligent, wishing to share some of his burdens. At this juncture, news arrived from Yun Mountain. The guardian Wu had made an appearance, holding back the irritable Xiao Yan until Xiao Xun'er had seen off. Na Lan Yin ran. Xiao Feng finally released his grip. Brother Feng, how dare that woman show her face here? Xiao Yan seethed. Why did you stop me? What do you intend to do? Suppressing a laugh, Xiao Feng quipped. Are you planning to hit her? Or perhaps scold her? After all, she is your wife. What a joke. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. Let us not pretend I've ever had any feelings for her. Even if I did, after she came to annul our engagement, we were destined to part ways. Indeed, she is a descendant of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's admission, Xiao Yan couldn't help but gasp. The little lion's tense body relaxed in Xiao Yan's hands, finally free from the clutches of that great demon. It vowed that henceforth, it would rather follow a wild dog than spend another second with Xiao Feng. After a brief preparation that consisted merely of breakfast, Xiao Feng set out. At this moment, the guardian Wu likely harbored doubts about the Xiao clan, returning due to the sudden disappearance of that dozong. Regardless, it was essential to extend a proper welcome. Xiao Xun'er had hoped to bring Lingying along, but Xiao Feng refused. Just as you worry for my safety, I worry for yours. It's merely a dozong guardian. The Yunlan sect is not without its own. On the road, Xiao Feng engaged in casual conversation with the Great Eagle, Xiao Hui, discussing nothing more than the current state of their cultivation. If you don't strive harder, you might as well be castrated, he jested. The Great Eagle, in turn, expressed profound affection for the art of cultivation, articulating the urgency of time while revealing a steadfast determination to break into the 7th stage within 5 years. Ultimately, the exchange concluded amicably between man and eagle. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Xiao Feng discovered he was awaited. Come on, you simpleton, Yun Yun's voice rang coldly. The teacher is already waiting for you. Xiao Feng scratched his head, puzzled by the stark shift in Yun Yun's attitude towards him. Despite having been under his control, Yun Shan seemed less concerned. So why was this apprentice still so troubled? About your teacher, although it was unavoidable, I must apologize, he said. You should convey this to my teacher. It seems Yun Shan's prejudice on this matter isn't as significant as yours. It's merely an illusion. How can something with a wind attribute be colder than the East Sea's waves? Not wishing to further irritate Yun Yun, Xiao Feng fell silent, and the two ascended to the mountaintop in silence. Upon encountering Yun Shan, Yun Yun turned and walked away. When Yun Shan laid eyes on Xiao Feng, his brows involuntarily twitched in disbelief. What had merely been a suspicion now became undeniable. The peak guardian of the Dozong had indeed been vanquished by him. In contrast to their last meeting, Xiao Feng now appeared as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, exuding a faint aura of lingering weakness. And his overall presence lacked the previous gravitas. At that moment, with the timing being fortuitous and possibly within the realm of ability, Yinshan instinctively thought of Xiao Feng. However, when the Guardian of the Mu asked about the existence of Dozun powerhouses within the Gamma Empire, Yinshan cast Xiao Feng from his mind. Yet upon this reunion, witnessing Xiao Feng's numerous changes, he arrived at a conclusion. It was undoubtedly this lad. There was no mistaking it. A sense of astonishment enveloped Yinshan. He could not fathom how a Dowang could possibly slay a Dozong at its zenith, unless, perhaps, he had held back that night. Initially apprehensive about dealing with the Guardian of the Mu, Yinshan now merely chuckled to himself, envisioning a leisurely time at Yunlan, sipping fine tea while watching Xiao Feng dismantle the Dozong. Chapter 53. You may not believe it, but, in stark contrast to Yunshan's tranquility, Xiao Feng was consumed by unease. Where's the Guardian of the Mu? He pondered. He had merely passed through this area while searching for clues regarding the fallen Dozong. You did not enlist the help of Yunlan sect in your search? Xiao Feng was taken aback. Yinshan nodded cautiously. He is very discreet. Even with me, he seldom reveals much. Only he alone came? Xiao Feng inquired. Only he alone. Perhaps, even your Yunlan sect has come under suspicion. A wry smile crossed Yinshan's face as he considered this. Indeed, it would be unwise for him to make contact first. He must await the other's arrival. Xiao Feng appeared lost in thought, suddenly gazing skyward. If that is the case, is it truly only him? In a moment of realization, he spoke urgently. Quick! The magic core. Bring me the magic core. And, under Yunshan's puzzled gaze, Xiao Feng uprooted the entire floor of the hall. This is... Yinshan suddenly recalled that fateful night when he too had cast numerous magic cores into the abyss, unleashing a terrifying aura. At this thought, he hastily retrieved all the magic cores from his spatial ring and handed them to Xiao Feng. Just as Xiao Feng was preparing to set up the formation, he abruptly paused, raising his gaze to the heavens. Almost simultaneously, Yinshan turned his attention to the same direction. His expression darkening, his tone stiffening. The figure in the center was the Protector Wu, while the other two were strangers to him. In the distant sky, 3 figures hovered. Led by Protector Wu, each was enveloped in swirling dark energy, their features obscured, discernible only by their aura. Protector Wu. Xiao Feng ceased his actions. Clasping his hands behind his back, his face turned slightly upward to meet the 3 silhouettes, his demeanor calm and composed. You know my name? How intriguing. Protector Wu descended slowly from the sky, his movement resembling a flash of lightning, appearing before them in mere moments. I heard from Yinshan that you are from the Soul Hall. Xiao Feng's gaze shifted across the 3 figures, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. But I find that hard to believe. Would the Soul Hall mobilize for a mere Dozong? What a sharp-tongued little imp. So it seems. Your demise is closely tied to this matter. Protector Wu appeared unfazed, for in his understanding, this nation boasted only Yunshan as a Dozong, and a newly ascended one at that, rendering any concern unnecessary. As for Xiao Feng, he recognized him as merely a lowly Dowang. Though his talent might rank among the notable in the Duki continent, in actual combat, no one would compare talent. The only source of his unease stemmed from the inexplicable disappearance of Protector Mo, who previously possessed peak Dozong strength. However, the presence of his 2 Dozong companions beside him had washed away this unease. Their mission was to uncover the reason behind Protector Mo's disappearance, and Xiao Feng, having drawn attention, could not escape Protector Wu's scrutiny. The 3 figures glided through the air, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Bring them forth. Protector Wu's voice turned icy, and with his command, 2 sets of footsteps approached from the side. The footsteps belonged to the elegantly attired Yun, who now appeared somewhat disheveled, flushed with anger and embarrassment. Half of her ire was directed at the Dozong for their ambush, while the other half stemmed from the shame of being captured as the sect leader. The 4th Dozong. Accompanying Yun was yet another Dozong, brandishing Yun's sword. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted, a fleeting thought of escape flickering in his mind. Not to mention that he had yet to regain his peak strength. Even if he were at his best, he could not contend with 4 Dozong simultaneously. Am I truly trapped in the hellish difficulty of Dopa Qiong? Xiao Feng lamented helplessly, his brow furrowing as he pondered an escape plan. The notion of abandoning the Yunlan sect to flee was swiftly cast aside. Regardless of whether he could escape, he feared that the moment he departed, Yun would reveal all about him and the Xiao clan. What must one do to rescue the Emperor Do from the hands of 4 Dozong? Despite the growing urgency in his heart, Xiao Feng's countenance remained devoid of any anxiety, exuding a nonchalance that seemed even more leisurely than a stroll accompanied by music. Brushing the dust from his hands, he settled beside and poured himself a cup of tea, leisurely remarking, "What do you intend to do with that foolish woman?" Before the Protector could respond, Yin Yun interjected. Shut your mouth, you little rascal. Teacher, please don't concern yourself with me. As long as you live, the Yunlan sect shall not perish. With that, a fierce glint flashed across Yun Yun's brow, and the previously sealed Do Qi surged violently within her. Damn it, that foolish woman, Xiao Feng muttered under his breath. Though she often wore a cold demeanor towards him, she was nonetheless an ally. While he was devising a plan to save her, she was contemplating self-detonation. Yun Shan's brow furrowed in turmoil, his hand clenching tightly as he prepared to seize Xiao Feng and flee, when suddenly the wall behind them shattered with a thunderous crash. The fifth Do zone. You cannot escape, a voice declared, cold and unyielding, as he stood silently, severing any route of escape for the two and extinguishing Xiao Feng's thoughts of resistance. At that moment, the Do zone who had brought Yun Yun forward struck suddenly, slamming a palm against her. A dark aura emanated from his hand, transforming into iron chains that spread across her body, tightening as they fused into her flesh. The once tumultuous wind Do Qi within her was swiftly subdued, sealed once more within her form. Coughing up blood, Yin Yun's complexion turned pale. The self-detonation she had intended was forcibly interrupted, leaving her internal state in disarray. Even if the seals were to be lifted, she would barely be able to summon even a fraction of her strength. Seeing that Yun Yun had not been rendered powerless, Xiao Feng let out a sigh of relief while his mind raced. Since the Soul Palace intended to keep Yun Yun intact, it was merely a means to exert leverage. The sole reason for their meticulous efforts could only be attributed to the cause of the earlier demise of the Soul Palace's envoy. I never intended to leave. Xiao Feng suddenly chuckled, addressing the elder visitors. Please, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. Otherwise, others might accuse me of poor hospitality. Yin Shan's eyelids twitched slightly, having resigned himself to fate. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Feng interjected, Elder Wu, your words are too grave. With a sincere expression, he continued, in truth, I have persistently sought Elder Yun Shan's acquaintance to become acquainted with the esteemed members from the Soul Palace. I merely wish to confirm your identities. The name of the Soul Palace resonates powerfully across the Do Qi continent and has long been my aspiration and goal. Since my youth, I have trained with the hope of one day entering the Soul Palace to work alongside esteemed predecessors. This is my lifelong pursuit. If one cannot defeat them, then one must join them. The five formidable figures from the Soul Palace exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of disbelief. As they looked at Xiao Feng with suspicion, what grievances have we with you, and why do you treat us as fools? Yet, Xiao Feng's words flowed unabated. Protector Wu observed the seemingly deranged Xiao Feng, choosing not to interrupt him, but instead quietly inquired of Yun Shan. Where did this young man come from? Yun Shan paused momentarily and candidly revealed that he had discovered the Yunlan sect by himself. What is your background? The Protector Wu inquired again. Yun Shan hesitated. Thus far, the members of the Soul Palace remained unaware of Xiao Feng's identity. Should he mention the Xiao family, it would surely result in his own demise. Regardless of the outcome of any confrontation, Xiao Feng suddenly raised his voice. Protector Wu, I am but a young man, caught up in excitement, and failed to introduce myself. Please do not hold it against me. I am Hun Feng, born in the Beast Mountain Range. In my youth, I had a master, who unfortunately perished due to the skirmishes among the beasts. Initially nameless, I came to adopt the name Hun Feng, inspired by the Soul Palace. Though I am merely a lowly Do Wang at present, I firmly believe. Enough. An imposing figure, blocking the retreat of the two, erupted with a chilling shout. A dark aura surged around him as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Feng. Continue with your nonsense, and I shall shatter your body and imprison your soul, tormenting you until you are rendered speechless. The man could no longer restrain himself. He truly wished to crush Xiao Feng. Is it the Protector Wu's sudden concern for me that incites such wrath? Even Protector Wu's demeanor turned menacing as the inexplicably brash youth continued to prattle on. Was he attempting to buy time? As the five of them contemplated making their move, Xiao Feng raised both hands. Please, my esteemed elders, hold your actions. If my conjecture is correct, you have come concerning the previous elder, have you not? So, the disappearance of Protector Mo is linked to you? Xiao Feng sighed. I had not intended to mention it, as that elder perished for my sake, and discussing this fills me with guilt. However, given your evident skepticism, I feel compelled to reiterate. The five ruthless beings found their patience entirely exhausted by Xiao Feng's meandering words. The hall was soon enveloped in thick, dark energy. Iron chains suspended ominously, the clanking of metal reverberating, compelling Xiao Feng to address the crux of the matter directly. Wait, you may not believe this, but I am the newly accepted disciple of Protector Mo. Silence ensued. The chains froze midair, and even the dark energy ceased its swirling motion. You claim to be Protector Mo's disciple? Indeed. Not only the five from the Soul Palace, but even Yun Shan and Yun Yin widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this truly possible? Are you not afraid that the weight of Protector Mo's coffin might crush you? Oh, to be reduced to ashes? Then it matters not. Protector Mo's soul lamp has extinguished. Are you truly willing to take the blame for a deceased? Protector Wu chuckled coldly, the chains beginning to tremble once more, poised to strike. My master taught me but a fragment of cultivation techniques before being brutally slain. I can only attest to this much. Xiao Feng spread his hands. A dense black aura swirling between his palms. This is the essence left in my body by my master, meant to remain hidden from outsiders. Revealed only in the presence of the esteemed members of the Soul Palace. The dark energy he manifested bore a striking resemblance, nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. Young man, tell us how Protector Mo met his demise, Protector Wu queried. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, pondering the difficulty of weaving this tale. Whom could he blame for this predicament? Tai Su Gulong. That seemed illogical, considering that individual was already burdened with their own issues and had little time to wander here. Tian Yaohuang. That was even more absurd, as their ties with the Soul clan appeared relatively amicable. The Jiu Di Ming Mang. The Tian Luan clan, numerous factions mentioned in the original texts flitted through Xiao Feng's mind, yet crafting this narrative proved to be a formidable challenge. The voice of the law guardian, Wu, grew increasingly frigid. What is the matter? Unable to articulate your thoughts? The chill of his voice jolted Xiao Feng's mind into clarity, and a name sprang forth. It's you. Speak. Wu urged, while the others remained silent, including Yun Yun, who stared intently, unable to discern the truth in Xiao Feng's words. Nevertheless, her gaze sharpened with vigilance, for the dense black aura was undeniably linked to the Soul Palace. Xiao Feng steadied his emotions. That day, my mentor, Imohu Fa, encountered me. He appreciated my talents, and due to my admiration for the Soul Palace, he decided to take me on as his disciple, despite the unconventionality of this choice. Perhaps our genuine master-disciple bond provoked the heavens, leading us to that terrifying existence. As he spoke, a look of indignation crossed his face, his fists clenched tightly. Just as he was about to continue, Wu abruptly interjected. Now, please elaborate further on the ensuing events. Huh. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Oh, recount the scene of the battle once more, Wu commanded. Xiao Feng frowned, steeling himself to refine the story he had just concocted. To his surprise, as soon as he finished, Wu insisted, yes, repeat it again. What does he mean by that? Is my tale about to be exposed? This thought barely formed when a cold voice resonated from behind him. Wu, while it is true that Imohu Fa has never seen eye to eye with you, do not squander any more time. Wu laughed heartily, as if releasing a long-held breath, glancing around. In that moment, the chilling aura surged once more. This boy spins tales incessantly. We might as well extract his soul directly. Esteemed elders, I am nonetheless a member of the Soul Palace. Are you not concerned about the Hall Master discovering this? Xiao Feng challenged. You are aware of the Hall Master? Wu inquired, taken aback, yet his speed and action did not falter. His arm lifted, and a torrent of black energy surged toward Xiao Feng without restraint. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing their intent to eliminate him. Even that mass of black energy could not deceive them. He was no longer willing to indulge in their trivial tales, so he stomped the ground. A cloud of dust erupted, propelling him sideways to evade the attack. In one fluid motion, he lunged toward Wu, shouting, Yin Shan, the old sect master. Break through. Simultaneously, Yin Shan began to charge outward, just as Yun Yun had asserted. So long as he remained alive, the Yunlan sect would not perish. Huh. A cornered beast still fights. A cold voice echoed behind Yun Shan, and then the figure melted into darkness, casting the entire hall into obscurity. Haha, planning to flee? I knew there was something amiss with you. In this moment, the protector, Mu, was enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy, surging forth like tumultuous waves. The advancing Xiao Feng was unexpectedly pushed back a step. In the next instant, 3 fighters of the Dozong realm simultaneously launched their assaults upon him. Xiao Feng scarcely had time to lament. Confronted with 3 relentless attacks, he boldly stepped forward, choosing to meet Mu's onslaught head-on. Such audacity! Amid Mu's furious roar, Xiao Feng plunged into the realm of his dark energy. Instantly, the dark mist coalesced into iron chains, extending towards him. Cloaked in the black haze, Xiao Feng's fighting spirit surged, his entire being shimmering with a radiant glow, making him conspicuously striking at that moment. With a thunderous clash, Xiao Feng's fist collided with the encroaching iron chains, shattering them into fragments. The immense force propelled him backward, causing chaos within his energy flow, and a streak of blood graced the corner of his mouth. As the other 2 Dozong fighters advanced, the iron chains had already wrapped around Xiao Feng from behind, meeting him as he was sent reeling. Extending his wings, he forcefully halted his retreat and turned to charge once more at Mu. Enraged beyond measure, Mu could not fathom how Xiao Feng dared to provoke him repeatedly, believing him to be the weakest among them. The black mist thickened around him, rolling outward as he unleashed a full frontal assault towards the rapidly approaching Xiao Feng. The gathering dark energy, more sinister than the iron chains, threatened to ensnare him like a malignant curse, impossible to shake off. It not only slowed the flow of his fighting spirit, but also impeded his movements. reaching deep into his very soul, threatening to rend it from his body due to their vast disparity in strength. As the tide of black energy surged towards him, a vivid memory suddenly flashed in Xiao Feng's mind. On that day outside the stone desert city, torrential rain fell as dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the world, parting the clouds in an instant. That wild thunder echoed in his thoughts once more. The black mist approached ever closer, and Xiao Feng's gaze remained serene, devoid of any tremor. The vivid recollection in his mind accelerated, and just as the dark energy was about to envelop him, his thoughts resonated with the cacophony of thunder. Unbeknownst to all, outside the hall, lightning flickered. The resonance of thunderous elements began to pulse within, with sparks flashing intermittently before quickly dissipating. Just as Xiao Feng was struck by the dark energy, and as Mu prepared to mock him, Xiao Feng's figure vanished. In that instant, his speed was akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving even the senses of the soul to perceive only a blurred silhouette. Like thunder itself, he moved with such velocity that he could change direction multiple times in the blink of an eye, reaching his desired destination. The ferocity of the lightning attribute surged within Xiao Feng, not of his own cultivation, but rather a chaotic force drawn from the very essence of the heavens and earth, recklessly wreaking havoc within him, fracturing a portion of his meridians in mere moments. Pain relentlessly prodded his consciousness, igniting a countdown to his very survival, compelling him to waste not a single moment. As the air crackled with flickering lightning, it was only then that Mu realized Xiao Feng's true target had never been him, and could only manage to utter a warning. Be careful. As the dark mist dissipated, Xiao Feng's figure materialized before the Dozong, who was guarding Yun Yun. The man sneered coldly, questioning whether he was truly easier to deal with. As he spoke, the black fog surged once more, and 3 iron chains extended from behind, aiming to strangle Xiao Feng. Without uttering a word, Xiao Feng's eyes glimmered with calmness, a gaze filled with disdain from a Do Wang towards a Dozong. The man scoffed, his thoughts commanding the iron chains to move even faster. Yet, this did not hinder Xiao Feng. Like a flash of lightning, he evaded the oncoming chains, seizing the sealed Yun Yun with one hand while simultaneously striking down to reclaim his sword, half of his soul power intertwining with an enigmatic pattern that landed upon the man. What on earth is this strange entity? The Dozong was taken aback, feeling a significant portion of his soul power diminish in an instant, as if that peculiar thing was an insatiable abyss. I apologize, but I can only take one person. Xiao Feng whispered softly into Yun Yun's ear, blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke. Like a streak of lightning, they surged forward through the darkness. Yun Yun raised an eyebrow, about to urge Xiao Feng to abandon her to rescue her teacher when both were suddenly halted as if they had collided with an invisible wall. The internal turbulence of Do Qi surged, causing Xiao Feng to cough up more blood. Space lock. Did you truly believe you could escape? The protector, Wu, chuckled coldly. I wish to leave. You cannot detain me. Xiao Feng shot a glance at Wu, while above, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, striking down towards the spatial barrier. With a crack, the void shattered and reformed, followed by a deafening explosion. In an instant, Xiao Feng vanished from his spot, disappearing amidst the furious shouts of the onlookers. After them, Wu commanded, frustration evident in his tone. How can we pursue? That lad's movement technique is far more peculiar and swifter than anything I have encountered before. Moreover, I distinctly felt the threat of death moments ago. Mo's demise may indeed be connected to him. The Dozong who had been guarding Yun Yun gazed in the direction Xiao Feng had vanished, a lingering fear in his heart. Wu fell silent for a moment, instructing everyone to recuperate, as this matter required careful deliberation. However, prior to that, his gaze shifted to Yun Shan, who was desperately attempting to flee. Unbeknownst to all, a white-haired elder stood in the void, observing the direction of Xiao Feng's disappearance, his eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and Yun Yun continued to soar farther away, his energy waning. Hey, are you all right? Yun Yun noticed the blood ceaselessly dripping from the corner of Xiao Feng's mouth. He did not respond. At that moment, he could hear no sound. His bloodshot eyes fixed ahead, his only thought. Further still, his consciousness grew increasingly chaotic, and his vision began to blur. Ultimately, Xiao Feng could no longer endure, his awareness plunging into unconsciousness. Like a flash of lightning, the two of them traced an arc in the air before plummeting down. Accompanied by Yun Yun's piercing scream. They both sank into the depths of the pool. As she exerted herself to pull Xiao Feng from the abyss, his breaths had become increasingly faint. The individual named Yun Yun gazed at Xiao Feng, her expression a medley of complex emotions. However, she swiftly extricated herself from this unarticulated sentiment and began her search for temporary shelter. Soon, she spotted a cave in the vicinity and promptly hoisted Xiao Feng onto her back, making her way toward it. After speaking, her gaze fell upon Xiao Feng once more, and she added, I must also care for this ailing individual. Though she had harbored concerns for Yun Shan, Considering his status as a dozong, the likelihood of his escape seemed substantial. With this thought, Yun could not help but sigh, reflecting on her perceived failures as the leader of her sect. From igniting fires and boiling water to drying clothes and foraging for sustenance, the days spent atop Yunlan Mountain had made her feel that survival was more arduous than breaking through realms. It was not until the subsequent night that Xiao Feng awoke, bringing a semblance of improvement to their situation. "Have you been subsisting on this?" he inquired, eyeing the unripe fruit in his hand. Observing Yun, he noted that her once vibrant lips had begun to crack, her garments hung disheveled upon her frame, and the only aspect seemingly well-maintained was her hair, as though all her energy had been devoted to its care. "Let me take charge," Xiao Feng sighed, rolling off the stone bed. A twinge of guilt washed over Yun. After all, Xiao Feng's current plight was partially attributable to her. Had he fled alone, perhaps his circumstances would not have been so dire. Lost in thought, a sudden thud broke her reverie. She looked up to see Xiao Feng had collapsed onto the ground. Rushing to assist him, she asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Xiao Feng offered a wry smile. Inwardly lamenting that such violent forces as thunder and lightning were beyond his current grasp, their destructive power far too immense to wield. "I'm fine," he assured, "though it appears I won't be able to assist with dinner tonight." Yun shot him an incredulous glance, exclaiming, "At this rate, what help could you possibly provide? Resting well is the greatest assistance you could offer." Chapter 55, Reunion with Xiao Xun'er. The innards. Slice open the belly and remove the entrails. "I have never gutted a fish before." "String them up?" "Yes, use a twig to skewer them." "Oh dear, I can't grip this properly. Why are you so clumsy?" "What are you growling about?" "Be quiet. Fish are naturally slippery." "Hello? Hello? Speak up. What do we do next?" "You told me to be quiet. If you wish to eat the fruit, I could feed you," Yun threatened. Leaning back on the stone bed, Xiao Feng grimaced, his gaze shifting to the unripe fruits beside him. He resumed instructing Yun on how to kindle a fire. In truth, she did not perform poorly. It was merely her first encounter with many of these tasks that rendered her somewhat flustered. Under Xiao Feng's guidance, she soon had a fish roasting over the fire. Though a few parts were charred, overall, it was quite commendable. By the time she prepared a second fish, the burnt areas were nearly non-existent. "Here, I think it's quite good," Yun said, taking a bite from the first roasted fish before offering the second to Xiao Feng. With trembling hands, Xiao Feng reached out to accept it. "Never mind, I shall feed you myself," Yun decided, feeling unable to watch any longer. Sensing that she was somehow taking advantage of him. "Do not overthink it. I prepared this myself and would rather it not accidentally end up on the ground." Xiao Feng smiled, expressing his gratitude to the Grand Master Yun. Yun's face lit up with a smile. Indeed, her current meek demeanor appeared more agreeable. As Xiao Feng swallowed a mouthful of grilled fish, he suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, have you forgiven me for what I did to your teacher?" Yun rolled her eyes, replying, "If my teacher himself has no objections, what more can I, as his disciple, say? Then why were you so fierce towards me before?" Xiao Feng pressed. Yun raised her delicate brows, instantly recalling the scornful expression he wore when he mocked her for being petty. In a huff, she shoved a piece of fish into Xiao Feng's mouth, exclaiming, "Eat your fish." He choked, struggling to swallow. A few minutes later, he was still coughing, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as he mustered enough strength to look at Yun. "If you wish to kill me, just do it directly. Don't torment me like this." Yun lowered her head like a child caught misbehaving and softly murmured, "I'm sorry, I forgot you were quite weak right now. Forget it. Forget it. It was my fault for speaking carelessly." Xiao Feng dismissed, glancing outside the cave. "How long have we been here? Is it already the next day?" Furrowing his brow, he added, "They haven't pursued us?" "No," she replied. "Logically, they shouldn't have." Xiao Feng pondered and then asked, "Are there wolves or any magical beasts lurking nearby?" "Yes, why? How much longer until you can recover your strength?" "We should relocate," Xiao Feng suggested suddenly. "Relocate?" Yun was taken aback, but quickly understood the reasoning, nodding in agreement. "All right, we will change places tomorrow morning." Xiao Feng shook his head. "No, let us move now. I can't shake this feeling of unease." Yun frowned slightly. "Fine, I'll wash up first, and then we can go." The surroundings were picturesque, with a nearby bathing pool, and though she was reluctant to leave, Xiao Feng's words stirred a sense of urgency within her. Perhaps it was best to wash up and find a nearby water source afterward. Xiao Feng recognized her obsession with cleanliness. Even when her own fighting spirit was sealed and she was pursued by the amethyst-winged Lion King, she insisted on bathing. Knowing he couldn't deter her, he settled on the bed, saying, "Go ahead, you need not worry about me peeking." Yun chuckled, about to tease him, but then realized their relationship wasn't that intimate. She promptly adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, "If you dare to peek, I'll have your eyes out." Xiao Feng lay back, rolling his eyes and muttering, "Capricious woman." The cave fell silent once more. Despite Xiao Feng's complaints not being overly loud, Yun Yun was far from deaf. She shot him a fierce glare before huffily exiting. The cave returned to its tranquil state as Xiao Feng closed his eyes, quietly assessing his condition. It wasn't long before he opened his eyes, a bitter expression on his face. This time, the situation was more severe than before, while the fighting spirit in his acupoints and dantian remained relatively stable. The majority of his meridians lay shattered, causing the residual fighting spirit to swirl chaotically within him, akin to a rebellion erupting. His body was engulfed in a haze of turmoil. With old injuries still unhealed and new wounds compounding upon him, Xiao Feng found himself unable to circulate his fighting spirit. Fortunately, his soul force had shown some improvement. With heightened spiritual awareness, he finally navigated around the shattered meridians and discovered a complete pathway for his fighting spirit to flow. Enduring the excruciating pain, Xiao Feng began to circulate his fighting spirit. For a moment, it felt as though countless needles were piercing his body, causing unimaginable agony. Yet he gritted his teeth and bore it with unwavering resolve. After enduring this torment for over 20 minutes, he finally managed to withstand the suffering, opened his eyes, and slowly sat up. A fit of violent coughing erupted from him, and he expelled a copious amount of blood, dislodging the clotted remnants and shattered organs within him, finally experiencing a modicum of relief. Xiao Feng waved his hand, just as he turned to express his gratitude to Yun Yun. His gaze swiftly shifted away, and in a calm tone, he remarked, "Have you bathed without donning any clothes?" It was only then that Yun Yun realized she was merely wrapped in a robe and inner armor, as viewed from Xiao Feng's earlier perspective. The more she contemplated it, the more embarrassment washed over her, and the usually cold and austere expression on her face flushed with a rare hue of crimson, though she feigned composure, insisting, "You must have seen wrong." When Xiao Feng and Yun Yun had escaped earlier, they had not even altered their course. Over the past couple of days, Xiao Feng felt fortunate to have navigated through unscathed. However, he hesitated to gamble on how long his luck might hold. Yun Yun cleared her throat softly, suppressing the earlier awkwardness, and stated, "Let us depart now." There was little to gather. Yun Yun stepped out to put on her clothes and, under Xiao Feng's guidance, addressed the traces they had left behind before shouldering him and leaving together. "I believe I can walk on my own now," Xiao Feng stated while resting on Yun Yun's back. In response, Yun Yun firmly admonished, "Do not move about. The ground here is slippery, and falling would be troublesome." Xiao Feng felt somewhat exasperated, finding it tiresome to deal with a woman exhibiting such maternal instincts. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice resounded from above. "If you can walk, why are you still carrying him? You finally decided to show yourself," Xiao Feng replied, raising his eyes to behold a woman clad in snow-white attire. Standing gracefully with her profile angled slightly, her figure elegant and her voice melodious, though her words were decidedly irksome. "Do you have no shame, woman?" Yun Yun steadied herself, placing Xiao Feng behind her while brandishing her sword, her head held high and her gaze filled with vigilance. "Who are you?" Rather than being incensed by the comment regarding shame, she sensed that the woman seemed to recognize Xiao Feng. Yet her current demeanor left her uncertain as to whether she was friend or foe. At that moment, Xiao Feng stepped forward, first patting Yun Yun's arm holding the sword to signal her to remain calm, then turned his attention to the mountain peak. "Xiao Xun'er, I thought you would hide from me forever." Xiao Xun'er scoffed, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why would I continue to evade you? Enough of this foolishness. If this continues, I truly shall perish." Xiao Feng coughed twice. "There are individuals of the Dozong realm pursuing us. You must summon the wolf pack and expand our presence." "Is that so? I wonder who is pursuing you." "I ought to express my gratitude," she replied. "Do not involve yourself in this matter. Those individuals exude a dark aura, and if they are seen, be exceedingly cautious." "Who is she?" Xiao Xun'er suddenly inquired. Yun Yun raised an eyebrow, though somewhat perplexed by their relationship. She found Xiao Xun'er's attitude, which treated her as a mere outsider, quite displeasing. "What do you mean? We are both entirely innocent in this situation." Yun Yun let out a soft hum, tilting her head to gaze elsewhere. Before Xiao Feng could speak, Xiao Xun'er also scoffed. "In that case, I might as well eliminate you both. At least I would have company on the journey." Xiao Feng felt a pang of frustration as he scrambled to the mountaintop. Standing before Xiao Xun'er and locking eyes with her, "Are you impervious to reason?" Xiao Xun'er turned her head away, ignoring him. "Is that large monkey still around?" She remained silent. "Once this matter is resolved, I shall accompany you to see Xiao Zi. Are you prepared to sacrifice yourself to atone?" Xiao Feng disregarded her, calling for Yun Yun instead. Yet, Yun Yun had inexplicably changed demeanor. "I can't hear you. Just speak plainly." "I'm exhausted." Xiao Feng descended the mountain once more, having spent the little stamina he had regained on these two women. "Take off your clothes." He extended his hand towards Yun Yun. Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, then swiftly drew her sword. "What do you intend to do?" Almost simultaneously, Xiao Xun'er's icy voice echoed from the summit. you'd best sheath that sword. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to feed your corpse to the wolves." The girl atop the mountain commanded a pack of wolves. Handing her garments infused with our scent might confuse those who pursue us. Xiao Feng felt overwhelmed. Yun regarded him with a mix of surprise and amusement before she sheathed her sword and removed the robe she wore, handing it over. Xiao Feng placed their clothes by Xiao Linger's feet. "You should leave this alone. Let the Qingmu wolves handle it. Those who pursue us are merciless. You must exercise caution." "You're utterly infuriating." Xiao Linger turned her back, refusing to look at Xiao Feng. Just then, a great eagle descended from the skies. "Master, am I timely enough?" Xiao Feng dared to summon the eagle only after encountering Xiao Linger. Otherwise, she would have certainly fled from him. "Xiao Linger, be careful." The eagle's swift arrival was matched by its rapid departure, leaving behind a bittersweet longing before the joy of reunion could even be felt. Xiao Linger stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the dagger clasped tightly in her hand, shimmering under the moonlight. She gripped it firmly, only to finally let go, murmuring, "Xiao Zi." Seeing him in such a pitiable state, let us grant him mercy. Chapter 56, calling her name in her embrace. On the back of the great eagle, the two sat facing one another. "Where shall we go?" Yun inquired. Xiao Feng shook his head. "Let us wait until your injuries heal." For days, Xiao Feng had pondered strategies, even considering a visit to Fengzun and Zhongzhou, but in their current state, nothing could be accomplished. Silence enveloped them once more. Yun, bored, gazed at the clouds on the horizon, the stars above, and the mountains and rivers below, suddenly asking, "Who is she?" At that moment, Xiao Feng was preoccupied with contemplating their next course of action. Escaping was not a sustainable solution, and he began to reminisce about the ancestral grounds of the mountain ape, where one merely needed to immerse themselves to recover swiftly. Unfortunately, after having taken advantage of it once, it had vanished without a trace, leaving him in uncertainty about its whereabouts. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Xiao Feng gradually lifted his gaze. "Master Yun, what did you just ask me?" Yun's face was almost frostbitten as she coldly huffed and resumed her gaze towards the heavens and the earth. Xiao Feng wore a perplexed expression, once again lowering his eyes to ponder. He remained oblivious to the fact that out of the corner of Yun's eye, her gaze lingered on his visage. Suddenly, Xiao Feng raised his eyes. "Master Yun, what if your teacher, Yun Shan, could not escape?" His inquiry was not merely to elicit a response, but also to serve as a precautionary warning, preparing her mentally for the potential outcome. As anticipated, the moment Xiao Feng's words left his mouth, Yun's body stiffened, her complexion paling. In that instant, Xiao Feng slapped his forehead, realizing that if Yun Shan were indeed captured, the next to be affected would be the Xiao family. No, even if Yun Shan managed to escape, the Xiao family would still face repercussions. At that moment, Xiao Feng recalled that there were quite a few people in the Yunlan sect who were aware of his identity. The Xiao family, Xiao Xun'er. Yet, Yun furrowed her brow, equally concerned about her teacher's predicament. However, setting aside their injuries, how could a Do Wang and a Do Huang possibly withstand the onslaught of 5 Dozongs? Xiao Feng disregarded Yun's concerns and urged the Great Eagle, "Hurry." Towards Shimo City. The Great Eagle nodded, and, with a powerful flap of its wings, deftly maneuvered through the air like a shooting star, plummeting towards Shimo City. At that moment, the eagle's speed increased slightly, with occasional gusts of wind from outside the Do-Chi barrier blowing through, causing their garments to flutter. The distant clouds rushed closer before swiftly darting away, yet Xiao Feng's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. "Master Yun, will you require another 2 days to restore your strength?" "Indeed, that is far too slow." Xiao Feng calculated the eagle's speed, reasoning that they would arrive by tomorrow morning, but would they simply wait idly? "Do you trust me?" Xiao Feng abruptly interrupted Yun's thoughts. Yun looked at Xiao Feng in confusion. "What if I could help you recover more swiftly?" "You?" Yun scrutinized him, noting that Xiao Feng appeared as if half of him had sunk into the earth, lacking vitality. "Are you jesting?" Xiao Feng grasped the eagle's feathers, leaning closer to Yun, then turned away and closed his eyes. Yun stared at him, and after a few seconds, silently turned her back to him. "Relax." As Xiao Feng placed his hand on her back, he noticed her body tense up again. "It won't hurt. There's no need to fear. Remain still." Upon finishing, Xiao Feng began to circulate the faint Do-Chi within him, seeking the only pathway through the shattered meridians. Cough, cough, cough. A searing pain surged within him, as if blades were twisting inside. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, yet a trace of blood escaped the corner of his mouth due to the violent coughing. "You? Do not move." Cough, cough. Xiao Feng spat out another mouthful of blood, but fortunately, the dark energy surrounding Yun finally began to show signs of change. Like shadows shifting under the play of light, they flowed gently over her, following Xiao Feng's hand as it melded into his body. After half an hour, Yun felt a stirring within her, the energy in her core beginning to respond. The hands that had been pressed against her back were withdrawn. And with a sigh of relief, the unease deep within her dissipated significantly. Xiao Feng, thank you, Yun spoke calmly. Xiao Feng. She suddenly turned around to find him curled up on the back of the great eagle, resembling a shrimp, his eyes tightly shut, lips pressed together, brows furrowed, and his body trembling slightly. Yun hurriedly propped him up, her hand resting on his chest as she attempted to channel her energy to alleviate his pain. No, Xiao Feng managed to utter through clenched teeth, but it was too late. Her wind attribute energy had already surged into his body. The wind attribute energy coursed through his shattered meridians, further deteriorating his already dire condition. Wow. Xiao Feng's body jolted violently, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He collapsed to the ground, coughing uncontrollably, his body spasming without a sound of pain escaping his lips. Only after several minutes did he slowly exhale, his voice hoarse. It's all right, I know you mean well. Yet, the worry and guilt etched deeper onto Yun's face. Your body is in such a state. How can you? I am aware of my own condition. Let me rest for a moment. With that, he closed his eyes. Perhaps he was exhausted. As soon as his eyes fluttered shut, soft snores began to escape him. Xiao Feng was in a deep slumber, and had Yun not caught him, he might have tumbled from the heights. Lady, what has happened to my master? The great eagle shifted its weight, tilting its head to assess Xiao Feng's condition, but after 2 attempts, it abandoned the effort. He is gravely injured. Without timely treatment, he may never be able to cultivate again. Alas, my spatial ring was seized by those men. Yun spoke anxiously to the eagle. You must change direction quickly. I am somewhat acquainted with the Alchemist Guild. If we delay, it might be too late. The eagle's gaze sharpened as it sought the distant Shimo city. Instead of altering its course, it quickened its pace. A hint of a sob crept into Yun's voice. Lady, if my master is determined to go to Shimo city in such a condition, it must mean that something there is of greater importance than you realize. Please protect him. I must hasten. The eagle retracted its energy shield, the air swirling beneath its wings as its speed increased further. Yun quickly took over the barrier to shield them from the oncoming winds. She seemed poised to speak again, but her slightly parted lips ultimately sealed shut. Looking down at the young man in her arms, observing the furrowed brows even in slumber, her heart was in turmoil, oblivious to the intricacies of romantic affection. What exactly are you going there to accomplish? She gently caressed Xiao Feng's face, sighing, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes. Do you not realize you are on the brink of death? Her expression was complex as she gazed quietly at his handsome visage, slowly becoming entranced. 5 soul fighters, perhaps even I cannot survive. Why ponder so much? Yun was momentarily taken aback, her chaotic heart inexplicably turning restless. Xun'er, do not act recklessly. Live well and wait for me. It was as though he had experienced a nightmare. Xiao Feng gripped Yun's hand tightly, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes as he shouted, Xun'er, you must run. Quickly run. Tremors coursed through Xiao Feng's body, followed by a few coughs that expelled blood froth. His voice shifted to a plea, Xun'er, I promise I will survive to marry you. Please believe me. Yun bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance welling up within her. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Feng's terrified visage, her heart softened, and she replied gently, I believe in you. Seemingly satisfied with her response, Xiao Feng's tense body relaxed once more, a faint sweet smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Yun felt a chill enveloping her, realizing it was due to the fierce wind blowing from behind. How could I have forgotten to maintain the barrier? A bitter smile escaped her lips. Chapter 57, A Gamble with Fate. As the sunlight pierced through Xiao Feng's eyelids, he stirred awake. Have we arrived? His eyes were bloodshot, his lips cracked, and fatigue etched across his entire visage. Observing his condition, Yun's tone softened further. Yes. We have arrived. Let me take you into the city for some food. The giant eagle lay prostrate on the ground, its legs upright and head lowered, maintaining a level back as they rested upon it. Xiao Feng crawled out from Yun's embrace, a slight grin forming as he extended his hand, adorned with a spatial ring. No need for such trouble. There are some rations left over from before. Please retrieve them for me. A sudden wave of anger surged within Yun, and she swatted Xiao Feng's hand away, shouting, What are you trying to do? Look at yourself. How much more do you want to torment yourself? Xiao Feng was taken aback, unable to comprehend the reason behind Yun's sudden outburst. Without offering an explanation, he rolled off the giant eagle and struggled to rise from the ground, one step at a time, toward the underground passage. Yun abruptly appeared in front of him, blocking his path, her eyes fixed upon Xiao Feng. What are you doing this for? Do you not realize you are on the brink of death? Xiao Feng paused for a moment, blinking several times. As he attempted to sidestep Yun, he shook his head. No, I will not die. I cannot die. There are still those waiting for me. A pang of bitterness filled Yun's heart, fueling her anger further. Then take care of your injuries, will you? Where else do you intend to go? The words struck her like thunder, and Yun suddenly froze, her furious expression crystallizing on her exquisite face. The sect leader of the Yun clan. Yes, I am merely the sect leader of the Yun clan. A petty and inexplicable woman. A foolish woman who has brought him to this plight, endangering his life. Yun's body swayed imperceptibly as the anger on her face gradually dissipated. Her lips twitching slightly before her voice became as calm as water. Very well. Xiao Feng nodded, pointing into the distance. Please take me there first. Yun, feeling somewhat dazed, silently approached Xiao Feng, lifting him effortlessly into her embrace. With a swift spread of her wings, she soared into the distance. 10 minutes later, Xiao Feng stood unsteadily in the vast desert, his eyes clouded with confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. Despite possessing formidable spiritual power, most of his strength was consumed by enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body and maintaining his breath, leaving him in a state of disorientation. What are you searching for? Yun inquired, her irritation flaring once more. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she paused, inhaling deeply before her tone returned to a placid calm. Xiao Feng, shaking his head to clear his mind, requested, take me to a higher altitude. Observing his continued scanning of the area, Yun silently lifted him into the air. After several minutes, he pointed to a patch of yellow sand below. Strike here, he commanded. What could possibly be there? Yun furrowed her brow in concern. Xiao Feng remained silent for a moment, then replied, a gambling table. Without further ado, Yun unleashed her imperial aura, the long sword in her hand slicing through the air, unleashing blades of wind that struck the yellow sand. Clouds of dust were sent spiraling upward, ultimately revealing a dark passageway buried beneath the sands. Let us proceed. Xiao Feng gazed downwards. The atmosphere was eerily quiet and oppressively hot, the lava pool lying still, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Yun retrieved provisions from her storage ring for Xiao Feng and rummaged through her supplies for healing potions. Are there any restorative medicines here? She inquired. Xiao Feng shook his head. Ordinary healing potions are ineffective for me. They would only exacerbate my condition. He paused beside the lava pool, munching on the dried food while coughing incessantly. In a rush, he swallowed the chewed morsels along with blood, the true taste of the food lost in his throat. Yun erected a protective barrier of azure energy around them, offering him a bottle of fresh water. Her keen gaze scrutinized the young man before her, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his thoughts. This was Xiao Feng's third appearance in this place. Unlike the spirited demeanor he once possessed, he now exuded a sense of despondency. Will I succeed? He pondered, despair enveloping his heart for the first time. There was nothing here. Despite his wonder at the subterranean realm, Yun's eyes reflected more disappointment and concern. All that existed was lava. There is a lotus platform below. I will guide you. You must lead me there. Gazing at the churning lava beneath, Yun may not have fully grasped Xiao Feng's intentions, yet she understood he was treading on perilous ground. It was akin to the life and death gate of the Yunlan sect, where one, under the pressure of extreme circumstances, could extract potential through the will to survive, ultimately shattering their own limits. But at this moment, what potential remained for Xiao Feng? The lava pool was not a realm of extremes for him. It was a path to certain death. Was it worth it for that girl named Xun'er? Confusion and a hint of longing filled Yun's eyes as she recalled their first encounter, when two girls had been by his side, one of whom was Xun'er, her eyes forever reflecting his shadow. Xiao Feng was unaware of why Yun posed such a question. However, the inquiry prompted memories of Xun'er weeping to resurface. And he couldn't help but think, if I do not survive, that kind-hearted girl willing to accompany me to death must not break her promise. Not solely because of her. I find myself with no alternatives. Gently shaking his head, Xiao Feng spoke. 5 dozongs are sufficient to dominate the entirety of the Jiaomai Empire. Regardless of your teacher's prowess, soon, neither Yunlan sect nor the Xiao clan shall be spared from calamity. No one will come to our aid. Yun gasped, realizing that in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, her only option was to flee in desperation. Yet, how could the sect leader of Yunlan's sect escape? Indeed, there was no one left to assist them. At that moment, Xiao Feng chuckled thus. One must take a gamble. A bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. Yun struggled to comprehend Xiao Feng's words, but grasped the essence of his sentiment. Still, her skepticism remained unabated. After all, they were dealing with 5 dozongs. He was merely a do wang. How could he possibly contend with them? What purpose did it serve to force oneself in such a manner? Xiao Feng fell silent, acutely aware that even if he regained his do huang strength, he would still be unable to confront 5 dozongs. Is my endeavor truly unworthy? This fleeting thought was swiftly cast aside by Xiao Feng. It was not a matter of worth. If he chose to retreat, now due to the 5 dozongs, what unpredictable fate awaited the Xiao clan and Xiao Yan? He would merely become a stray dog, perpetually hiding in the shadows. Moreover, how could he hope to escape the pursuit of Dozongs now? There was no path of retreat. He had long known this was a treacherous road. And yet he found himself wallowing in self-pity. You are the leader of Yunlan's sect, and I am Xiao Feng of the Xiao clan. You must understand my sentiments. Yunyan lowered her gaze. Allow me to take you down. The scorching, boundless pool of magma was a perilous realm that even Do Huangs dared not underestimate. Yun clasped Xiao Feng tightly and swiftly descended, a cerulean barrier enveloping their bodies, shielding them from the seething magma outside, as if they were fragile lives sheltered within an eggshell. How much further? After several minutes, Yun furrowed her brow. The restlessness within her and the unchanging scenery eroded her composure, leaving her uncertain of how much time had passed. Silence, stillness, and a hint of anguish enveloped her. She found herself perplexed, questioning what had transpired to transform her in such a manner. Was it the first time she met him? Surely not. Was it when she discovered he had harmed her teacher? Even less so. Was it when he held the guard and smiled at her? When he admitted to being petty? When he saved her from the hands of the Soul Palace's Dozong? When they nestled together in the cave? When she inadvertently hurt him, and he reassured her that it was nothing? Scenes flashed through her mind, leaving Yun's heart in disarray. We have arrived. Xiao Feng's voice suddenly rang out, laced with unmistakable fatigue. Before her lay a colossal green lotus floating amidst the magma, its roots stretching outwards for several meters, with numerous slender tendrils swaying gently in the molten flow, fervently absorbing energy. The visible ethereal energy gathered around the tendrils, only to vanish within, creating an enchanting and eerie spectacle. What is this? Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Be cautious of those tendrils. Let us proceed. Under Xiao Feng's guidance, Yun led him into that verdant expanse. This time, Xiao Feng wagered his life for the future, requiring an environment of absolute tranquility. With that, he turned and departed. As he observed Yun's evident reluctance fading into the distance, a sense of melancholy settled in his heart, replacing any hint of joy. Regaining his composure, Xiao Feng seated himself, cradling his chin in thought as he gazed at the pile of magic cores, meticulously extracted from his spatial ring by Yun. Resembling a small mountain, he had pondered the layout of the water basin from the inheritance acquired from the mountain ape. For someone as familiar with the human meridians and acupoints as Xiao Feng, reconstructing it posed no challenge. However, in contrast to the abundant medicinal liquid intended for bodily healing, he was left with only these volatile fire attributes as a substitute. This was the crux of his life gamble. Coughing violently, he watched as the blood he expelled evaporated upon contact with the lotus seed, his expression growing increasingly grave. He truly had little time left. Struggling, he arranged the magic cores according to the meridians, wiping the sweat from his brow as he performed a thorough check. Xiao Feng murmured softly, his eyes shining with determination as he bit down on his fingertip, letting drops of blood fall. Before they could pool, the droplets rapidly dried, leaving only faint impressions on the ground. Resolutely, he severed the tendons in his wrist, allowing a torrent of blood to flow forth. As the scant fighting spirit within him began to circulate, connecting the 108 cores on the ground with his soul energy. As the blood flowed swiftly away, his vision blurred increasingly, and in the haze, he caught a glimpse of his former self, tirelessly laboring at a desk. For over 20 years, he had worked in such a manner, departing with similar regrets. Would this life mirror that fate? To others, he appeared the pinnacle of success, yet to himself, he felt ensnared in an endless cycle of failures. Would this time end in defeat as well? Xiao Feng bit down hard on his lip, staving off unconsciousness. His already pallid lips, under the pressure of his teeth, split open, revealing the pink flesh beneath, yet no blood escaped. With a thud, Xiao Feng collapsed onto the lotus seat. All around him, the magma surged silently, while the roots and tendrils beneath the seat flailed aimlessly. Silence enveloped the surroundings, even the sound of his heartbeat growing increasingly faint. Chapter 58, Death. When all returned to a state of calm, or rather monotony, time seemed to stretch unbearably. 2 days had passed. What had become of him? Yun gazed at the expanse of magma before her, her eyes reflecting emotions she herself could not comprehend. Beyond merely tracking the passage of time, she sought to quell the turmoil within her heart. She could not fathom why she had transformed in such a manner. Reason urged her to maintain composure, yet emotion drew her deeper into turmoil. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to the horizon, where an overwhelming presence approached with alarming speed. Unmasked in its approach, Dozong. Yun's expression shifted. Apart from Yun Mountain, the Gamma Empire had never witnessed another Dozong, and with such fanfare. It seemed the Soul Palace had sent pursuers. The aura drew ever nearer, and from afar, she could see thick black mist swirling in the air, resembling a dark cloud. Eventually halting above the corridor, Yun's expression shifted dramatically as she left behind a phrase in the corridor, then soared into the sky. darting into the distance. A cackling laughter echoed from the dark clouds, pursuing the direction in which Yun Yun had departed. Miss. After young Master Xiao Feng broke through the spatial blockade of the Soul Palace, he headed eastward. Even I cannot keep up with him, remarked an elderly man with white hair in the courtyard. Xiao Xun'er lowered her head in silence, uttering not a word. The elder, known as Qian Shan, was a 3-star Dozun, dispatched specifically by the ancient clan in response to Xiao Xun'er's summons. Qian Shan inclined his head slightly and stated, by the clan leader's command, I shall remain here to ensure the safety of the young lady. However, a slight frown crossed his brow. As a dignified Dozun, revered by many even within the ancient clan, when had he ever been treated with such condescension? Yet, he dared not reveal any displeasure in front of the young lady. The higher he stood within the ancient clan, the more he could sense the terrifying nature of her identity. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he was obliged to heed her every word. Upon his departure, Gu Yuan had summoned him privately, issuing a directive to protect Xiao Xun'er's safety as his primary task, while simultaneously assigning him another mission, to eliminate Xiao Feng under the guise of another S-hand. Xiao Xun'er paid no heed to Qian Shan and stepped out of the courtyard. Ling Ying hurriedly concealed his presence and followed closely. Upon noticing Ling Ying's pursuit, Qian Shan intended to join them, but was abruptly halted by Ling Ying's obstruction. With a sigh, Ling Ying pondered how Qian Shan, even after emerging, remained so blind to the obvious. Had his training dulled his senses? A noble Dozun claiming he could not catch a mere Do Wang? Did he truly believe that the young lady could be so easily deceived? Even Ling Ying could discern that Qian Shan harbored ulterior motives. How could the young lady be oblivious to this? Qian Shan furrowed his brow. His young lady held an esteemed position, and though he could tolerate a few words of admonition from her, who was Ling Ying to presume to critique him? Had he spent too long in the young lady's company that he fancied himself her equal? Ling Ying, the Soul Palace has already dispatched 5 Dozong to this location. It is one thing for the young lady to act recklessly, but do you not understand the gravity of the situation? If anything were to happen to her safety, could you bear the responsibility? Qian Shan raised an eyebrow, his tone heavy with implication. Yet, Ling Ying dismissed him, realizing that the young lady was headed directly for the main gate, likely in pursuit of Xiao Feng. Xiao Xun'er arrived at the Yunlan sect, where previously she had encountered numerous patrolling disciples. Now, not a soul was in sight. The Yunlan sect had undergone a transformation. Brother Xiao Feng, where have you gone? The young lady did not recklessly storm into the Yunlan sect. Instead, she gazed toward the east, where the Beast Mountain range lay. Perhaps she had an inkling? A particular individual crossed her mind, prompting her to hasten toward the mountain range. Ling Ying sighed beside her, continuing to follow. Miss, would you not consider resting for a moment? Although Xiao Xun'er appeared well, Ling Ying knew she had not rested in 3 days. While 2 days without sleep might not be significant for a cultivator, the young lady showed no intention of pausing. How much longer could she endure? It's of no concern. Ling Lao, do keep an eye on our surroundings for me. Xiao Xun'er traversed mountains and rivers, refusing to allow Ling Ying to carry her through the skies, fearful of missing any subtle spots along their journey. After a day, upon reaching the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Xun'er appeared disheveled and weary. The sparkle in her eyes dimmed significantly. Ling Ying, filled with concern, fetched some water for her to cleanse herself. Ling, although I do not know where Brother Xiao Feng is, I can sense that he needs me dearly. As soon as she uttered these words, Xiao Xun'er suddenly gasped, her heart pierced by an indescribable agony, as if a long needle had plunged mercilessly through her very soul. It felt as though her heart had been forcibly split in two, leaving an emptiness that signified the loss of something profoundly vital in this lifetime. Miss, why are you crying? Ling Ying inquired with worry. Am I crying? Xiao Xun'er touched her cheek, realizing that tears had already soaked her face. A sense of disorientation enveloped her. How could she be crying? Before she could ponder further, her head grew heavy, and utterly exhausted, she collapsed to the ground. Ling Ying hastily abandoned the basin, carefully lifting Xiao Xun'er in his arms, spreading his wings to fly towards the Xiao residence. Qian Shan stood in the void, observing everything with indifference, feeling only responsible for Xiao Xun'er's safety and disinterested in the rest. After 5 days of tranquility, the magma pool stirred with sudden activity. Vast torrents of lava surged upwards, crashing against the rocky walls before plummeting back down, creating a cacophony akin to roaring waves. Deep within, on the azure lotus seat, a figure, towering in crimson, stood there, seemingly in a daze, as if lost. What has happened to me? The figure surveyed his surroundings, bewildered by the inexplicable changes in the world, everything appearing blurred and disconcerting. It was only when he looked down and faintly perceived another figure at his feet that he froze in place. Through his hazy vision, he discerned that the silhouette was lying beside him, exuding a familiar aura. At first glance, an eerie thought surged within him. The one on the ground was Xiao Feng. Then who am I? As his spiritual essence expanded, clarity flooded in an instant. The figure staggered as if struck by lightning, collapsing beside the fallen body, engulfed in despair. Clutching his head as if to tear it apart, voiceless roars echoing within him, causing the lava to churn incessantly. Xiao Feng was dead. His lifeless form lay upon the lotus seat. Yet he lived on, his body wrought from the very magma, resembling that of a human. Unable to call out, unable to weep, even the contours of his face betrayed no sign of despair. Only his soul endured an agony akin to 1,000 cuts. He knelt there in silence, enduring an entire day and night. His spirit had wept and laughed, yet no one could hear. Not even himself could produce a sound that resonated with his emotions. In the dark corner, a solitary soul trembled. The fire giant's mind was blank, motionless, until the pain in his heart dulled to numbness, prompting recollections of the 5-Do zone from Yunlin sect. Thus, the fire giant resolved to venture outward, navigating solely by his spiritual essence in the absence of facial features. As his body emerged from the molten pool, a wave of chill enveloped him, and he could sense his strength gradually waning. Yun has vanished. The fire giant crawled out of the magma, leaving fiery footprints with each step, trailing towards where Yun's words were inscribed. I have departed, do not dwell on me. Casually, he erased the words, finally stepping out of the subterranean realm and striding through the void towards the Xiao clan. Chapter 59, The Catastrophe of Annihilation. Today, several guests arrived at the Xiao clan, all cloaked in black robes, shrouded in ominous mist, rendering their faces indistinguishable. The Xiao clan. The voice of the guardian echoed with disdain. Do you even deserve the surname Xiao? An uproar erupted within the Xiao clan, and the formidable Xiao Zhan quickly raised his hand to quell the murmurs, inhaling deeply as he regarded the leader among the guests. Esteemed guests, I, Xiao Zhan, am unacquainted with you. Might I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? Where is Xiao Feng? The guardian's query incited further chatter among the younger generation. He must have provoked someone he shouldn't have outside. Now the clan has to bear the consequences. Indeed, it must be so. How can the clan leader and the elders still favor him? He is nothing but a troublemaker. Xiao Yan, amidst the crowd, wore a face of trepidation. He was uncertain of the origins of these individuals, but from the reaction of the medicine elder, it was evident. They were formidable. Listening to the younger members, Xiao Zhan felt a flicker of anger rising within him. He suppressed his ire and maintained his composure before the Soul Palace guests. Xiao Feng has been away for some time and has yet to return. I am unaware of the reason for your visit. The guardian let out a cold laugh, disregarding Xiao Zhan's presence. Let us act together. With that, he leapt into the sky, dark mist swirling around him, spreading outward. The others mirrored his actions, taking positions around the perimeter, forming a vast expanse of black clouds that encircled the Xiao clan entirely. The ominous mist obscured the heavens, and iron chains writhed within, each clang signaling the demise of those ensnared. Who exactly are you? Such reckless violence, openly defying the laws. Do you not fear the repercussions from the 10 strongest of the Jama Empire? Xiao Zhan bellowed, attempting to obstruct the iron chains, only to discover that despite exerting all his strength, he could not halt their advance, helplessly watching as his kin were pierced one by one before his eyes. The guardian's mocking laughter resonated, yet he remained silent as the clanking of the iron chains continued unabated. Free elders, join me in fighting back. Everyone follow. Xiao Zhan's eyes blazed with fury. Time was of the essence, and within mere seconds, over 10 clan members had succumbed in a pool of blood. His battle energy surged, glowing like fireflies in the engulfing black mist. The 3 elders swiftly approached, locking onto their target as a multitude of Xiao clan members converged here. Yet, from the depths of the dark mist, the iron chains surged forth, headed straight for Xiao Zhan. Clan leader, be cautious. The 3 elders cried out, helplessly witnessing the chains reaching for Xiao Zhan, unable to intervene. Lead the clan members to fight back. Xiao Zhan's expression hardened, his battle energy coalescing into a fierce lion, soaring against the chains. The chains clattered ominously. Even a casual strike was beyond Xiao Zhan's capacity to withstand. As the fierce lion made contact with the iron chain, it disintegrated into shimmering particles, vanishing into thin air. The Xiao clan fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Was it truly the heavens that sought the demise of the Xiao family? Xiao Zhan's face was etched with despair. This was an influence far beyond the reach of the Xiao clan. Could it truly have been summoned by Xiao Feng? As he watched the iron chain advance towards him once more, Xiao Zhan could only manage a bitter smile. The 3rd elder, seemingly intent on rushing forward, was held back firmly by the 1st elder. We must leave, the 1st elder urged, flinging the 3rd elder towards the gate, urging the clan members to flee swiftly. Turning back, he lunged towards Xiao Zhan, pushing him aside just as the iron chain was about to pierce his body. However, the 1st elder himself was impaled. His dantian shattered, spine broken, and his once white hair stained crimson with blood. He continued to cry out with all his might, "Run, grandfather!" Xiao Ning broke free from the second elder's grasp, rushing towards the scene, only to witness the first elder, with his mere grand martial master prowess, silenced forever as his body shattered, merely quaking in the wake of the iron chain. "Hurry!" Xiao Zhan had no time for further words. He scooped up Xiao Ning and dashed into the distance. "You shall not escape." The voice of the guardian echoed from above, as the iron chain pursued Xiao Zhan relentlessly. With a swift motion, he tossed Xiao Ning towards the second elder, continuing his flight. The first elder's sacrifice could not be in vain. Someone had to carry the hope of their clan forward. The iron chain hung back, unhurriedly trailing Xiao Zhan, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, cornering him before accelerating abruptly towards his chest. In the depths of despair, Xiao Zhan surrendered to the overwhelming disparity in strength, accepting his fate. Second elder, lead the clan members to break through. The iron chain was upon him. As Xiao Zhan faced imminent death, a white flame flickered into existence, suspended in midair. Ethereal and unanchored, quietly burning as it obstructed the deadly iron chain, a bewitching and eerie sight. Does the Soul Hall not fear the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people for such reckless actions? An ancient voice resonated. As a figure cloaked in black materialized in the air, their wings fluttering lightly, their visage obscured by a hood, rendering them unrecognizable. Xiao Zhan stood frozen until the voice of the black-cloaked figure urged him to flee, snapping him back to reality as he made his escape. The guardian did not impede him, directing all attention towards the elderly figure in black, delight evident in his tone. "Huh, what a serendipitous encounter. I have traversed the realms in search of you for so long, only to find you here." In the grand courtyard of the Xiao clan, within a small chamber, Xiao Xun'er sat upon a chair, her demeanor icy, her eyes aflame with intensity. Is this his intention? Her voice was cold as ice. Beside her stood a figure, ethereal and illusory, the upper half indistinct, while the lower half remained undeniably real. It was Ling Ying, poised to emerge from the shadows, yet bound in place, unable to move or even utter a sound, much like Xiao Xun'er. Opposite them stood Qian Shan, his expression serene, devoid of any discernible emotion. "This matter is unrelated to the clan leader. It is a decision I have made on my own. The whereabouts of the young lady are far more significant than the mere existence of the Xiao family. The Soul Palace will not discover this place. We need not take any action, merely await their departure. For the sake of the young lady's safety, I am left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures." "Excellent. Qian Shan, you have performed admirably." The murderous intent in Xiao Xun'er's eyes was palpable, her cold glare so intense that even Qian Shan dared not meet her gaze. Several times, Qian Shan contemplated releasing the young lady and retaliating against a few of the Soul Palace's minions, but remembering the clan leader's words, he could only grit his teeth and endure. The stench of blood permeated the air, with the cries of the dying echoing incessantly. To Xiao Xun'er, each scream signified the fall of a familiar face from her childhood, never to rise again. Her hatred intensified. She loathed herself for possessing the power to alter their fate, yet remaining powerless to act. She despised her father, who had entrusted her to the Xiao family, only to turn a blind eye as they faced slaughter, and she harbored a deep resentment for Qian Shan, daring to act in such a manner. Outside, nearly half of the Xiao family members lay lifeless, predominantly the younger generation, the very pillars of the Xiao family's future. A chill enveloped Xiao Zhan's heart as darkness shrouded the area, trapping him with no means of escape. Watching his kin fall one by one, sorrow engulfed him. Even if the assailants ceased their assault now, the Xiao family would already be doomed. "Who are you? Why are you doing this? What have we, the Xiao family, done to offend you?" Xiao Zhan stood resolutely, gazing upwards as he repeatedly questioned. While simultaneously suppressing Yao Chun, the protector laughed with delight at the scene below, declaring, "Daring to bear the surname Xiao is the gravest sin of all." Xiao Yan's heart seethed with rage as a voice, aged yet filled with conviction, echoed his thoughts. To be weak is to be guilty. It merely reflects your cowardice in facing those more powerful. Yao Chun felt the weight of despair. In his current state, confronting these adversaries was utterly futile, and even his own escape seemed uncertain. "Little one, I can do no more. If we do not leave now, there will be no hope left." Xiao Yan remained silent, surrounded by carnage and the stench of death, his senses assaulted by the horrific sights and sounds, rendering his mind numb. Just days prior, he had reveled in the joy of becoming an alchemist, yet today, a band of butchers had invaded the Xiao family, slaughtering indiscriminately. In stark contrast, what joy could a mere alchemist truly possess? At that moment, he inexplicably recalled someone mentioned by this group. "Xiao Feng, Brother Feng, where are you? Did you bring these people here?" Chapter 60, Dissolution Together. When a decision is delayed, chaos ensues. "Little one, We cannot linger any longer. Yao Chun urged as he seized control of Xiao Yan's body, using his strange fire to deflect another iron chain attack, his strength waning. He shouted within Xiao Yan's mind, fully aware that they could not afford any further delays. Run! Xiao Yan roared internally, not daring to glance at his father. His heart heavy with sorrow as tears streamed down his face, controlled by Yao Chun. You wish to escape? It is not that simple. The protector Wu sneered repeatedly as iron chains coiled towards the figure cloaked in black, Xiao Yan. Despite the bizarre nature of the white, which disintegrated whenever the chains approached, Wu could discern that his opponent was in a dire state, already faltering in strength. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Yao Chun's soul would be forced to surrender. The mere thought of this made Wu chuckle again. 10 minutes passed, and the chains persistently thwarted Xiao Yan's attempts to escape, while Yao Lao's condition had deteriorated to its utmost. Little one, there is no way out now. Perhaps this is fate. Yao Lao's voice was laden with exhaustion, having expended too much of his soul power in this intense confrontation. He was now a spent force. Xiao Yan spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry, master. If I had heeded your advice and chosen to leave at the outset, we would not have dragged you into this predicament. Wu chuckled sinisterly as he produced a small jade vial. The chains writhed like serpents, swiftly lunging towards Xiao Yan's chest, intent on extracting Yao Chen's soul. Just as the chains were about to pierce through Xiao Yan's body, another chain emerged from behind him, colliding with Wu's chain. Before Xiao Yan could feel relief, yet another chain struck, and though Yao Chun evaded a fatal blow, his arm was still impaled. The twin agony of body and soul caused Xiao Yan's consciousness to begin to fade. What do you intend to do? Wu glared fiercely at the figure behind Xiao Yan, who was another protector that had accompanied him. Heh, such a powerful soul naturally belongs to whoever captures it. The protector showed no regard for Wu's fury, yanking the chain, which sent blood and flesh flying, as a shadowy form detached itself from the chaos. As Yao Chen's soul was about to be seized by the other protector, Wu was unwilling to relent. He knew well the significance of Yao Xun's identity. Once delivered to the Soul Palace, it would guarantee a tremendous reward. He immediately maneuvered several chains to attack the opponent. Cackling, your reaction suggests this soul is indeed extraordinary. Thus, it cannot be missed. The other protector also summoned more chains to shield Yao Chen's soul, refusing to yield an inch. As the struggle intensified, both combatants suddenly halted, turning their gaze towards the distance. Not just the two of them, all chains ceased their movement, as they all stared into the sky where an overwhelming aura was rapidly approaching. The presence was terrifying. Could it be that the death of Protector Mo was connected to this arrival? The four protectors shared this thought, their hearts heavy, no longer lighthearted as before. The remaining members of the Xiao clan gathered together, silent. Even their breaths became cautious, hope flickering in their despairing eyes. Surely, someone was coming to rescue them? The darkness was shattered by a blinding light. As the sun pierces through the darkness, the searing red aura dispels all malevolent shadows. A colossal figure, towering over 3 meters, looms in midair, warping the surrounding void, with molten rock occasionally dripping to the ground and hissing upon contact. Soon, a small pool of fire emerges beneath the fire giant, drawing the gaze of all present. Your Excellency, you have hastily arrived here. Is there something amiss? The Guardian, Wu, stared at the imposing figure, uncertain whether the entity before him was indeed human. The fire giant remained silent, lowering his head to gaze upon the remnants of the Xiao family. The massive fiery silhouette reflected in each member's eyes, fear crystallizing on their faces, leaving them trembling in helplessness as panic began to spread and intensify. Wu's heart sank slightly. It seemed the giant regarded them with indifference, focusing solely on the frail Xiao clan members. A notion sparked within him. Since the entity showed interest in that group, let them be at its mercy. We shall take our leave. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the fire giant, Wu contemplated retreat, having captured the soul of Yao Chun. He was already content to share the spoils with others. As for the monstrous being before him, he would report it to the Soul Palace, and others would handle the matter. Noticing the fire giant's inactivity, Wu began to withdraw, with the other 3 companions sharing the same sentiment, retreating swiftly. At that moment, the Xiao family members felt even more desolate. They had initially hoped for a savior, only to find themselves facing a predator even more fearsome than the last. As Wu and his companions approached the boundary of the Xiao territory, the fire giant remained oblivious to their presence, causing him to exhale in relief. He glanced beside him. The other 3 were indeed present, prompting him to swallow hard and speak. Your Excellency, we are all servants of the Soul Palace, here merely to fulfill our duties. What is your intention? The fire giant lowered his gaze upon each individual on the ground, slowly raising his arm, his enormous hand gradually closing around one of them, the very guardian who had captured Yao Chen's soul. Dark energy swirled around him as he recoiled, attempting to escape the impending doom. The aura of Do's zone erupted, displacing the air around him, creating invisible waves that surged forth. In an instant, he ascended to the sky, hastily fleeing to a greater distance. Run! The remaining three, including Wu, dashed in different directions almost simultaneously. Although Wu had invoked the name of the Soul Palace, the fire giant dared to strike at them, whether out of ignorance or indifference. It was clear that the entity had no intention of letting them depart. At that moment, hesitation would be folly. However, as the three began to move, the earth trembled violently, and columns of fire erupted, obstructing their path. The escaping figure was suddenly ensnared in the fire giant's grasp, the hand tightening with an overwhelming surge of dark energy. "Please, end my suffering," he cried out, his voice echoing with despair. The individual gradually lost the ability to utter a sound, ultimately producing only a muffled thud that reverberated through the air as the last wisp of dark energy dissipated. The fleeing protector, known as the Wu, suddenly froze, sensing the soul of that guardian fading away, akin to a balloon bursting, with remnants of its essence scattered around. Yet the balloon itself had vanished. Pillars of fire erupted one after another, leaving no opportunity for the Wu to escape. He turned and shouted at the fire giant, imploring, "We bear no grudges against each other. Do you truly intend to commit such an annihilating act? Are you not afraid of retribution from the Soul Palace? Who are you?" Yao Chun inquired, gazing at the fire giant that had gently conveyed him to Xiao Yan's side, his eyes filled with bewilderment. It was only when the giant spoke that astonishment crossed his features. "I apologize for my tardiness. It is you," Yao Chun exclaimed, utterly astonished. As he stared at the fire giant, confusion evident in his gaze. "How have you come to look this way?" The members of the Xiao family were equally taken aback, their joy at having narrowly escaped death momentarily overshadowed by shock. How had Xiao Feng transformed into his current state? Soon, however, the astonishment receded. Some began to laugh joyfully, while others wept in sorrow. Xiao Zhan could hardly believe his eyes as he stood at a distance, gazing at the fire giant, his tone filled with excitement. "Is it really you? What have you become?" Having spoken, he abruptly turned his attention to the other three guardians of the Soul Palace, his tone calm, yet chilling. "Those who should not exist, vanish alongside me." At this moment, the fire giant appeared formidable, his gestures commanding the very essence of space. Yet he was acutely aware that his soul's power was steadily dissipating, destined to vanish completely within days. Nevertheless, he remained invincible in the present. The three surviving guardians gasped in disbelief. "How is this possible? It's you. You are alive." The Wu protector was equally astonished, realizing that Mo, another guardian, was indeed slain by him. The fire giant descended from the sky, bringing the three guardians down with him, bound by his power. "Mo deserves to perish, but you, even more so." As the calm voice echoed, pillars of fire surged forth, enveloping them, while torrents of magma seared the dark energy away. The three revealed their soul forms. Lamenting in the searing magma, his attacks were devoid of flair. He sought not the process of killing, but rather the finality of it. Even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. A single, lethal blow is the most reliable method of execution, for in that moment, the opponent stands no chance of retaliation, allowing one to mock their corpses at will. "But do you know why I do not simply end your lives?" The fire giant inquired, a hint of laughter in his voice. "To die outright would be too merciful to those who have already departed. You, who can only die once, must endure a measure of suffering. How else can the sins here be absolved?" In the square, the magma spread ominously. Xiao Zhan urgently instructed elders 2 and 3 to lead the others away toward the back mountains while he remained, his expression filled with concern as he watched the fire giant. "Wind, what has truly happened to you? Yin has taken on a somewhat mysterious master. Perhaps he can assist you." "Uncle Xiao Zhan, the clan leader's jade token should be entrusted to Xun'er. It will only bring disaster to the Xiao family. The tribespeople of the back mountains still require your arrangements. I shall take care of matters here." The voice of Xiao Feng echoed in Xiao Zhan's mind, and before he could respond, he felt a sudden shift in his surroundings. When he finally discerned the landscape around him, he realized he had instantaneously arrived at the back mountain. In the square, 3 guardians of the Soul Palace were howling incessantly, their bodies emitting a continuous hissing sound. Their ethereal forms twisting and contorting into various grotesque shapes, yet they remained unable to escape the soul-piercing agony. The fire giant continued, "Whether it be myself or them, we merely wish to live simply. Since you refuse to allow us to survive, then let us perish together." After casting a glance at 2 dissipating soul shadows, the fire giant focused on the last guardian, the Wu guardian. "I shall spare you for now." He seized the Wu guardian and, with a single step, vanished into the distance, heading straight for the Yunlan sect. Concealed within a small courtyard, Qianshan observed coldly. And only at this moment did he withdraw his control over Xiao Xun'er and Ling Ying's spatial powers. He gazed into the distant sky, murmuring, "I have now fulfilled the chief's task." As soon as Xiao Xun'er sensed that she could move again, she dashed outside. Upon witnessing the devastation of the Xiao family and the sight of countless corpses, her expression shifted dramatically. "Miss, everyone from the Xiao family is at the back mountain." Ling Ying conveyed telepathically to Xiao Xun'er. At the Yunlan sect, Yunshan's cultivation had been rendered useless, several bones broken. The fire giant observed the mountain from afar, refraining from approaching, simply listening to the Wood Guardian recount events. "Where's the other person? He has departed, acting independently to pursue your traces. After Yin Yun was captured and brought here, he was never seen again." The Wood Guardian spoke plainly, answering as asked. The fire giant nodded, beginning to reach for the Wood Guardian. "Wait, you cannot kill me." The Wood Guardian panicked, waving his hands frantically. "No one is beyond death." The fire giant's grip continued to tighten. "No, no, no. During this outing, the palace master left a mark on me. Should I perish, he will sense it immediately. And the entire Gamma Empire shall follow me to the grave. 3 are already dead, he should be aware. That is not the case. Only I bear the mark." The fire giant fell silent. The Wood Guardian's words were neither entirely truthful nor completely false. At this moment, Xiaoyan had yet to mature, and a mere handful of souls from the Soul Palace could not withstand the onslaught. Just then, a delicate voice resonated behind him. "Brother Xiao Feng?" What he felt most acutely was the dissipating soul power, as if a clock hanging beside a small hole was incessantly reminding him of the dwindling time left. Boom. The fire giant collided with the mountain peak, lying there, his chest rising and falling continuously, having wept and laughed throughout the day. He had thought he could face her with composure, at least uttering a fitting farewell. Yet, when the words "Brother Xiao Feng" echoed, he fled. What could he possibly muster to confront her? Xiao Feng is already dead, forget him. The fire giant curled up, hot magma trickling from the corners of his eyes. "I am on the brink of death." The guardian, ensnared in the grasp of the fire giant, struggled incessantly, realizing that silence would lead to his imminent demise. The fire giant was oblivious to his plight, perhaps even indifferent if he had heard. Time slipped away unnoticed until a delicate, pale hand appeared in the giant's line of sight. Alarmed, he lifted his gaze, and through a blurred vision, he beheld the tear-streaked face of a young maiden. Instinctively, he raised his hand, but midway, he froze, gradually lowering it instead. As his soul force expanded, he finally discerned the visage of Xiao Xun'er. Once a radiant beauty, akin to a lustrous pearl, she now resembled a figure fallen into mire, her hair disheveled, her face coated in grime, her once rosy lips now pallid, and her dark eyes veiled in a mist, devoid of luster. The young girl raised her face, allowing tears to cascade freely, yet she resolutely kept her swollen eyes wide open, refusing to blink. The soul hidden within the fire giant could no longer bear the anguish, transmitting a thought. "Xun'er, please do not weep. Brother Xiao Feng, you have wronged Xun'er. You promised that everything would be all right. You deceiver. You have betrayed Xun'er. A liar. A great liar." The maiden knelt upon the ground, continuously wiping her tears, yet they remained unyielding. How could Xiao Xun'er, already merged with the Golden Emperor's inferno fire, fail to perceive Xiao Feng's current condition? With each passing moment, torrents of fiery energy emanated from him, causing even the formidable fire giant to weaken. And his inner soul force began to dissipate. "Brother Xiao Feng, I will surely find a way to save you." Xiao Xun'er spoke with urgency, hastily brushing away her tears, wishing to transfer her inner fire to Xiao Feng. However, as soon as she attempted, the fire giant's dissolution accelerated. Her complexion paled, and she quickly withdrew the flames. Murmuring to herself, "There must be a way, there must be a way." "Xun'er," Xiao Feng admonished, "you must gather your strength." "Brother Xiao Feng, I will certainly find a way to save you. Please believe in me." Tears brimmed anew in her eyes. "I am truly going to perish." The guardian continued to struggle. "Xun'er, you need not delude yourself any longer. I am now but a mere obsession, not even a complete soul. There is no hope left." Xiao Feng resigned himself to fate. Chapter 62. The One Who Cannot Let Go. "No, with Xun'er here, Brother Xiao Feng will surely be safe," Xiao Xun'er declared with determination. Her tears having dried, her eyes reflecting a fiery brilliance. After a moment of silence, Xiao Feng gently nodded. The maiden retrieved a peace token from her bosom and presented it before the fire giant. "Brother Xiao Feng, please shatter it." "What is this?" "You will know once you break it." The fire giant took the jade token and, with a sudden force, shattered it into powder. In an instant, a tempest erupted. Swirling energies converged, and chaotic clouds enveloped the area, as an extraordinary figure emerged with regal poise. The surrounding winds and clouds shifted dramatically, and the very fabric of reality seemed to tremble under his presence. As calm returned, a middle-aged man appeared, clad in white, with long black hair cascading down his back, moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Ling Ying, concealed in the shadows, alongside Qian Shan, revealed themselves, kneeling before this man. As the fire giant lifted his gaze, he noticed that the middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Xun'er, and it dawned upon him that this could only be Gu Yuan. The moment Gu Yuan appeared, he stabilized the chaos of the universe, and only after surveying the surroundings did he release his grip, directing his attention toward Xiao Xun'er, softly inquiring, "Xun'er, what has transpired?" With a slight furrow of his brow, Gu Yuan turned his gaze toward the fire giant, a hint of displeasure evident within his eyes. "Are you referring to him?" "Indeed," Xiao Xun'er affirmed with a nod. Gu Yuan scrutinized the fire giant for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot save him. How is that possible?" Xiao Xun'er's complexion drained of color as she stared wide-eyed at Gu Yuan. "You must be deceiving me." With a sigh, Gu Yuan replied, "I am not lying. My feelings toward him are less than favorable, yet he is, after all, a member of the Xiao clan. I would not stand idly by while he faces death. However, I truly cannot save him." "How can that be? Isn't there still the heavenly tomb?" Xiao Xun'er implored. "If you are unwilling to intervene, let brother Xiao Feng wait for me in the heavenly tomb, and I shall come to his rescue myself. Xun'er, do not burden your father further." The fire giant conveyed through a spiritual transmission. "My soul imprint has vanished. Even entering the heavenly tomb would be of no avail." Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, casting a perplexed glance at the fire giant. He wondered how he was aware of the heavenly tomb, and upon hearing him mention the soul imprint, he regarded him anew. For this was knowledge even his daughter was unaware of. "Soul imprint?" Xiao Xun'er inquired, her expression one of confusion. "What is that?" Gu Yuan elucidated. "The soul imprint is to the soul what the soul is to the corporeal form. At present, he resembles a tree without roots, destined to wither away. There is no remedy, not even the heavenly tomb can save him." Xiao Xun'er appeared struck by lightning, her pallor deepening as she stood frozen in place for a considerable time. It was as if she had not heard him at all. Only when Gu Yuan reiterated his statement did she show the slightest response. She stepped forward, drawing closer to the fire giant, and calmly stated, "Let me remain by brother Xiao Feng's side for a few more days." Gu Yuan glanced at the fire giant and Xiao Xun'er, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing his eyes. He spoke indifferently, "Qian Shan, ensure her safety in the coming days." "Yes." Qian Shan, who had been standing at a distance, promptly acknowledged the command. As the gentle breeze swept by, Gu Yuan's figure gradually dissipated. He was merely a fragment of his soul. After Gu Yuan's essence faded, both Qian Shan and Ling Ying also vanished from sight, not wishing to intrude at such a moment. "Xun'er, please keep your distance from me," the fire giant said, stepping back a few paces in concern for the girl. "In these last few days, having your company has truly brought me joy. I hope that in the future, brother Xiao Feng, we will go to Zhongzhou together," Xiao Xun'er declared, lifting her gaze toward the direction of Zhongzhou. "There are still a few days left. We will surely make it in time. We will go to the Dan Tower, where many masters of alchemy gather. They will undoubtedly have a solution." The fire giant shook his head, well aware that he, burdened with ancient heritage, was more knowledgeable about matters of the soul than the 8th and 9th tier alchemists. He understood that it would be futile. Xiao Xun'er's eyes brimmed with pleading, and she gazed at the fire giant, her voice tinged with desperation as she implored, "Brother Xiao Feng, I beseech you." The fire giant felt a pang in his heart and slowly nodded, conceding to her wishes. Just as he was about to summon the great eagle, he suddenly realized that the imprint of the great eagle was no longer present in his soul. Xiao Feng felt somewhat perplexed, but chose not to investigate further. At this point, he had come to terms with everything, and all that remained in his heart was an abiding sense of guilt towards the Xiao family, coupled with an immense reluctance to part from the young girl before him. Before Xiao Feng could mention the absence of a flying magical beast, Xiao Xun'er was already gazing into the void. Qian Lao and Qian Shan revealed themselves, lifting their hands to usher Xiao Xun'er and the fire giant through the rift, stepping into the unknown. Tianya City was the nearest city to them with a spatial wormhole. Typically, it would take ordinary flying magical beasts over half a month to reach that destination, but with Qian Shan, who possessed the cultivation of a dozun, laboring tirelessly day and night, the group arrived in merely 3 days and 2 nights. At this moment, Xiao Feng could no longer be referred to as the fire giant. His once towering figure of over 3 meters had diminished to just above 2 meters, and his aura was significantly weakened, rendering him even more fragile than Ling Ying. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Xun'er had contemplated various methods to slow down Xiao Feng's declining vitality, but all her efforts proved futile. And even the sealing techniques she employed yielded no results. Who governs the spatial wormhole in this place? Ling Ying floated in midair, revealing his Do Huang aura. And soon a Do Huang powerhouse from the Luo family appeared. "This spatial wormhole is under the control of my Luo family. May I inquire about your purpose?" To open the wormhole, We must journey to Zhongzhou. Ling Ying tossed a magic core as payment. However, Tianya City was ultimately a border region. Upon learning that the spatial wormhole here was only at the initial level, and that the spatial ships available were of exceedingly poor quality, requiring an arduous journey of days to reach Zhongzhou, Xiao Xun'er was once again taken aback. At that moment, Xiao Xun'er, who had been holding herself together, could no longer suppress her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. The young girl curled up, sobbing softly, her voice laden with despair. How could this be happening? Xiao Feng raised his head, gazing at the sky, and after a long while, he lowered his gaze to the girl, speaking gently. Xun'er, shall we take a walk? His voice carried a hint of mirth, for in the limited days they had left, he hoped she could transcend her sorrow. Hearing Xiao Feng call her name, Xiao Xun'er hurriedly wiped her tears and forced a smile. Brother Xiao Feng, I'm here. Xiao Feng sighed, reminiscing about how long it had been since he last strolled with his sister Xun'er. Yes, indeed. Today, let us do nothing but wander outside Tianya City. He preferred tranquil places over bustling streets. The pair meandered, pausing intermittently, until the moon rose high, casting its silvery glow across the vastness, at which point they settled down at a distance from one another. Is it cold? Xiao Feng inquired. How could it be? Xiao Xun'er replied, her laughter tinged with tears. Her voice slightly choked. Brother Xiao Feng is so warm. How could I possibly feel cold? This warmth was the essence of Xiao Feng's burning life. Do you remember the story I told you about Dopa? Xiao Feng transmitted his thoughts, knowing that even Qian Shan nearby could not hear him. There is a long tale yet to unfold. Allow me to share it with you. Xiao Xun'er gazed at Xiao Feng, shaking her head. I do not wish to hear it. What is the matter? Xiao Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. Perhaps this was the finest, and indeed the sole gift he could offer her. Xiao Xun'er gazed intently at the radiant figure illuminated by the flames, her eyes fixated as if seeking to glimpse the soul hidden within. With earnestness, she declared, without the tales of brother Xiao Feng, it is merely an ordinary story. He turned his gaze towards the horizon and said, Xun'er, do you know that you are my greatest concern? Therefore, I implore you, promise me that even in my absence, you will continue to live well, joyfully. Xiao Xun'er remained silent, her nose tinged with a sharp ache, her vision blurring momentarily. Yet she steadfastly fixed her gaze upon the figure before her, unwilling to blink even once. Xiao Feng's voice persisted. If you encounter another who adores you deeply, do not hastily reject him. If he does not repulse you, then marry him. Chapter 63. He has truly departed. Xiao Feng vanished, disappearing from Xiao Xun'er's sight, fading away with the first light of dawn. When Ling Ying arrived, Xiao Xun'er was still murmuring softly, Brother Xiao Feng, you must ensure I live well. I have already promised. However, regarding other matters, she truly felt incapable. Miss, Ling Ying sighed, aware of Xiao Feng's remarkable talents and virtues, which he had observed closely. To Ling Ying, it was evident that they were indeed well matched. Yet, alas, fate is often cruel to the gifted. Xiao Xun'er remained with her arms wrapped around herself, mirroring the moment she had embraced Xiao Feng in desperation as he disappeared. Hush, Xun'er wishes to continue conversing with brother Xiao Feng. The young girl wore a sorrowful smile as she gazed at the rising sun, whispering, Brother Xiao Feng, the sun has risen. It is morning, you cannot linger in bed. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks. She clutched at the void before her, as if it still held his essence. Her voice choked with emotion. Brother Xiao Feng, how could you be so heartless? How can you leave Xun'er to live alone? Miss Ling Ying stood by, utterly at a loss for how to console her. 5 days later, Gu Xun'er appeared at the Xiao residence. Uncle Xiao, Xun'er has come to bid you farewell. Gu Xun'er stood with poise, respectfully bowing to Xiao Zhan. After a brief silence, Xiao Zhan nodded, uttering no further words. He was Qian Shan, destined to remain here, tasked with overseeing the capture of the Soul Temple's Do Zone within the Jamadi Empire, a responsibility he would shoulder without concern for Uncle Xiao. Gu Xun'er continued, leaving behind some precious herbs and elixirs before turning to leave. Sister Xun'er, where's Brother Feng? Just as she stepped out of the hall, Xiao Yan's voice called from outside. Gu Xun'er hesitated momentarily, steadying herself, her voice low and somber. Please erect a monument for Brother Xiao Feng. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, his hands clenching tightly, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? Gu Xun'er paused, slightly tilting her head as if to say something, yet ultimately remained silent and proceeded into the hall. Without lingering, Gu Xun'er walked along the street outside the Xiao family's grand entrance, where a multitude of dark-clad soldiers awaited. Before departing the Xiao residence, Gu Xun'er cast a glance at Qianshan and remarked coolly, the Jamadi Empire shall serve as your place of atonement. As long as you draw breath, no member of the Soul Temple shall tread upon this land. Qianshan felt an overwhelming sense of regret, yet his demeanor remained notably respectful. He lowered his head and replied solemnly, yes. Ling Ying cast a glance at Qinshan, a wave of emotion washing over him. While he was quite dissatisfied with Qinshan's actions, he was taken aback by the severity of the punishment the young lady had imposed upon him. In due course, Qinshan would be left alone in Wutan City, transformed into a bait to lure the forces of the Soul Palace. His life now lay before him in two grim paths: to perish in this place or to meet his end at the hands of the Soul Palace's retaliation. He had brought this upon himself. Ling Ying sighed softly, shaking his head slightly as he brushed past Qinshan, who kept his head lowered, his mind in turmoil. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and he looked up to see Xiao Xun'er already departing on a magical beast. 3 days later, Xiao Feng's monument was erected in the back mountains. Before the monument stood only Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan, and the little lion. As the wind rustled, Xiao Zhan opened his mouth to speak but found his throat constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he chuckled dryly. I have truly aged. Turning to Xiao Yan, he said, please speak on my behalf. I will go check on your mother. Xiao Yan, kneeling nearby, nodded in agreement. The flames dancing atop the burning paper money flickered in his eyes, casting a chaotic glow that mirrored the shifting expressions on his angular face. He tossed another stack of paper money into the fire. Brother Feng, you always dedicated yourself to arduous training, seldom allowing yourself a moment of respite. I, on the other hand, often took the easy way out. A bitter smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips as he continued. Now, it seems the burden of diligent practice will fall to me. You can rest well from now on. At that moment, the ethereal figure of Yao Lao emerged, his spectral silhouette appearing even more uncanny under the flickering flames. He gazed at the stone monument inscribed with Xiao Feng's name, his expression tinged with melancholy as he sighed heavily. Even now, I find it hard to believe he has passed. To be honest, I struggle to accept it too, Xiao Yan replied. His gaze fixed on the characters etched into the monument. Anger welled within him as he reflected, when I was still a fighter, he could withstand a blow from my father. In subsequent years, as I neared a return to my fighting prowess, he was already capturing lions in the Monster Mountain range. Master, why did Brother Feng have to die? Yao Lao sighed once more, yet he is indeed gone, and it was so sudden that it leaves a sense of unreality. At that time, you were unconscious and could not perceive his condition. It was like a sand glass riddled with holes, gradually witnessing its own demise without any means of intervention. Even someone of your brother's caliber would likely have to confront death with a heart full of unfulfilled aspirations. To what extent had Brother Feng truly reached? Xiao Yan inquired. You never reveal this to me, and now Brother Feng is no longer here. My reluctance to disclose this is out of concern for your spirits. Yao Lao exclaimed. I have encountered countless prodigies, easily numbering in the hundreds. In the Central Plains, even a random scion from a noble family would not lack talent comparable to yours. Yet, even the most gifted disciples I have seen pale in comparison to your brother. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Just how strong was Brother Feng? A gentle breeze swept through, causing the figure of the old alchemist to sway lightly, his voice becoming ethereal. At the height of his cultivation, he likely reached the realm of the 7 stars of Dohuang. The last time he was seen, he was clearly on the brink of death, his aura reminiscent of a Dozun. No wonder, Master, you have always been reticent. Xiao Yan's expression bore a hint of despondency, and he suddenly felt like a complete failure. Cheer up. You are competing with your peers, with Nalan Yinran. What do you have to compare with that twisted individual? The old alchemist floated beside Xiao Yan like a specter, offering guidance. Xiao Yan forced a smile, though it did not reach his eyes. He shook his head gently. Master, you need not comfort me so. I am merely taken aback. After all I have endured, I shall not be disheartened by Feng Ge's exceptional talent. On the contrary, I must double my efforts. If you have confidence, that is sufficient. As my disciple, achieving Dozun is well within your grasp. 3 days later, Xiao Yan, cradling a small lion, bid farewell to Xiao Zhan. The father and son shared a fleeting moment of emotion before Xiao Yan turned to leave. He pointed at the white-clad woman who had just emerged from around the corner, claiming to know Feng Ge and expressing a desire to meet him. The woman wore a half-mask, revealing a right side of her face that was as beautiful as a celestial being from a painting. Clad in a flowing white gown, her graceful figure resembled a willow swaying in the wind. Xiao Zhan glanced at the woman, his expression tinged with melancholy. Let it go, Feng Yan'er. Take this young lady with you. It is a fitting farewell for you and your brother. Understood, Xiao Yan nodded. On the path to the back mountain, he glanced at the exquisite woman beside him and inquired, May I ask what brings you to seek Feng Ge? I heard he died, but I refuse to believe it. The woman's gaze was icy, her anger palpable. He has yet to exact his vengeance. How can he be dead? Why should he die? Chapter 64, Xun'er's Revenge. When Xiao Linger stood before the grave of Xiao Feng, her gaze fixated on the inscription declaring it to be Xiao Feng's resting place. Her fury could no longer be contained. Lies. Impossible. He is not truly dead, is he? Xiao Xun'er growled, her expression transforming into one of terrifying rage. Xiao Yan, uncertain of the relationship between the woman before him and Xiao Feng, cautiously took a step back and asked, "Is it true that Feng Ge has really passed? Are you a friend of his?" Xiao Xun'er glared at him. "Did you witness it with your own eyes?" Seeing no response from Xiao Yan, she attempted to dig up Xiao Feng's grave. "Enough," Xiao Yan interjected, his face stern. "Indeed, his body is not here, but he is truly gone. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Must you desecrate even his empty tomb?" Xiao Xun'er fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan, demanding, "Where is his body? Nobody knows where it lies. Then on what basis do you claim he is dead? He has not even retained his soul. How can you say he still lives?" Xiao Yan, now irritated, found his already heavy heart further burdened by the need to console this seemingly deranged woman. Before long, the two were embroiled in a heated argument. Upon hearing that Xiao Feng's soul had dissipated, Xiao Xun'er visibly faltered. She had rushed from the Beast Mountain to hear the Xiao family deny the rumors, hoping to see him standing before her, playfully tapping her forehead. Upon her arrival here, she beheld only his grave, his tombstone, and heard them proclaim that his spirit had dissipated. "You abandoned me, so you have perished, haven't you? Ha ha. What a ridiculous creature of humanity." Xiao Ling leaned against Xiao Feng's monument, tears streaming down her face, while laughter erupted uncontrollably. "You promised to visit Xiao Zi, you deceitful one." Gritting her teeth, Xiao Ling turned and departed. In the ancient realm, where was Xun'er? Gu Yuan inquired of Ling Ying. Ling Ying sighed, stating that the young lady had not emerged for 5 days. The meal sent and remained untouched. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, choosing not to elaborate. He understood well that his attempts to console her would only yield adverse effects. She must come to terms with it on her own. "Very well, you may leave." As Ling Ying exited, Gu Yuan picked up a nearby tome, filled with various accounts concerning Xiao Feng. Upon turning the final page, he could not help but sigh. This youth seemed far less inept than he had initially presumed. At Yunlan's sect, Yun Yun sat gazing at the floating clouds, her expression dazed, murmuring to herself, "If only I had stopped you back then. Even if you were to resent me for a lifetime, it would surely be better than this." Nailin Yanran pushed Yun Shan to a distance, remarking that her teacher had remained in this position for 3 days. "Master, perhaps you could persuade her once more." Yun Shan shook his head, suggesting that she must come to her own realizations. "Ah, the pain of love is the most injurious." Yun Shan sighed, imploring Yanran not to follow in her footsteps. Nailin Yanran nodded, assuring her master not to worry. "Welcome, esteemed hall master, from your seclusion." A line of figures clad in black knelt before the ground, exuding a palpable dark aura. "What has transpired?" The person emerging from the depths of the grand hall furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. He was the submaster of the Soul Hall, overseeing the northwestern continent. The hall master's brow furrowed deeper. A barrage of news thundered in his ears. The loss of 6 formidable guardians had severely weakened his branch. Should inquiries arise from above, he would find it difficult to evade responsibility. Even more shocking was the emergence of the Black Yans from the ancient lineage. Despite the prevailing rumors of 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions, as the submaster, he had been repeatedly cautioned regarding the terror of the Black Yans, an entity truly capable of obliterating the Soul Hall. "The Black Yans have appeared in Wutan City solely to retrieve a young girl?" the hall master reiterated. "Indeed. All information regarding that girl and the Xiao family is compiled here." The speaker presented a substantial stack of documents, evidently the result of considerable effort. "The Xiao family?" the hall master murmured, his brow suddenly lifting as he collected the documents. "You may withdraw for now. Once I have reviewed this material, I shall make a decision." Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence, raising his gaze towards the hall's entrance. A thunderous crash resounded as the massive doors splintered, dust swirling about to reveal a figure clad in black armor. Expression cold and detached, wielding a long blade that emanated an aura of lethal intent. "Who are you?" the submaster of the Soul Hall demanded. As the sound echoed, the submaster of the Soul Palace abruptly raised his palm, unleashing a surge of energy in the form of a luminous hand that swiftly advanced towards the figure at the entrance. This radiant hand expanded continuously, reaching a formidable size of 3 meters as it approached the palace doors, stirring up a tempest that accompanied its lethal trajectory. The submaster of the Soul Palace spared no effort. With the prowess of a 2-star Dozun, his full might could easily vanquish any adversary across the northwestern continent. Yet, at that moment, a resonant clang reverberated through the air. A glint of cold brilliance flashed as the figure wielding a long blade made a subtle movement, causing the colossal hand to dissipate into countless specks of starlight. The submaster's pupils constricted sharply, an inexplicable fear surging within him, compelling him to bellow, "Guardians, attack!" The figure at the palace entrance remained unyielding, dismissing the submaster's command entirely. After surveying the surroundings with an icy gaze, he coldly remarked, "Miss, we have located this group of vermin." Another silhouette stepped through the threshold, clad in azure attire, with long black hair cascading down to her waist. Her eyes mirrored the same indifference and ruthlessness, tinged with a hint of lifelessness, resembling a blue lotus standing solitary in a frigid pond. Her lips parted slightly, devoid of any emotion. "Kill." As her words fell, 2 battalions of armored soldiers surged into the great hall from either side, akin to twin daggers, charging directly at the guardians of the Soul Palace. It was the Black YN army. The submaster of the Soul Palace finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his tone now laced with horror. The Soul Realm. The ancient Black YN army had unexpectedly materialized in the northwestern continent, leading to the obliteration of the Soul Palace's outpost in the region, with no survivors remaining. A calm voice emanated from within the room, while the individual kneeling at the entrance was drenched in cold sweat. A silence enveloped the chamber, only to be pierced once more by the voice. To provoke the Black YN army to such an extent, there must be something extraordinary about this northwestern continent. Upon hearing this, the person at the door recognized that their young master had taken an interest in the matter, prompting them to hastily shake their head. "Young master, this matter is fraught with peril. There is something amiss about this situation. I have already arranged for further investigation. You need not expose yourself to danger." With a creak, the door swung open, and the kneeling individual dared not raise their gaze, only noting a pair of shoes halting before them. "You may withdraw," a voice resonated above them. The individual dared not speak further, replying affirmatively. After bowing their head, they slowly rose and swiftly turned to exit. At this moment, only one person remained in the courtyard. This was a man clad in black garments, a subtle smile gracing his features. His long black hair flowed casually down his back, exuding an air of carefree elegance. His countenance, pale as jade, imparted an impression of remarkable gentility. Such a person inevitably evoked a sense of affinity. The northwestern continent? The smile persisted on his lips. Yet the black-clad man's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed he was destined to pay a visit to Lord Su Wu.